Chapter 201. In fact, Qi Yiming was now deeply regretful. He had originally come to the Cloud Ring Federation simply to obtain the War Spear, but now, not only had he been caught up in the Cloud Ring Federation civil war, but it had also escalated into a showdown between the Cloud Ring Federation and the new Federation. The new Federation had just been established, and although it had the technological legacy of the previous Human Federation as a foundation, it had only yet to develop an intelligent learning system. The engineer could only build warships below the cruiser level. With the new Federation's current resources, it simply couldn't fight on two fronts. Qi Yiming had no choice but to inflict a crushing blow on the Cloud Ring Federation. If the Cloud Ring Federation was given even the slightest opportunity to counterattack, Qi Yiming was certain they would contact the Commercial Alliance to launch a joint attack on the new Federation. Shi Xiangrong hadn't yet realized that he had fallen into a trap Qi Yiming had handcrafted for him. He still believed that by destroying the remaining fleet, he could completely crush the rebels, and the Marines would handle the rest. But when he began fighting with the Special Forces fleet, he noticed something was amiss. "Adjutant, I remember you reported that the Special Forces fleet could only flee the battlefield with no more than 1,500 ships, right?" The adjutant nodded. "Indeed, I estimated that, even with some error, it wouldn't exceed 2,000 ships. Then why do I see the number of rebel ships on the other side exceed 4,000? I was wondering. Do you think the rebel fleet on the Western Front has returned? That shouldn't be the case. You gave a strict order. The defenders on the Western Front must hold off the enemy for a week at all costs. At this point, the rebels on the Western Front should still be engaged. Even if they receive word of reinforcements, they won't be able to escape our blockade so quickly. The return of the rebels on the Western Front isn't a big deal. The most important thing is to hold back the Xiefeng." The adjutant muttered to himself, "You're the only one who knows the Xiefeng's strength? Bullying others is foolish. Putting a fleet on the Western Front, it's already a feat to lure the enemy. Thinking of holding back the rebels? Dream on." But despite his grumbling, since the battle plan had been finalized, he could only follow the fleet commander's lead and execute it step by step. Thankfully, they hadn't spotted the Xiefeng on the battlefront, which was good news for Shi Xiangrong. Shi Xiangrong no longer worried about the enemy's number of warships. He was now focused on how to best leverage his own superior fleet. So, the Yunhuan Federation employed an unusual formation. The powerful battleships were positioned on the same plane as the enemy, while the remaining warships, ranked by rank, extended upwards and downwards. The four fleets, tens of thousands of warships, formed a densely packed front. As the two armies gradually drew closer, the plane of the Cloud Ring Federation fleet began to shift from the very edge. To better target the enemy, the warships at the outer edges gradually overtook the battleships in the center. A perfectly formed plane slowly transformed into a hemisphere, perfectly enveloping the enemy. The commander of the Special Forces fleet couldn't help but smile as he watched the enemy slowly envelop him. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the Special Forces fleet, he had just received a message from Qi Yiming. The Special Forces fleet could retreat to the orbit of the third planet. Qi Yiming and the new Federation fleet had already maneuvered into position, ready to attack the enemy at any moment. Prepare the particle lances for launch. Let's say hello to the enemy. Qi Yiming had barely finished speaking when the particle lances immediately began their launch sequence. After a tedious preparation, a thick, high-energy particle beam crossed a distance of over 30 light minutes and directly impacted an enemy battleship. Shi Xiangrong had been sitting calmly in his command chair, commanding the fleet's operations. The next, he leaped from his captain's chair. "What's going on? Where did the attack come from?" The adjutant immediately contacted the captains of the other fleets to inquire about the situation, but everyone said the attack was so sudden they couldn't clearly see the direction. "It's the Xiefeng, definitely the Xiefeng," Shi Xiangrong concluded immediately. Although the Xiefeng's location was still uncertain, he was confident that no other warship could possess such a formidable attack capability. Shouldn't the Xiefeng be on the Western Front? How could it be here? The adjutant asked in surprise. The captain of the Western Fleet either died or fled, allowing the Xiefeng to return before we launched our attack. What should we do then? Attack with all our might. We must capture the rebel base before the Xiefeng completely overwhelms us. If we can capture the rebel base before they retreat, the Xiefeng will lose its purpose in fighting us. However, Shi Xiangrong had no idea that the Fei family's recently established Fermi Republic would have been taken down in a fit of rage by Qi Yiming. He was now facing the new Federation Special Forces fleet. Even if Shi Xiangrong captured the so-called rebel base, Qi Yiming would still fight him to the bitter end. After the particle lance finished cooling, it fired again. This time, with some luck, it not only sank a battleship but also a cruiser beside it. Shi Xiangrong saw clearly that the attack came from behind their fleet. When did the Xiefeng get behind us? What's it planning? Sir, our logistics transport will arrive in this system today. The adjutant frantically called up the supply plan. Shi Xiangrong was furious when he heard the adjutant's words. But he still didn't change the battle plan and ordered all warships to attack with all their might. However, the Special Forces fleet's next move left Shi Xiangrong perplexed. They simply cleared the channel behind him, entering a warp tunnel and hiding in the asteroid belt. Are they abandoning the defense of their base camp? Shi Xiangrong asked because the channel the Special Forces fleet had cleared led directly to a habitable planet in this system. I feel terrible. The adjutant looked at Shi Xiangrong worriedly. I feel like we're doomed today. Shi Xiangrong rolled his eyes in anger. Someone cursed him like that. Never mind. Let's take down the rebel base first. The Cloud Ring Federation fleet, completely ignoring the high-energy particle stream from the Xiefeng, entered the warp channel and headed directly for what they considered the rebel base. As soon as the fleet emerged from warp mode, Shi Xiangrong eagerly released his marines. A dense swarm of transports took off from the warships and descended on the habitable planet beneath them. Shi Xiangrong looked at his adjutant with pride and said, once we take this planet, I wonder how the Xiefeng will find an excuse to attack us. If they want to provoke a war between the Cloud Ring Federation and the new Federation, they can do it. The first half of his statement was quite assertive, but the second half sounded a bit less confident. It was clear he was still deeply afraid of the Xiefeng. Chapter 202. The first group of Marines that landed on the planet encountered no attack, which made Shi Xiangrong extremely happy. He was about to have the communications director send a directional transmission to the Xiefeng behind him, demanding that it immediately cease the attack and leave Cloud Ring Federation territory. But before he could say anything, the Marines on the ground were attacked from all sides, suffering heavy losses in an instant. Sir, it's the new Federation's ground forces. They've taken over the ground defense of this planet. What? How is that possible? Even if the Fei family trusted the new Federation, they wouldn't allow the new Federation to send ground forces into their capital planet. Suddenly, Shi Xiangrong looked at his adjutant with a look of extreme fear, and his adjutant was looking back at him with the same look. Could it be that the Fei family, knowing defeat was inevitable, simply surrendered to the new Federation with the rebellious star systems? Shi Xiangrong articulated his speculation word by word. No way. The adjutant seemed a little hesitant to believe Shi Xiangrong's speculation. If you were the rebel leader, would you entrust your lifeline to an ambitious ally? The adjutant shook his head. Since you can't do that, how could Fei Min entrust his lifeline to the new Federation soldiers? Could it be possible that he has truly surrendered to the new Federation? Wouldn't that mean we'd be trapped here by the Xiefeng? That's not the case. Don't forget there's more than one route back to the Cloud Ring Federation. But our supply fleet is coming from the same route we came from. The adjutant cautiously reminded Shi Xiangrong. Shi Xiangrong was petrified. Go check how much supplies the fleet has left. After a long pause, Shi Xiangrong finally remembered to check the fleet supply storage. The adjutant stood still, unmoving. He timidly said, according to the original plan, today is the day the fleet receives supplies. Then what are they waiting for? All warships, turn around. We're going to retake the shipping lanes. Shi Xiangrong was practically suicidal. The adjutant's meaning was stark. If they couldn't receive the supplies sent by the logistics fleet today, their 4 fleets might eventually be forced to surrender to the new Federation due to a shortage of supplies. Qi Yiming hadn't expected his luck to be so good, to have captured the Yunhuan Federation's logistics fleet. A large amount of supplies had landed in Qi Yiming's hands, practically free of charge, perfectly replenishing the losses he expended in the battle. Qi Yiming was grinning from ear to ear. The enemy has turned and is accelerating towards us. Qi Yiming, quietly chuckling from his captain's chair, immediately stood up upon hearing the radar officer's report. Attention, all ships. Charge your main guns. Prepare for long-range artillery fire. Qi Yiming knew the decisive moment had arrived. The enemy, deprived of supplies, was determined to kill him. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the Yunhuan Federation's counterinsurgency fleet appeared 7 million kilometers from Qi Yiming. Shi Xiangrong had been about to say something to the Xiefeng's commander, but as soon as they had exited the warp channel, the Xiefeng activated its particle lance once again. This time, the particle lance's attack was even more powerful, creating a massive fan-shaped pattern that directly destroyed hundreds of his warships of various sizes. Shi Xiangrong completely abandoned any desire to negotiate with Qi Yiming and immediately ordered all warships to attack the new Federation fleet. For a moment, the airspace between the two fleets was filled with a dense barrage of exploding lasers. However, to Qi Yiming's surprise, Although his own cruisers were comparable to modern human battlecruisers, they were no match for the sheer number of enemy warships. In just one round of attack, Qi Yiming lost over 20 warships. Shi Xiangrong, however, finally emerged from his immense frustration, having seen the sheer number of enemy warships. Even including the Xiefeng, the fleet blocking his path numbered no more than 200. How much could 200 warships accomplish in a decisive fleet battle? Shi Xiangrong, completely disregarding his image, burst into laughter. I thought the new Federation would send a large number of warships to aid the rebels. Turns out they're only this few. Not even enough to fill my stomach. Shi Xiangrong was delighted, but Qi Yiming was not as disappointed as he had imagined. He remained calm within the Xiefeng's bridge, the devastating loss having barely affected Qi Yiming. Xiefeng, activate fortress mode. The Xiefeng battleship's onboard computer activated the Ares' fortress system, and simultaneously missile launchers densely distributed across the ship's hull launched missiles carrying high explosive warheads. Tens of thousands of missiles, trailing white trails, rapidly flew towards the enemy fleet, now approaching 5 million kilometers, guided by the wise. Shi Xiangrong regarded the barrage of missiles with disdain. Drawing on his experience in combating missiles, he ordered the warships responsible for providing anti-aircraft fire to advance and defend. The warships providing anti-aircraft fire weren't firing energy weapons, as they needed to release sufficient ammunition in a short period of time to intercept the erratic missiles. Instead, they were firing projectiles with extremely high kinetic energy. The quadruple Gauss cannons could fire at a rate of 10 million rounds per minute. With such a dense barrage, even the wisest computing power couldn't easily guide missiles through it. Qi Yiming remained undaunted. He had anticipated this scenario. So, he ordered the wise to stop directing missile attacks and instead devote all its computing power to calculating weak points in the enemy formation, allowing the Xiefeng's fire control radar to guide the 3 triple-mounted overweight main guns into attack. Afterwards, targets were assigned to all friendly ships, maximizing the fleet's firepower projection capabilities. As expected, the wise did not disappoint Qi Yiming this time. Under the wise's guidance, the friendly ships launched a fierce offensive against the enemy. After one round of attacks, Shi Xiangrong suddenly felt that surrender might be a good option. The Xiefeng's 3 super-heavy main guns relied on design parameters provided by the wise, fine-tuned by the probe's fire control radar. The purple beams of light from the 3 main guns drew 3 massive fan-shaped patterns from top to bottom. Where the fan-shaped patterns swept through, virtually no grass grew. The lucky warships had their bows shattered, while the unlucky ones were directly split down the middle, splitting into 2 completely unrelated parts. After the attack ended, Shi Xiangrong nearly fainted from the heartache as he counted the casualties. In a single super-heavy main gun attack, the Yunhuan Federation's fleet lost over 700 warships of various types. In particular, half of the battleships, which were relatively few in number, were damaged and forced to temporarily withdraw from the front line for emergency repairs. But the Xiefeng's attack didn't end there. The moment the 3 super-heavy main guns were designed, hundreds of secondary guns opened fire. They were simply attacking different targets under the guidance of the wise. This seemingly scattered secondary battery attack further despaired Shi Xiangrong. He hadn't anticipated the Xiefeng's ferocious main guns, and the considerable damage their secondary batteries inflicted. Chapter 203. The Yunhuan Federation fleet, under attack from all sides by the Xiefeng, had been cornered. The reason was simple: they were running low on supplies. According to the resupply plan, Shi Xiangrong should have ordered the 4 fleets to take turns retreating to the rear to receive supplies today. The supplies had arrived, but unfortunately, he was the transport captain. The logistics fleet had been completely annihilated by Qi Yiming, leaving them with not even a scrap of energy. Shi Xiangrong could only force his fleet to attack despite the heavy losses. Furthermore, he didn't believe he would necessarily be the loser. After all, Qi Yiming had too few warships. The battle was intense from the outset. Upon learning that their retreat had been cut off and their logistics fleet had been completely destroyed, Shi Xiangrong's men were like chickens with blood pumped up, eager to wipe out the enemy in a single attack. However, Qi Yiming was far more resolute than Shi Xiangrong had imagined. Even after his fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous round of attacks, he showed no sign of retreat. The 2 sides were now competing not only in a test of fighting spirit, but also in a test of speed. Shi Xiangrong chose to focus his attack. He was fully aware of the importance of the Xiefeng to the new Federation fleet. He also knew that even if the remaining warships were sunk, as long as the Xiefeng remained active on the battlefield, the battle was far from over. On the other hand, if the Xiefeng could be quickly sunk, the remaining warships would pose no threat to them. Qi Yiming, in turn, felt the pressure from the enemy. The Xiefeng's energy armor was being peeled away bit by bit under the enemy's relentless bombardment. The Guardian's nanorobot production line simply couldn't produce enough nanorobots to repair the Xiefeng's damaged outer armor. Thankfully, the War Spear's design anticipated its potential as a primary enemy target on the battlefield, resulting in a very thick outer armor. The name heavily armored battleship was far more famous in the pre-human Federation era than the War Spear itself. After several rounds of attacks, Shi Xiangrong began to question his fate as he watched the Xiefeng, still standing in the center of the battlefield. Over 13,000 warships concentrated their fire on the Xiefeng, yet they failed to sink it. He knew his own situation well. Under the enemy's powerful firepower, the integrity of the Xiefeng's outer armor had reached an extremely critical level. Some parts of the hull had even been penetrated, and the internal structure had suffered some damage. The Xiefeng's crew was panicking. Their outer armor had already dropped to 13% integrity. One more attack from the enemy fleet would have the Xiefeng crumbled. Each of them looked at Qi Yiming with anxious, slightly terrified eyes. Qi Yiming was much calmer. While he didn't carelessly lean back in his captain's chair to direct the battle, he remained oblivious to the impending loss of the outer armor. Just when everyone thought Qi Yiming had given up completely, ready to leave the Xiefeng to its fate, Qi Yiming suddenly ordered the Xiefeng to activate its field repair system. The mesh structure exposed by the peeling of the Xiefeng's outer armor suddenly and rapidly gushed out a black, viscous substance. As the black substance was sprayed, countless red laser beams shot out from the mesh structure. After these laser beams struck the black substance, the viscous black substance instantly solidified and adhered to the pierced outer armor. This process took only 2 or 3 seconds. Even more terrifying was the fact that the mesh structure within the Xiefeng battleship's hull was attached between the outer armor and the inner structural armor. In other words, some War Spear battleships had 3 layers: the outermost armor layer, the middle layer being the so-called combat maintenance system layer, and the inner layer being the structural layer. Qi Yiming wasn't a scientist and didn't know what this black substance was, but that didn't stop him from figuring out its purpose. As everyone had witnessed, this black substance instantly hardened when exposed to lasers. The strength of its hardened state was comparable to that of the Xiefeng battleship's outer energy armor. Unfortunately, this black substance was extremely difficult to produce. It's said that even with the full effort of the Human Federation in a year, the output was only enough to activate the War Spear's field maintenance system 3 times. Otherwise, this black substance would have long since replaced the nanobot's repair function, becoming a widespread fixture on various warships of the former Human Federation. After the battlefield repair system went online, the Snow Peak's outer armor integrity was restored to 94% within 30 seconds. These temporary protective shells attached to the outer armor could withstand 2 salvos from all the Cloud Ring Federation warships before detaching from the Snow Peak's hull. The Snow Peak could use these 2 salvos to accelerate its own repairs. Thus, protected by this temporary layer of armor, the nanobots produced by the Guardian selflessly repaired the Snow Peak's outer armor. Shi Xiangrong was completely stunned when he saw the strange armor layer suddenly appearing on the Xiefeng's exterior. The Xiefeng's ability to repair itself was fine, but what was this sudden coating that appeared on the ship's hull? Until this temporary armor layer was shattered or detached, a Xiefeng with its outer armor intact reappeared on the battlefield. Of course, the new Federation fleet couldn't just stand by and watch the Xiefeng suffer, they also attacked. It was just that the new Federation fleet's counterattack efficiency was much higher than that of the Yunhuan Federation. Although they only had a little over 100 warships, they, using battlefield information and attack recommendations provided by the Wise, sank or damaged nearly 3,000 Yunhuan Federation warships of various types in less than 3 rounds of attacks. Such a massive loss distressed Shi Xiangrong deeply. If they could have sunk the Xiefeng, he could have accepted such a loss. However, the problem was that not only did the Xiefeng not sink, but even the integrity of its outer armor remained unchanged. Shi Xiangrong then fell into a strange vicious cycle. Every time he painstakingly reduced the integrity of the Xiefeng's outer armor to below 20%, a temporary, highly defensive layer would suddenly appear. After several rounds of attacks, the protective layer would fall away, and the Xiefeng would once again appear perfectly on the battlefield. The Cloud Ring Federation's fleet numbers were dwindling at a visible rate. First, it was over 9,000 ships, then 8,000, 7,000, 6,000, and finally over 1,000. The Xiefeng's battlefield repair system had just finished using up the black, viscous substance it carried. At this point, the Cloud Ring Federation's fleet consisted of only over 700 warships, all of which were damaged. In fact, Qi Yiming had already prepared for retreat when only 7,000 of the Cloud Ring Federation's warships remained, because his goal had been achieved. Yet destroying nearly half of the enemy's warships in a single decisive battle wasn't considered a devastating blow to the Cloud Ring Federation. Qi Yiming didn't know what would be. But he didn't expect that the enemy commander would be so stubborn that he would be willing to destroy the Xiefeng to the ground. Chapter 204. With such a stubborn commander, the Yunhuan Federation's fleet naturally paid a price. Qi Yiming exceeded his mission, easily capturing the remaining 700-plus warships. Shi Xiangrong committed suicide before the fleet was destroyed. Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching the last Yunhuan Federation warship sunk. He knew how dangerous this battle was. After all, the hope of victory rested on the enemy commander. Thankfully, Shi Xiangrong didn't disappoint him, and actually focused all his attention on the Xiefeng. When Lin Borong learned that the 4 fleets sent to wipe out the rebels had been completely annihilated, he fainted in his office. The Yunhuan Federation's last remaining assets were thus lost in the rebel capital system. At this point, no one knew that Fei Min had already joined the new federation with several rebellious systems. So, the blame wasn't placed on the new federation. Half a month after Qi Yiming swallowed up the 4 fleets of the Cloud Ring Federation, Yi Lu arrived at the Domi Galaxy with the fleet hastily assembled by the new federation. By this time, the Fei family had completely submitted, dividing up their family holdings according to Qi Yiming's demands. They couldn't resist. Over 10,000 Cloud Ring Federation warships were destroyed by the cannons of the Xiefeng. Unable to defeat even the Cloud Ring Federation fleet, they lacked the confidence to face the demonic Xiefeng. With the Fei family's help, the humans on the 11 administrative planets that had joined the Fei family in the uprising also accepted the fact of joining the new federation. For these humans living on the surface, whoever ruled was irrelevant. As long as they could live in peace and stability, that was all that mattered. After learning that Qi Yiming, with over 100 warships, had destroyed nearly 10,000 warships from the Yunhuan Federation, Yi Lu constantly looked at him like a monster. "Are you human?" Yi Lu finally asked, her curiosity simmering. Qi Yiming scowled at Yi Lu. "I'm a pure human, okay? Stop looking at me like that. Over 10,000 warships. You're killing them just like I told you to. I seriously doubt you're human." Qi Yiming didn't bother to argue with Yi Lu and immediately changed the subject. "I leave this newly conquered starfield to you, okay?" "Me?" Yi Lu looked at Qi Yiming in surprise. "What? Lack of confidence?" Yi Lu lowered her head and pondered for a moment. "Okay. But I have a condition." "You said?" "You must provide me with enough warships." "Of course. We have sufficient manpower now, so it's easy to quickly assemble a large-scale galaxy fleet." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Xiao Shan's gone." Yi Lu knew Qi Yiming wouldn't lie, so she didn't continue the conversation and instead brought up Xiao Shan. "Gone? What do you mean?" Qi Yiming looked at Yi Lu in confusion. Yi Lu looked at Qi Yiming with a gloomy expression and continued, "Not long after you left Gaia for the Cloud Ring Federation, he suddenly left a letter and took the Azure." Yi Lu pulled a memory device from her bosom and handed it to Qi Yiming. "He left this for you." Xiao Shan's departure was so sudden that Qi Yiming found it hard to believe. Qi Yiming used the electronic information board in front of Yi Lu to read the contents of the memory card. The letter clearly stated that Xiao Shan and Qi Yiming had been searching for the Strategic Strike Fleet's energy shield modular warships for several years. Unfortunately, there had been no progress. Until the establishment of the new Federation, due to Qi Yiming's unique status, it was announced that the new Federation would inherit the political system of the former Human Federation, and its mission was to restore the former Human Federation's territory. And now, in just a few months, thousands of Awakened Ones, or their descendants, had appeared within the new Federation. At that time, Qi Yiming had already led the Snow Peak to the Cloud Ring Federation, and knew little about these events. Since Xiao Shan's family had once sheltered Awakened Ones, the task of receiving them was given to him. It was during these conversations with these Awakened Ones that Xiao Shan gained some clues about the energy shield modular warships. Wang Shuhua had originally planned to wait for Qi Yiming's return to discuss how to handle this matter, but Xiao Shan ultimately left the new Federation alone, carrying the clue. "He still holds a grudge," Qi Yiming said, bafflingly. Yi Lu was now in tears, knowing Qi Yiming was right. The incident with Wei Zheng had indeed planted a huge hidden danger between them. But Qi Yiming didn't get angry. Instead, he said to Yi Lu, "Don't worry, Xiao Shan didn't mean to seek revenge on me. He just couldn't face me." Yi Lu remained silent. He also said he wanted to carry on his father's legacy. His father had always wanted to find more modular warships, something Wei Zheng had told him. "Xiao Shan's father knows about the Strategic Strike Fleet?" Yi Lu was a little surprised. Nothing surprising. Having helped so many awakened, it's not surprising he knows. Does he also want to conquer a vast territory? That's hard to say, but it's very likely he wants to monopolize the shield modular battleships. Yi Lu fell silent again. He knew what Qi Yiming said was probably true. I hope he can help us when we fight back against the Zerg. Actually, I don't care who owns the strategic strike fleet. These things originally belonged to all of humanity. I just hope they can be used where they're most needed. Xia Shan will definitely help us. Yi Lu said this firmly. I hope so. Otherwise, we might actually end up fighting, which would be bad for everyone. Qi Yiming, who had been planning to assign Yi Lu a task, was somewhat disheartened by Xiao Shan's departure. Yi Lu was also feeling heavy-hearted. If Xiao Shan and Qi Yiming really came to blows, which side would she side with? Perhaps she would side with Xiao Shan, Yi Lu mused. I leave this to you for now. I have to return to Gaia to deal with the awakened. Qi Yiming, unaware of Yi Lu's thoughts, handed the Fei family's affairs over to her. Since Xiao Shan had learned about the energy shield modular warships from numerous awakened, he believed he could also obtain some useful information. The Cloud Ring Federation's fleet had been completely destroyed by him, and they wouldn't be launching another war for a while. He didn't need to be in charge of matters here. Finding the remaining modular warships was the most important task. Also, Qi Yiming would send Xue Ming, who had been aboard the Snow Peak, to the engineer. The academy there needed such a key figure. The academy's analysis of the technological heritage was currently progressing too slowly, especially regarding the Stargate technology Qi Yiming desired. With Stargate technology, the maneuvering speed of the new Federation fleet will be greatly improved, and Qi Yiming will no longer have to worry about the distance between galaxies. Chapter 205. Half a month later, Qi Yiming successfully returned to Gaia. Gaia had changed significantly since Qi Yiming and his team first occupied it. Many large buildings were under construction in its synchronous orbit. Some were already completed, their interiors already packed with people. Many people were leaving the planet's surface for the first time, curiously gazing at the planet they had inhabited for half their lives from the large windows of the airport. However, among these people were some who stood apart from the crowds. They formed their own independent groups, forming neat formations, and awaiting the arrival of the next transport ship. Fong Min had arrived at the airport long ago, waiting for the Xiefeng to dock. Ever since Xiao Shan's departure, he had been driven mad by these eccentric individuals. Qi Yiming exchanged a few pleasantries with Fong Min, then pointed at the group of eccentric individuals and said, "Are these awakened?" To his surprise, Fong Min shook her head and said, "Are they not? Over 90% of them are descendants of the awakened. Half of the remaining 10% are frauds, and only a small number are truly awakened. If they're not awakened, then what are they doing?" Qi Yiming frowned, looking at the group, waiting for the new federal government to arrange their work and lives. What's wrong with these people? Why don't they figure it out on their own? Why have they come to us? Fong Min smiled helplessly and said, "Xiao Shan has made a good start. What does this have to do with Xiao Shan?" Xiao Shan promised these people that if they could provide information about the ancient warship, the federal government would provide them with a comfortable living environment and easy jobs. What kind of bullshit promise is this? If all the awakened are like this, I'd rather they all die in their hibernation pods. Qi Yiming was deeply upset after hearing Fong Min's explanation. Thankfully, the real awakened only requested a face-to-face meeting with Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming grew increasingly angry as he watched those claiming to be awakened. He turned to Fong Min and said, "Get rid of these people immediately and let them do their jobs. I don't accept garbage here." Fong Min, somewhat embarrassed, said, "What if there's a real awakened among them?" Qi Yiming replied, "True awakened ones wouldn't bother waiting in line. They likely already actively integrated into the new Federation system, and might reveal their identities when the time is right." "You mean they're observing the policies of the new Federation?" Qi Yiming nodded. "I understand their perspective, as I'm an awakened myself. They won't reveal themselves until they're truly safe." Fong Min didn't comment further. Instead, he turned and gave his secretary a few instructions. Then, he and Qi Yiming boarded the transport back to the surface of Gaia. In the reception room of the new Federation building on the surface, He Jinju and the other two were chatting with a white-haired elderly man. When Qi Yiming saw the old man, he was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Deputy Commander Yu?" Qi Yiming asked uncertainly, but he still walked quickly toward the old man. The Deputy Commander Yu Qi Yiming was referring to was the former second-in-command of the Human Federation Garrison Fleet, and the Dean of the Battleship Command Academy where Qi Yiming had once studied. He hadn't expected that this old man, like him, would awaken after a nearly millennium-long slumber. "What? You don't seem too happy about an old man like me emerging from hibernation? Yufeng said jokingly, smiling at Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming quickly waved his hand. Of course not. I'm just too excited. You're the first awakened person I met whose name I can name after all this time. Oh. So many people have escaped. I don't even know where they are now. Yufeng's eyes suddenly dimmed. As a high-ranking member of the fleeing human race, Yufeng knew much more than officers like Qi Yiming, who fought on the front lines all day. Qi Yiming was also curious about the original plan for the human escape, so he pulled Yufeng into his office and asked him to explain it in detail. According to Yufeng's recollection, the human escape government initially had no specific goal when planning the escape. After all, the fleeing fleet was constantly being followed by a massive swarm of Zerg, leaving no time for reflection. As the Zerg swarms chasing the humans dwindled, the human leaders began to discuss the ultimate escape goal. To avoid being caught up and wiped out by the Zerg, the human escape fleet ultimately split into two. One fleet fled to a star system 32 million light-years from Gaia. It was said that the environment in that star system was very similar to that of humanity's home star system, and there was a high probability that planets suitable for human survival existed. The other fleet chose a different direction, also 41 million light-years from Gaia. Qi Yiming suddenly realized why the previously united fleet had suddenly split into two. It was at that time that the strategic strike fleet was also split in two, with the armored warships following the fleet with the battle star to the star system 32 million light-years away. However, Qi Yiming was curious about how Yufeng knew how far Gaia was from humanity's escape destination. Qi Yiming was about to ask when Yufeng pulled a data drive from his pocket and handed it to him. This contains a detailed navigation map from the Federation's top brass. Gaia was the starting point for the two fleets. What? How is that possible? Qi Yiming exclaimed in surprise. When the fleet split in two, I do remember there was a habitable planet nearby. I never imagined it would be here. It's nothing to be surprised about. There are so many similar star systems in the universe. Besides, your attention wasn't focused on this at the time. With a swarm of bugs threatening to burst out from behind you at any moment, who would have cared about the surrounding environment? As the two spoke, Qi Yiming conveniently connected the data drive to the office information terminal. Qi Yiming's office was suddenly filled with a three-dimensional star map. Qi Yiming, Yufeng, and the others stood within the holographic display. Yufeng pointed to two green lines and said, "Look, those are the two shipping lanes." Qi Yiming stared at the two shipping lanes for a long silent moment. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He looked at Yufeng with a serious expression and asked, "With such a long distance, haven't the Federation leaders considered the supply issue? Especially the energy supply for the combat fleet?" "Ah." Yufeng sighed. "You finally considered that. What's wrong?" Qi Yiming looked at Yufeng in confusion. Yufeng hesitated, his once rosy complexion now looking a bit pale. Qi Yiming felt very bad. He shook his head and said to Yufeng, "No. The Federation leaders wouldn't make that kind of decision." But Yufeng shook his head, looking at Qi Yiming with shamefaced embarrassment. Chapter 206. Standing nearby, He Jinju was puzzled as to what had suddenly become of Qi Yiming. He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling, and he struggled to hold back his tears. Yufeng, a face filled with shame, stood across from Qi Yiming silent. "What's wrong? You were fine just now." He Jinju approached the two of them curiously, asking. Qi Yiming ignored He Jinju. He stared intently at Yufeng and said, "You know all this, right?" Yufeng nodded slowly. "Why? We fought so hard, and in the end, this is what happened." Qi Yiming, already on the verge of exploding, finally lost control when he saw Yufeng nod so easily, and roared. He Jinju, standing nearby, was so frightened that she quickly shielded Yufeng behind her and warned Qi Yiming, "What's going on? Why are you so angry at Elder Yu? Are you mentally ill?" Qi Yiming burst into tears before laughing bitterly. He raised his trembling right hand, pointed at Yufeng behind He Jinju, and said, "Go ask our good dean what's going on." He Jinju turned to look at Yufeng and said, "Elder Yu? What's wrong?" Yufeng also laughed bitterly, then slowly said, "You, the members of the combat fleet, have been abandoned by the Federation's top brass." "Hey, abandoned." He Jinju finally realized the problem with this statement. She grabbed Yufeng's arms and asked in a deep voice, "Abandoned? What do you mean? What do you mean?" It turned out that during the Human Federation's initial escape, they had embarked in such haste that they simply didn't bring enough supplies. To ensure the two massive colony ships could safely reach their destination, the Federation's top brass had no choice but to abandon some personnel. The fleet responsible for the frontline operations was the first to be abandoned. It was an incredible decision, but also a helpless one. By the end of the escape, supplies would be extremely scarce. Any unsettling move by the soldiers commanding the warships could easily pose a fatal threat to the massive colony ships. The Federation's top brass had learned from numerous previous examples. In countless colonization operations of the Human Federation, whenever there was a problem with the supply chain, it was always those with military power who took action first. In the struggle, either the colony ships were destroyed or everyone perished. To prevent this from happening again, the Federation's top brass had no choice but to systematically abandon each combat fleet. Are the captains of each warship aware of this plan? Qi Yiming asked Yu Feng after calming down for a moment. Yu Feng shook his head. How could such a thing be known to so many people? Why didn't the top brass make this plan public? Perhaps we would agree? He Zhenju asked innocently. Yu Feng simply glanced at He Zhenju quietly. Qi Yiming said, impossible. If this plan were made public, the chances of it being implemented would be zero. The top brass of the government at the time might be forced to disband, ushering in a military era. By then, humanity's extinction wouldn't be far away. Qi Yiming, having calmed down, remained reasonable. He looked at Yu Feng and said, Mr. Yu, please continue. We were agonizing over the plan, but there was no other way. The two colony ships were humanity's only hope for survival. We couldn't risk even the slightest risk of having a combat fleet accompanying them. The Federation's top brass at the time had indeed done everything they could, repeatedly postponing the plan's execution, hoping to find a solution to the shortage of supplies during their escape. But unfortunately, many of the supplies and colony ships were unmanufacturable, and the plan was ultimately carried out with the knowledge of only a few. As Yu Feng spoke of these events, his eyes drifted, as if he was struggling to recall everything that had happened. Perhaps it was because so much time had passed that Yu Feng no longer remembered many details, or perhaps he simply didn't want to revisit that incredibly agonizing time. In truth, Qi Yiming no longer cared to hear the details of the plan. He sat in his office, heartbroken, watching the equally despairing He Zhenju, and Yu Feng standing behind her. After a long pause, Yu Feng spoke again. What the Federation leaders didn't anticipate is that the once abandoned humans not only survived tenaciously, but also developed a new civilization under the starry sky. Qi Yiming didn't respond. He needed to calm down. He Zhenju was beginning to lose control of her rage, as if only killing Yu Feng could quench her rage. After more than an hour, Qi Yiming stood up from his office chair and approached Yu Feng. I'm not that magnanimous. I hope I never see you again. Yu Feng smiled and said, I didn't intend to get out alive. My main purpose for coming this time was to give you this star map. I know you need it. Qi Yiming nodded. I really do need it. It's so I can follow the path on the star map to search for modular warships. I take it, and you can go. Yu Feng hesitated, but ultimately gave a wry smile, shook his head, and left Qi Yiming's office. At this point, He Zhenju realized what was happening and immediately questioned Qi Yiming. Why don't you kill him? He's one of the culprits who abandoned us. Some people would suffer more if they were kept alive than if they were killed, Qi Yiming said calmly. He Zhenju turned back to look in the direction Yu Feng had left and nodded. Let this old man live the rest of his life in regret and self-blame. What had been a good reunion between old friends had culminated in Yu Feng's revelations. Neither Qi Yiming nor He Zhenju had any interest in doing anything. He Zhenju lazily sat on the sofa in Qi Yiming's office and asked, What are you going to do next? I might organize an expeditionary fleet and follow one of the shipping routes to search for armored modular warships, Qi Yiming said slowly after a long pause. What will happen to the new Federation if you leave? You're the head of state. It's not like I won't be back. Qi Yiming wanted to continue, but He Zhenju interrupted him. Stop. There's no point in telling me that. Go tell your two subordinates, Fang Min and Lu Bishu. Oh, and don't forget Wang Shuhua and Yi Lu. Qi Yiming frowned. He truly wasn't that interested in managing a country. If it weren't for the counterattack against the Zerg, he would have to possess a certain level of power. Qi Yiming wouldn't even want to be a captain. Looking at He Zhenju's provocative expression, Qi Yiming chose to endure it, but inwardly he was thinking, then I sneak away. Who of you can stop me? Chapter 207. After Yu Feng left, Qi Yiming locked himself in his office and calmed down for a long time before finally finding the mood to deal with the matters at hand. The news Yu Feng brought him was too devastating. Qi Yiming could never have imagined that they, humans deprived of energy and supplies, and forced to land on unknown planets, would be abandoned by their own community. For a moment, Qi Yiming even considered giving up everything and finding a quiet place to live out the rest of his life in peace. As for the Zerg? To hell with it. Although Chi Yiming was a relatively generous person, he could never forgive such betrayal. But as a human being, Chi Yiming could not bring himself to forget the family and friends who had died at the hands of the Zerg. Even if Chi Yiming had no desire to eliminate the Zerg for humanity, he still deeply desired revenge for his family and friends. So, after a period of depression, Chi Yiming regained his spirits and began to plan for the future. A few days later, Chi Yiming was studying the star map Yufeng had sent him when Fang Min suddenly walked into his office, his expression grim. "What happened?" he asked, turning off the holographic star map. This wasn't Fang Min's first time seeing this star map, so he wasn't curious. He tossed a digital document at Chi Yiming and said, "Look. There are more and more people posing as awakened individuals trying to get free food and drinks. Didn't I tell you to kick them out? I kicked one group out a while ago, but now another has arrived, and each of them has their own warship." That's good news. Chi Yiming was visibly delighted upon hearing someone arrive in a warship to join them. What's good about that? These people claim to be from the Awakened Alliance, and are demanding to join the new Federation as nobles. The Awakened Alliance? What is that? And what the hell is a noble? Chi Yiming became increasingly confused as he listened. Sit down and tell me. The Awakened Alliance was actually a newly emerged organization. Those who joined weren't actually true Awakened. Most were descendants of the Awakened, and some had some connection to the Awakened, but not a single true Awakened. To Chi Yiming, these people's demands were sheer absurdity. It was unclear how these people had learned about the treatment of citizens in the former Human Federation, leading them to believe that citizenship in the former Federation was a form of nobility. What they didn't realize was that citizens of the former Human Federation, while enjoying these treatments, also had corresponding social responsibilities. This group, however, only wanted to enjoy the treatment of citizens without mentioning the obligations that a citizen should fulfill. Is there something wrong with these people's brains? Chi Yiming laughed at Fang Min's explanation. Have you ever explained the meaning of citizenship to them? I did, but they wouldn't listen. Won't listen. Then don't be polite with them. Let the garrison fleet directly disperse them. I'm afraid that won't work. Chi Yiming, about to resort to force, quickly stopped Fang Min. If we use force against these people, it's likely to scare all the truly awakened ones who are watching back. Chi Yiming thought about it, and realized Fang Min's words made sense. He tentatively asked Fang Min, how about I talk to them first? That's what I meant. There are many things they won't discuss until they see you, the head of state. Chi Yiming followed Fang Min to a large conference room inside the government building. The room was already buzzing with activity, and everyone's faces were filled with joy, as if they had Chi Yiming in their grasp. When Chi Yiming saw this group, he couldn't understand what they had in return for asking him for special privileges. Fang Min took a few steps to the podium, and the intelligent multimedia system automatically amplified Fang Min's speech through the loudspeaker. Everyone, quiet. When the audience saw someone about to speak, they returned to their seats in groups of 3 or 4, and the noise gradually died down. Chi Yiming then took the podium, introduced by Fang Min. When these so-called awakened ones heard that the head of state had arrived, the once quiet meeting room erupted into a clamor once again. We are descendants of the awakened. We demand that the federal government provide us with sufficient supplies free of charge. My grandfather was an awakened. I demand that the federal government exempt my factory from all taxes. My great-grandmother was an awakened. I demand that the federal government provide me with a wife free of charge. My second uncle's third aunt's uncle's nephew is an awakened. I have only one request, that the federal government be responsible for all of my daily life. Chi Yiming heard these bizarre demands amid the clamor. He whispered to Fang Min beside him, are you sure these people are okay? What's all that? You haven't even heard of even more outlandish requests. Is there anything even more outlandish? Do these people really not use their brains when they speak? They just speak without thinking? Chi Yiming suppressed the urge to draw his gun and cleared his throat to signal the others to stop arguing. After the noise died down, Chi Yiming patiently said, what? Right do you have to ask the federal government to do this for you? The well-dressed old man closest to Chi Yiming stood up and said to Chi Yiming, if it weren't for the hard work of our awakened ancestors to survive under this starry sky, there wouldn't be the human world we have today. To put it bluntly, the awakened are the heroes of all humanity under this starry sky. We, the descendants of these heroes, deserve special care. Chi Yiming finally understood where these people's sense of entitlement came from. After all this time, they still wanted to rest on their laurels. Chi Yiming instantly lost interest in talking to this group of clueless people. With a sullen face, he said to Fang Min, who was standing nearby, Send out the garrison fleet and seize all their warships. Notify Chen Cheng and have him bring his men to arrest these people. Qi Yiming thought, don't you want privileges? Then I show you the privileges your ancestors enjoyed. Send you all to the mineral planet to mine for me. The meeting participants were in an uproar at the sudden appearance of the soldiers. The old man who had just spoken to Qi Yiming pointed at him and said, you dictator? What are you trying to do? We are the descendants of a great hero. Qi Yiming walked up to the old man and slapped him hard, making him see stars. Qi Yiming grabbed the old man by the collar and gritted his teeth. Don't you think I won't hit you just because you're old? You did a lot of things with his wife when you were young, didn't you? What? Now that you're old, you're still using your status to bully the young? You? What do you mean by you? You just grown from a little scoundrel into a scoundrel. How dare you mention those pioneering awakened ones? Since you're so energetic, go mine for me until you die. After saying this, Qi Yiming shouted to Chen Cheng, what are you waiting for? Leave this garbage here, polluting the air? Send it all to the mines. Instantly, the crowd in the meeting hall erupted in chaos. The internal security forces, wearing exoskeleton armor, quickly got the men aboard the transport ship. Chapter 208. Fong Min couldn't stop Qi Yiming from exercising his power in front of outsiders. But after Qi Yiming watched these people being escorted onto the transport ship, Fong Min hurriedly pulled Qi Yiming aside and said, are you really not afraid of something happening? What could possibly happen? A bunch of idiots, they don't even know they're being used as pawns. Fong Min was stunned at first, then realized, are you saying these people are just pawns? Are they being manipulated? Isn't that obvious? Who would propose such a moronic offer? Qi Yiming thought for a moment and then said, the only offer that seemed reasonable was the one requesting tax exemption. Originally, Qi Yiming had intended to treat these people seriously, but upon hearing their demands, he realized they were being thrown out to test Qi Yiming's attitude. Of course, Qi Yiming wouldn't let the person behind the scenes succeed. Since they were just scapegoats, he just sent them to mine. He wanted to see what the person behind this would do next. Send someone to investigate. Who ordered these people to come to Gaia planet and cause trouble? Fong Min nodded. Once we find them, should we arrest them directly, or what? We live in a society ruled by law. How can we arrest people at will? Then what should we do? We can't just watch them keep sending people to annoy us, can we? You won't try to make them break the law. Wouldn't that allow us to arrest them? By the way, if you do catch them, remember to let me know. I want to see what kind of jerk this person behind this is. After making these arrangements, Qi Yiming suddenly remembered that he seemed to have kidnapped a scientist on his way back from the Cloud Ring Federation. He'd been feeling down for the past few days, and with today's incident, Xue Ming had been left alone for almost half a month. Qi Yiming quickly pulled out his communicator and asked his adjutant, Old Zhang, where's that scientist we brought back from the Yunhuan Federation? Old Zhang was still a little confused. What scientist? Aren't we at war with the Yunhuan Federation? How could a Yunhuan Federation scientist come to our new federation at this time? Qi Yiming's face was filled with rage. It seemed his adjutant had forgotten about Xue Ming too. Not caring about anything else, Qi Yiming immediately headed for the transport craft specially prepared for him by the federal government and returned to the Xiefeng, docked at the spaceport. Xue Ming, by this time, hadn't slept in days, and he wandered around the Xiefeng with dark circles under his eyes. It wasn't that his guards had abused Xue Ming, rather, Qi Yiming had told him, while he was in custody, that he could freely explore any of the Xiefeng's equipment if he wished. Before returning to the Federation, the Xiefeng had been engaged in combat, and Xue Ming didn't want to disturb the crew, who were so preoccupied with the battle. Now that the Xiefeng had finally returned to safety, Xue Ming seized the opportunity to give it a thorough tour, inside and out. As a result, the Xiefeng's duty officers now avoided Xue Ming whenever they saw him. Scientist Xue, how was your tour of the Xiefeng? Qi Yiming approached Xue Ming, who was in the middle of inquiring with an engineer about the workings of the nano-repair robot production line. Artifacts. The Xiefeng and other modular warships are definitely artifacts. Xue Ming replied subconsciously, stroking the equipment before him. I have a better place. Do you want to go? Let me figure out the Xiefeng first. Xue Ming still didn't turn around. If the engineer Xue Ming had pulled over to explain things to him, hadn't stood at attention, and saluted Qi Yiming, Xue Ming wouldn't have realized the person he was talking to was Qi Yiming, the man who had abducted him from the Yunhuan Federation. When Xue Ming saw who was coming, he excitedly grabbed Qi Yiming's neck, so fast that even the security guard standing beside Qi Yiming didn't react. Where the hell did you take me? Qi Yiming finally escaped Xue Ming's clutches, with the help of security. Coughing, he said, I told you I'd take you somewhere more fun, And you didn't object? I didn't want to object, did I? How could I object when you stuffed something in my mouth? There's nothing I can do. We're already at war with the Yunhuan Federation. We can't send you back. You? Qi Yiming knew he was in the wrong, so he smiled and said to Xue Ming, I take you somewhere you definitely like. See those warships out there? They're all built there. Xue Ming looked in the direction Qi Yiming pointed. Outside a window, a Venom Fong-class cruiser was docked in a berth adjacent to the Xiefeng's. Xue Ming had long known that this type of cruiser was far superior to the Yunhuan Federation's cruisers and had longed to see its internal structure, but he had never had the chance. Upon hearing Qi Yiming wanted to take him to visit the factory where the warship was built, he immediately forgot about returning home. Soon, the Xiefeng departed the port, following the airport departure procedures. The Lost Galaxy, 700 light-years from Gaia, is a binary star system. Miraculously, it boasts a habitable planet, earning it the resounding name Gemini. Gemini has been a veritable tourist destination, both in the era of the Commercial Alliance and now in the new Federation. Especially since the establishment of the new Federation, when civilians were allowed to leave their home planets, Gemini has become a sought-after tourist destination. Unbeknownst to many, half of Gemini's tourism industry is owned by a large conglomerate called the Sanjia Commercial Group. The leadership of this group is extremely secretive, and it's said that no one has ever met any of its 3 top executives. It wasn't until the establishment of the new Federation that rumors began to spread that these 3 officials all had awakened backgrounds. After Qi Yiming arrested those who were demanding special privileges and sent them to mining, the rumors about the 3 officials vanished overnight. Inside a large villa in the wealthy Gemini neighborhood, 3 elderly men in their 50s sat around a card table. Call the landlord. Grab the landlord. Pass. King Bomb. You throw in the jokers right at the start? One, elegantly dressed but wearing slippers, roared furiously at the jokers on the table. I always said you need to be decisive. If you have a king bomb, throw it in long ago. Another elderly man, wearing sunglasses, said calmly in the dimly lit room. You have to give others a chance to close the deal. The third elderly man tapped the table with his fingers. He was a simple man, dressed in a white vest and patterned shorts. To those who didn't know, they might have thought they were 3 retired men chatting while playing cards. But anyone who knew them would respectfully await a lecture from the trio as they stood before them. Chapter 209. The 3 chatted while playing cards. It seemed they were discussing something at the table, but listening closely revealed a hidden meaning. Wu Feilin, the oldest of the Sanger elders, was 96 years old. He was the neatly dressed old man wearing slippers. After throwing down a pair of 4s on the table, he said to the old man in flowered shorts next to him, Xiao Kong, how are the people you sent out to test him? Kong Shiji squinted at the cards, and casually threw down a pair of 5s. No news yet, but I don't think the outcome will be good. 4 aces. Bomb. Lu Zhengyang, who had just thrown down the king bomb, said with full energy, why would you test him? Just have someone kill that guy, and then push someone else up. If everything was done as you say, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Wu Feilin tapped the table with his fingers. Kong Shiji also knocked on the table. The third brother has such a bad temper. He's old, and he doesn't seem to have changed. The 3 people playing cards were the executives of the Gemini Sanjia business group. Ever since Qi Yiming took over the Lost Galaxy, the 3 executives had been dormant, rarely attending company meetings, waiting to see what the new federal government would do. To their disappointment, the new federation, aside from declaring its succession to the former Human Federation, hadn't issued any new policies. Businessmen like them continued to live their lives as usual, paying their taxes in full to the local government. This completely disappointed the 3, who had been planning a political gamble. That was the problem. Before they considered political gambles, life was just as it was. However, ever since these 3 men had conceived the idea of political speculation, they sat together daily, plotting how to achieve their desired ends through political manipulation. Their first thought was to exploit the identity of the awakened. This was because they themselves were awakened, having emerged from hibernation earlier than Qi Yiming. These 3 had a thorough understanding of the concept of citizenship in the former Human Federation. They knew that the highest level of citizenship in the former Human Federation was far more comfortable than a Sanjia Group executive, but that this level of citizenship also carried greater responsibilities. To put it bluntly, the 3 valued the privileges inherent in citizenship. They had no desire to shoulder the social responsibilities. In other words, they wanted to be Qi Yiming's emeritus. So, the 3 planned to test Qi Yiming's attitude toward the awakened. After all, declaring the succession of the former Human Federation's political system could, in a sense, be considered a form of political capital. Isn't there a saying that goes, Region XX has been our country's inherent territory since ancient times? So, declaring succession to the former Human Federation's political system merely legally inherits the former Human Federation's inherent territory. It doesn't mean Chi Yiming will welcome the awakened with open arms. This is why so many so-called awakened have flocked to Gaia to provide Chi Yiming with free labor. While the three were chatting, a servant cautiously entered the room and whispered something to Kang Shiji. Kang Shiji nodded, showing no emotion. After the servant left, Kang Shiji spoke, "Sure enough, it's useless. That guy doesn't seem easy to control. I told you probing is useless. Why not follow my plan? We reveal our identities directly, invite Chi Yiming to Gemini, and then find an opportunity to eliminate him and push a puppet onto the planet." Lu Xingyang casually tossed the cards in his hand onto the table. "Will Chi Yiming's subordinates approve of the person we choose?" Wu Feiling asked unhappily. "Then what do you say we should do?" Lu Xingyang sounded a little annoyed. Kang Shiji tried to persuade him, "Calm down, it's no big deal. I don't believe Chi Yiming's circle is entirely united." The two men, ready to argue, simultaneously looked at Kang Shiji, with Wu Feiling the first to ask, "What's your plan?" "I heard there's a man named Lu Bishu around Chi Yiming. He's a money-grubbing individual, and he's been with him for a long time. Pushing him to the top would make it easier for Chi Yiming's old subordinates to accept him. We could try to win him over." After Kang Shiji shared his plan, everyone was silent for a long time. Finally, Wu Feiling made the final decision, "Try this method first. Don't expose us until we're absolutely sure. Don't worry about that. When have I ever made a mistake?" With their new plan, the three of them broke up. Let's talk about Chi Yiming. After bringing Xue Ming to the engineer, Xue Ming went completely berserk. Especially after seeing the technological heritage Chi Yiming showed him. He immediately kicked Chi Yiming out of the laboratory, and vowed not to leave the engineer until he had mastered something. Chi Yiming was happy to save his words. After calling Song Boiwi from the Academy of Sciences, and giving him a few instructions, he returned to the Xiefeng and headed back to Gaia. Back on Gaia, Chi Yiming served as the head of state for several months. He accompanied Fang Min and Lu Bishu to inspect the progress of many engineering projects. Aside from the slow progress of the Battleship production line, Chi Yiming was otherwise quite satisfied with the current state of human technology. After all, many projects rely solely on human effort. Building 3 airports with different functions in Gaia's synchronous orbit in just 6 months was a remarkable feat. During this time, Wang Shuhua returned from the Landu system once. First, he returned to Gaia to receive a newly reorganized fleet. For 6 months, the engineer worked day and night, and combined with the tireless work of the various colony recruitment offices, he finally received the replenishment fleet that Wang Shuhua should have received 6 months ago. At this point, the Landu system had over 7,000 warships. Although there were no battleships, Wang Shuhua had become enamored with the Venom Fang-class cruisers after their performance in previous battles. Thus, apart from the over 100 battle cruisers and 2 battleships captured from the Commercial Alliance, the majority of his fleet consisted of Venom Fang-class cruisers. Adding to the Landu system's unique navigational conditions, its defenses were virtually impregnable. If the Commercial Alliance wanted to retake the Landu system, it would have to deploy more than a dozen fully staffed fleets. That's nearly 100,000 warships of various types. Not only could the Commercial Alliance not afford them, but even if they couldn't just dump them all into the Landu system at once, given their own internal turmoil. As for the Fei family's territory, newly joined by the new Federation, under Yi Lu's high-handed rule, they fought several small-scale fleet battles, and finally completely absorbed the territory the Fei family had severed from the Yunhuan Federation. The Yunhuan Federation didn't even issue a statement, merely publishing a condemnatory article of less than 100 words on a small domestic information platform. The Yunhuan Federation was indeed frightened by Chi Yiming's sudden move, fearing that if they expressed too much vehemently, Chi Yiming would attack with his fleet, potentially forcing the Yunhuan Federation's leadership and the government into exile. Chapter 210. After parting with the other two, Kang Shiji returned to his residence, summoned his confidant, whispered a few words, and signaled him to go off to work. He himself dozed comfortably in a suspended rocking chair. 2 weeks later, a wealthy businessman in formal attire arrived on Gaia with a large entourage. After disembarking, he went directly to the Federal Commercial Department on Gaia's surface. Lu Bishu was currently processing a large pile of documents in his office. A secretary knocked on the door and said, "Director Lu, the business representatives of Gemini Sanjiao Group are here. When would you like to meet them?" Lu Bishu stretched himself. "I finished the paperwork. I have some coffee." Have them wait in the reception room. I'll be right there. The secretary responded and closed the office door. A few minutes later, Lu Bishu arrived in the reception room and enthusiastically addressed Chung Xianbin, who was dressed in a formal suit. "Oh, I heard a lot about Sanjiao Group." Chung Xianbin stood up and shook Lu Bishu's hand. No, Director Lu, we're honored that you remember our group. I wonder what your group has in store for Capital Star this time?" Lu Bishu asked, motioning for Chung Xianbin to sit next to him. Chung Xianbin pulled out an electronic document from his assistant and said, "This is our Sanjiao Group's business license application. I hope Director Lu will approve it as soon as possible." Lu Bishu burst into laughter. "Mr. Chung, do you really need to come all the way here for such a small matter?" Their conversation lasted only half an hour before Chung Xianbin and his men left the government building. Before leaving, however, he left Lu Bishu with an invitation for the Twin Star promotion dinner. As the director of the Federation's commercial department, Lu Bishu was obliged to attend a business dinner hosted by a large conglomerate like Sanjiao Group. So that evening, Lu Bishu dressed up for the dinner. Halfway through the dinner, Chung Xianbin invited Lu Bishu to a guest room again, under the pretext of a business proposal. Upon arriving, Lu Bishu knew that this was the time for Chung Xianbin to reveal his true purpose for visiting Gaia. In reality, it wasn't anything shameful. Sanjiao Group's request was simple. They hoped Lu Bishu would arrange for the head of state to visit Gemini and offer a few compliments, a form of publicity. To achieve his goal, Chung Xianbin personally gifted Lu Bishu some Gemini specialties, which were, of course, quite valuable. Lu Bishu saw no reason for this and agreed. The next day, after seeing Chung Xianbin and his group off, Lu Bishu began to work on the project. The whole thing went surprisingly smoothly. Qi Yiming, who had been wanting to slack off, immediately agreed after hearing Lu Bishu's story about the Sanjiao Group. So, a week after Chung Xianbin and his group left Gaia, Qi Yiming commanded the Xiafeng and embarked on a vacation to Gemini in the Lost Galaxy. Lu Bishu had originally wanted to go too, but with Qi Yiming gone, so much pressure fell on him and Fang Min, and he had no choice but to return to the surface of Gaia with his head down. On the third night after Qi Yiming's departure, Lu Bishu returned to his residence after get-off work as usual. As he called the smart butler to turn on the lights in his room, he suddenly felt a cold dagger pressed against his waist, followed by a quiet warning, "Don't move. We don't want to hurt you." As a high-ranking official in the Federation, Lu Bishu naturally had his own security detail. Strangely, even knowing these men had pinned him to a chair, the security detail didn't raise a single alarm. The lights in the room flicked on, and when Lu Bishu tried to see who had kidnapped him, he found no one inside. While Lu Bishu was still wondering, the air in front of him suddenly twisted, and two soldiers in exoskeleton armor appeared before him. Lu Bishu whispered, "Optical stealth armor?" When one of the two men removed his helmet, revealing his face, Lu Bishu nearly cried out. But he managed to suppress his voice. "Chung Xianbin? Director Lu, good evening." Chung Xianbin slipped his dagger into the sheath on the outside of his right leg, and glared at Lu Bishu with a wicked smile. "You're not the executive director of Sanjiao Group." No. I am. But I'm also the leader of the Awakened Alliance." The Awakened Alliance? Lu Bishu had heard of this organization. He had originally thought it posed no threat. After all, the group just sent to mine claimed to be members of the Awakened Alliance. But what Lu Bishu didn't expect was that this organization had actually acquired this exoskeleton armor with optical stealth capabilities. Lu Bishu knew he was doomed to lose tonight, so he suppressed his nervousness and asked the other party, "What do you want to do?" To his surprise, the other party said to Lu Bishu, "Sir, do you want to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the new Federation?" "What do you mean?" "To become the next head of the new Federation." "Are you stupid?" Lu Bishu looked at Chung Xianbin with an idiotic look. "Our head of state is Mr. Qi Yiming." No. Mr. Qi will soon be a thing of the past." At these words, Lu Bishu's body stiffened noticeably, his mind reminiscing about Qi Yiming, who was currently on his way to Gemini. Then, in a trembling voice, he said, "Are you going to assassinate the Führer?" Chung Xianbin smiled again. "Mr. Lu, do you think you still have a way out?" Lu Bishu's head buzzed, like a thunderclap in his ears. But having calmed down, Lu Bishu smiled and said to Chung Xianbin, "I only suggested that the Führer inspect Gemini. I didn't participate in the assassination. This excuse can't threaten me. Then, if I release this video, what will Wang Shu Huayi Lu and the others think?" Chung Xianbin opened his personal terminal and played a silent video. In the video, Lu Bishu was accepting a gift from Chung Xianbin. Seeing this, Lu Bishu sank down in his chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Originally, accepting gifts was at most a bribery offense, but when combined with Qi Yiming's accidental death on Gemini, the situation became more complex. Lu Bishu had reason to believe that Wang Shuhua, Yi Lu, and the others would immediately rip him to pieces. After a while, Lu Bishu whispered, "What are your chances of success?" "Don't worry, we won't be too obvious. Mr. Qi will definitely die from a level 6 alien infection. At that time, our Awakened Alliance will fully support your campaign for the new head of state. Believe me, with our financial resources, it would be easy for us to secure your seat on the head of state." Lu Bishu smiled helplessly and said, "You underestimate Qi Yiming. Now that we're aboard, I help you with a few more things." So Lu Bishu unloaded all the information he knew about Qi Yiming on Cheng Xianbin, hoping that with more detailed information, they could devise a more comprehensive plan to successfully keep Qi Yiming on Gemini. Chapter 211. 2 days after Lu Bishu was forced to join the group, Fang Min received an electronic report from the intelligence department. The report stated that, while their interrogation of the captured Awakened Alliance members yielded no concrete results, some high-ranking individuals had received transfers of varying amounts from the same account. The intelligence department traced the account and discovered that it was located on Gemini, which alarmed Fang Min. He knew Qi Yiming had just departed for Gemini. It couldn't have been such a coincidence, so he thought of Lu Bishu, who had been instrumental in this matter. Fang Min was reluctant to connect this matter with Lu Bishu. After all, they had worked together for so long, and there was a certain friendship. To confirm whether this matter was related to Lu Bishu, Fang Min met with him privately. The conversation was normal, and Lu Bishu's innocent expression throughout made it difficult for Fang Min to detect any flaws. After Lu Bishu left, Fang Min immediately dispatched a messenger, instructing him to retrieve Qi Yiming at all costs, or at least inform Qi Yiming before he reached Gemini. The rest was up to fate. After returning to his residence, Lu Bishu immediately informed Cheng Xianbin of the incident. He instructed Cheng Xianbin to find a way to eliminate Fang Min. To Lu Bishu, Fang Min was a ticking time bomb, poised to explode and injure him at any moment. That night, a fire broke out in Fang Min's residence. Although the intelligent firefighting system quickly extinguished the blaze, when rescuers arrived, they found only a severely burned body. Fang Min's sudden death finally eased Lu Bishu's turbulent nerves. 3 days later, Lu Bishu mysteriously disappeared while attending Fang Min's funeral. This sent all officials on Gaia into a state of panic. With 2 high-ranking officials in trouble in a row, it was clear someone was targeting the new Federation. The previously functioning Gaia government suddenly collapsed. But surprisingly, Lu Bishu reappeared in the government office building 3 days after his disappearance. Thanks to his efforts, the paralyzed Gaia government was once again functioning. Lu Bishu's reputation among Gaia officials also rose significantly. No one knew where Lu Bishu had been during those 3 days. However, after his return, Lu Bishu began actively contacting officials at all levels, holding small banquets every 2 days and large ones every 3 days. At these banquets, Lu Bishu often used his superior status to try to win over all officials. Some politically sensitive people had already sensed something unusual. That night, after another banquet, Lu Bishu returned exhausted to his residence. Upon opening the door, 2 men wearing optically invisible exoskeleton armor stood inside. Lu Bishu was no longer surprised. "Where have you been these past 3 days?" It was Cheng Xianbin. "My former comrades died because of me. What's wrong with me going out to relax?" Lu Bishu said confidently. "It's best this way. I hope you understand that you have no other options. Don't threaten me. I might have turned against you before, but now that Fang Min has been killed, even if you put a gun to my head and force me off the boat, I won't leave." Cheng Xianbin nodded and continued, "According to the timeline, Qi Yiming is almost a Gemini. You're not far from reaching the pinnacle of power in the new Federation. You better behave yourself for the time being. However, you've done a pretty good job of winning over officials, so keep it up." Lu Bishu gave a wry smile. "Are you done? If you are, please leave. I'm tired and need to rest." Cheng Xianbin didn't get angry. He turned on his stealth function and returned to the room Lu Bishu had arranged for them. The next day, Lu Bishu returned to his office. Qin Cheng, Commander-in-Chief of the Internal Security Forces, was already waiting there. Lu Bishu approached Qin Cheng with a fawning expression. He pulled out his personal terminal and played the conversation he had had with Cheng Xianbin last night. Then he whispered, "Brother Chen, you heard it all. I was truly forced." Qin Cheng looked at Lu Bishu expressionlessly. "I will tell Mr. Qi the truth about your situation. I can't guarantee how I handle you, but as long as you cooperate with us and perform this scene well, I believe Mr. Chi won't take your life. Lu Bishu continued in a flattering voice, of course. I will cooperate with you. Chen Chung then returned to the Internal Security Force headquarters. Sitting in his office was another person, Fong Min, who had died in the fire 2 days prior. Chen Chung drank a large glass of water before saying to Fong Min, Mr. Chi is truly remarkable. When Lu Bishu was pushing for the Gemini trip, none of us noticed anything was wrong. Mr. Chi was the only one who said there was something peculiar about Lu Bishu. Yes, I even complained to the Führer back then. How could a head of state so easily abandon government affairs and wander off? Fong Min's head was bald, the light from the room gleaming on it. Chi Yiming was sitting on the bridge of the Siefeng, chatting with his adjutant. Before departing, he secretly summoned Chen Chung and instructed him to keep a close eye on Lu Bishu. Chen Chung, still unsure what was going on, asked curiously. Chi Yiming explained that Lu Bishu was usually very cautious and never actively recommended Chi Yiming for anything. However, during this Gemini inspection, Lu Bishu had been very proactive in facilitating the project, which made Chi Yiming suspicious. He told Chen Chung that if Lu Bishu wasn't seriously involved, then he must have accepted bribes and acted as a lobbyist for the Gemini businessmen. He considered keeping an eye on Lu Bishu as part of an anti-corruption operation. Unexpectedly, Chi Yiming's guess was spot on. Just 2 days after Chi Yiming left, members of the Internal Security Force, who were ambushing near Lu Bishu's residence, noticed something unusual about him. First, the amount of garbage sent out daily had increased, as Lu Bishu had always lived alone. Moreover, time at home was limited, so the amount of garbage collected daily was minimal. But since Chi Yiming left, a robot vacuum cleaner at Lu Bishu's house had been removing more than double the usual amount of garbage every day. What puzzled the surveillance team was that they found no trace of a second person in Lu Bishu's home. Desperate, they requested more advanced detection equipment from their superiors. This was a major development. Upon arrival, they discovered 2 unfamiliar figures in Lu Bishu's home. They rescued Fong Min from a fire a few days later, and conveniently dumped the body of one of Fong Min's security team members at the scene. The deceased security team member was Chung Xiandan, who had kidnapped a security team member on leave to facilitate the arson attack, murdered him, and then replaced him. Because the security team member wasn't a personal bodyguard and didn't show up during work, no one noticed. If the internal security forces hadn't discovered this earlier, Fong Min might have had to hold a proper funeral. Chapter 212. What should we do next? Fong Min asked, stroking his bald head. Capture him. We have to get to the bottom of this before Mr. Chi arrives at Gemini, Chen Chung said firmly. So, the intelligence department, with the cooperation of the internal security force, launched the operation to capture Chung Xiandan that very night. Thanks to Lu Bishu's cooperation, the arrest operation encountered only a minor mishap. Lu Bishu was accidentally injured and his arm was broken. Ultimately, Chung Xiandan was captured alive, while another person, who had been staying with Chung Xiandan at Lu Bishu's home, was shot dead on the spot. The intelligence department worked overtime throughout the night to interrogate him. Unexpectedly, Chung Xiandan, who appeared unusually strong, confessed everything without resistance after seeing the interrogation tools the intelligence department had produced. This revealed the 3 old men behind the Sanjiao group. Since being caught up by Fong Min's messenger, Chi Yiming had been stopping and starting, treating it like an inspection. Whenever he arrived at an administrative planet, he would stay there for 2 days to learn about local developments. Finally, the day before entering the Lost Galaxy, he received the encrypted intelligence from Chen Chung. Reading the description in the intelligence, Chi Yiming couldn't help but smile. These people are truly unrepentant. They actually want to attack me. He Zhenju, who had accompanied Chi Yiming this time, took the intelligence from Chi Yiming and read it carefully. How should I deal with them? After all, we are from the same era. These people deserve to die. Even if they don't seek revenge for their loved ones, who died at the hands of the Zerg, they can't prevent others from seeking revenge just to enjoy their lives. That's settled, kill them. Chi Yiming had already mentally sentenced these 3 men to death. He was simply upset to see his former comrades fall to such a low point, and simply wanted to talk it out. Do you need to mobilize the fleet? He Zhenju asked softly, watching Chi Yiming's murderous intent grow. Chi Yiming shook his head. No, the Siefeng is enough. Intelligence says they don't have many armed forces. On Gemini, the 3 old men still gathered daily to play landlord, occasionally finding other activities to spice up their monotonous lives. This kind of life was something they hadn't even imagined in the former Human Federation. Old Kong, did the people you sent reply? Wu Feiling asked Kong Shiji, who was also lying next to him, as he leaned back in the massage chair, enjoying the services of the robot. Kang Shiji let out a deeply pleasurable groan before slowly saying, I just received news a few days ago that Qi Yiming is on his way, and they already taken care of Lu Bishu. Everything is going according to plan. Lu Zhenyang, who was sitting nearby, fiddling with a handicraft, said unhappily, Don't get too complacent yet. It won't be too late to celebrate once we truly eliminated Qi Yiming and put Lu Bishu in power. Kang Shiji smiled and said to Lu Zhenyang, The rest of the matter is up to you. You're the best assassin among the three of us. I already prepared it. I guarantee it be flawless. With that, Lu Zhenyang tossed the handicraft he was fiddling with and quickly left the gathering place. 3 days later, the Xiafeng arrived at the Lost Galaxy on time. Qi Yiming gazed intently at the two pale blue stars in the galaxy's center. A long-lost smile appeared on his face, as if he were recalling something joyful. The reception ship sent by Sanjiao Group had been waiting near the jumping bridge long before. As soon as it spotted the Xiafeng, it sent a call to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming, intent on putting on a complete show, had the communications director connect the call. The screen showed a beautiful young woman, her professional attire striking a chord with Qi Yiming. Sir, welcome to Gemini. I'm your tour guide. I wonder if I might have the honor of boarding your battleship and explaining the beauty of Gemini to you in person. Qi Yiming didn't refuse. The young woman soon arrived at the bridge of the Xiafeng. Although she was extremely curious about the battleship's interior, her superb professionalism suppressed her urge to look around and focused on explaining the history of Gemini to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming, however, wondered, when would those three old men make their move? Qi Yiming truly didn't want to play cat and mouse with them. Thankfully, Gemini was indeed a truly beautiful place. After spending the next few days, with a guide visiting several cosmic wonders, Qi Yiming finally grew bored. These sights were nothing new to Qi Yiming, who had spent years aboard warships. However, with the occupants still nowhere to act, Qi Yiming lost his patience and prepared to act immediately. He Zhenju commanded the Lightning Destroyer and the Guardian Frigate to rapidly enter the Gemini atmosphere, heading straight for the villa of the Sanjiao Group's mastermind. But before He Zhenju could lock onto her target, the Lightning's hull suddenly vibrated violently, under fire from a bursting laser beam from Gemini's high orbit. It's a Blade-class battleship. Qi Yiming immediately warned He Zhenju over the fleet channel. How could there be a Blade-class battleship here? He Zhenju stared in horror at the behemoth that suddenly appeared in Gemini's high orbit. At this moment, a gloomy voice echoed over the wide-area communication channel of the disassembled Xiafeng and Lightning. Kang Shiji, you idiot! You didn't even know your own men had been captured, and you're still smugly telling us to wait for good news. If I hadn't seen the situation and returned to the Resurrectionist early, you might have tricked me. Qi Yiming frowned at the Resurrectionist, puzzled. Fong Min and the others had been so secretive. How could they have leaked information? Forget it. If Old Man Khan could send someone, why can't I? Qi Yiming suddenly realized. After all this time, this man still had a backup plan. It wasn't surprising. Since they'd been discovered, there was nothing more to say. It was just a skirmish. I long heard the Strategic Strike Fleet's warships are formidable, but unfortunately I never had the opportunity to fight them. Lu Zhenyang's voice grew increasingly excited, a clear warmonger. Since you're so eager to know the Strategic Strike Fleet's combat capabilities, I grant your wish today. Qi Yiming sounded the battle alarm aboard the Xiafeng, immediately recalling the detached Lightning. How could Lu Zhenyang allow the Lightning to escape the Gemini star's atmosphere so easily? He had already moved above the Lightning, ahead of the Xiafeng, and with all his weapons fully charged, he waited for the Lightning to emerge from the atmosphere. Chapter 213. Although He Zhenju wasn't a professional warship commander, she knew the common sense that the first bird to stick its head out gets hammered. So, the Lightning didn't rush out of Gemini's atmosphere, but instead flew rapidly within it toward the Xiafeng's location. Haha. Your men are quite good. Lu Zhenyang teased He Zhenju over the wide-area communication line. Qi Yiming ignored Lu Zhenyang and instead addressed He Zhenju in the Fleet Communications Squadron. Don't rush out of the atmosphere. If you do, we won't be able to regroup quickly enough, and the Lightning would be in great danger. Then what should we do? Without the Lightning and the Guardian, the Xiafeng's combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. He Zhenju sounded extremely anxious. Qi Yiming said calmly, Don't underestimate the modular warships of the Strategic Strike Fleet. Besides, the Xiafeng and the Resurrection are both battleships. I can't say anything else, but we're more than capable of taking them down. Hearing Qi Yiming's words, He Zhenju felt reassured. After Qi Yiming calmed He Zhenju down, he focused on dealing with Lu Zhenyang. Both warships were battleships. Although the Xiafeng belonged to the Strategic Strike Fleet, the overall combat power of the two warships wasn't much different. Qi Yiming had lied to Hijinju because he feared she might act rashly and destroy the disassembled lightning. Even if he succeeded in sinking the Resurrectionist, Qi Yiming would lose his greatest asset against the Zerg, and his dream of revenge against the Zerg would likely be over. The Resurrectionist, launching a sudden attack, seized the initiative, firing a salvo of its main guns while the Zuthengist was recharging its weapons. The Xiafeng battleship didn't dodge or evade, taking the Resurrection's barrage head-on. The starboard armor was pierced in multiple spots, revealing the internal structure. If it were hit again, the Xiafeng would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. After being struck, the Xiafeng also launched its first salvo of main gun fire. Unlike the Resurrection's burst lasers, the Xiafeng's 3 super heavy main guns inflicted greater damage on the Resurrection. The Resurrection's outer armor began to melt under the prolonged attack of the purple energy beams from the super heavy main guns. Seconds later, the purple beams penetrated the outer armor and struck the Resurrection's structural layer. To prevent casualties, Lu Xinjiang directed the Resurrection to perform a small maneuver, preventing the super heavy main guns from firing a single energy beam for a prolonged period. I didn't expect the super heavy main guns would be the first to be equipped on the Strategic Strike Fleet. Qi Yiming was stunned. While the Strategic Strike Fleet had already been equipped with super heavy main guns, upgrades for other classes of warships hadn't yet begun, so Lu Xinjiang's Resurrectionist didn't have any super heavy main guns. However, information about the main guns of this new type of warship wasn't generally accessible to ordinary people. Lu Xinjiang's knowledge of it clearly indicated his status was definitely not ordinary. You know quite a lot. It seems you had a high level of confidentiality during the Federation era. LV Xinjiang knew Qi Yiming was trying to trick him, so he didn't respond. After the Resurrectionist completed a small maneuver, he immediately ordered the weapons officer to fire another salvo of main guns. This time, the Xiafeng didn't remain stationary and wait to be attacked. It also performed a small maneuver, attempting to evade the attack. However, the two sides were too close, and the burst lasers struck the Xiafeng in the blink of an eye. The Xiafeng's starboard side was struck again by hundreds of burst lasers, scattering shattered outer armor everywhere. Oh, I forgot to tell you. While the Resurrectionist lacks super heavy main guns, its fire control radar is not much weaker than the probe. Qi Yiming was immediately alerted when the other party called out the probe's name. He had originally thought that Lu Xinjiang's knowledge of the super heavy main guns was impressive, but he hadn't expected him to know the code names of the modular warships in the Strategic Strike Fleet. This was quite intriguing. Qi Yiming immediately asked over the wide-area communication channel, "Who are you?" The code names of every modular warship in the Strategic Strike Fleet are top secret. How could you possibly know them? The other party suddenly burst into laughter, cursing as he laughed. Back then, all the supplies for your Strategic Strike Fleet had to be signed by me. Who do you think I am? Lu Xinjiang? Deputy Chief General Lu? Qi Yiming exclaimed. Hijinju was equally stunned. Neither of them had expected the Resurrectionist's captain to be Vice Chief Lu, formerly of the Human Federation's General Logistics and Equipment Department. As they paused, Lu Xinjiang continued, "Is the War Spear's particle lance almost ready for attack?" Qi Yiming subconsciously checked the particle lance's charging progress. Just as Lu Xinjiang had said, it would be ready in just 15 seconds. Then I should be leaving. I leave those two idiots on Gemini as a welcome gift to you. With that, Lu Xinjiang commanded the Resurrectionist to accelerate out of Gemini's orbit. Just left like that? By the time Qi Yiming realized what was happening, the Resurrectionist had already entered the jump channel. Hijinju then commanded the lightning to leap out of Gemini's atmosphere and quickly reunite with the Xiafeng, reuniting as a single entity. Returning to the Xiafeng's bridge, Hijinju nervously asked Qi Yiming, "Should we pursue them?" Qi Yiming spread his hands. "How can we pursue them? It's obvious they don't want to fight us to the death. This was planned long ago. Then what should we do next? Let's capture the remaining two first." Meanwhile, the other two behind-the-scenes bosses of the Sanjiao group remained unaware of what had happened. They each enjoyed a comfortable life in their villa, dreaming of becoming emperors emeritus. Suddenly, the villa's closed gate was thrown open by a group of soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor. They rushed into the villa's courtyard and quickly dispersed, surrounding the villa tightly. Kang Shiji, not understanding the situation, glanced at his robe and cursed loudly from the villa window. "Which blind dares to break into my villa?" The soldier seemed oblivious to Kang Shiji and simply stood there silently. "Hey, you grown quite capable now. Call your commander. I want to see who's so audacious. I kill him." "Mr. Kang, you're so arrogant." Qi Yiming, wearing a distinctively marked exoskeleton armor, slowly approached the villa courtyard and looked up at Kang Shiji through the window. Knowing my reputation, you still dared to lead your men to surround my villa? Do you really want to die? Qi Yiming remained silent, slowly removing his airtight helmet, revealing a face that looked starkly different from his age. You're Qi Yiming. Kang Shiji finally realized. As a businessman, he might not recognize others, but he definitely had to remember the face of the new Federation's leader. Chapter 214. Over a decade of complacency had nearly sapped Kang Shiji's ruthlessness in battling the Zerg. When he realized his plan had failed, and would lead to his own demise, Kang Shiji acted like an old dog wagging its tail for mercy. He prostrated himself on the ground, begging Qi Yiming for mercy. Looking at Kang Shiji's snot-covered face, Qi Yiming instantly lost interest in talking to him. He randomly pointed to 2 members of the internal security force and said, "Lock them up and take them back to Gaia." Next up was Wu Feiling, a slightly more resourceful old man than Kang Shiji. When Qi Yiming and his men surrounded his villa, Wu Feiling strolled out of the room and said to Qi Yiming without a trace of guilt, "Winners take all. You win. I accept defeat." Qi Yiming had never seen such a straightforward person before. Qi Yiming didn't waste any words and ordered his men to detain Wu Feiling. On the way back to Gaia, Qi Yiming interrogated the 2 men separately. They didn't give much useful information. These 2 idiots didn't even know Lu Xinjiang's true identity. When Qi Yiming mentioned the former Chief Lu of the Human Federation's General Equipment Department, they both shook their heads and denied Lu Xinjiang's identity. This left Qi Yiming a little confused. Wu Feiling and Kang Shiji were both soldiers. Even if they were slacking off, they should at least know the Chief of Equipment's name, right? What made Qi Yiming and the others laugh and cry was that the 2 men had previously suspected Lu Xinjiang's identity, but he had always evaded them by claiming they had the same name. But that wasn't the point. The main point was Qi Yiming's desire to learn from these 2 men whether Lu Xinjiang had other hiding places. To Qi Yiming's disappointment, the 2 men knew nothing about Lu Xinjiang's whereabouts except his residence. Qi Yiming was so angry that he wanted to whip them. But Qi Yiming had indeed wronged them. Lu Xinjiang had no secret shelters other than his permanent residence on Gemini. So, after escaping from Gemini, Lu Xinjiang suddenly lost his only place to stay. Now, he could only command the Resurrectionist, hiding in various places within the new Federation to avoid Qi Yiming's arrest warrant. "I can't stay in the new Federation anymore," Lu Xinjiang muttered quietly as he stood on the Resurrectionist's bridge. His eyes were fixed on the holographic star map before him, unblinking. After a while, Lu Xinjiang's adjutant approached him and said, "Captain, we're running low on supplies." Lu Xinjiang nodded to indicate his understanding, his eyes never leaving the star map. Though Lu Xinjiang appeared calm on the surface, he was actually furious. Clearly, all his mistakes were to blame on Qi Yiming. If Qi Yiming hadn't suddenly attacked the commercial alliance, he might still be living a life of luxury. Now, let alone luxury, even finding a safe place to survive has become a luxury. Desperate, Lu Xinjiang had no choice but to flee the new Federation. Although Qi Yiming immediately issued a warrant for Lu Xinjiang's arrest, Lu Xinjiang was far more cunning than expected. After mobilizing all the resources at his disposal, he successfully escaped the new Federation's control and entered the commercial alliance. Due to a lack of supplies along the way, 1/3 of the crew of the Resurrectionists starved to death. What's horrifying is that during the Resurrectionists' first resupply after escaping the new Federation, no one mentioned the disposal of the bodies. The bodies of the crew members who died of starvation seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace. Before Qi Yiming conquered the Lost Galaxy, Lu Xinjiang was already a well-known businessman within the business alliance, so news of his successful escape from the new Federation quickly spread within their circles. Originally, Lu Xinjiang had planned to sell the bearer securities he had brought from Gemini, which would have provided him with enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Tragically, his unharmed escape from the new Federation became a pretext for suspicion. That day, he was invited to a friend's home. But before he could even settle down, he was surrounded by intelligence agents rushing out from all sides. Despite Lu Xinjiang's former position as Vice Minister of the Human Federation, he remained timid in the face of the armed intelligence agents, fearing they might shoot him if he got angry. After being taken away by the intelligence department, Lu Xinjiang was interrogated for dozens of days, tormenting him to the point of exhaustion, spilling out everything he could and couldn't say. This had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. A former deputy director of the Human Logistics and Equipment Department, even standing on the podium and discussing the weapons and equipment he had seen, would have kept a group of scientists busy for hours. Thus began Lu Xinjiang's hellish existence. But none of this mattered to Qi Yiming. After returning to Gaia, Qi Yiming handed Kang Shiji and the other two over to the intelligence department, and he accompanied Chen Cheng to meet the imprisoned Lu Bishu. Lu Bishu had lost his former glory. The mental strain of his imprisonment had left him emaciated. Upon seeing Qi Yiming, Lu Bishu immediately rose from the ground and, weeping bitterly, told Qi Yiming, "Headmaster, I was truly forced into this. At the time, I truly believed they were merely trying to promote me." Qi Yiming interrupted Lu Bishu, "Don't tell me. We already learned the details from the captured Cheng Xianbin. Although you had no knowledge of the assassination, your acceptance of bribes was a real occurrence." Qi Yiming listened for a long time, seemingly considering how to deal with Lu Bishu. Lu Bishu, likewise, stared intently at Qi Yiming, fearing he might say, "Take him out and execute him." Thankfully, Qi Yiming didn't intend to execute Lu Bishu. He simply stripped him down to the ground and sent him to a resource star for mining. After dealing with these matters, Qi Yiming thought the matter was over. However, to his surprise, Lu Zhenyang contacted Qi Yiming a month later. He sent a letter to Qi Yiming through a friend who still lived in the new Federation. The letter's content was simple. Qi Yiming surrendered, or he would lead the coalition forces of several nations to attack the new Federation. At first, Qi Yiming was not prepared to take it seriously, but when he learned that the Commercial Alliance had achieved a major breakthrough in military technology with Lu Zhenyang's help, he knew war was inevitable. Although he didn't know the specific technological breakthroughs, Lu Zhenyang's confident statement suggested they believed they had the new Federation in their sights. Qi Yiming certainly wouldn't sit idly by. After receiving Lu Zhenyang's message of persuasion, he immediately issued a mobilization order. The sudden mobilization order completely disrupted the development plans of various administrative planets in the new Federation, and a large number of young men of military age were drafted into the army. Chapter 215. Qi Yiming was deeply surprised by Lu Zhenyang's transformation from a prisoner to the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Qi Yiming wondered what Lu Jinyu had done for the Commercial Alliance to warrant such a dramatic transformation. But it was simply fate. After revealing his true identity, Lu Jinyu was dragged around like a mascot to give lectures at various research institutes within the Commercial Alliance. The topics he presented weren't profound science or technology. Lu Jinyu wasn't proficient in that. He simply shared some of the technological trends of the former Human Federation and his understanding of certain weaponry. While his explanations were brief, they were sufficient for the Commercial Alliance scientists to consider. Soon, Research Institute 221, affiliated with the Commercial Alliance's General Science and Technology Department, produced results. This institute originally studied high-energy particle streams. After Lu Zhenyang explained the design principles behind the War Spear, they quickly achieved a major breakthrough in high-energy particle weapons. Thanks to the efforts of the scientists, the first particle cannon was produced in less than 2 weeks. While its power was less than 1/10 that of the War Spear, the attack intensity of this main gun already rivaled that of the super-heavy main guns on the Snow Peak. With the prototype, thanks to the joint efforts of all parties, a mature mass-produced product quickly emerged, and the Commercial Alliance's fleet armament upgrades entered the fast lane. In less than 6 months, nearly half of the battleships had been equipped with high-energy particle cannons. Tests have shown that this main gun can easily penetrate the battleship's outer armor at a range of 20 light minutes. This gave the Commercial Alliance immense confidence, and the counterinsurgency war, already nearing its end, was quickly brought to a close with the addition of new weapons. At this time, Lu Zhenyang's status also quietly shifted. Because of his knowledge of the Xiefeng, he was hired by the Commercial Alliance as a military advisor. Qi Yiming's expulsion from the new Federation had caused Lu Zhenyang considerable suffering, and he blamed Qi Yiming for all of this. Therefore, he spared no effort in providing the Commercial Alliance with intelligence related to the Xiefeng. The more the Commercial Alliance leaders learned about the Xiefeng, the more they feared it. When they learned that the Xiefeng would eventually become the main gun of a Titan flagship, the Commercial Alliance leaders were shocked. The Xiefeng was already difficult to deal with. If they were to upgrade the warship's capabilities, how would they survive? So, after deliberation, the Commercial Alliance leaders decided that the Lottering Republic, the Taro Empire, and the Yunhuan Federation would launch a counterattack, determined to strangle Qi Yiming's new federation and the Xiefeng in its infancy. From this point on, the largest and most diverse war in this universe since humanity entered the universe was imminent. Endless warfare would be extremely detrimental to the development of the new federation. But Qi Yiming had no choice but to do so. For stable development, a stable external environment was essential. Thankfully, since Xueming joined the new Federation Academy, the analysis of the technological heritage had been significantly accelerated. Qi Yiming no longer expected the Academy to analyze Stargate technology. What he desired most was a highly automated and intelligent warship production line. Although the engineers were constantly adding to the new Federation's fleet, it was still a drop in the bucket. Qi Yiming's initial steps were a bit too ambitious, and they were a mistake. If, as Liu Xinjiang said, the new Federation was attacked by several countries, Qi Yiming had reason to believe they would be caught in the dilemma of fighting on two fronts. With the current size of the new Federation's fleet, unless it were tripled, it would require nearly 300,000 warships of various types to hold its current territory. But even if Qi Yiming were hung up and whipped, he wouldn't be able to produce that many warships. Desperate, Qi Yiming could only choose to shrink his defenses, trading space for time. He simply abandoned the territory he had stolen from the Cloud Ring Federation, and ordered Yi Lu to quickly lead the fleet back to the Ancestral Star region, deploying defenses along the line from the X213 galaxy to the X221 galaxy. These two galaxies had similar environments to the Lendu galaxy, connected by only a single waterway, making them easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even so, Qi Yiming remained concerned. Although most of the warships produced by the engineer in the past few months have been supplied to Yi Lu, the number of warships she can command is still less than 4,000. But this is the greatest support Qi Yiming can give Yi Lu. Whether or not they can hold this line of defense depends entirely on the enemy's resolve. If all else fails, have Yi Lu blow up the bridge and jump off. Just when Qi Yiming was worried, the Academy of Sciences brought him another piece of good news. Under Xue Ming's leadership, the Academy of Sciences has mastered an intelligent manufacturing system. With this system, Qi Yiming can embark on a leapfrog upgrade of the new Federation's industrial chain. This will not only greatly improve production efficiency, but also free up more manpower. Qi Yiming said to Song Boihui, who had come to claim credit, immediately dispatched personnel to arrange for industrial upgrades, prioritizing the military industry. The rest should be put aside for now. Song Boihui nodded. I arrange it right away. Seeing that Song Boihui showed no sign of leaving, Qi Yiming asked, do you have anything else? I'd like to ask what should be done with the battleship production line next to the engineer. It was originally built to accommodate the battleship sections produced by the engineer. Upgrade, of course. Is that even a question? The question is, this production line was cobbled together, and upgrading it would likely be more troublesome than building a new one. Qi Yiming was stunned. He hadn't expected such a problem to arise. I don't think this production line is finished yet. Yes, it's been less than 6 months since the project was launched, and the entire production line is only halfway built. Qi Yiming felt sick upon hearing this, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. This damn construction speed is seriously holding me back. Curse aside, the problem still needed to be solved. In fact, with the engineers completing the construction in sections, the production efficiency of this battleship assembly line wouldn't necessarily be much lower. In the end, Qi Yiming decided to continue construction and simultaneously build a second intelligent battleship production line in synchronous orbit around the third planet in the Awakener galaxy. After seeing Song Boihui off, Qi Yiming rubbed his brow and prepared to rest. Lately, with so much going on, Qi Yiming had rarely gotten a good night's sleep. He had just settled into his office chair when the door opened again. It was a messenger sent by Wang Shuhua, delivering Wang Shuhua's battle report. On January 22, 3323, our division dispatched 2 reconnaissance ships for reconnaissance. The Commercial Federation has assembled 4 main fleets, 2 main fleets from the Turing Empire, 2 main fleets from the Taro Empire, and several logistics escort fleets in the Landu system and Proxima system. The total number of warships is no less than 90,000. If the enemy attacks, our division will defend the Landu system to the death. Wang Shuhua did not request Qi Yiming to send reinforcements, knowing that Qi Yiming no longer had any spare fleets at his disposal. Qi Yiming looked at the enemy force numbers highlighted in red on the battle report and felt as if a mountain had crushed him. In a war of this magnitude, the Snow Peak's role was actually quite limited. Chapter 216. The third planet in the Landu galaxy orbited its star silently, like a purple crystal. The humans living there habitually called it Violet Star. Ever since the garrison fleet stationed on Violet Star suddenly set sail 3 days ago, many people have been privately discussing whether the commercial alliance is about to strike back. After just a few days of freedom and comfort, the humans on Violet Star have developed a deep resistance to the commercial alliance's rule. As soon as the rumors spread, a large number of Violet Star residents began to relocate their families. As a result, the small shuttles bound for the Ancestral Star region filled the waterway, seriously slowing the delivery of supplies to the fleet. Wang Shuhua was forced to dispatch some troops to maintain order on the waterway, while sending Qi Yiming information on the events in the Landu galaxy. Qi Yiming had never expected this situation. After all, when he had been in the Landu galaxy, the humans on Violet Star had been extremely indifferent, completely unconcerned with the war unfolding in space. Upon learning of Qi Yiming's complete control of the Landu galaxy, the humans of Violet even sent representatives to negotiate with Qi Yiming, expressing their willingness to submit to his leadership. However, this time, the humans of Violet unexpectedly fled, their destination being the heartland of the new Federation. Their demands were simple. They refused to return to the rule of the Commercial Alliance, and would never abandon the new Federation as long as it existed. This was a matter of immense significance to Qi Yiming. It demonstrated that the new Federation had earned the approval of these humans, who would rather uproot their homes than leave it. Against this backdrop, the Commercial Alliance suddenly launched a powerful assault on the Landu system on February 3, 3323. The newly formed 7th and 9th fleets of the Commercial Alliance took turns entering the Landu system, attempting to seize the jump-off point from Wang Shuhua and prepare for the subsequent smooth entry of the army into the Landu system. From the outset, both sides were aiming for a decisive battle. The 7th and 9th fleets, in 4 waves totaling over 20,000 warships, activated the jump-off points and entered the Landu system. Although the attack was sudden, Wang Shuhua had increased his fleet's combat readiness after detecting a large number of enemy ships gathering in the Proxima system, so the surprise attack was not very effective. Led by Wang Shuhua, the only near full-strength fleet of the new Federation, he firmly secured the jump-off point connecting the Landu system to the outside world. The 2 Commercial Alliance fleets, abandoning over 800 warships at the jump-off point, fled the Landu system in a panic. As the commander of the coalition forces, Lu Zhenyang was furious at the performance of the Merchant Alliance fleet. He had never seen such a lack of fighting spirit in a fleet. The 2 fleets, totaling over 20,000 warships, had lost only a mere 800 before hastily retreating. They hadn't even had time to recover the life pods scattered around the battlefield. If this had happened to the fleet of the former Human Federation, the commander's grave would have been covered in grass 2 meters high. Unfortunately, despite his title as the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition forces, he didn't even have the authority to deal with his own commanders. He could only glare at the commander standing before him, who had just escaped from the battlefield, with murderous eyes. "You?" Lu Zhenyang wanted to curse, but seeing the contemptuous smiles on the 2 commanders' faces, he immediately shut up. Finally, he could only wave his hand helplessly, as the 2 men left his flagship. Then he asked the liaison officer assigned to him by the coalition, "Any reports from the Cloud Ring Federation?" The officer shook his head. "It's only been less than 2 days since the war began. The Cloud Ring Federation battlefield is at least 11 million light-years away from us. Deep space communication equipment is completely inaccessible. We can only wait for messengers to relay information. It will take at least 3 to 4 days to get accurate information." The officer wasn't disrespectful to Lu Zhenyang, but his tone was stiff, something Lu Zhenyang had become accustomed to. According to the plan, the new Federation would be attacked simultaneously from 2 directions by the coalition. Unfortunately, while the Cloud Ring Federation had ostensibly agreed to the joint operation, the frontline commanders hadn't yet taken action when the scheduled attack time arrived. This bizarre coalition, with its own agenda, had truly given Lu Zhenyang a headache for quite some time. Fortunately, the Yunhuan Federation's offensive direction wasn't the coalition's primary attack direction. Their mission was to hold back a portion of the new Federation's fleet. Therefore, even if the Yunhuan Federation didn't launch an immediate attack, Qi Yiming didn't dare risk withdrawing his fleet. So, in this respect, the Yunhuan Federation had indeed met Lu Zhenyang's expectations. The problem, however, was that upon discovering this, Qi Yiming immediately realized that the coalition wasn't a monolithic entity. While Qi Yiming couldn't easily dismantle the coalition with a single divisive tactic, it was simply a pipe dream for such a coalition to perfectly execute their battle plan. After 2 days of rest, the Commercial Alliance fleet, under Lu Zhenyang's repeated requests and urging, finally and slowly launched their second attack. This time, Lu Zhenyang directly deployed all 4 fleets assembled by the Commercial Alliance. He had originally planned to deploy 2 fleets from the Commercial Alliance, 1 each from the Taro Empire and the Turing Republic, and launch another attack on the Landu system. Amusingly, the commanders of the Taro Empire and the Turing Republic refused to go into battle, citing a lack of supplies. Lu Zhenyang burst into laughter when he heard this excuse. Thankfully, the Commercial Alliance's attack did not disappoint Lu Zhenyang. Although the battle was extremely difficult, the simultaneous deployment of 4 fleets put immense pressure on Wang Shuhua's fleet. In the end, Wang Shuhua was forced to abandon the Landu system's jumping bridge entrance and implement a focused defensive strategy. This was a plan he had discussed with Qi Yiming. If the jumping bridge position was lost, the new Federation fleet, with only a little over 13,000 warships, would completely lose its advantage in local operations. If Wang Shuhua engaged the enemy head-on under these circumstances, he would face a complete defeat. So, after retreating from the bridge jump point, Wang Shuhua shifted his battlefront to the orbit of the fourth planet in the Landu system. The fourth planet's orbit was filled with various types of defensive equipment, the most eye-catching of which was an electromagnetic railgun over 200 kilometers long. This was a powerful weapon that Qi Yiming had found in the Violet Planet's reserve arsenal after conquering the Landu system. This ultra-large electromagnetic railgun, at full power, could easily penetrate the outer armor of a battleship. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. Qi Yiming only found one in the arsenal. Thankfully, the Commercial Alliance had a limited number of battleships, and one ultra-large electromagnetic railgun was enough to delay the enemy's attack waves, allowing Wang Shuhua to calmly arrange the primary combat missions of each warship. Chapter 217. Wang Shuhua's decision completely pushed the Landu system to the brink. Originally, if he and his fleet had held the area near the jumping bridge, they might have had a chance of repelling the invading fleet. However, the moment he abandoned the jump, the Landu system was doomed. Upon hearing the battle report, Qi Yiming immediately commanded the Xiefeng to depart from the Awakener system. He had to reach the battlefield before the Landu system fell completely, otherwise Wang Shuhua would perish along with the Landu system. Lu Zhenyang was initially surprised by Wang Shuhua's abandonment of the Landu system bridgehead. He briefly wondered if Wang Shuhua had set a trap for him, waiting for him to lead his fleet into it. However, after repeated reconnaissance, he discovered that Wang Shuhua had indeed abandoned his position at the Landu system's jumping bridge exit, which delighted Lu Zhenyang immensely. Soon, the entire coalition fleet passed through the jumping bridge, established a forward base within the Landu system, and deployed a large force to firmly control the jumping bridge. By the time Wang Shuhua realized his strategic misstep was over, it was too late. Desperately, he could only inform the Violet Star government of the current battle situation, and ask them to prepare for takeover by the Commercial Alliance. Originally, the evacuation operation had only involved a small number of people, but after Wang Shuhua's report on the battle situation, the number of people evacuated suddenly increased dramatically. Almost all humans on Violet Star requested to retreat to the heart of the new Federation. Wang Shuhua had made no plans for a targeted evacuation, and seemed completely bewildered by this sudden situation. Thankfully, the Violet Star government was well prepared. After requisitioning a large number of transport ships at midnight, they were able to transport all the citizens who requested evacuation. Faced with this situation, Lu Zhenyang, commander of the coalition forces, was unconcerned. The problem was that the Commercial Alliance's top brass was deeply concerned about the population and demanded an immediate attack and the evacuation of the humans on Violet Planet. Desperately, Lu Zhenyang ordered the fleet to launch a preemptive attack. At approximately midnight on February 23, 3323, the coalition forces launched their largest attack on Wang Shuhua's fleet since the start of the war. They committed almost their entire force to the battlefield. Even from the initial stages of the battle, Wang Shuhua felt overwhelmed. The enemy had stretched their front immensely, with nearly 90,000 warships of various types practically encircling the fourth planet's orbital defenses. To prevent the enemy from intercepting the transports carrying the vast numbers of the impoverished, Wang Shuhua was forced to disperse his already limited forces to various defensive nodes in the fourth planet's orbit. With an absolute advantage in manpower, the coalition's offensive rhythm was remarkably tight. Under the constant urging of the Commercial Alliance's leaders, Lu Zhenyang's originally planned strategy of attacking at various points was forced to shift to a focused breakthrough strategy, aiming to break through the defenses as quickly as possible and intercept the evacuating transport fleet. The battle was extremely fierce, with warships sunk or disabled almost every minute. Fortunately, Wang Shuhua's fleet was significantly superior in overall quality and combat effectiveness to the coalition's, forcing the coalition's focused breakthrough strategy into a war of attrition. However, this situation was also extremely disadvantageous for Wang Shuhua. After all, his side had a clear advantage in terms of warship numbers, and the new Federation's fleet would inevitably be exhausted. The battle lasted from February 23, 3323, to 1 p.m. on February 29. Finally, a huge gap appeared in the new Federation's front line due to the continuous attrition. Captain, the 3rd Regiment's defense line has been breached, and the entire 3rd Regiment has been annihilated. Wang Shuhua's adjutant, reading the newly received battle report, looked at Wang Shuhua with a worried look. Where are our reserves? All the reserves were deployed 3 hours ago. Contact the transport fleet to see how long it will take them to evacuate. I just asked, and they need at least 24 hours. 24 hours. Wang Shuhua muttered softly, it looks like we're going to perish with the Lando system. The adjutant's expression was also resolute. It wasn't because of his high level of awareness, but because his parents and relatives were among the evacuees. Many of Wang Shuhua's soldiers joined the army after the founding of the new federation. They themselves wouldn't believe how deeply they felt about it. But they were willing to sacrifice their lives for their loved ones, to live a more comfortable life. Seeing Wang Shuhua's gloomy expression, the adjutant stepped forward and soothed him. Sir, we will never allow the commercial alliance's fleet to penetrate our defenses. Wang Shuhua remained silent, merely looking at his adjutant with a resolute gaze. He understood why these people were acting this way. Under the rule of the commercial alliance, they had been unable to even leave their home planet. But under the rule of the new federation, everything had changed. Their lives had become more expansive. While citizenship brought benefits along with corresponding responsibilities, the ultimate goal of these responsibilities was to provide a better life for their loved ones and friends. Therefore, these people were willing to follow Wang Shuhua and fight the enemy to the bitter end. The battlefield was constantly filled with scenes that even Wang Shuhua found heartbreaking. Many warships, realizing they were inevitably sunk, would proactively defend their allies from one or more rounds of enemy attack. Wang Shuhua believed that if the enemy got any closer, these warships would relentlessly charge and destroy them all together. Wang Shuhua knew this couldn't continue. If it continued, not only would his fleet be annihilated, but even the evacuating transports would be overtaken by the Merchant Alliance fleet. All ships, attention! Retreat your defenses to the third planet's orbit and fully protect the evacuating fleet. But to Wang Shuhua's despair, by the time all the warships had retreated to the third planet's orbit, the fleet, which originally numbered over 10,000, was reduced to just over 4,000. However, the scope of the third planet's defenses had slightly changed. First, Wang Shuhua's defense area was much smaller. Furthermore, while defending the fourth planet, Wang Shuhua had already deployed minefields in the third planet's orbit to restrict enemy movement. When Lu Xinyan led his fleet to the perimeter of the third planet's defenses, his brow furrowed. The dense network of minefields severely restricted his fleet's deployment. In desperation, he ordered his fleet to attack from the several corridors Wang Shuhua had deliberately left open, while simultaneously dispatching a large number of minesweepers from the rear fleet to carry out mine clearance operations. Just as Wang Shuhua was locked in a difficult battle, Qi Yiming Xiefeng had quietly arrived at the outskirts of the Landu system, bringing with him over 1,000 cruisers. While small in number, they were still a supporting force. Qi Yiming first encountered a transport fleet evacuating the Landu system. He was taken aback by the scene, but he quickly understood the reason. Chapter 218. After arriving in the Landu system, Qi Yiming didn't rush into battle. Instead, he circled the coalition fleet under the cover of the asteroid belt, observing the enemy fleet's various positions. After completing his initial reconnaissance, Qi Yiming contacted Wang Shuhua, who was struggling, and instructed him to delay the enemy's breakthrough of the third planet's defenses. He then commanded the Xiefeng to retreat into the asteroid belt. Wang Shuhua wasn't surprised by Qi Yiming's arrival. He knew he had already promised Qi Yiming that he would live and die with the Landu system, but Qi Yiming would never watch him die in the Landu system. You shouldn't have come. If I hadn't come, how could I have known so many new Federation citizens would want to evacuate the Landu system? You could have had the chance. I never planned to evacuate the Landu system from the beginning. Nonsense. It's just a matter of a system's worth. There's no need to fight the enemy to the death here. Wang Shuhua, upon hearing Qi Yiming say this, thought he was abandoning the civilians. You can't abandon those citizens who are willing to evacuate to the heart of the Federation. When did I ever say I was abandoning them? Qi Yiming smiled and said, the word abandon doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Wang Shuhua breathed a sigh of relief and asked, so what are your plans? The Landu system seems to be collapsing. We need to buy enough time for the evacuated civilians. At your current pace, you'd be dead here before the evacuation fleet gets far. 24 hours. For those 24 hours, I can only sacrifice myself. Listen to me. From now on, don't engage the enemy head-on. Our goal is to delay. Tell me, what's your plan? Wang Shuhua asked Qi Yiming again about his next move. Use air mines to block the route you left. Let them clear the mines first. You lead the fleet to retreat above Violet Star. I handle the rest. Quickly, Wang Shuhua, following Qi Yiming's instructions, completely blocked the enemy fleet's attack route with air mines. Now it was Lu Xinyang's turn to be caught off guard. Before the fleet launched its attack, he hadn't anticipated the new Federation fleet's commander possessing so many air mines. The dense minefield completely blocked their path. If the frontline combat ships were sent to minefields regardless of the cost, Lu Xinyan believed the coalition forces would quickly become passive due to the heavy casualties, severely impacting the fleet's overall attack speed. Lu Xinyan could only report the situation on the front lines to the top leaders of various countries, giving them enough time to arrange minesweepers to clear a path for the fleet. Faced with this tactic of using air mines to block the advance route, the governments of various countries had no effective solution. These mines themselves are so small that they are difficult to detect with ordinary shipborne radar, except for the specialized radars carried by various nations' minesweepers. Even with intensive firepower to eliminate the threat of minefields, some mines are inevitably missed. Despite their small size, mines pack immense destructive power. If a battleship struck by a mine, even if it wasn't sunk, it would be severely damaged and forced to withdraw from the battle. Even the wealthiest nations wouldn't risk the loss of a battleship by sending their fleets into a minefield. Consequently, the coalition fleet had no choice but to suspend its attack and dispatch minesweepers to clear the mines. This was exactly what Qi Yiming had hoped for. By utilizing the Xiefeng's ultra-long-range attacks to disrupt the enemy minesweepers' progress, they could buy enough time for the evacuating Yunshun fleet. And so began the nightmare for the coalition minesweepers. Kong Qichao, a captain in the coalition support fleet's minesweeping unit, received orders today to proceed on a minesweeping mission. This order was perfectly normal for a captain like him, a veteran of minesweeping operations. The only difference was that the volume of mines to be cleared this time was significantly greater than any previous missions. However, the coalition command had dispatched over 1,000 minesweepers, while his minesweeper was only responsible for a small area. Soon, Kong Qichao commanded his warships to detach from the fleet and head toward the minefield ahead. At first, he noticed nothing unusual. The enemy seemed to have abandoned their immediate defenses, so the anticipated delaying attack hadn't materialized. Looks like another easy and enjoyable mine clearance. Kong Qichao held a teacup in one hand, his other hand carefully observing the minefield before him, controlling the holographic map on the battleship's control console. The minefield wasn't dense, but a frigate over 300 meters long would have difficulty navigating it. If he wanted to allow the Allied battleships to pass through this minefield, he would have to clear at least 80% of the mines in the area. Mine Model KB211, Proximity Fuse. The ship's engineer loudly reported the situation of the first mine to Kong Qichao as the battleship approached it. Another child's play, Kong Qichao muttered softly, then ordered the engineering team, release the workboats, and proceed to the second mine. Just as Kong Qichao was directing his warship toward the second mine, he noticed that a friendly ship in the adjacent operation area seemed to be in trouble. The workboat they had just released, perhaps due to a faulty operation, had accidentally triggered the mine's fuse, causing considerable chaos in the airspace. A few minutes later, the friendly ship released another workboat, this time much more cautious in both its speed and approach to the mine. Kong Qichao looked proudly at the workboat he had just released, a sense of pride radiating from within. For his minesweeper still held the highest mine clearance record in the commercial alliance, and was the only minesweeper to have achieved 0 casualties and 0 errors in all its missions. Before his ship even reached the next mine, the newly released workboat relayed a message, 4 minutes and 35 seconds, mine clearance complete. Not bad, old Qian. Another record? Kong Qichao smiled proudly upon hearing the voice over the communicator. The second mine was also equipped with a proximity fuse. Kong Qichao repeated his previous command, releasing another workboat while his warship continued toward the third mine. Just as he was about to release the third workboat, the warship's battlefield monitor transmitted a view of the opposite side of the minefield. Through the gaps between the densely packed minefields, Kong Qichao spotted a warship on the opposite side, seemingly preparing for an attack. He immediately alerted Allied ships on the fleet channel. Attention, all ships! A battleship has been spotted on the enemy side, charging its weapons. Take evasive action. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw hundreds of bursting laser beams precisely pierce the gaps in the minefield, striking Allied ships to his left and right. His own ship was also struck by over a dozen bursting laser beams. Luckily, the minesweeper itself had thick outer armor to withstand the force of the airborne mine explosion, so the attack didn't cause much damage to his ship. But the workboat he had just launched wasn't so lucky. Old Qian, who had just been shouting in the in-flight chat about breaking the record and preparing to treat everyone to a drink, was being vaporized by a bursting laser beam. Now, not even his body could be found. Chapter 219. Why do the main guns of the opposing battleships fire like they have eyes? Kong Chi-Chow cursed as he ordered the recovery of the minesweepers. While his ship was called a minesweeper, the real work was done by the 10 minesweeping craft aboard. Losing these craft wasn't a big deal. He could just return to the rear of the fleet for replacements. The key was the crews on the craft. These were the people he had meticulously trained over 7 or 8 years, and each loss was a painful wound. But what frustrated Kong Chi-Chow was that after he had recovered all the craft, he discovered that the opposing battleship was heading towards the minesweepers in the same direction. Desperately, he once again risked releasing the few craft he had just recovered. This time, he was much more cautious. While the craft were working, he kept his eyes fixed on the images transmitted by the battlefield monitors. If a warship appeared, he would immediately stop his minesweeping operations. But before he could complete the release of the third workboat, he saw thousands of missiles launched from the gaps between the minefield's minesweepers. The missiles' targets were clearly the workboats released by his minesweepers. Before he could issue a warning, 2 more workboats and their crews were reduced to dust. The main gun's accuracy is one thing, but how come the missiles can zip back and forth through the gaps in the minefield as if they had eyes? This was the loss of 2 more men on the workboats, the elite members of his minesweeper. Desperate, Kong Chi-Chow could only request air defense support from the rear. Even if the burst laser couldn't stop the enemy, they still had to intercept the enemy's missiles. The coalition quickly dispatched nearly 10,000 dedicated air defense frigates. The effect was surprisingly good. When the Xiefeng launched its second missile attack, all the missiles were immediately intercepted by the anti-aircraft frigates. Chi Yiming watched as the anti-aircraft frigates easily intercepted the Xiefeng's missiles. He remained undeterred, instead calmly directing the Xiefeng to recharge its main guns, again targeting the released workboats. Kong Chi-Chow was even more cautious this time, not rushing to release a third batch of workboats. The remaining workboats released by the friendly ships were in dire straits. Thousands of the minesweepers were destroyed almost instantly. The minesweeping fleet was in turmoil, and many of the crew members responsible for operating the workboats instinctively refused to set out again to clear mines. If it weren't for the military law, these people might have rioted on the spot. Under pressure from the law enforcement team, the engineers on the minesweepers were forced to enter the minefield. However, to the indignation of the minesweeper commanders, the crews refused to enter the minefield even after their minesweepers were released. With no other choice, the minesweeper commanders aimed their main guns at the minesweepers, forcing them to enter and clear the minefield. Chi Yiming, on the other side of the minefield, watched the enemy's performance with amusement. After noticing the enemy's minesweepers entering the minefield again, Chi Yiming once again ordered the main guns to begin charging. At the same time, he instructed the Ys to calculate the target's track and assign targets and attack timings to each main gun. Under the precise control of the Ys, the coalition forces once again lost over 1,000 workboats. Even the commanders on the minesweepers were overcome with pity. They were human beings too, and could not bear to see their comrades die. Under the Xiefeng's delayed attack, the coalition's minesweeping efforts came to a standstill. Chi Yiming noticed that the opposing minesweeper had stopped moving, and ordered the Xiefeng to halt its attack as well. This infuriated the enemy minesweeper commander, but he was powerless to do anything about the Xiefeng. On the battlefield, such actions were neither right nor wrong. As long as they served their own interests, no one would criticize them, no matter what means were used. But this time, he was the one who suffered the loss, and naturally many captains would curse Chi Yiming on the fleet command channel, cursing his ancestors. Lu Zhenyang frowned upon learning of the situation on the front lines. He had expected the enemy to send warships to harass his own forces while they were clearing mines, but he hadn't anticipated Chi Yiming's Xiefeng appearing on the battlefield at this very moment. The information he received before the attack indicated that the Xiefeng was still docked at Gaia's airport. "Commander, what should we do now?" The liaison officer in charge of communicating with the various fleets looked anxiously at Lu Zhenyang. His communication channel was already flooded with messages from various fleets, all inquiring about the next battle plan. Faced with this situation, Lu Zhenyang had no other solution except to strictly order the minesweepers dispatched by the various fleets to carry out his orders. Although Lu Zhenyang knew of a more efficient minesweeping method, the fleet he commanded wasn't part of the former Human Federation, and he simply didn't have the right tools to implement his idea. In reality, for the Xiefeng, this minefield was merely a matter of a few sweeps from the ship's 3 super-heavy main guns, as the Xiefeng's super-heavy main guns provided continuous firepower. The energy beams fired from the guns were continuous. Simply sweeping across the minefield would essentially detonate all the mines in sight. Even if a single strike failed, they could simply fire a few more times. In the fleet commanded by Lu Zhenyang, all firepower was intermittent, making it impossible to achieve the same level of firepower as the Xiefeng, forcing them to resort to this ancient method of mine clearance. This method, however, was highly susceptible to enemy influence, which was unavoidable. Lu Zhenyang could only force the commanders on the front lines to enforce his orders. In desperation, Kong Qinchao could only command his warships to risk approaching the minefields. Then, he would release the workboats to clear the mines. The purpose was simple: using the minesweeper silhouettes as a backdrop for the workboats, reflecting enemy detection waves from them, allowing the reflected waves from the workboats to be hidden within the reflected waves from the minesweepers. In this situation, even if the Wise possessed exceptionally precise control over battlefield detail, the Xiefeng's fire control radar couldn't lock onto the workboats, effectively preventing them from hitting the minesweepers' launches. However, the drawbacks of this approach were obvious. Minesweeping progress was incredibly slow. However, Lu Zhenyang cleverly concentrated all the minesweepers in a single direction. While this reduced overall minesweeping efficiency, it at least cleared an attack path for the fleet before the transports escaped the Landu system. Now Qi Yiming was at a loss. Unable to lock onto the workboats, the Xiefeng could only attack the minesweepers. Minesweepers, however, were notoriously tough, often requiring multiple rounds of attacks to sink one. Qi Yiming had no choice but to continue his attacks while formulating a new delaying plan. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Not only would Wang Shuhua be trapped, but the fleet transporting the civilians would also fall into enemy hands. Chapter 220. Wang Shuhua, could you tell me about the progress of the evacuation from Violet Planet? I'm having some problems here. After a while, Wang Shuhua's voice came over the fleet channel. They're trying their best to speed things up, but it'd still take at least 7 hours. Have them hurry. Have the evacuees take only their personal belongings and leave everything else behind. They already done that, but the last group consists mostly of elderly people and children, so the evacuation speed is limited. How could that be? Shouldn't the elderly and children be evacuated first? Qi Yiming was very surprised by Wang Shuhua's statement. This seems to be a default custom on Violet Planet. No matter what danger they encounter, the young and strong are evacuated first, and the elderly and children are left behind. What a bullshit custom. In fact, Wang Shuhua was quite frustrated when he first heard the news, but after the people on Violet Planet explained it to him, Wang Shuhua began to understand their approach more. Violet Planet's living conditions were once extremely poor. While the planet's environment wasn't so bad that humans couldn't survive, crops struggled to grow. As a result, famine was common on Violet Planet. Before this problem was completely resolved, the humans living there had no choice but to sacrifice the elderly and young in times of crisis, leaving only the strong and young. This situation actually occurred before humans even set foot outside their home planet. It was only over time, as the human living environment improved and the survival of the species was no longer a concern, that this habit gradually changed. After all, everyone has childhood and old age, and no one wants to be abandoned during those periods. The humans on Violet Star had only just passed this stage, so this habit hadn't been completely eradicated, leading to the elderly and children being left behind to evacuate last. Qi Yiming, however, had been raised to respect the elderly and cherish the young. Now, facing this situation, even at the risk of his life, Qi Yiming would buy enough time for the evacuation of Violet Star. I'm not going to die. After a furious curse, Qi Yiming commanded the Xiefeng to the minefield where the enemy minesweepers were concentrated. All gun crews fire forward. Charge to maximum power. As Qi Yiming issued clear commands, the crew of the Xiefeng swiftly completed their assigned tasks. Particle lances charging and ready to fire. Xiefeng activates fortress mode. Heavy hammer completes torpedo loading. Missile launcher completes missile reloading. Batteries 1 through 11 complete charging. The ship's broadcast continuously relayed reports of preparations being completed at various stations. When all preparations were complete, Qi Yiming took a deep breath and suddenly swung his raised right hand downwards. Target, minefield directly in front of this ship. All batteries fire. The white light from the particle lances once again illuminated the surroundings of the Xiefeng. A thick stream of high-energy particles, interspersed with thousands of bursting laser beams and several violet high-energy beams, instantly pierced the minefield in front of the Xiefeng. The Xiefeng's instantaneous attack could be terrifying. After sweeping through the minefield, all the attack energy immediately vaporized the coalition's forward minesweepers, along with the workboats they had deployed. The remaining energy damaged the minesweepers slightly further back. For a moment, the coalition minesweeper captains felt a sense of apprehension, desperately wanting to position their ships firmly behind their allies, allowing them to shield them from the Xiefeng's next round of lethal attacks. However, After the Xiefeng completed its attack, the minesweeper captains were delighted to discover that the minefield, previously traversed by the Xiefeng's attack energy, had been completely swept away, leaving a clear channel just large enough for two battleships to pass side by side. This attack path met the minimum requirements of the coalition headquarters. Kong Qichao, having narrowly escaped death, immediately reported the situation to the rear fleet. He wished he could turn his ship around and flee back to the rear of the coalition fleet. The front was now too dangerous. Soon, Kong Qichao received the order to retreat from fleet headquarters. Kong Qichao didn't even have time to retrieve the deployed workboats before ordering the navigator to immediately turn the ship around and evacuate the minefield. However, to his despair, just as his ship had completed its turn, the Xiefeng's second attack arrived. Kong Qichao first felt his ship's hull vibrate violently for a while. Once the vibration subsided, more than a dozen crimson warning messages flashed across the damage panel in front of him. Warning: tail engine suffered a high-energy impact, reducing power by 80%. When Kong Qichao saw this message, he was completely despairing. An 80% power reduction was practically the same as no power at all. Abandon ship. Everyone, abandon ship. Kong Qichao immediately answered the ship's radio and ordered everyone to abandon ship. For a moment, chaos erupted within Kong Qichao's ship. The escape pod launch ports were packed with people. Some, desperate to get into the already limited number of pods, even drew their service weapons and murdered their former comrades. But the Xiefeng, like the Grim Reaper, paid no heed to these ant-like beings before it, unleashing another full salvo of fire. After a burst of white light interspersed with purple and red high-energy beams, Kong Qichao and his ship vanished from the spot where they had just been. After learning that the passage had been opened by the Xiefeng itself, Lu Zhenyang no longer cared about the fate of the minesweepers. He immediately ordered the fleet, with dozens of battleships as the vanguard, to enter the newly cleared attack path, braving the Xiefeng's fierce attack. But once these warships entered the attack path opened for them by the Xiefeng's Haruko, everyone regretted their actions. Because the surrounding air mines severely restricted their range of movement, none of the warships had enough space to evade the Xiefeng's attack. After entering this attack path, they could only watch helplessly as the Xiefeng charged all of its batteries and opened fire. Then, in horror, they watched helplessly as their ships were vaporized by the immense energy attack. The warship commanders couldn't even direct their ships' bows within the narrow attack path. Lu Zhenyang also realized something was amiss, but there was only one attack path. This was the Xiefeng's own initiative, so even though he knew it was a trap, he could only steel his heart and force the fleet to attack from this path. Although the Xiefeng's main guns were incredibly powerful, it was impossible to completely vaporize the wreckage of the Allied battleship in just a few rounds of bombardment. So, the following warships quickly passed through the Xiefeng's specially opened attack path, pushing against the wreckage of the preceding warship. However, the captains of the attacking fleet were concerned about the high-energy particle streams released by the Xiefeng's particle lance. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the Xiefeng's first particle lance launch, and the lances had yet to cool down. They were unsure whether they would be able to push forward against the wreckage of their allies, as they had before, when the particle lances launched again. So, they had no choice but to order the navigator to maximize engine power, ensuring they passed through the minefield before the Xiefeng launched its next particle lance. Chapter 221. Qi Yiming had anticipated that the coalition forces would concentrate their forces to pass through this gap. So, seeing this situation, Qi Yiming remained calm. He knew that as long as the Xiefeng concentrated its firepower on this gap in the minefield, the coalition fleet's ability to pass through it would be virtually impossible. Despite the rapid advance of the leading warships, bearing down on the wreckage of friendly ships, the minefield was extremely wide. Even without interference, it would take over 10 minutes to pass through this passage. If the Xiefeng continued to interfere, it would take at least 20 minutes to use the passage to pass through the minefield. If we also factor in the Xiefeng's particle lances, which launched every 10 minutes, the time required to pass through the minefield would be even longer. Under Qi Yiming's command, the Xiefeng maximized its firepower output. The warships at the forefront of the coalition fleet had already changed several times. The wreckage of warships practically blocked the passage, and the Allied fleet sometimes even had to proactively smash or push debris blocking their path in order to pass through. Captain, the Third Wing's Vanguard fleet has lost nearly 90% of its combat power. At this rate, we pay an unimaginable price to pass through this minefield. The Allied liaison officer looked at his superior, who had been airdropped to the Allied command. Lu Zhenyang remained unmoved, saying, "Keep advancing. Even if all the warships are sunk, you must not retreat a single step without my order. I will issue the order, but I will also report the battle situation truthfully to the top leaders of each country. That's your right, but before that, you must faithfully convey my order to each wing, or I will invoke military law. The liaison officer's expression turned slightly grim. Although he worked as a liaison officer at the Allied command, they were touring Republic personnel, so they naturally had to be selective when conveying orders. Furthermore, the reason for this forced passage through the minefield was simply because the commercial alliance didn't want to see a large population loss, so they ordered this commander to do so. He certainly didn't want his own fleet to be at the forefront, a situation where winning would bring no benefits, and losing would only lead to trouble. Luckily, Lu Xinyan also knew that it was impossible to expect other nations' fleets to fight at the forefront in such a situation. So, thus far, the commercial alliance's main fleet had suffered the heaviest casualties. Originally, he had assumed that the wreckage of the warships ahead would provide some protection, and that even with heavy casualties, they could still pass through the minefield. However, after the Xiefeng completed another launch of its particle lance, over 70% of the warships in the passageway had sustained varying degrees of damage, with dozens of ships in the front row being vaporized again. Lu Xinyan finally realized that even with another coalition fleet, there was no way they could break through the minefield. He had to find a new strategy. So the coalition's seemingly suicidal attack paused temporarily. This brought a sigh of relief to the captains preparing for the next wave of attacks. Send engineering ships to the asteroid belt to capture a few asteroids of suitable size and place them ahead of the fleet. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Xinyan ordered his adjutant. Soon, several engineering ships separated from the rear formation and sped towards the asteroid belt. Qi Yiming was still wondering why the enemy's attack had ceased. A few hours later, when he saw from the Xiefeng's battlefield monitors that several engineering ships were each towing an asteroid back to the battlefield, he immediately understood. Watching the enemy engineering ships re-enter the passage with the asteroid at the forefront of the fleet, Qi Yiming again ordered his particle lances to fire. But this time, the attack was much less effective. The asteroid, pushed forward, only had its surface melted, while the warships hiding behind it remained completely unscathed. Qi Yiming knew something was amiss. So he immediately contacted Wang Shuhua. "Pull your fleet over here. I'm struggling here." Soon, Wang Shuhua, who had been commanding the Guardian transport fleet, appeared alongside the Xiefeng. But the firing window in front of them simply couldn't accommodate so many warships in formation. Helplessly, Qi Yiming ordered a few of his more powerful warships to the vicinity of the Xiefeng. Under Qi Yiming's command, several warships quickly opened fire in succession. This time, the effect was somewhat better than before, but it still couldn't halt the coalition fleet's advance. Wang Shuhua now had a clear view of the situation, and knew it was bleak. Without further questioning, he immediately returned to Violet Star and urged everyone to expedite their evacuation. Unfortunately, the evacuation was already chaotic, with only elderly and children, and Wang Shuhua's urging further confusion. Thankfully, everyone had heard from Wang Shuhua that the situation was dire. To expedite the process, some elderly people simply threw their luggage to the sides and rejoined the evacuation empty-handed. The others then followed suit, and the pace indeed increased considerably. However, Wang Shuhua estimated that at the current rate, the evacuation would take at least another 4 hours. Knowing there was no point in rushing, Wang Shuhua could only tell Qi Yiming, "The retreat is too slow. If you can't, you can go first. I lead the fleet and deal with them." Qi Yiming replied, "Don't even think about letting me go first. If I leave in this situation, it's like sending you to your deaths." Unable to persuade Qi Yiming, Wang Shuhua could only command his ship back to the minefield. At this point, the coalition fleet had already crossed halfway through the passage, and Qi Yiming and his men had only shattered 2 asteroids. But at Lu Xinyan's urging, the coalition forces were still selecting suitable asteroids for transport to the front lines. Just as Qi Yiming was at his wit's end, several cruisers suddenly emerged from the fleet originally responsible for guarding the Landu system and sped into the passage. The cruisers imitated the enemy's approach and held the asteroids in the opposite direction, doing their best to slow their advance. The two sides engaged in a rare showdown in space battleship warfare. But the coalition's forces were battleships, and while the engine thrust of the cruisers could slow the enemy's advance, it was still no match for their advance. For Violet Star, for the new Federation, fire at us. Qi Yiming hadn't expected these people to sacrifice themselves to buy time to evacuate the transport fleet. But Qi Yiming couldn't bring himself to do it, and hesitated for a moment. "Don't hesitate." A firm voice echoed through the communicator again. At the same time, the cruisers slowly adjusted their positions, leaving a firing window for the snow peak. But with this small gap, Even the most accurate Snow Peak's artillery fire would inevitably sink the cruisers. Fuhrer. Fire. Their families are on the transport ship behind us. Chapter 222. Fire? How could Qi Yiming bring himself to do that? Those were his comrades. Even if they were willing to sacrifice themselves to buy time for the transport fleet's evacuation, Qi Yiming wouldn't agree to Wang Shuhua's suggestion. I don't necessarily have to attack you at this angle. With that, Qi Yiming directed the Xiefeng to align with the Landu system's ecliptic plane, forming a nearly 30-degree angle with the ecliptic. From this angle, Qi Yiming could still attack the enemy ships hiding behind the asteroid, but firing from this angle would create a moderately large path through the minefield. Sacrificing his comrades was absolutely impossible. Soon, the Xiefeng's firing cleared another area of airspace in the minefield. The enemy warships hiding behind the asteroid were instantly sunk by the Xiefeng's powerful firepower. With the Xiefeng's attack, the cruisers that had been pressing against the asteroid suddenly felt the pressure drop, rapidly pushing it forward a distance in the enemy's direction. But as the enemy's backup warships followed, the struggle within the passage resumed. This time, Qi Yiming no longer rushed to fire, simply holding his position and waiting for the enemy ships to pass. Indeed, Qi Yiming felt that this tactic was superior to the initial one. While the initial attack method could slow the enemy's advance, it had been advancing throughout. Now, however, the situation was different. Any enemy ship that passed through the Xiefeng's firing window would be instantly destroyed, and the Allied warships would seize the opportunity to push the asteroid back a distance, negating the enemy's previous efforts. Lu Xinyan's self-proclaimed cleverness backfired. Desperate, Lu Xinyang had to improve his tactics. He ordered the warships ahead not to risk passing the Xiefeng's attack window, but to split into two groups at that point. This forced the Xiefeng to change its firing position again. The new Federation fleet followed suit. When the enemy split into two groups, several frigates from the new Federation fleet again proactively entered the channel, creating a new engagement point. The Xiefeng naturally changed its position accordingly. As a result, the minefield in front of the Xiefeng was riddled with sieves, and it looked like it could no longer be defended. However, Qi Yiming had already considered these issues before implementing the new battle plan. After commanding the Xiefeng to fire another round of shots, he immediately ordered all friendly ships currently engaged in engagement to withdraw from the minefield. This order wasn't issued by Qi Yiming because he was ready to abandon this defensive line. Rather, it was because there were already a sufficient number of enemy warships in the minefield, and it was time for the coalition forces to experience its true power. The entire plan was actually quite simple. When Wang Shuhua laid the minefield, the air mines he placed weren't all proximity detonated. Among these mines were numerous mobile, remote-controlled mines, which were the minefield's true killer weapon. Qi Yiming hadn't initially used this tactic simply because he wanted to hold back. In fact, the situation Lu Xinyang faced now was very similar to a beach landing in a ground war. If they deployed too few warships, they would be easily defeated by Qi Yiming's superior forces. If they deployed more warships, they would be able to quickly deploy after passing through the minefield. But unexpectedly, Qi Yiming made a foolish move, self-destructing. To attack the Allied warships, he proactively opened multiple paths through the minefield. Lu Xinyang seized the opportunity, hoping to create a multi-pronged attack, and quickly dispatched a large number of warships to fill the safe airspace cleared by the Xiefeng. Just as Lu Xinyang was feeling smug, he suddenly noticed that all the new Federation warships had withdrawn from the minefield. He thought Qi Yiming was about to flee. But the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Some of the mines that had been floating quietly in the minefield suddenly began to move, and there were quite a few of them. Seeing this, Lu Xinyang couldn't help but realize he'd been tricked. Straightforwardly, he should have expected the minefield to contain these mobile mines. But Qi Yiming's initial behavior led Lu Xinyang to mistakenly believe that the mines in this minefield were all outdated models, immovable once anchored. Otherwise, why would Qi Yiming insist on having the Xiefeng stand guard at the other end of the passage, recklessly firing at the Allied warships? Wouldn't it be easier to use mobile air mines to ram the enemy ships? It can only be said that Qi Yiming was truly patient. He took a huge risk to completely dispel Lu Xinyang's doubts, and boldly sent his fleet into the safe passage within the minefield. Now, Qi Yiming finally couldn't hold back. Of course, the minefield had reached its limit for the number of warships it could accommodate, and any additional mobile air mines would be insufficient. When Lu Xinyang saw the mobile air mines, he closed his eyes in pain, knowing that what was about to happen would be extremely tragic. The captains commanding their warships into the minefield were already panicking. The mobile mines were clearly intended for them. Some captains, recklessly, commanded their warships to leave safe passages and enter the core area of the minefield. But they discovered to their dismay, that wherever they went, a mine or two would be looming in their direction. The warships, desperately entering the minefield, collided with one another or struck mines. Tens of thousands of warships were sunk before Qi Yiming's eyes. Seeing no hope of escape, many warship commanders simply sent surrender signals to the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming was willing to accept their surrender, but the current situation left him no time to recover the captured warships. But letting these warships go would greatly strain the new Federation's subsequent defensive operations. In the end, Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and, with his eyes closed, destroyed the tens of thousands of warships trapped in the minefield. The coalition forces were completely stunned. Losing only one of their fleet in this battle was less of a concern. Most importantly, it severely damaged the coalition's morale. Many captains were afraid to confront the new Federation's fleet directly, fearing further underhanded tactics. Lu Zhenyang, the commander of this battle, was ripped from his position as coalition commander and thrown back into a dark prison, where only death awaited him. With such heavy casualties, the various governments that comprised the coalition forces were bound to find a scapegoat. The sudden change in the minefield to the transport ship's retreat bought enough time. So, upon realizing that the coalition forces seemed to have halted their attack due to the heavy casualties, Qi Yiming happily led his fleet back from the battlefront to escort the transport fleet evacuating the Landu system. With the new Federation's voluntary withdrawal, the Landu system's fall became a matter of time. However, the new Federation left the coalition forces with a devastated Violet Nu. Of the nearly 3 billion people who once inhabited it, only less than 1 billion remained to the commercial alliance. It wasn't that Qi Yiming didn't want to take these people away, but they themselves were unwilling to leave, and Qi Yiming respected their choice. Chapter 223. The new Federation had lost the strategic initiative after losing the Landu system. With the new Federation's northern gateway wide open, the Allied fleet could advance directly, helping the Trade Alliance reclaim the lost border star regions without sacrificing a single warship. In fact, Qi Yiming wanted to simply abandon the battle for the border star regions with the Allied forces. However, the inhabitants of the 4 habitable planets in the border star regions, with the exception of the now lost Violet, had made the same choice as the residents of Violet. This touched Qi Yiming but also gave him a headache. The evacuation of a large number of people was extremely tedious and complex, especially since Qi Yiming lacked suitable transport ships. He had no choice but to temporarily refit a large number of transport ships in the logistics fleet, and then head to several habitable planets to carry out the evacuation. However, after the Battle of Landu, the Allied forces did not seem to intend to attack immediately, instead resting their fleet above Violet for recuperation. What Qi Yiming didn't know was that the Commercial Alliance fleet suffered the greatest losses in this minefield massacre. Because the offensive entailed significant risk, and since capturing the Landu system would offer little benefit to the other members of the coalition, only the Commercial Alliance fleet was willing to risk entering the minefield. This advance wasn't a big deal, but Qi Yiming's actions directly wiped out 1.5 of the 4 fleets the Commercial Alliance had painstakingly assembled. The heavy casualties caused a severe crisis of confidence within the current leadership of the Commercial Alliance. Furthermore, the coalition suffered heavy losses, requiring someone to shoulder the blame. Lu Zhenyang was naturally thrust into the spotlight, leaving the coalition without its nominal commander-in-chief, forcing the original battle plan to be shelved. The coalition's pause in the attack wasn't a major issue, but it gave Qi Yiming perfect time to evacuate. Otherwise, given Qi Yiming's temperament, Wang Shuhua's fleet might have been completely destroyed trying to protect so many people from the border star system. Regardless, of course, reappointing the coalition commander would have been a matter of minutes. However, the coalition successfully broke through the new Federation's defenses in the Landu system, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that reclaiming the border star system was inevitable. No political group within the Commercial Alliance was willing to relinquish the crucial achievement of reclaiming their homeland. As a result, significant disagreements arose among the various political groups regarding the selection of the new coalition commander. Regarding the other countries in the coalition, it's reasonable to assume a role in the selection of the commander, but the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire chose to remain silent. These 2 countries joined the coalition primarily to weaken the rising power of the new federation, not to help the Commercial Alliance reclaim its homeland. Furthermore, since they were fighting within the former Commercial Alliance's territory, they voluntarily relinquished their positions as commander-in-chief in the early stages of the coalition's formation. Although the coalition suffered heavy losses, the situation was indeed very favorable. Yet, this problem arose at this very moment. Even Qi Yiming, who had been preparing to trap and kill the enemy, hadn't anticipated such an unexpected gain. After learning that the coalition couldn't launch a large-scale offensive in the short term, Qi Yiming shifted all his attention to the evacuation of ordinary citizens in the border star regions. Wang Shuhua, after receiving a new batch of 300 cruisers fresh off the production line, led his fleet back to the front lines. Although the coalition had no desire for a large-scale offensive, small-scale harassment continued. Wang Shuhua had to lead his fleet to maintain a certain level of pressure on the enemy, not allowing them to become too reckless, otherwise the retreat would become even more difficult. The new Federation's retreat lasted over half a month, and the debate over the selection of the coalition commander hadn't even concluded for another month. This level of internal friction made Qi Yiming so happy that he drank 3 glasses of red wine in celebration. After all, half a month was enough time for the engineer to produce another batch of warships to alleviate the new Federation's insufficient combat power. It also gave Qi Yiming time to calmly arrange his defenses. Qi Yiming knew that the border star region had lost its defensive significance after losing the important transportation hub of the Landu system. The coalition had a large force, and they could easily send a fleet to hold back the new Federation's main force, then disperse the remaining fleet to capture other star systems. In the end, the new Federation's fleet would likely be trapped in the border star region, making it better to abandon the battle from the outset. So, Qi Yiming decisively withdrew his defenses to the ancestral star region. Meanwhile, Yi Lu stood dazed on the bridge of the night. Ever since the Landu Galaxy defense campaign began, she had been constantly wary of the Cloud Ring Federation. Yet what surprised Yi Lu was that, despite the Cloud Ring Federation assembling 2 fleets, totaling over 20,000 warships, against her defenses, they had yet to launch an attack. Ordinarily, the coalition's 2-front attack should have been launched simultaneously, but the Cloud Ring Federation's commander seemed to be disregarding the coalition's operational plan. This was understandable. The Cloud Ring Federation's initial motivation for joining the coalition was the hope of reclaiming lost territory from the new Federation. However, under Qi Yiming's instructions, Yi Lu retreated directly to the ancestral star region, allowing the Yunhuan Federation to reclaim its territory without a single bloodshed. It could be said that their battle plan had been completed. As a result, the Yunhuan Federation's top brass showed little interest in the next battle plan. Furthermore, the Yunhuan Federation was fighting alone, so it was already a good thing they didn't find excuses to stand still. Forcing them to confront the enemy head-on, with just 2 fleets they had scraped together was sheer wishful thinking. If the battle went smoothly, with only minor losses, and they managed to break through the defenses, it would be fine. But if they suffered heavy losses, even if they managed to break through the enemy's defenses and win the battle, how would the Yunhuan Federation defend its homeland? Who knew if the other 3 nations, who were allies one moment, would turn against the Yunhuan Federation the next and launch a massive attack? Thus, while the battle on the northern front of the new Federation was raging, the western front was silent, leaving Yi Lu feeling extremely bored. Receiving the same intelligence from the reconnaissance fleet every day, she briefly wondered if she was truly participating in the largest human civil war in the universe. After receiving Yi Lu's battle report, Qi Yiming chuckled contemptuously. The coalition forces. Hee. A bunch of guys with ulterior motives. Joking aside, Qi Yiming was truly grateful to these politicians with their own agendas. If it weren't for them, the coalition forces would have launched an unchecked offensive, and Qi Yiming might have been forced to flee. No matter how powerful the Xiefeng was, it was only a warship and wouldn't have played a significant role in such a large-scale battle. At most, it could have gained some advantage for the new Federation at key points. However, what Qi Yiming hadn't anticipated was that the emergence of a powerful figure in the commercial alliance caused the new Federation's situation to take a sharp turn for the worse within just 2 weeks. This forced Qi Yiming to truly execute his plan of fleeing. Chapter 224. As the first female president of the commercial alliance, Genoa demonstrated a woman's delicacy in governing the country, and for a long time, she enjoyed extremely high praise among various political groups. But that was during peacetime. Since the commercial alliance's civil unrest, followed by the successive wars, this woman suddenly became somewhat overwhelmed. If the government's disastrous handling of the domestic rebellion was due to inexperience and the suddenness of the incident, it was understandable. Then, in the subsequent war against the new Federation, Genoa's hesitant character caused her and her country great suffering. In fact, the situation on the front line was extremely favorable for the coalition forces. Any man sent to take over could easily recapture the border star regions occupied by the new Federation. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that the commander of the coalition forces sent this time was there to reap the credit, and each political group wanted their own men in the fold. In fact, what the major political groups valued was not the merit of recovering lost territory, but the immense prestige that would come with it. With the merit of recovering lost territory, the candidate they nominate in the next election has a strong chance of winning the presidency. This political wrestling should have ceased the moment Genoa finalized its candidate. But Genoa hesitated, unable to make up its mind. This gave the major political groups an opportunity to maneuver behind the scenes. One day I throw dirty water on your candidate, and the next day they use underhanded tactics to put your candidate in the hospital. As the tensions mounted, the front lines hadn't even begun, but the business alliance's backyard was already ablaze. Just as the major political groups were clashing over the candidate, a sudden change occurred in the commercial alliance military. At 11 o'clock on April 18, 3323, Vice Admiral Guo Xiaoyuan, captain of the Commercial Alliance's 33rd Task Force, led his Marines to capture the Military Administration Committee's space station in the capital system, and simultaneously dispatched the task force to block all access routes to and from the capital system. 2 hours later, after failing to persuade the ground forces on the capital system to surrender, the task force launched an attack. In just 1 hour and 12 minutes, they broke through the ground forces' defenses, stormed the government building, and arrested the current Commercial Alliance president, Genoa, on charges of war crimes. At the same time, troops were dispatched to capture the leaders of several major political groups within the Commercial Alliance. At 5 o'clock on the 18th, the Commercial Alliance government was dissolved, and a military government was established. All Commercial Alliance military personnel were ordered to proactively maintain order within the domestic systems. The various systems, having just experienced domestic rebellion, desperately wanted to avoid another war, and immediately submitted to the military government. The coup d'état was sudden and ended with remarkable swiftness. Who was Guo Xiaoyuan? Before the coup, no one knew him, but those who knew him as a complete idealist. A passion for war games since childhood, he aspired to become a general, and naturally joined the army when he grew up. Rising from a humble soldier, driven by his unbridled passion, he earned numerous military achievements during the Commercial Alliance's campaign to quell rebellions, and rose to the rank of lieutenant general, becoming captain of the 33rd Task Force. In theory, he had achieved his dream, but the chaotic domestic political environment left this idealist deeply unsettled. However, without a political background, his passion alone meant he could achieve nothing. Fortunately, he played the ostrich role, guarding his own small plot of land. Unfortunately, his only son was deployed to the front lines during the formation of the coalition. As a member of a military family, following orders was understandable. Guo Xiaoyuan personally escorted his son to the battlefield, only to be murdered by Qi Yiming in a minefield in the Landu system. Grieved, Guo Xiaoyuan repeatedly requested to go to the front lines to avenge his son, but was rejected. He could only shed tears at home, waiting for the coalition to invade the heartland of the new federation and capture Qi Yiming alive to avenge his son. However, the top brass of the Commercial Alliance debated for over a month simply over the choice of the coalition's commander-in-chief, while the new federation stabilized its position in the ancestor system. If the coalition dragged on, their ability to penetrate the heartland of the new federation would be in serious doubt. In a rage, Guo Xiaoyuan took advantage of the capital system's weakened defenses and stormed into the system with the 33rd Task Force. A coup d'état and the establishment of a military government ensued. Now Guo Xiaoyuan held absolute power. After offering significant benefits, he co-opted a group of politicians, quickly stabilizing the domestic situation, and then personally headed to the front lines to command the coalition forces. When the coalition received news of the coup in the Commercial Alliance, Guo Xiaoyuan, using the established facts, persuaded the fleet commanders of each nation to continue fulfilling their alliance obligations. Under Guo Xiaoyuan's command, the coalition reclaimed the lost territory of the Commercial Alliance in just 1 week. During this time, Guo Xiaoyuan also learned of the intrigues within the coalition, and gave up hope that the fleets of other nations within the coalition would commit a full-scale attack on the new federation. Recognizing that the new federation's ancestral starfield defenses had already taken shape, he decided to hold off on the attack. He then began to leverage the immense prestige he had gained from reclaiming his homeland to restore order within the country. The Commercial Alliance, under the military government's control, finally unleashed its wartime potential, with large numbers of young men of military age being drafted into the army. Major commercial groups received purchase orders from the military government, and all warship production lines within the Commercial Alliance were operating at full capacity, with dozens of warships rolling off the assembly lines daily. In just 6 months, the Commercial Alliance had assembled 3 fully staffed fleets. At Guo Xiaoyuan's command, a total of 30,000 warships of various types were dispatched to the front lines against the new federation. With this new force, Yao Xiaolong could easily command his own fleet, while other fleets played a supporting role, launching a new offensive against the new Federation. Qi Yiming was stunned by this series of actions. He had never imagined that a single tactical attack would unleash such a killer. Not only had he killed his own teammates, but he had now amassed enough strength to bare his sharp fangs at the new Federation. Qi Yiming hadn't been idle for the past 6 months. After completing the evacuation of ordinary citizens, he immediately began setting up a defense line in the Ancestor Star region. He also ordered the acceleration of the upgrade of the warship production line, aiming to complete the upgrade of 1 or 2 warship production lines within 2 months. Fang Min's efficiency did not disappoint Qi Yiming. The work on upgrading the production line had originally begun before the outbreak of the war. After the outbreak of the war, at Qi Yiming's urging, Fang Min invested all available resources in upgrading the production line, completing the task ahead of schedule in just a month and a half. The upgraded warship production line's production efficiency was now comparable to that of the engineer. Thus, over the past 6 months, the new Federation's warship count has increased from less than 10,000 to over 30,000 today. These 30,000 warships are no longer the monolithic cruisers previously commanded by Wang Shuhua. Rather, they comprise a large interstellar fleet with a variety of warships. Chapter 225. On July 9, 3323, after another bout of civil unrest, the Commercial Alliance, under the strong management of the military government, brought a large number of fresh blood to the front lines. Qi Yiming, thanks to the upgrading of domestic industries, also had a lot more cards in his arsenal. With both sides believing they were fully prepared, the coalition, led by the Commercial Alliance, launched another attack on the new Federation's defenses in the Carter system, the only boundary between the Ancestral Star region and the Border Star region. Although Gui Zhaoyuan hated Qi Yiming to the core, he never allowed any personal feelings to enter his command. He was well aware that while his own warships had a numerical advantage, their overall technological level was inferior to that of the new Federation's. So, he didn't expect his fleet to be able to break through the new Federation's defenses near the jump bridge and establish a bridgehead for the following fleet. 6 months before the battle began, when he had just taken over as commander of the coalition forces, he ordered the remaining Commercial Alliance fleet to take sufficient supplies and travel directly to the Ancestral Star region via superluminal jump. Of course, he was so bold because the distance from the Border Star region to the Ancestral Star region wasn't too far, and a fleet warping through it would only take a little over 6 months. Gui Zhaoyuan was using this 6-month period to stabilize the rear. Due to Gui Zhaoyuan's tight blockade of the Ancestral Star region, Qi Yiming had difficulty obtaining intelligence on the coalition fleet's movements through reconnaissance. So, when the coalition fleet emerged from the warp channel at the edge of the Carter system, Qi Yiming was completely bewildered. Accustomed to using jump bridges for intergalactic navigation, Qi Yiming couldn't even understand how these warships had appeared at the edge of the Carter system. Just as Qi Yiming was about to dispatch a fleet to intercept, the coalition simultaneously launched an attack on the Carter system using the jump bridge. Disrupted by this sudden tactic, Qi Yiming, after annihilating nearly 2,000 coalition warships near the jump bridge, feared an enemy fleet appearing on the edge of the Carter system could cut him off. He had no choice but to abandon the defenses near the jump bridge and retreat to the orbit of the 8th planet in the Carter system. Qi Yiming had put considerable effort into the defenses along the 8th planet's orbit. Unlike the defenses near the jump bridge, this defense along the 8th planet's orbit was vast, spanning almost half the entire system. Not only were there numerous air mines to limit the coalition's frontal deployment, but there were also numerous massive artillery batteries to supplement the fleet's firepower. Also, several large asteroids were hollowed out and fitted with artillery batteries, which were then placed at various defensive nodes to serve as focal points. Don't underestimate these asteroid-converted turrets. The guns they house are the main guns of a pre-human defensive turret that Xue Ming and his team at the Academy of Sciences have analyzed from technological heritage. This main gun is a smaller version of the war spear, similarly firing high-energy particle beams, though its range and power are significantly smaller than the war spear's particle lances. However, it offers a deadly advantage against the Allied fleet. The only drawback is the small number of these main guns. After all, this technology was only recently analyzed, and being able to produce them so quickly is a real challenge. After successfully crossing the jump bridge, the Allied forces did not rush to continue the attack, instead dispatching a large number of reconnaissance ships to test the firepower distribution of the new Federation's defenses. Qi Yiming certainly wouldn't let the enemy easily uncover his true strength. He deployed fleets wherever possible to drive the enemy back. Where there was no other option, he ordered the artillery batteries at each defensive node to use caution. Finally, after 2 days of probing, the coalition launched a large-scale attack on the new Federation's defenses in the orbit of Planet 8. The two sides engaged in a bombardment at a distance of 0.2 light minutes. Thanks to Liu Xianyang's assistance, the main guns of the Commercial Alliance warships had made significant improvements, making them comparable to those of the new Federation in the artillery engagement. The new Federation, relying on its defenses to counter the coalition's bombardment, was not at a disadvantage. The entire artillery engagement ultimately devolved into a brutal war of attrition. Less than 10 minutes into the coalition's attack, the Xiefeng's particle lances destroyed over 10 battlecruisers in a single strike. Add to that the successive fire from the modified asteroid defense batteries along the defenses, and for a time, the new Federation's firepower was significantly superior to that of the coalition. Suddenly, the rate of coalition warship losses skyrocketed, with nearly every minute a ship, severely damaged, retreating to the rear for emergency repairs. For every 2 severely damaged ships, one was sunk by a new Federation warship due to its inability to evade in time. Thankfully, the warships possessed unparalleled maneuverability compared to the artillery batteries. After Guizhaofei adjusted the fleet's formation, the rate of losses was slightly reduced. However, the new Federation's weaknesses were also exposed. Because many of the artillery batteries lacked maneuverability, they were easily hit by enemy fire. Although the artillery batteries possessed exceptional protection, they could not withstand repeated fire from the enemy ships. As the number of artillery losses increased, the new Federation's firepower projection capability gradually declined. As one side gained ground, the other lost ground, and Qi Yiming's new Federation fleet gradually began to show signs of weakness. Fortunately, the new Federation's warships had significantly stronger defenses than the coalition's warships. A single new Federation cruiser often required 2 or 3 rounds of concentrated fire from several coalition warships to sink. When their warships sustained heavy damage and needed to be pulled to the rear for emergency repairs, they could often withstand one more round of fire than the coalition's warships, resulting in an overall lower casualty ratio for the new Federation. However, Qi Yiming knew that a prolonged artillery engagement would be extremely disadvantageous for the new Federation. When the enemy had nearly completely eliminated the artillery positions on the defensive line, that was when the new Federation's warships would suffer significant losses. Rather than losing numerous warships at that point, it would be better to launch a surprise attack on the enemy fleet during the stalemate. By drawing the enemy into a chaotic engagement, Qi Yiming could leverage the wisest strengths, attacking in a chaotic yet organized manner amidst the chaotic battlefield. By the time the coalition forces noticed something was amiss, Qi Yiming would have already seized the initiative, allowing him to attack however he pleased. But the key was how to approach the coalition fleet under intense enemy fire. At this moment, Qi Yiming truly missed Xiao Shan's Azure. If the Azure were still there, he could rely on the Azure's deployed energy shield to shield the fleet as it charged into the coalition's fleet. Desperately, Qi Yiming could only resort to the most drastic means to achieve this tactical goal. The assault fleet was quickly assembled, awaiting the attack route deliberately left open along the defensive line. The Xiefeng, as the main force among the main forces, was naturally also among the assault fleet. Furthermore, the Xiefeng would shoulder the crucial responsibility of drawing the coalition's firepower. Otherwise, the assault fleet would likely be annihilated before it even reached the coalition fleet. Chapter 226. As one of the few battleships in the new Federation fleet, the Xiefeng's combat power is unquestionable. The new Federation captains who had fought under Qi Yiming even developed a blind admiration for him, believing that as long as the Xiefeng was there, no battle could be unwinnable. To make the assault more covert and sudden, Qi Yiming had the Xiefeng control drones to attack the coalition forces before launching the assault. When the dense swarm of drones launched an attack on the coalition forces through a predetermined attack path, Guizhaofei immediately became alert. Before the battle, Guizhaofei had carefully studied the Xiefeng's data, and knew that it was not only powerful in itself, but also capable of controlling large numbers of drones. So, Guizhaofei made ample preparations. Upon seeing a large number of drones appear on the battlefield, he immediately ordered the anti-aircraft destroyers to deploy in formation to defend against the drone attacks. Under the Xiefeng's control, the drones did not disperse their attacks, but instead charged in a single direction. The coalition's improvised anti-aircraft firepower network collided violently with the drone swarm, unexpectedly slowing the drone attack slightly. However, Qi Yiming wasn't surprised. At this level of warfare, relying solely on drones to penetrate the enemy's anti-aircraft firepower was unrealistic. So, as the drones began their attack, Qi Yiming ordered all artillery batteries to adjust their firing rates. He needed a single, full-strength salvo, instantly inflicting a devastating blow and causing some confusion. Only then would Qi Yiming command the Xiefeng and the assault fleet to launch a surprise attack on the coalition forces. The coalition commanders, preoccupied with dealing with drones, hadn't noticed the change in firing rate from the various artillery batteries along the new Federation's defenses. So when Qi Yiming ordered all the ships and artillery batteries on the line to fire simultaneously, the coalition forces were completely unprepared. Guizhou only sensed a sudden flash of countless bright lights across the enemy lines, followed by a dense barrage of laser bursts mixed with high-energy beams that instantly descended upon the coalition fleet. The unprepared coalition fleet was caught off guard. Many frontline warships barely grasped what was happening before they were slammed with intense firepower, followed by a barrage of explosions that spread like a plague through the coalition's frontline fleet. A rough estimate suggests that the coalition lost at least 3,000 warships in this attack, with nearly 10,000 suffering varying degrees of damage and requiring emergency repairs. The sudden and heavy losses suffered by the coalition's frontline fleet, coupled with a large number of warships scrambling to move to the rear, caused considerable chaos. This was exactly the moment Qi Yiming had been waiting for. The new Federation assault fleet took advantage of the enemy's reorganization and the decrease in firepower to immediately break through the defenses. Although Guizhou was concerned about the recent commotion among the coalition forces, as the commander-in-chief, he only glanced at it and casually said, "The first-line fleet will retreat, and let the second-line fleet take over." The subsequent work naturally fell to his officers to handle the specific tasks. So when the assault fleet broke through his own defenses, Guizhou noticed the enemy's movement. However, the two sides were only 0.2 light minutes apart, making it impossible to cover this distance in a short period of time. Therefore, Guizhou remained calm and simply urged his men on as a matter of routine. But his adjutant said to Guizhou, "Sir, the Xiefeng has a history of short-range jumps. Should we be on guard?" Guizhou, of course, was well aware of the Xiefeng's capabilities. He shook his head and said, "Even if the Xiefeng alone uses a short-range jump to reach us, what can it do? Don't worry. Let the first and second tier fleets exchange positions more quickly." Yes. In fact, Qi Yiming's plan for this raid seemed incredibly foolish to his own commander. After all, the two sides were only 0.2 light minutes apart. At such a great distance, they couldn't imagine any effective way to quickly cover that distance. But Qi Yiming appeared remarkably confident. When selecting the members of the assault fleet, he made only one requirement: all warships participating in the assault must be manufactured by the engineer. After the raid began, the new Federation captains were apprehensive, knowing that many casualties would result. However, the subsequent actions of the assault fleet left both enemy and friendly commanders baffled, wondering what Qi Yiming was up to. After breaking through the defensive lines, the assault fleet didn't follow the expected pattern of each warship maximizing engine power and charging recklessly at the enemy. Instead, under Qi Yiming's command, they calmly began to form up their formation. What's wrong with the enemy commander? Since it's an assault, why isn't he taking advantage of our formation to accelerate the attack? Why is he posing? A young officer at the coalition headquarters observed the new Federation assault fleet's illogical behavior on the battlefield monitor. Everyone standing around the young commander shook their heads, somewhat bewildered. Guizhou frowned, silently observing the enemy assault fleet, his mind racing furiously. He knew the enemy commander would never make such a rudimentary mistake. An assault is an assault, and speed is key. How could they waste time like this? There must be something fishy going on. Wang Shuhua, on the other hand, suddenly understood something. Wang Shuhua knew that thanks to the presence of the Wise, the Xiefeng was capable of leading allied ships in short-range jumps. However, at the time, the Xiefeng was operating in conjunction with the Azure, so he assumed this capability was limited to modular warships. But when he recalled Qi Yiming's requirements when selecting the assault warships, Qi Yiming's plan immediately clicked into place. The warships produced by the engineer were essentially derived from the Xiefeng, so their data links were universal. And standard battlefield data links meant that much data and information could be shared. Short-range jumps, to put it simply, involve controlling the energy input to the jump engines. The Wise can utilize its powerful computing power to determine the energy parameters for short-range jumps for each warship in the assault fleet, then transmit these parameters to each warship's intelligent computer via the tactical data link. This makes it easy to achieve short-range jumps for the fleet. Once Wang Shuhua understood this, it was no surprise that Qi Yiming had the fleet adjust its formation at this leisurely moment. Qi Yiming hoped that after the fleet completed the short-range jump, it would be able to accurately appear at the enemy's key points. He was adjusting the starting positions of each warship based on the Wise's calculations. Chapter 227. Guo Xiaoyuan watched the enemy fleet adjusting its formation, feeling a sense of foreboding, though he couldn't pinpoint the source. Uncharacteristically, he kept urging his fleet to speed up. Watching the fleet gradually completing its adjustments, Guo Xiaoyuan finally felt a sense of relief. But when he saw the coalition fleet begin to accelerate toward them, his nerves once again tensed. Is the enemy commander truly idiotic? Thinking of flying at normal speed over a distance of 0.2 light minutes? As Guo Xiaoyuan was puzzled, a vast expanse of warp space appeared in front of the new Federation assault fleet, and the next second, all the warships entered the warp channel. Before Guo Xiaoyuan could recover from his shock, the assault fleet appeared 50 kilometers from his own fleet. The captains of the coalition's frontline warships stared at the fleet that had suddenly appeared before them with horrified eyes, momentarily forgetting they were on the battlefield. Once the new Federation fleet, led by the Snow Peak, swiftly passed the mere 50 kilometers between them, the enemy fleet reacted quickly and ordered their warships to open fire. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. Led by the Snow Peak, the new Federation fleet plunged into the Allied fleet, quickly splitting the enemy's formation. The Snow Peak now unleashed its full firepower, its main and secondary guns simultaneously firing. Any warship locked onto by the Snow Peak would be easily sunk within 2 rounds of fire. The remaining warships performed no less effectively. Grouped in groups of 3 or 2, they received target instructions from the WISE via tactical data link and immediately launched a concentrated attack. While they couldn't sink an enemy warship in just 2 or 3 rounds like the Xiafeng, their efficiency was far superior to the coalition's. At this point, the coalition's command channel was in chaos. Guo Xiaoyuan had prepared various emergency plans at the outset of the battle, including measures for dealing with this kind of chaotic situation. However, he had never anticipated that a chaotic situation would suddenly erupt with the two sides just 0.2 light minutes apart. The coalition was currently using standard long-range artillery formations, which were completely inadequate for such a chaotic situation. But ordering the fleet to change formations in this situation would only further confuse the battlefield. The only thing that reassured Guo Xiaoyuan was that the new Federation's assault fleet was relatively small, just over 5,000 cruisers and the Xiafeng battleship. Guo Xiaoyuan knew that if they could destroy the Xiafeng, the coalition would be halfway to victory. So, he was determined to seize this opportunity to capture the Xiafeng, even if it meant further losses. Order all ships. Get as close as possible to the friendly ships nearby and join forces to strangle this fleet. They are not numerous. With clear instructions, the coalition fleet gradually stabilized from its chaos and began to methodically launch a counterattack against the new Federation fleet. Although Qi Yiming's assault fleet had charged into the enemy's formation, it was surrounded by 3 layers of enemy ships, appearing extremely dangerous. In reality, the coalition's outer warships could only watch helplessly, as the friendly ships within the battle group fought desperately, unable to offer any assistance due to their fear of harm. The new Federation's warships had an overall superior performance. In this situation, the longer the melee lasted, the better for the new Federation. Don't forget that the Snow Peak possesses remote repair capabilities. Coupled with the WISE's precise routing, each severely damaged warship can be placed within the Snow Peak's remote repair range at the right moment. As long as a warship's main guns aren't destroyed, it will be back in action within minutes. After receiving orders to fight independently, the coalition forces, despite organizing a spectacular attack on the new Federation fleet, actually achieved little success. In the 10th minute of the chaotic battle, the new Federation's assault fleet lost only 13 warships, and even these 13 were hit by stray bullets on the battlefield. Otherwise, the coalition would have achieved no results at all. However, in just 10 minutes, the new Federation had already sunk over 400 enemy ships, and even more were lost due to collisions during the brief chaos at the start of the attack. However, Guo Xiaoyuan ignored his own losses. In fact, from the outset, he had already abandoned the fleet entangled with the enemy, and quickly assembled a fleet on the periphery of the coalition forces. They formed a formation suitable for the melee, awaiting the right moment to enter, while continuously pressing towards the center of the battlefield, attempting to reduce the maneuvering range of the new Federation's assault fleet. With the first batch of friendly ships engaged in the assault fleet completely destroyed, they finally found an opportunity to break into the battlefield. But once they entered the battlefield, they discovered something amiss. The melee had lasted for over an hour, with the loss of over 7,000 warships on their side, while the assault fleet seemed to have suffered few losses. Although the battlefield was too chaotic to calculate enemy losses, the rate of loss of our own warships provided clues. The newly joined fleet, limited by the battlefield scope, consisted of only a little over 8,300 warships. Yet, within 3 minutes of engaging, they had already lost 19 ships, including a battlecruiser destroyed by a single salvo from the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming was under immense pressure at this moment. The chaotic battlefield and sheer number of warships had caused the Wise's onboard computer to overclock. The constant overclocking caused the Wise's internal temperature to rise dramatically. Even with the Xiefeng directing massive energy attacks into the Wise to increase its cooling rate, it proved to be a drop in the bucket. The ship's science officer said to one of them, "Captain, the Wise's onboard computer has exceeded its limit. If this continues, it could burn out at any moment. Is there any way to integrate the computing power of the regional modular warships into the Wise?" Qi Yiming looked at the science officer worriedly. The ship's science officer shook his head. "That's impossible. The other modular warships, onboard AIs, are still responsible for operating their respective equipment. The Xiefeng is currently operating at full capacity, leaving no spare computing power to support the Wise." Qi Yiming nodded. "If the Wise ceases support now, how long will it take to cool down and resume operation? If it receives the majority of the Lightning's energy supply, it will take half an hour." "Half an hour," Qi Yiming repeated involuntarily. Then, as if making a decisive decision, he ordered the Xiefeng's central AI, "Stop supporting the Wise, and transmit new tactical information to all friendly ships." The new tactical instructions were quickly transmitted to each warship via datalink. The captains of the assault fleet, receiving the new orders, quickly followed the instructions while engaging the enemy ships and adjusting their positions. Chapter 228. Despite the Wise's battlefield tactical advantage, the assault fleet led by Qi Yiming still sank over 1,000 warships after over an hour of chaotic fighting. However, compared to the coalition's losses of nearly 8,000 warships, this victory could be described as a resounding success. However, with the Wise temporarily decommissioned, the assault fleet lost the evasive route it provided, and losses increased significantly. But as the warships adjusted their positions, losses decreased. Guizhaoyuan, who had been observing the enemy's movements, noticed that the new Federation's assault fleet had forcibly adjusted its formation during the chaotic battle and sneered. While Guizhaoyuan didn't risk everything to eliminate this assault fleet, he did bear immense pressure. The huge losses had already caused some of his commanders to complain. But when Guizhaoyuan saw that the new Federation's fleet had adjusted its formation despite their own firepower, his expression was truly remarkable. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The new Federation's assault fleet had actually adopted the 3-3 formation, a formation only used by the Marines. "Should I call you clever? Or should I call you stupid?" Guizhaoyuan muttered to himself. "If you're stupid, you actually think of applying the Marines' battle formation to naval warfare. But if you're smart, don't you know that the 3-3 formation, an outdated formation, is only suitable for the Marines?" The adjutant standing beside him heard his superior muttering, and the corners of his mouth curled up, as if mocking Qi Yiming's foolish move. The officers at the Allied command slowly began to notice, and their faces became extremely expressive. "Are you courting death? Who's ever seen a fleet using the 3-3 system?" A young officer couldn't help but complain loudly. The others shook their heads, stifling laughter. "Isn't the commander across the way promoted from the Marine Corps through nepotism?" A thin voice rang out from the officer corps. This remark caused a burst of laughter. But a trainee officer, who looked like a recent military academy graduate, whispered, "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with using the 3-3 system in a fleet melee." "There seems to be nothing wrong with using the 3-3 system in a fleet melee. Friendly ships can cover each other, but the prerequisite is that the warships can truly cover friendly ships with the same agility as humans. Unless their warships are as agile as aerospace fighters, using the 3-3 system is a dead end." Another older officer, patting the trainee officer's shoulder, answered his question in a lecturing tone. But while the officers were discussing this, Qi Yiming was unaware of it. Qi Yiming waited until the fleet completed its formation change before granting each warship supermaneuvering authority. In regular fleet battles, supermaneuvering authority is locked by the fleet captain to prevent collisions between friendly ships due to lack of control. Supermaneuvering, as the name suggests, is a form of warship maneuvering that goes beyond conventional means. After granting supermaneuvering authority, RCS jets of varying sizes appeared on various parts of each warship's hull. Additionally, 2 or 3 vector engines were added to the warship's main movement axis. With these devices in tandem, a massive warship could perform a ballet-like performance in space. This was the reason Qi Yiming had the confidence to employ the 3-3 system. However, the coalition commanders were unaware of these subtle changes, or perhaps they simply didn't notice the changes in the warships of the new Federation assault fleet. They continued to pour their firepower into the new Federation fleet according to their planned attack pattern. But as the battle progressed, many captains began to react. They rubbed their eyes, and stared at the enemy warships. Just a moment earlier, their fire control radar had precisely locked onto their target, and their main guns had immediately opened fire. In the chaotic battle, the two sides were so close together that it was practically guaranteed that any shot from one side would hit the other. But what had they just witnessed? A warship suddenly shifted sideways during a maneuver, cleverly dodging their artillery fire. Even more despairing was the fact that one of the enemy ship's vital points was completely exposed to the guns of one of their own warships. As the captain ordered fire, expecting to see the fireworks display, another enemy ship, emitting white vapor from its entire body, strangely took the attack on its own ship's behalf with its strongest point. Before the captain could even utter a curse, another of the three warships, maneuvering erratically, appeared astern of his warship. Then, with a violent jolt, its engine, destroyed by the new Federation warship, lost power. Then, emitting a puff of white mist, the warship that had just been shielded, swiftly adjusted its bow, quickly aiming its guns at the enemy, and unleashed a barrage of main gun fire. And so, a coalition warship went from having a commanding advantage to being sunk in an instant, leaving the captain with only enough time to utter fuck. By this time, the officers at the Allied Forces headquarters had long lost their commanding demeanor. Their faces were ashen as they watched the battle footage beamed back from the battlefield monitors. They had never imagined that a cruiser could maneuver through space as nimbly as a fighter jet. But then, they thought, given the design philosophy of the new Federation's warships, achieving this level of maneuverability wasn't impossible. The older officer who had just lectured Chi Yiming about his weakness in the 3-3 formation slapped himself hard. "You're so mean." Guo Xiaoyuan's brows furrowed. As a general who had risen from the ranks, he had seen all sorts of strange things on the battlefield, so he was only briefly surprised by the new Federation's warship's ability to perform such super maneuvers, then quickly considered how to proceed. Although the super maneuverability allowed the enemy to use the 3-3 battle formation, the new Federation's fleet suffered far greater losses than in the initial melee. So, Guo Xiaoyuan considered whether to employ a refueling tactic, using his superior numbers to overwhelm the enemy. However, the best outcome he could achieve was that the Xiefeng, hampered by the lack of allied ships, would ultimately be sunk, while his own forces would lose nearly 2/3 of their fleet. Guo Xiaolong knew that even with this outcome, the coalition would be forced to fight no further. The remaining forces simply weren't strong enough to breach the current defensive line. Furthermore, given the current situation, the coalition wasn't sure it could successfully defeat the assault fleet. It was highly likely that the Xiefeng would withdraw to the defensive line with its remaining fleet when all hope was lost. At that point, the Xiefeng could simply repeat its previous tactics and engage in a chaotic battle with a fresh force. After weighing the pros and cons, Guo Xiaoyuan decisively ordered a retreat. He needed to reorganize his fleet. He couldn't let the new Federation's assault fleet engage in a chaotic battle and successfully thwart his revenge plan. Chapter 229. To prevent the coalition's temporary retreat from turning into a rout, Guo Xiaoyuan had no choice but to allow the chaotic battle to continue. When the fleets on the periphery of the battlefield received the order to retreat, the captains breathed a sigh of relief. Although these captains were assisting the fleets on the periphery in reducing the new Federation fleet's maneuvering space, they witnessed everything that unfolded in the center of the battle from beginning to end. Many captains' confidence had been shattered by the repeated particle lances fired by the Xiefeng, and some even suffered severe psychological trauma from the high-energy particle streams. So, upon receiving the order to retreat, the coalition captains, without a second thought, ordered their navigators to turn their ships around and quickly retreat from the battlefield. Thankfully, Guo Xiaoyuan's effective arrangements prevented the coalition's retreat, though somewhat hasty and panicky, from turning into a rout. Unfortunately, the fleet entangled with Chi Yiming, without the support of its friendly ships on the periphery, became a complete lamb to the slaughter. The new Federation's assault fleet decimated the enemy fleet at the cost of less than 100 warships. Watching the enemy troops complete their retreat, Chi Yiming had no desire to pursue them. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield and salvaging the scattered life pods, the assault fleet returned to their own defenses with high spirits. Chi Yiming then tallied the results of the attack. The result of this raid can be described as an epic victory. The new Federation assault fleet, despite losing 2,113 warships of its own, sank 18,173 coalition warships of various types, and severely damaged over 2,000. This did not even include the losses incurred during the initial long-range artillery engagements between the coalition and the new Federation. If this loss is included, the coalition lost nearly 20,000 warships in this battle alone, and countless more retreated for emergency repairs. Chi Yiming estimated that it would be difficult for the coalition to launch a second attack in such a short period of time, but it was not ruled out that the enemy commander would be stubborn and start another attack without the fleet having adequately rested. Compared to the heavy losses suffered by the coalition, the new Federation's losses were relatively minor. Aside from the destruction of some of the artillery batteries on the defensive line by the enemy, the new Federation's total losses totaled less than 5,000 ships. However, because of their victory in the chaotic battle, Qi Yiming was able to tow back hundreds of disabled warships from the battlefield. While these warships wouldn't need to return to the battlefield after repairs, they were still valuable enough to serve as mobile artillery batteries. As for the lost fixed artillery batteries, the new Federation's logistics headquarters had many of them, but the defensive line was too long, and with so many lost, redeployment would take a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, the coalition forces didn't immediately launch a second attack after their retreat. Qi Yiming took advantage of the lull in the fighting to have his engineers redeploy their artillery batteries, hoping to patch the gaps in their defenses before the enemy launched a second wave. It took several days for news of the victory on the front lines to reach Gaia. Citizens evacuated from the Border Star region spread the news, eager for Qi Yiming to rescue their homes from the clutches of the Commercial Alliance in the next moment. While Qi Yiming was busy on the front lines, the Academy of Sciences, led by Xue Ming, was also busy. He and his team of scientists worked tirelessly on 2 warship production lines undergoing renovations. With the fighting on the front lines now tense, upgrading these 2 production lines became particularly important. On the same day that news of the great victory reached the front lines, both production lines also completed their technical upgrades. This excited Wang Sun, who was returning to Gaia to transport supplies. While Wang Sun, like everyone else, was genuinely happy about the victory, he was more aware that the situation on the front lines was far from optimistic. The most significant issue was the limited number of available warships. This time, Qi Yiming had taken advantage of incomplete enemy intelligence to catch them off guard, but a similar victory would be nearly impossible next time. So the next battle would be the time for a true test of strength. If the new Federation couldn't replenish its losses on the front lines in time, then it would only be a matter of time before the enemy broke through the Carter system's defenses. Now that both warship production lines had been upgraded and put into production, the new Federation fleet's recovery rate would be greatly increased, and this was what made Wang Sun happy. Upon receiving the news, Wang Sun immediately rushed to the nearest warship production line for an inspection. Countless nanorobot nozzles within the dock continuously sprayed nanorobots into the shipyard. Once ejected, these robots would fly to designated locations according to the warship's design drawings and quickly merge with the previous batch. The hull of a cruiser, from start to finish, took less than half a day. The cruiser under construction would then be towed by robots to the next dock to begin installation of its internal equipment. Wang Sun observed throughout the day that a cruiser, from production start to launch, took no more than 3 days. When he saw the production line before him rapidly constructing warships, using nanotechnology as if by magic, he knew the new Federation was already undefeated in this war. This was just the speed of one production line. Although the new Federation had only recently been established, there were only a few operational warship production lines. However, Wang Sun knew that as time went on, the new Federation's warship production rate would only accelerate. As long as the front lines held out long enough, Wang Sun was confident that he would see a large number of warships being completed and dispatched to the front lines daily within the new Federation. He quickly relayed this news to Qi Yiming, who was on the front lines, via the deep space communication system. Qi Yiming was also extremely excited upon hearing this news, but the fighting on the front lines was tense. Otherwise, he would have personally visited the Awakener system to inspect the 2 newly renovated warship production lines. With these 2 production lines, plus the engineers' round-the-clock production, Qi Yiming could receive 5 cruisers daily from the rear. While 5 warships wouldn't have much impact on the current situation, Qi Yiming was confident that he could hold the coalition fleet firmly in the Carter system. After all, Qi Yiming had the courage to engage the enemy head-on in the Carter system, so he certainly had a backup plan. However, it wasn't the time to reveal his trump card just yet. After their hastily retreating near the jumping bridge in the Carter system, the coalition forces, as Qi Yiming had predicted, did not rush to launch a second attack. Guo Zhaoyuan awaited reinforcements from the rear. He wanted to further expand his advantage in warship numbers. Even though the Commercial Alliance had experienced 2 internal conflicts, it had, after all, existed in this universe for nearly 1,000 years, and its foundation was far stronger than that of the new Federation. Under Guo Zhaoyuan's powerful pressure, all warship production plants within the Commercial Alliance were operating at full capacity, producing over 70 cruisers daily to deliver fresh blood to the front lines. A brief period of quiet returned to the battlefield. Occasionally, A dozen salvage vessels could be seen searching for abandoned life pods in various corners of the battlefield. Chapter 230. Guizhaoyuan's preparations didn't last long. The coalition rested for 2 days, receiving over a dozen shipments of supplies from the rear, and over 1,000 warships joined the coalition. While this number of warships was relatively small compared to the coalition's losses, it did at least boost coalition morale. Guizhaoyuan was unwilling to delay any further. Such a long, arduous expedition would place a significant logistical strain on the coalition. For the second attack, Guizhaoyuan made thorough preparations. He sacrificed some of his firepower, and divided the coalition fleet into 3 wings. All 3 wings used a spindle formation, clearly intending to forcibly assault the new Federation's defenses, and prepare for a melee with the new Federation fleet. Faced with this situation, Qi Yiming knew it was only a matter of time before the enemy broke through. So, he ordered the fleet to rely on the defenses, and inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy before they could achieve a breakthrough. The Xiefeng even stopped charging all of its secondary guns after the battle began, channeling all excess energy to the Zhan Lancer to increase its recharge rate. However, what puzzled everyone was that the Zhan Lancer's particle lances had been firing approximately every 10 minutes in previous battles. But this time, over 20 minutes had passed since the start of the battle, and warnings had been received from all defense nodes, yet the Xiefeng still hadn't fired a particle lance. The only people aware of the situation were the Xiefeng's crew. They clearly saw that Qi Yiming had increased the particle lance's attack power to 200% at the start of the coalition's second attack. Nearly 20 minutes into the battle, the particle lances had only reached 56% charge. This made the Xiefeng's crew eager to see how powerful they would be once fully charged. But the coalition forces did not slow down their offensive just because the Xiefeng's particle lances hadn't finished charging. The 3 squadrons resolutely and thoroughly implemented Guizhaoyuan's tactical strategy, giving the new Federation fleet no chance to breathe. The attack waves followed one after another, each one more intense and lasting. The coalition forces quickly broke through the new Federation's frontline defenses and launched an assault on the core of the defense. Perhaps because the attack was proceeding smoothly, the coalition commanders didn't notice that, under Qi Yiming's deliberate command, the 3 squadrons' attack lines were all aligned. As the coalition forces broke through the frontline defenses and launched their attack on the core defenses, their momentum was finally halted by the new Federation fleet's stubborn resistance. Nearly 40 minutes had passed since the attack began. To Guizhaoyuan's surprise, he didn't see the familiar Xiefeng ship at the core defense line. On the verge of completely breaching the new Federation's defenses, Guizhaoyuan assumed the Xiefeng ship had already withdrawn, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, victory was within his grasp, and even with his composure, a wave of emotion surged within him. To all warships, the enemy commander has withdrawn. All ships must maintain their current firepower, and seize this line of defense in one swift move. The person who achieves the most success will be promoted to Lieutenant General, and will command a fleet after the battle. As soon as these words were spoken, the captains of all the warships, like madmen, frantically urged their weapons officers to accelerate their weapons charging, determined to seize the first victory. But what they didn't know was that the Xiefeng had already taken advantage of the chaos and quietly approached the coalition fleet's flank. It had already completed all preparations for the particle lance launch, waiting only for Qi Yiming's command to release the massive energy stored in its energy storage device towards the coalition fleet. Just before the coalition forces were about to break through the defenses, Qi Yiming issued a strange order through the fleet command platform. Attention, all ships. Within 30 seconds of this order, break contact with the enemy and maintain a distance of at least 300 kilometers from any enemy ships. This order is executed immediately. Although the order was strange, thanks to Wang Shuhua's excellent training, all the warships on board swiftly executed it. All the warships of the new Federation suddenly turned their bows and broke contact with the coalition forces at top speed. In just 20 seconds, they covered 300 kilometers, meeting Qi Yiming's requirements. However, the coalition commanders saw this as a massive rout by the new Federation fleet, having realized their defense was hopeless. The usually calm Guizhaoyuan didn't rush to pursue, instead directing the coalition fleet to consolidate their gains and, with utmost effort, eliminate all threats within the immediate core defenses. But after the new Federation fleet completed its withdrawal, Qi Yiming pressed the launch button on the Xiefeng's particle lance. However, upon pressing the launch button, the Xiefeng didn't immediately launch its attack, as usual. Instead, a series of spatial distortions first occurred in a large area in the direction of the Xiefeng's bow. As the distortions continued to expand, a metallic sound of twisting could be heard from the Xiefeng's hull. Fortunately, the Xiefeng's hull was sufficiently strong, and nothing unexpected happened. After a dozen seconds, the spatial distortion ceased to expand, and the Xiefeng's hull ceased its creaking. The entire world suddenly fell silent. Even the simulated sound of naval gunfire from the battlefield monitor seemed to linger in the air within the Xiefeng, no longer propagating. The next second, a bluish-purple dot suddenly appeared at the Xiefeng's bow. As it slowly expanded, the bluish-purple color turned to a dazzling white, then suddenly transformed into a beam of light with a diameter of approximately 500 kilometers, shooting towards the Coalition's attack fleet. The dazzling light of the beam replaced the stars of the Carter Galaxy, increasing the brightness of the entire galaxy by several levels. This intense light first caught Guo Xiaoyuan's eye. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, this beam, composed entirely of high-energy particle streams, swept across the entire Coalition's attack line from the side. The 500-kilometer attack range completely enveloped all three Coalition wings. In the blink of an eye, the warships were engulfed by the high-energy particle stream. From the Xiefeng's position, the high-energy particle stream traversed the entire defensive line, destroying the artillery batteries, and vaporizing the Coalition warships one by one. Even more terrifyingly, the high-energy particle stream barely brushed past the 8th planet of the Carter Galaxy. A deep crack appeared on the planet's surface, and the entire planet slowly split in two at the crack. A minute later, the high-energy particle stream slowly dissipated. Everything caught in the particle stream, including some massive asteroids, was vaporized. The Coalition fleet, which had excitedly attacked the new Federation's defenses just minutes ago, completely disappeared after the Xiefeng completed its attack, as if it had never been there. Guo Xiaoyuan fainted the moment the high-energy particle stream appeared. A total of 30,000 warships of various types were destroyed by the Xiefeng in one blow. Not even a trace of the warship wreckage was left. The crew members on the ships were vaporized by the high-energy particle flow. Chapter 231. An attack organized by Guo Xiaoyuan was instantly thwarted by the Xiefeng's extremely violent attack. He didn't even stand a chance of salvaging the situation. Just before victory was within his grasp, Qi Yiming shoved him into the abyss. The Coalition's follow-up fleet, stunned by the sudden and powerful attack, even forgot to flee the battlefield. They all stood dazed at their respective battle stations, staring blankly at the empty images transmitted from the battlefield monitors. Minutes later, a few Coalition warships turned their bows and quickly left the battlefield. As time passed, more captains recovered from their shock and fear and commanded their ships to evacuate the battlefield. This Coalition retreat was thorough, with all warships withdrawing from the Carter Information and retreating to the Border Star region that originally belonged to the Commercial Alliance. 30,000 warships, taken away in such a short time by Qi Yiming, would be enough to drive anyone insane. Guo Xiaoyuan remained unconscious for 4 hours before slowly regaining consciousness. The first thing he asked upon waking was, "Has the fleet retreated?" His adjutant, the Federation, helped Guo Xiaoyuan up as he tried to stand. "They have, but there was some confusion during the retreat, resulting in the loss of many warships. It's good they retreated. Losses caused by confusion are inevitable." "Did the Xiefeng make any further moves?" The adjutant shook his head and said, "The Xiefeng didn't launch a second attack. I don't know if it was due to the ship's performance limitations, or if the Xiefeng's commander had a change of heart, but he allowed the Coalition fleet to evacuate the Carter system." "What are the moods of the crews aboard the various warships?" "Not good. Most people are in a state of depression. I'm afraid no one wants to face that new Federation warship again. We still know too little about the secrets of the ancient warship." Guo Xiaoyuan raised his hand to rub his swollen head. The sudden fainting spell still made him feel very uncomfortable. "Sir, what should we do next?" The adjutant asked with difficulty, the question he least wanted to ask. He was truly afraid that Guo Xiaoyuan would be blinded by hatred and continue to arrange for the fleet to attack the Carter system. Thankfully, Guo Xiaoyuan didn't become angry over this unexpected failure. He knew clearly that if he ordered the fleet to attack again immediately, a large number of warships would likely flee. So, after a long moment of reflection, Guo Xiaoyuan slowly said, "Let's give everyone a rest and recuperate. We send in a large number of psychologists from the rear. Our soldiers and commanders need psychological counseling. Until this work is completed, the Coalition fleet will not conduct any more combat missions." Ordinarily, Qi Yiming should seize this opportunity to launch a large-scale counterattack. However, Qi Yiming, pressured by logistical pressures, temporarily abandoned his pursuit after rearranging the Carter system's defenses. While the Xiefeng could single-handedly control the course of the war, it also needed a large number of warships to fill gaps on the front lines. Even though the new Federation had upgraded 2 warship production lines, their production efficiency was incredibly high, yet it still couldn't meet the demands of the front lines. After these defensive battles, the number of warships Qi Yiming could deploy had plummeted to just over 11,000. Even if the rear was able to resupply the fleet with a new batch of warships within just 2 weeks, the conditions for launching a counterattack against the enemy were still insufficient. On December 7, 3323, after the Battle of the Carter System, both sides returned to their pre-war status. From then on, small-scale fleet battles between the two sides never ceased. From 3324 to November 3325, for nearly 2 years, the new Federation was on the defensive. The disadvantage in warship numbers reached its peak in October 3325. The coalition forces did organize several large-scale battles during these 2 years, but were always deterred by the enhanced particle lances of the snow wind. Although the coalition's psychological intervention was initiated very early, the psychological trauma left by the particle lance on the captains and combatants of the coalition was too great. So much so that if the snow peak did not fire a particle lance for more than 10 minutes during the battle, the fleet that had been attacking immediately stopped, turning its bows, and consciously withdrawing from the front line. If he encountered less self-aware captains, Qi Yiming wouldn't hesitate to give them the opportunity to relive that battle. 2 years later, although the new Federation's warship production capacity had been upgraded, population constraints prevented Qi Yiming's fleet from expanding recklessly. After accumulating a certain amount of strength, Qi Yiming merely re-entered the Border Star region and engaged in a stalemate with the Merchant Alliance fleet there. The Border Star region, already not very prosperous, became even more desolate under the reckless attacks of both sides. The coalition, exhausted by the prolonged war, disbanded a year after the conflict began. Only the Commercial Alliance, driven by Gui Xiaoyuan's resentment for his only son, continued to clash with the new Federation. However, this was merely a high-sounding excuse used by the Commercial Alliance's arms dealers. After all, they had profited handsomely from the war, and were the group most eager for it to continue. In 3329, Gui Xiaoyuan, the supreme commander of the Commercial Alliance's military government, died of illness on the front lines. His successor, raising the banner of revenge, continued to fight the new Federation. Meanwhile, the people of the two countries lived vastly different lives. The Commercial Alliance's excessive military spending left the government unable to focus on economic development. Coupled with increasing domestic taxes, many businesses related to people's livelihoods were either bankrupt or on the brink of bankruptcy. Many citizens, deprived of their income, were forced to file for personal bankruptcy, leaving their families homeless. While life in the new Federation wasn't unaffected by the war, it was still manageable. In the 7th year of the war, large-scale unrest finally broke out within the Commercial Alliance. However, due to insufficient preparation, the military government brutally suppressed it. The new Federation also took advantage of the enemy's internal chaos to recapture the Border Star system. After completing the internal repression, the military government once again turned its attention to the new Federation in an effort to divert tensions. In August 3332, the Commercial Alliance once again mobilized a large fleet to confront the new Federation in the Border Star system. In September of the same year, under Qi Yiming's instructions, the new Federation prepared to conclude the protracted war once and for all, dispatching a large fleet to the front lines. It took the new Federation fleet less than half a day to break through the enemy's defenses. After the defenses were breached, there was no significant resistance within the alliance. Locals guided the fleet on almost every administrative planet, quickly clearing out the remaining enemy forces within the system. In January 3334, after nearly 2 years, the new Federation had completely conquered all of the Commercial Alliance's territory. Nearby nations also remained apprehensive, fearing the wrath of this newly emerging neighbor. Chapter 232. After Qi Yiming led the new Federation to completely conquer the Commercial Alliance, he did not launch a new war against other nations. With 6 star regions, and a population of nearly 10 billion, Qi Yiming was fully capable of raising the new Federation's technological level to the level of the current early-stage human Federation within 5 years. Thus, over the next few years, the new Federation played the role of a good guy, agreeing to any nation willing to establish diplomatic relations with it. Under Qi Yiming's instructions, the Academy of Sciences expanded from a team of several hundred to nearly 1 million. Qi Yiming relocated these researchers and their families to a beautiful, but heavily guarded Earth-like planet, forbidding them from any contact with the outside world. It wasn't that Qi Yiming cherished his own technology, but rather that the past decade of war had fully realized the limitations of humanity's current vision. He didn't believe that sharing his technological legacy would significantly aid his counterattack against the Zerg, and would only create significant obstacles. Qi Yiming's plan was to first allow the new federation to master a certain level of technology, then gradually transfer the next level of technology to the rest of the world. This would not only ensure the new federation's absolute dominance, but also elevate humanity's current technological level. By the time he truly unified humanity and launched war against the Zerg, there wouldn't be a situation where some people were still operating centuries-old warships, while thousands of advanced warships sat in storage, suffering from a lack of pilots. Over the course of 5 years, a vast amount of technology had been extracted from the technological heritage and applied to all aspects of human society. On February 9, 3333, the Academy of Sciences successfully analyzed the technology for constructing giant structures. This technology enabled a series of large-scale projects that were truly space wonders. For example, the familiar Dyson Sphere and Ring World. Of course, there were also giant colony ships, but at the time, the new Federation was still embroiled in war and hadn't initiated any of these large-scale projects. After the war, to alleviate the increasingly severe domestic employment situation, the new Federation simultaneously began construction on 2 giant colony ships. These ships could accommodate 2 billion and 2.5 billion people, respectively. The majority of the civilian facilities within these ships were outsourced to private enterprises. To provide these private enterprises with startup capital, the new Federation mortgaged the tariffs of 3 resource planets and 1 tourist planet to the National Bank for 10 years. This helped to restore the new Federation's economic order, which was on the verge of collapse due to years of war. It wasn't that Qi Yiming didn't want to build a noise-reducing Dyson Sphere or Ring World, but the funds required for these 2 projects were beyond the new Federation's current means. What surprised Qi Yiming even more was that the new Federation Academy of Sciences had analyzed the complete technology of the Stargate just a few months after the megastructure technology was fully analyzed. In August 3339, a pair of small stargates connecting the ancestral star region and the border star region were activated. An unmanned shuttle successfully entered the ancestral star region Stargate in the Awakener system. Just 5 seconds later, the unmanned shuttle appeared in the Landu system in the border star region. If the construction of the giant colony ship didn't attract much attention, the official operation of the Stargate caused a sensation in human society. The Cloud Ring Federation and the Turing Republic successively sent diplomats, hoping to import this groundbreaking technology. Qi Yiming had no secrets about Stargate technology, but he wasn't so generous as to give it away for free. Both countries paid a huge sum of money in exchange for Qi Yiming's small Stargate construction technology. Just as the new Federation was thriving, its economic and military strength steadily increasing, a tattered, war-torn cruiser appeared on the northwest border of the Turing Republic and flew all the way toward the new Federation. At the time, the Turing Republic, needing help from the new Federation, escorted the ship south to the new Federation bordering them. When the captain stood before Qi Yiming and his companions, she didn't feel awkward at all, but rather like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Especially when she saw Yi Lu, she actually cried and fell into Yi Lu's arms. Yi Lu patted Xiao Xian, who had leaped into her arms, with a look of joy. What happened? Weren't you going with your friends to search for the ancient warship? How did you end up like this? Xiao Xian, weeping her heart out, wiped away her tears and solemnly said to Qi Yiming, "The Zerg is coming." Qi Yiming's smile froze. He abruptly stood up from his chair, walked over to Xiao Xian, and said, "What do you mean by the Zerg is coming?" It turned out that over the past decade or so, Xiao Shan had painstakingly tracked down all the warships in the Strategic Strike Fleet's shield system. The Azure was no longer the small frigate it had been a decade earlier, but a powerful specialized battleship like the Snow Peak. During his search for these warships, Xiao Shan naturally established his own empire, encompassing over 7 billion people. Born in the Rhine galaxy of the Taro Empire, Xiao Shan named the empire the Rhine Empire, with Xiao Shan serving as its first emperor. After finding all the shield-type modular warships, Xiao Shan ambitiously expanded the empire's economic and military power. He hoped to one day meet Qi Yiming on the battlefield and seek justice for Wei Feng's death. Unexpectedly, around the same time the new Federation ended its war with the Commercial Alliance, the Rhine Empire was suddenly invaded by a Zerg swarm. At first, Xiao Shan thought this Zerg swarm was the same as the one that had invaded the Cloud Ring Federation, a swarm that had been driven away. But as the battle progressed, Xiao Shan discovered something different about the Zerg swarm. After Qi Yiming returned from the Cloud Ring Federation, he had detailed the details of the Zerg swarm that had invaded the Cloud Ring Federation, the most iconic feature being the single Leviathan. But the number of Leviathans in the Zerg swarm that invaded the Rhine Empire was so numerous that it was impossible to count them. If it weren't for the specialized battleship Azure at the forefront, the Zerg swarm might have devoured every human in the Rhine Empire in a matter of months. Even with the Azure, the war situation continued to deteriorate. Xiao Shan had no choice but to organize his people to evacuate their home system and prepare for exile. But Xiao Shan could sense that after the Zerg invaded the Rhine Empire, their next target would undoubtedly be Qi Yiming and his men. To ensure his people's escape from the Zerg, he led his fleet to the front lines, diligently holding out. He also sent his sister back to the new Federation to inform Qi Yiming of his situation, allowing him to prepare. After hearing Qiao Xian's description, Qi Yiming felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and his face paled as he returned to his seat. Qi Yiming knew Xiao Shan's suspicions were correct. After the Zerg invaded the Rhine Empire, their next target would undoubtedly be them. But now the new Federation has trouble even unifying humanity, let alone dealing with the Zerg. 10 years of war have caused too much internal friction among humans, and has slowed down Qi Yiming's development plans. Chapter 233. Qi Yiming knew full well that humanity, in its current state, could not possibly resist the Zerg invasion. Even if Xiao Shan had the Azure, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. After a long silence, Qi Yiming looked up at Xiao Xian and asked, "How long have you been battling the Zerg?" "When I set out, the war had only broken out for less than 2 weeks." Xiao Xian pondered for a moment before continuing, "I spent nearly 8 years on the road. My brother told me the Rhine Empire can only hold out for 5 years at most. After 5 years, regardless of whether you receive the message or not, he will lead the people of the Empire on the road to escape." "That means we have less than 7 years to prepare," Wang Shuhua muttered. Qi Yiming said firmly, "No, we don't have 7 years. At most, we have 3 years. It's very likely we won't even have 3 years." "Why?" Yi Lu glanced at Xiao Xian, then looked at Qi Yiming with concern. "You still don't understand the Zerg. They seem naturally suited to long-distance space travel, so their jump speed is much faster than humanity's current maximum speed." Qi Yiming paused and continued, "If Xiao Shan can truly hold out for 5 years, then given the Zerg speed, the journey Xiao Xian would need 8 years to complete could be completed in less than 3. So fast?" Yi Lu's eyes grew increasingly worried. "Can Xiao Shan and the others still escape?" Qi Yiming silently shook his head, saying nothing. He Zhenju, who had been standing silently to the side, stepped forward and said to the crowd, "Stop standing there, let's think about what we should do." Qi Yiming looked up at He Zhenju and said, "Why are we still considering this? If others don't know what the Zerg swarm is like, how could you not know it? Do we have any choice now? Are we planning to flee?" He Zhenju said, suppressing her anger. "What else can we do? Stay here and die? We ran away in our last life." The awakened habitually referred to their experiences before the Human Federation as their last life. He Zhenju continued, "Are we going to run again in this life? Do you have any way to repel the Zerg swarm?" Qi Yiming glanced at He Zhenju irritably. Finally, He Zhenju shut up. She truly had no way to stop the Zerg swarm. A deathly silence fell in the living room, a pin drop audible. After a long pause, Qi Yiming spoke again, this time with a touch of tragic grandeur and tenacity in his voice. "Fang Min. Notify all nations of the Zerg invasion and expedite the construction of the 2 giant colony ships." Fang Min nodded in agreement and left the living room. "Wang Sun, prepare all the supplies." Qi Yiming thought for a moment. "Especially energy blocks. From now until we escape, produce as many energy blocks as possible." Wang Sun agreed and turned to leave the reception room. Wang Shuhua, from now on, the Federation fleet will enter level 1 combat readiness. All officers and soldiers on leave will return to combat duty. Qi Yiming then looked at Chen Cheng. The Marines will take to the streets to enforce martial law. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the situation will be shot on the spot. Following Qi Yiming's orders, the citizens of the new Federation, who had just enjoyed a few years of stability, once again felt the impending war. Teams of armed Marines patrolled the streets of various administrative planets. Giant holographic screens lining the streets played a looping broadcast of Qi Yiming's public address to the citizens of the Federation. Although the new Federation had immediately launched propaganda campaigns against the Zerg threat after occupying the vast territory of the Commercial Alliance, the sudden announcement that humanity, unable to defeat the Zerg, would have to flee had still caused quite a stir. Some believed such things, while others were bound to scoff. Soon, large-scale riots erupted on various administrative planets. This was especially true on the dozen or so administrative planets that had recently been incorporated into the new Federation. These people were the last to see the Federation's propaganda about the Zerg. Having just enjoyed a few days of peace, Upon hearing that the federal government was planning to flee, they took to the streets, demanding that the Federation abandon its so-called escape plan. At this point, Chi Yiming simply didn't have the energy to argue with these people. He also knew that the remnants of the commercial alliance were behind them. Chi Yiming wouldn't believe these people didn't take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. So Chi Yiming didn't waste any time and immediately ordered Chen Cheng to arrest them, executing them regardless of their involvement. With this group of people setting an example, the chaotic situation was barely suppressed. But what infuriated Chi Yiming was the attitude of the other human nations. Needless to say, the Cloud Ring Federation, having suffered greatly from the Zerg swarm, immediately responded to Chi Yiming's evacuation plan. Chi Yiming also reciprocated by sharing his technology for building giant colony spacecraft with them. The attitudes of the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire, however, were somewhat ambiguous, with the two nations divided into distinct factions. One faction firmly supported the new Federation's plan, demanding that it share the technology for its giant colony ships. Other factions were skeptical of Chi Yiming's retreat plan, even at one point believing it was part of a new offensive plan launched by the new Federation. The goal was to divert their attention, allowing the new Federation's fleet to launch a surprise attack. Chi Yiming had no better solution, so he could only promise his supporters that he would help them build a giant colony ship if they were willing to contribute resources. But giant colony ships aren't something you can just build. Even if the new Federation started construction several years in advance, only 70% of the two giant colony ships are now complete. The remaining 30%, even with repeated compression, would take another year and a half to complete. But even if two giant colony ships were packed, they could only carry less than 6 billion people. What could 6 billion people do? In the interstellar age, 6 billion people couldn't even sustain a decent interstellar war, not to mention a direct confrontation with the Zerg. So, in order to transport more people, Chi Yiming consulted with the Yunhuan Federation's top brass, and the Yunhuan Federation completely halted production of all warships. They began focusing their efforts on building giant colony ships, freeing up production capacity to build more smaller colony ships. The new Federation, on the other hand, focused its efforts on producing escort warships. As long as enough people could serve on the warships, fewer people would need to board the colony ships. In September of Star Calendar 3341, one of the two giant colony ships the new Federation had begun construction on was finally completed after 7 years. In November of the same year, the other giant colony ship was also completed. The first group to board were the scientists from the Academy of Sciences and their immediate families. The second group were the immediate families of the military personnel, followed by the workers building the giant colony ships and their immediate families, and finally the general public. Although there were several riots during this period, fortunately, the military remained calm and quickly suppressed the unrest. Chi Yiming then redirected all of the production capacity used to build giant colony ships to the construction of smaller colony ships. Chapter 234. November 7, 3341. On this day, Chi Yiming was inspecting a massive colony ship being built for the Cloud Ring Federation. Halfway through his inspection, a new Federation soldier hurriedly approached Chi Yiming and whispered a few words. Chi Yiming then quickly led everyone back to the surface of Gaia. Wang Shuhua, He Zhenju, and the others were already waiting for him in the conference room. Tell me about the situation. Upon entering the conference room, Chi Yiming, not bothering to exchange pleasantries, immediately asked Wang Shuhua to explain the situation. We just received news from the Turing Republic that the Zerg has arrived. The day has finally come. Chi Yiming felt relieved upon hearing this news. For the past 2 years, he had been overwhelmed by the news of the Zerg's impending arrival. Should we initiate our escape plan immediately? Wang Shuhua continued to question Chi Yiming. Chi Yiming then opened the holographic star map, and the conference room was instantly filled with a vast star map. 2 striking red lines were marked on the map. What is this? He Zhenju thought the star map looked familiar, but she couldn't recall where she'd seen it before. This star map was given to us by Yufeng back then. Have you forgotten? Chi Yiming glanced at He Zhenju, a hint of anger in his eyes. All these years had passed, but whenever he recalled what Yufeng had said to them, Chi Yiming felt a surge of anger within him. He Zhenju nodded glumly after hearing Chi Yiming's words. Chi Yiming then explained his plan to everyone. The escape fleet would follow the direction of the former Human Federation warplane and embark on another escape. Firstly, they could search for the undiscovered modular warships along the way. Secondly, Chi Yiming believed Xiao Shan must have an identical star map. He had once told Xiao Shan that the ultimate purpose of the modular warships of the Strategic Strike Fleet was to activate humanity's ultimate weapon, a super battle star with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers. And only by finding this battle star and successfully activating it could they possibly defeat the Zerg. So Qiao Shan's escape direction was definitely the final destination of the battle star on the star map. So no matter the reason, Qi Yiming had no choice but to choose this route. Otherwise, even if he found the battle star, without all the modular warships of the strategic strike fleet, it would be impossible to activate the super battle star. We discussed the rest later. Qi Yiming turned off the holographic star map and solemnly looked around at everyone. As the head of the Federation, I now order the escape plan to begin. Everyone quickly left the meeting room and quickly returned to their respective workstations to work separately. The escape plan couldn't be launched immediately after it was announced. Although a lot of preliminary work had been done, there was still a lot of complicated work to be done. Although the 2 completed giant colony ships had confirmed their boarding personnel, to avoid causing panic, they remained on their respective administrative planets until the plan began. Only after the plan began would they gradually gather and await boarding. Because the giant colony ships could not use jump bridges, they could only rely on their own power to achieve faster than light travel. Once the escape plan began, the 2 giant colony ships would depart immediately, and the boarding personnel would be transported to the 2 ships in batches by transport ships at predetermined times. As for the humans who failed to board the giant colony ship, they would be assigned to smaller colony ships, rendezvous with the 2 giant colony ships, and embark on their escape under the protection of the escort fleet. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. First, there's the giant colony ship commissioned by the Cloud Ring Federation for the new Federation to build. The construction workload for this ship has been compressed to the utmost. When construction began on this giant colony ship, Qi Yiming clearly stated that everything was designed to accommodate humans. As long as normal human life could be guaranteed within it, other equipment could be temporarily deferred. Thus, an extremely rudimentary giant colony ship emerged. It can be said that only the outer shell of this giant colony ship remains intact. Inside, aside from the core control area and life support systems, no industrial or living facilities have been constructed. Even so, nearly 21% of the work on this giant colony ship built for the Cloud Ring Federation remains unfinished. With no other options, Qi Yiming could only launch the Cloud Ring Federation's massive colony ship, now that the hull was complete. Construction work on the interior had to be completed while the ship was in flight. Next came the smaller colony ships, which were always in short supply. When the evacuation began, unrest erupted everywhere. Over the years, the new Federation's population had grown from 10 billion to 10.9 billion. Although the population growth was modest, capacity constraints limited Qi Yiming. Even without considering the carrying capacity of the life support systems, even if all the colony ships were fully occupied, the number of people Qi Yiming could actually carry away would not exceed 9 billion. The remaining humans would either be abandoned or find their own way to follow the fleeing fleet. Qi Yiming's decision was extremely difficult. He couldn't be absolutely fair, but he did his best, though it still meant abandoning many of his own kind. Thankfully, Qi Yiming prioritized the evacuation rights of military families, keeping the fleet firmly under his control, ensuring an orderly evacuation. Qi Yiming delegated all these tasks to Fang Min, Wang Xin, and Wang Shuhua. Qi Yiming, commanding the Xiafeng, along with He Zhenju and Yi Lu, led the new Federation capital planet's first mixed fleet, nearly 30,000 warships, to set out ahead, clearing the way for the fleeing fleet. As the new Federation and the Ring Federation simultaneously announced the implementation of their escape plan, diehards in the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire were organizing their fleets to attack the Zerg swarm that had already appeared on the outskirts of the Turing Republic. They simply didn't believe the Zerg swarm was as terrifying as Qi Yiming had described. Qi Yiming simply ignored these people. Whether their claims were true would only be known after they engaged the Zerg in actual combat. Even if Qi Yiming knelt before them and begged them to evacuate together, all he would receive was scorn and ridicule. Qi Yiming would never undertake such a thankless task. Thus, 2 extremes emerged in the human world. Some frantically packed their bags, spending all their wealth to secure a spot aboard the colony ship, and then a smaller craft to follow the fleeing fleet. Others, like sharks smelling blood, resolutely joined the fleet fighting the Zerg. Still, unwilling to flee or attack the Zerg themselves, they instead organized a fleet to attack Qi Yiming and his escaping fleet. Qi Yiming had anticipated this scenario, which was why he had led a fleet out in advance, to clear the way for the fleet behind him. Despite its enormous size, the giant colony ship was extremely fragile. A single mishap could mean far more than the loss of a single ship. Chapter 235. Turing Republic, Oak Star System. A fleet of 70,000 warships is gathering here. The commander is the former Commodore Evans of the Turing Republic, a down-and-out fleet commander. Evans was, in fact, a supporter of Qi Yiming, having advocated for the escape plan ever since Qi Yiming announced the impending Zerg invasion of humanity. However, the dire political climate of the Turing Republic made it difficult for those advocating the escape plan to proceed. Evans suffered the most tragic fate of all. Because of his excessive activity, he was completely dismissed from the Turing Republic military and stripped of all his privileges. Thankfully, he had accumulated considerable savings during his years in office. After leaving the military, he tried every possible means to secure a ticket aboard the giant colonial ship from high-ranking officials of the new Federation. Sadly, even after spending all his wealth, he was unsuccessful. Not only did he fail to secure a ticket, but his once harmonious family was also torn apart. After a few years of living in a daze, he heard Qi Yiming had launched his escape plan and thought he'd try his luck again. However, to his surprise, not only did he lose all the money he worked so hard to scrape together, but even his son, the only one who still cared about him, had silently deleted him from his contact list. But instead of reflecting on how he ended up in this situation, he blamed everything on Qi Yiming's unfair treatment. He felt that since they were going to escape, Qi Yiming should treat everyone equally, everyone should escape together. Since some people were destined to be left behind, why should he be among them? The more he thought about it, the more unfair it felt. Evans felt that if he couldn't escape, then neither could he. So he began to travel, trying to rally like-minded individuals to attack Qi Yiming's evacuation fleet. At first, few paid any attention to Evans, but as Qi Yiming's escape plan progressed, more and more people realized they would be abandoned, and Evans was finally given command of a massive interstellar fleet of 70,000 warships. Fellow citizens, why are those people allowed to board colony ships and escape this damn place? Evans was now delivering his speech at the top of his lungs. The crowd gathered to listen to his speech, and a small number of people began to echo Evans's words. Yes. Why? We're all human? Why are they allowed to live while we have to stay here and die? A shrill howl suddenly rang out from the crowd, revealing the depth of this man's despair. Evans wore a mournful smile and raised his arms, shouting, "We want equal rights for life. Since those high and mighty won't give us these rights, then we take them ourselves. Yes. Take them ourselves. Brothers, join our fleet. I lead you in destroying the only hope those shameful fugitives have." The words brothers completely ignited the crowd's emotions. A large crowd poured into the airport, and under Evans's guidance, boarded the warships. Qi Yiming would never believe that Evans had no support behind him. Such a massive fleet was assembling within the Turing Republic, and yet the authorities took no action, allowing these people to amass so many warships. In truth, Qi Yiming didn't want to pay any attention to them. Even though Evans possessed nearly 70,000 warships, that number was simply not enough to penetrate the outer defenses of the evacuating troops. The new Federation of today is no longer the weakling that struggled to defend two-star regions decades ago. It is now a behemoth boasting nearly 300,000 warships of various types. And it's the most powerful of all behemoths. Because all of the new Federation's warships are manufactured according to the technical standards of the former Human Federation, the escaping fleet's escort is not only a large fleet, but also a formidable one. Even if the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire were to attack the new Federation together, Qi Yiming was confident they could end the battle within 6 months. However, as the evacuation plan progressed, the fleet size grew. The number of warships involved could potentially exceed 100,000. This forced Qi Yiming to take this seriously. As previously mentioned, while the giant colony ship is enormous and can accommodate more humans, it also presents a significant threat. Coupled with its fragile internal life support systems, a single missile or burst laser penetrating its outer armor could potentially trigger a chain reaction. If that happened, all humans aboard the colony ships would suffer. Qi Yiming couldn't take that risk. He decided to use Evanson's fleet as a model, and annihilate them within the Oak system with lightning speed. So, the human advance fleet, reorganized from the first mixed fleet of the new Federation's capital planet, quickly maneuvered toward the Oak system, preparing to wipe out Evanson in one fell swoop. But to Qi Yiming's amazement, when the advanced fleet entered Turing Republic territory, they unexpectedly received a declaration of war from the Republic's official authorities. Qi Yiming saw only the word declaration of war, and tossed the official diplomatic document from the Turing Republic into the trash. At this point, how could Qi Yiming care less? When the Zerg Overlord lays his eggs in the beds of you bastards, I see how you can still be so stubborn. Faced with these stubborn people, Qi Yiming truly had no recourse but to curse. In fact, He had spent the past few years trying to persuade the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire to join his escape plan and preserve more manpower for humanity. Sadly, after witnessing their mocking faces time and time again, Qi Yiming completely lost faith in them. He once said to Yi Lu, "Humanity has reached this point today because we have too many bastards like these." But no matter how much Qi Yiming cursed, reality remained unchangeable. In contrast, Evans's fleet, thanks to the declaration of war, had become an official, designated military force of the Turing Republic. This gave Evans even more reason to attack Qi Yiming. Soon, the number of warships under Evans' command exceeded 100,000. Although a large portion of these were merely armed merchant ships, they still posed considerable trouble for Qi Yiming. In March of the 3342nd year of the star calendar, the two massive colony ships of the evacuation fleet, using their own propulsion systems, sailed for nearly 6 months before finally reaching the edge of the Carter system. If smaller warships had used bridge jumps, they would have covered the distance in less than 2 weeks. In April of the same year, Evans' fleet split in two, attacking the advanced fleet, the two massive colony ships behind it, and their escort fleet. Chapter 236. Was Evans stupid? He knew to divide his forces to drain Qi Yiming's energy. Was he not stupid? But he didn't even conduct any reconnaissance of the new Federation's fleet, and so he rashly launched a split-force attack. The already weak attack power was completely lost after this split-force attack. After learning about the chaotic situation from the reconnaissance fleet, Qi Yiming's initial nervousness suddenly relaxed. It wasn't that he underestimated the enemy, but rather that this enemy force was simply too weak compared to the new Federation's current fleet. The Snow Peak didn't even need to be present. A fleet of ordinary warships could handle them. But Evans didn't care at all. He was already imagining the despair on the faces of the new Federation's men after he sank 2 giant colonial ships. The two fleets met as expected at the border between the new Federation and the Turing Republic. But as the two fleets exchanged fire, Qi Yiming immediately noticed something unusual about the enemy fleet. The main gun hit rate of each warship in the Evans fleet was extremely high, even exceeding the main gun hit rate of the new Federation fleet, even with the support of the Wise and the Explorer. This kind of warship performance is simply beyond the reach of ordinary armed merchant ships. Go ask the escort fleet about the performance of the enemy warships after they engaged the enemy. After more than 10 minutes, the adjutant came to Qi Yiming and said, "Captain Wang Shuhua reported that the enemy fleet's combat effectiveness was average and was defeated 30 minutes ago. Have you counted the number of enemy ships? The number of enemy ships is around 70,000. Qi Yiming frowned as he gazed at the enemy force before him. Their fleet numbered around 40,000 warships. Furthermore, during the attack by his own fleet, the enemy warships clearly made evasive maneuvers, not the aimless avoidance that would have occurred in a battle. Why did Qi Yiming feel this way? Because he saw a less severely damaged warship in the enemy fleet, using its relatively intact position to intercept a fatal blow for a friendly ship already on the verge of sinking. If this were a single incident, then the fact that it happened over a dozen times in such a short period of time made Qi Yiming very suspicious. Could it be that this fleet also had a warship like the Wise, commanding the entire situation? Planning tactical routes for each of its warships. Soon, the Snow Peak, originally at the rear of the fleet, accelerated into the battle line, and Qi Yiming assumed command as the frontline commander. With the addition of the Snow Peak, the new Federation fleet's artillery firepower was significantly improved. However, the machine-like coordination between the enemy warships significantly weakened the new Federation's attack. Evans's fleet successfully sank over 100 new Federation warships in the first 10 minutes of attack, but since the Snow Peak joined the fray, it had become almost impossible to achieve any substantial results. The new Federation's fleet was similarly unable to achieve any significant results. The two sides remained in a bizarre stalemate. Is this fleet using robots? Qi Yiming immediately thought of the Turing Republic's specialty. If that were the case, then Evans's fleet's performance was not surprising at all. But the truth was beyond Qi Yiming's imagination. Evans, a down-and-out general, was able to assemble such a massive fleet in such a short period of time thanks to the covert support of the Redemption Society, a semi-official organization within the Turing Republic. The Redemption Society effectively controlled everything in the Turing Republic, as there was an unwritten rule that anyone who wished to rise higher in the country must be a member of the Redemption Society. Evans only knew that the founder of the Redemption Society, like Qi Yiming, was an awakened one. What Evans didn't know was that the organization's founder was Shi Shaojia, the former president of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences and the overall designer of the Strategic Strike Fleet. All the modular warship designs in Qi Yiming's possession were his work. Thousands of years later, Although Shirshaojia had crumbled to dust, the organization he founded lived on. And with it, a complete set of blueprints for the strategic strike fleet. The Turing Republic hadn't successfully replicated this fleet for so many years due, firstly, to technological limitations and, secondly, to its disdain for the design concept, believing that the idea of a convertible warship was a complete waste of time. Thus, the blueprints were hidden until the Snow Peak appeared. They then intuitively recognized their value and began secret research and construction of a new strategic strike fleet within the Turing Republic. Due to limitations related to technological advancement, they were unable to achieve many of the technical parameters outlined in the blueprints. However, they managed to assimilate some of the scientific and technological know-how and managed to produce a batch of modular warships. The fleet Qi Yiming faced today was a fleet composed entirely of modular warships, secretly constructed by the Turing Republic. The Turing Republic dispatched this fleet to intercept the Snow Peak at this moment solely because of the Redemption Society's blind admiration for the Snow Peak's combat prowess. Isn't that ridiculous? If they admired the Snow Peak so much, why wouldn't they join Qi Yiming? They felt that since the Snow Peak had defeated the inexplicably appearing Zerg swarm in the Cloud Ring Federation, it could certainly accomplish the same feat again this time. Originally, they had planned to contact Qi Yiming to join them in resisting the Zerg swarm, but before they could send a messenger, news arrived that the new Federation had launched its escape plan. The senior elders of the Redemption Society were furious and scornful of Qi Yiming's cowardly behavior. So, they decided to deploy their experimental modular fleet to intercept the Snow Peak and attempt to capture it. The choice of Evans as commander of this fleet was entirely due to his radical vision, which had arisen after repeated setbacks. By this time, Evans had become a complete madman, the kind only one would dare to confront the Snow Peak's formidable power on the battlefield. And Evans's performance did not disappoint them. After the Snow Peak joined the battle, Evans felt no fear, but instead a surge of bloodlust. Under his command, this specialized fleet, spun off from the Strategic Strike Fleet, unleashed its full potential. As the battle progressed, Evans knew it was time to reveal his true strength. With a single command, tens of thousands of warships abandoned their attack formation and regrouped under Qi Yiming's astonished gaze. What happened next stunned Qi Yiming. The assembled enemy ships gathered in groups of 3 or 4, locked and connected by rigid structures extending from their hulls, forming a single, new warship. Chapter 237. The captains of the new Federation were stunned to see that the enemy warships could transform, just like the Snow Peak. They were all too familiar with the Snow Peak's combat capabilities. The mere existence of a warship as buggy as the Snow Peak had already made them question their lives. But now the enemy fleet was actually transforming en masse. Qi Yiming was also stunned. What was going on? The Snow Peak's ability to transform was a special project devised by the former Human Federation to save military expenses. Without the goal in mind, creating such a transformable fleet was a complete waste of time. The Snow Peak's powerful combat capability was entirely due to the inherent technological prowess of the former Human Federation. Thus, the design of these warships gave the impression that their combat power would increase with each combination. In fact, these modular warships, when compared individually, were already formidable. Now that the Turing Republic had created something so out of place, Qi Yiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Evans, on the other hand, watched his fleet complete its collective transformation with great pride. He actually started taunting Qi Yiming over the public channel. Well, Mr. Qi? My transforming battleship is no worse than your Snow Peak, right? What could Qi Yiming say? He couldn't understand how such a man could become a fleet commander. This was a battlefield, and he still had the nerve to show off to his enemies. Tyler, who was remotely monitoring the entire battle, was nearly furious. He pointed at his secretary's nose and cursed. How did you choose this person? In such a rapidly changing situation as a battlefield, you actually have the mind to mock the opposing commander? The secretary was practically ready to eat Evans. Thankfully, Evans wasn't an unreliable person. His battlefield taunts were simply a matter of emotion. After admiring the enemy's collective transformation, Qi Yiming's curiosity was piqued. After all, the coordination between the warships at the beginning of the attack was strikingly similar to Qi Yiming's battles with the Ys. And now, with the ability to combine warships like the Snow Peak, he was eager to understand how the enemy had achieved this feat. We have to find a way to capture the enemy commander, Qi Yiming said to his adjutant. The adjutant rolled his eyes, thinking, we have the Snow Peak, and we can handle it all. Now the enemy has at least 20 transformable warships, and you're still thinking of capturing the enemy commander? But looking at Qi Yiming's confident expression, he might actually be able to pull off another miracle. What happened next left both sides a bit bewildered. Under Qi Yiming's command, the Xiafeng, having separated from its own fleet, charged towards the enemy. Evans stared blankly at the Xiafeng flying towards his fleet, his heart filled with ecstasy and confusion. What's going on? Is Qi Yiming out of his mind? Regardless, Evans believed he had over 20 transformable warships at his disposal, so he wasn't at all insecure. His mission was to capture the Xiafeng. Now that the Xiafeng had presented itself to him, what was there for him to complain about? He immediately ordered over 20 of his own transformable warships to charge and surround the Xiafeng, while the remaining warships continued their long-range artillery engagement with the new Federation's advanced fleet. Strangely, neither fleet opened fire on the transformable warships in the center of the battlefield, including the Xiafeng, undoubtedly revealing the intentions of both commanders. Initially, both transformable warships were relatively restrained in their attacks, especially the Xiafeng, which even avoided using its super-heavy main guns, as if fearing a single shot would sink the enemy warship. But as the Xiafeng drew closer to the 20 or so transformable warships surrounding it, Qi Yiming finally discovered something different about the enemy. It wasn't that the transformable warships were incredibly powerful, on the contrary, their attack power was, in some ways, even inferior to that of ordinary warships. As the Xiafeng was moving, Qi Yiming deliberately attempted to take the enemy's shot with the thickest part of its hull armor. Not only did the shot fail to penetrate the Xiafeng's outer armor, it didn't even leave a noticeable mark. Evans was also incredulous. He imagined that the combined attack power of these 20-odd modular warships would be significantly increased, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't penetrate the Snow Peak's outer armor. Evans was a little skeptical. Each ship can fire freely, but I don't believe it. How can we not penetrate your outer armor? However, Evans had no idea that these imitation modular warships had overemphasized their transformability during manufacturing, significantly sacrificing their overall performance. The fundamental reason for this was the disparity in technological level. So, when all of Evans' modular warships recklessly fired at the Snow Peak, they didn't cause much damage, despite their improved firepower. As the owner of a genuine modular warship, Qi Yiming could probably guess at this situation, but he was simply being cautious until it was verified. Now that his idea had been verified, how could it possibly be any better than Evans's? The Xiafeng immediately began charging its super-heavy main guns and initiating self-tests before firing its particle lances. Because Qi Yiming only needed to capture one warship, he attacked with impunity. After the Xiafeng launched its mindless attack, Evans leaped up and down the bridge like a clown. Through the screen, he unleashed his verbal attacks, seemingly cursing the Xiafeng's commander to death. But when he saw the Xiafeng approaching his ship, his face had already turned pale. By the time he realized the Xiafeng was attempting to capture his ship, it was too late to turn and flee. More than a dozen blue tractor beams shot out from the Xiafeng's hull, firmly binding Evans's ship. Under intense fire from over 20 enemy modular warships, the Xiafeng leisurely approached Evans's ship. Qi Yiming wasn't sure if the warship the Xiafeng had captured was the enemy flagship. It was just bad luck for Evans. Qi Yiming's random choice had led him to encounter it. After the Xiafeng completed docking with Evans's ship, the internal security forces quickly rushed into the enemy ship through the temporary docking port. The Xiafeng activated gravity lock mode and unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of particle lances at the enemy. The enemy captains, who had confidently rushed to intercept the new Federation's advanced fleet, discovered that their flagship had been captured, and that the modular warship they had placed such high hopes was vulnerable to the Xiafeng. Add to that the Xiafeng's simultaneous launch of particle lances, and the fleet instantly began to show signs of disintegration. Chapter 238. Capturing Evans brought no sense of accomplishment to Qi Yiming. What was there to be proud of in defeating a bunch of rookies? Evans's fleet immediately scattered after he was captured, and that wasn't their fault. In reality, Evans's true reliance lay in these 20-plus modular warships. However, man's plans were always in vain, and Qi Yiming's Xiafeng slammed him down. When Evans was brought to the Xiafeng's bridge, he looked like a pig. He had a foul mouth. The Marines beat him. The adjutant said to Qi Yiming, suppressing a smile. Qi Yiming waved his hand. Take him to the hospital first. Now was not the time to interrogate Evans. Although the enemy had been routed, who knew if they had any tricks up their sleeves? After the Xiafeng returned to the fleet, Qi Yiming immediately dispatched his scout ships, ordering them to thoroughly scrutinize several nearby star systems, ensuring the safety of the colony ships following the advanced fleet. While awaiting the scout ship's report, Qi Yiming remained seated in the Xiafeng's cabin, maintaining the advanced fleet's combat readiness at level 1. Fortunately, Evans and his supporters, perhaps overconfident in their modular warships or otherwise, hadn't prepared any backup plans. Qi Yiming then lowered the advanced fleet's alert level. Then he went to the prisoner holding cell to interrogate Evans. Evans appeared genuinely frightened, and upon seeing someone approach the holding cell, he instinctively retreated to a corner. Chi Yiming, smiling broadly, sat down in the chair across from Evans and asked, "Tell me, how do you produce your modular warships?" Evans thought for a long time before slowly saying, "I don't know much. But I will cooperate with you, but I have one condition." "Haven't you had enough?" The adjutant glared at Evans fiercely. Evans' body trembled, then he shuddered. "I won't negotiate terms with you. I either die at the hands of the Zerg or be beaten to death by you. It's all going to end anyway, so why can't I fight for something?" Chi Yiming waved his hand to stop his lieutenant from threatening Evans. "Then tell me your terms first." "My terms are simple. Let me board the colony ship and go with you." Chi Yiming thought for a moment and didn't agree to Evans's offer. The colony ship has a fixed population limit. One more person could cause the colony ship's life support system to collapse, so I can't agree to your terms. Evans opened his mouth to speak, but Chi Yiming interrupted him. "I can return your warship. You can join the fleet and evacuate with us. As for supplies, you have to find your own way. This is the greatest kindness we can offer you." Facing Chi Yiming's undeniable gaze, Evans finally relented. He slowly slumped onto the floor of the detention room and recounted everything he knew, word for word. As Evans himself said, he didn't know much. Evans only knew that these modular warships all came from a warship manufacturing factory in the Turing Republic's Pommy system, but he was completely clueless as to how they were built. After interrogating Evans for nearly 3 hours, Chi Yiming, convinced he could extract no further information, turned and left the detention room. Before leaving, he told his adjutant, "Give him his warship. Whether he can keep up with the evacuation fleet depends entirely on him." After returning to the bridge, Chi Yiming immediately opened the star map to locate the Pommy system. Fortunately, the Pommy system wasn't too far away, and using the bridge jump to reach it would take at most 2 weeks. Compared to the advanced fleet using its own power to jump, 2 weeks wasn't too long. In fact, Chi Yiming really wanted to meet the designer of the modular warship Evans and his crew were piloting. He doubted anyone could have designed such a warship based solely on the appearance of the snow peak, even though Evans's modular warship was a complete failure. After confirming that there were no threats in the surrounding systems, Chi Yiming decided to personally travel to the Pommy system. At this time, the Turing Republic's main fleet had been on the march for nearly 2 weeks, their target directly targeting the Zerg swarms appearing in the border areas. And within their fleet, a colossal vessel stood at the center of the fleet. This warship was approximately 1,000 kilometers long and clad entirely in silver. The entire battleship was shaped like a trapezoid, with the upper half being much wider, forming a massive weapons platform. The platform was densely packed with armament systems identical to those on the Xiefeng's super heavy main guns. The midship platform, however, lacked any gun emplacements, but instead contained numerous airlocks of varying diameters. Based on their size, the largest airlock could accommodate a destroyer-sized warship, while the smallest could accommodate a frigate. The rear half of the battleship, however, was elevated above the platform, and from its exterior, this elevated portion resembled the ship's bridge, because its front had a huge hanging window, through which one could see the various control panels within. And at the bow, like the war spear, there was also a circular entrance with a diameter of over 500 kilometers, but now it was locked by a massive airlock, preventing observation of the interior. If Chi Yiming were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this warship. This warship was the former Human Federation Strategic Strike Fleet's super flagship, the Federation Light, which Chi Yiming had been searching for. The Turing Republic had managed to hide such a behemoth so well, with not even a single rumor about it in the outside world. In its unassembled state, the Federation Light was actually a super aircraft carrier. The airlocks in its midsection were the entrances and exits for the warships on board. The Federation Light could carry a total of 1,000 frigate-class warships and 300 destroyer-class warships. If the fleet normally protecting her were added, it could be said that the former Human Federation could have annihilated all current human forces with just one such super capital. But now, this warship had inexplicably fallen into the hands of the Turing Republic and appeared at the forefront of the battle against the Zerg. Clearly, the presence of this flagship gave the Turing Republic's rulers immense confidence. This was the ultimate reason they refused to participate in Chi Yiming's evacuation plan. However, they had no idea how formidable the Zerg swarm they would soon face. Let alone a super capital of the rank of the Federation Light. Even a few more wouldn't necessarily hold their own against the main force of the Zerg. Furthermore, the Federation Light hadn't yet reached its maximum combat power. Not to mention its main weapon systems, Even its actual carrier-based warships were beyond the Turing Republic's capabilities. Fighting the Zerg, humanity's former mortal enemy, in this state was practically akin to delivering food. Chapter 239. If Chi Yiming, far away in the heart of the Turing Republic, knew of this, he'd probably leap 3 feet high. He'd then rush over to the person who sent the Federation light to the battlefield and devour him alive. Fortunately, the super flagship was too large to use a bridge jump. It would take a long time to reach the battlefield, so Chi Yiming still had time to save the super flagship. However, Chi Yiming was currently en route to the Pommy system in the Turing Republic, investigating the origins of those modular warships. Mainly because he found this matter too bizarre, Chi Yiming boarded Evans's warship after capturing it to take a closer look. The arrangement of the onboard intelligent computing array on Evans's warship was almost identical to that of the Wise, which was quite intriguing. If the Turing Republic's Academy of Sciences hadn't produced a groundbreaking genius, they would never have been able to develop a computing array nearly identical to the one on the Wise, boosting the ship's intelligent computing speed and throughput. This is precisely why Chi Yiming decided to make the trip himself. Ever since news of the Zerg invasion reached them, the Turing Republic had been preparing for war. While the Turing Republic was confident it could stop the Zerg invasion, even a lion would use all its might to fight a rabbit, let alone a decisive battle with the Zerg. Thus, the vast majority of Turing Republic's defense forces were withdrawn and dispatched to the border to prepare for war with the Zerg. This was how the Snow Peak could navigate the Turing Republic so effortlessly. 2 weeks later, Chi Yiming commanded the Snow Peak to the Pamir system. This system lacked any human colonies, but a massive space station was anchored in geostationary orbit around the third planet of the Pamir system. Not far from the space station, a massive 300-kilometer-long dock was also anchored. Chi Yiming guessed it was the assembly dock for modular warships. When the Xiefeng appeared in the third planet's synchronous orbit, the expected resistance did not occur. The remaining personnel on the space station instead proactively sent a communication request to the Xiefeng. "Mr. Chi, you're here very quickly." The voice was a little hoarse. Chi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Have you been waiting for me?" The person on the other end simply chuckled and didn't answer Chi Yiming's question. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Chi, what are your thoughts on the modular warships we produced?" Crudely made. Chi Yiming made no secret of his disdain for those warships. "Alas, we can't help it. We don't meet many of the technical specifications in the blueprints, and we're even unfamiliar with some of the manufacturing materials. It's a miracle that they were able to produce something like that." "Blueprints? You mean you have blueprints?" Chi Yiming was shocked. He had never imagined that these people actually possessed the blueprints for the former Human Federation modular warships. "Mr. Chi, do you know Mr. Shirshaojia?" Shirshaojia? Chi Yiming felt the name was very familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't place it before. "Yes, Mr. Shir is also an awakened." Hearing this, Chi Yiming froze in place, remembering Shirshaojia, the former president of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences and the chief designer of the modular warships of the Strategic Strike Fleet. Looking at Chi Yiming's expression on the holographic communication screen, the other party clearly knew that Chi Yiming was thinking of Shirshaojia. "We have the blueprints for a complete set of modular warships, stored in this space station's data storage." The person speaking with Chi Yiming continued, "And here's a message. The Strategic Strike Fleet's flagship, the Federation Light, is currently en route to intercept the Zerg." A complete set of blueprints, the Federation Light? Chi Yiming was so stunned by the barrage of bombshells that he forgot to speak. Seeing Chi Yiming remain silent for a long time, the person continued, "Mr. Chi, aren't you curious why I'm telling you all this?" "Why?" It took a long time for Chi Yiming to recover from his shock and regain his ability to speak. "Join our Redemption Society, and let us rule the universe together." At this hour, there were still people dreaming of such a daydream of universe domination. Chi Yiming felt insulted that he had been lured to this desolate galaxy by such an idiot using such despicable tactics. The man continued, "We have the complete set of blueprints. Mr. Chi possesses a technological legacy. It won't be long before we can build another strategic strike fleet. By then, we have the universe at our disposal." "Bullshit." Chi Yiming uttered a vicious curse. "If you want to die here, I won't stop you. Just don't drag me into this." He was about to turn off the communicator. The middle-aged man was stunned, thinking, "That's not how it's written. Shouldn't Chi Yiming rush over to us after hearing we have the complete set of blueprints?" Were the blueprints important? They were crucial to Chi Yiming. But when Chi Yiming learned that Shirshaojia had also been abandoned by humans in this unfamiliar star region, the blueprints in the hands of the Redemption Society became unimportant. The reason was simple. Regardless of the reason for the human leadership's abandonment of Xiaojia, they would have undoubtedly backed up and preserved the strategic strike fleet blueprints. Otherwise, their escape would have been pointless. Having taken the War Star, humans undoubtedly hoped to one day activate it. The equally important strategic strike fleet would be indispensable. However, no one knew what would happen during the escape, so preserving the blueprints was far more cost-effective and safer than preserving the warships. Since Xiaojia hadn't been abandoned, there was a 50% chance that the blueprints hadn't been backed up. Since Xiaojia had been abandoned, Qi Yiming had reason to believe that the former Human Federation had definitely saved the blueprints in the War Star's data storage. Thus, the blueprints in these people's possession held no appeal to Qi Yiming, as he couldn't possibly stop to build warships during his escape. The most important thing now was the super flagship, the Federation Light, that the middle-aged man had mentioned. Qi Yiming had to recapture it before the Turing Republic destroyed it at the hands of the Zerg. Isn't a ready-made modular warship better than a blueprint that's currently useless, but still available later? So Qi Yiming ignored the middle-aged man's communication request, and simply had the navigator set the course and fly towards the direction of the Zerg swarm. According to the intelligence provided by Wang Shuhua, the vanguard of the Zerg swarm appeared on the northwest border of the Turing Republic, the same direction from which Qiao Xian had entered human territory. To reach its destination, the Xiefeng would take at least 2 months. For a fleet in the process of evacuation, this was a sheer waste of life. However, Qi Yiming had no choice but to rescue the Federation Light, knowing that the Zerg would eventually catch up with them on their escape. To successfully escape the Zerg overlord, Qi Yiming had to do everything he could to improve the evacuation fleet's combat power. Increasing the Xiefeng's combat power was the most direct and simplest path, so the Federation Light could not afford to suffer any problems. Chapter 240. Watching Qi Yiming command the Snow Peak to depart without hesitation, the middle-aged man from the Redemption Society was devastated. But none of this mattered to Qi Yiming. The Snow Peak's engines had already been pushed to maximum output by the navigator, yet Qi Yiming, dissatisfied with the slow speed, even had the lightning provide additional power, increasing the Snow Peak's jump speed by another level. Meanwhile, the Federation Light was steadily treading towards its doom. The Turing Republic's fleet swarmed around the Federation Light. Unable to use a jump bridge, the war with the Zerg seemed incredibly protracted from the outset. The fleet had been on the march for nearly 6 months, yet they were still lingering less than 70 light-years from the Turing Republic's border. It would take at least another 6 months to reach the next star system. As the fleet's captain, Admiral Jiang Bingsheng was commanding such a strange war for the first time since taking command. Although this situation had been simulated countless times in the simulator could adjust the time. So long voyages like these were often deliberately shortened significantly during simulations. So Jiang Bingsheng was feeling very bad right now. The long voyage had made him feel incredibly down. Even his adjutant hadn't dared to speak loudly around him these past few days. In fact, the most accurate approach for such long-distance voyages and operations is to reserve sufficient personnel for combat readiness duty, while the rest of the personnel enter hibernation pods for hibernation. This not only saves a significant amount of supplies, but also prevents the personnel from experiencing temperamental changes due to the long voyage, which could affect the fleet's operations. Unfortunately, aside from the super flagship equipped with ample hibernation pods, the rest of the Turing Republic's fleet had only a handful. For a warship with over 1,000 crew members, a few pods made little difference. So everyone had to endure the long voyage. A few months might not be a problem, after all. Even with a jump bridge, a single fleet operation would still take several months. But even longer, with no rest for the crew, coupled with the ever-present threat of combat, the pressure would undoubtedly cause some to suffer mental breakdowns. After all, the fleet finally reached the next system, but the reconnaissance ship ahead reported that the Zerg were no longer in the system, meaning the fleet had to continue on. Instantly, widespread despair erupted within the fleet. They had had enough of this long and tedious voyage, and the captains demanded that the smaller warships depart first, leaving behind the light of the Federation. As fleet commander, Jiang Bingsheng had to consider the morale of the crews on each ship. He knew that if this continued, the battle would be pointless when they encountered the Zerg swarm. Any casualties in the frontline combat fleet would inevitably lead to a rout. If the casualties were minor, that would be fine, but if the losses were severe, the entire fleet might flee with it. Jiang Bingsheng had no choice but to dispatch reconnaissance fleets frequently and extensively. He tried to ensure that all warships had the opportunity to break away from the slow-moving fleet and move around at regular intervals, thus alleviating the psychological discomfort caused by the long voyage. Unbeknownst to Jiang Bingsheng, While he was still struggling to cope with the psychological challenges of the voyage, the Zerg vanguard, leveraging their high mobility, had, in addition to the main force at the front, split off 2 additional Zerg forces to circle around the 2 flanks of the Turing Republic Expeditionary Fleet, effectively encircling them on 3 sides. The reason they hadn't yet launched an attack on the human fleet was that they still had a chance of escape after their attack. Although the Zerg forces were fearless, their queens were also intelligent creatures, and did not want to see their troops suffer unnecessary casualties. An imperfectly planned ambush had caused the enemy to flee, necessitating the dispatch of pursuit forces. The losses incurred in this pursuit seemed to the queens like a meaningless sacrifice. So they waiting for the human fleet to deepen its encirclement. Perhaps the Creator was favoring humanity. The large reconnaissance fleet Jiang Bingsheng had dispatched to address the psychological challenges afflicting the crew from the long voyage had inadvertently saved them from annihilation. After the first reconnaissance fleet discovered the Zerg's tracks, reports of similar sightings trickled back from the fleet's flanks. Jiang Bingsheng, terrified by this news, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately halted the advance of the fleet, raising its combat readiness. The mutated overlord, the commander of the Zerg's vanguard, immediately ordered the Zerg to attack upon discovering his plan had been discovered by the humans. Jiang Bingsheng received reports of Zerg contact from 3 directions of the fleet, and then nothing more. At first, Jiang Bingsheng thought the fleet's communications had been disrupted, causing the scout fleet to lose contact with the main fleet. But when all the scout fleets had lost contact with the main fleet, Jiang Bingsheng finally came to his senses. But it was too late. Before the human main fleet could even deploy its battle formation, the outermost warships were subjected to a barrage of Zerg explosive mosquitoes. Then, a dense swarm of leviathans, emitting a purple-red afterglow, emerged from the warp tunnel and appeared before the human fleet. When Jiang Bingsheng saw the countless leviathans, he was completely stunned. He had personally witnessed the Cloud Ring Federation's war with the Zerg as an observer. He knew full well the power of the Zerg leviathans. Back then, the Zerg's horde, brought by a single leviathan, had overwhelmed the human fleet. Now, before him lay a whole fleet of leviathans. Leviathans of varying sizes piled up before him, one after another. Jiang Bingsheng couldn't even imagine how many Zerg they would bring. Jiang Bingsheng had once vigorously expounded the terrifying nature of the Zerg swarm at the Turing Republic's military conference, only to convince the leaders to fully support the fleet expedition and mobilize all available military forces. This resulted in the largest expeditionary fleet in the Turing Republic. Not counting the reconnaissance fleet lost earlier, Jiang Bingsheng now commanded a staggering 470,000 warships. But this number was nothing compared to the Zerg swarm. Under the Zerg's fierce attacks, the human fleet was losing an average of 812 warships per second. At this rate, within hours, all of Jiang Bingsheng's fleet would be lost in this unfamiliar galaxy. Which *** from the Academy told me that the Leviathans in the Zerg swarm are their high-level troops, and there won't be many of them. I gouge his eyes out and use them as cannonballs. Anger may be anger, but there's nothing left to do. Jiang Bingsheng now had only one thought: how to safely evacuate as many warships as possible from the Zerg's attack. Chapter 241. But are the Zerg so easily fooled? Could they just watch the biomass about to enter their stomachs escape? After detecting signs of flight from the human fleet, the mutant overlords immediately increased their attack frequency. The human captains on the front lines of the battlefield suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Whether it was the density of explosive mosquitoes, the dragons ravaging the warships, or the corrupted dragons closer to the human fleet, all were attacking with all their might. These weren't the main issues. The most important thing was that the human fleet discovered that no matter how hard they attacked, apart from killing a few individual Zerg, they posed no threat to the massive leviathans behind the Zerg. This was a source of deep despair. For many could see that the vast Zerg swarms were all emerging from the leviathans. Since the battle began, all the leviathans behind the Zerg swarm had continuously released Zerg individuals. To the point that by now, the Zerg swarm had almost filled half the space of the galaxy in question. Coupled with the Zerg pressing in from both flanks of the human fleet, already limited in maneuvering space, now found even large-scale evasive maneuvers extremely difficult. Jiang Bingsheng was sweating profusely. He had indeed witnessed Zerg swarms before, but the swarm before him was completely beyond his comprehension. The frontline fleet was already showing signs of decline due to heavy casualties. Suddenly, a captain in the frontline fleet activated the white lights on his ship's hull. This was the standard surrender signal in the human world. But the captain, hoping to escape with his life by surrendering, discovered in despair that the Zerg swarm didn't care whether he had given the surrender signal or not. Instead, his surrender reduced the warship's firepower, giving the Zerg an opportunity to charge into the fleet. For a moment, screams echoed through the fleet's radio waves, reaching every captain. The other captains only saw the surrendering warship. Simply by lowering their firepower slightly in an effort to surrender, within 10 seconds, its hull was crawling with parasites spewed from the Hive Lord. The parasites tore the warship's outer armor off piece by piece like paper. Then, a swarm of dragons sprayed highly corrosive acid into the hull's ripped-off armor. In this way, a cruiser, seized by the Zerg swarm's fleeting opportunity, was instantly engulfed. The crew members within were slain by the parasites that rushed in and thrown from the warship one by one. The dragons that flew over the warship snatched up the discarded bodies with their claws and quickly flew back to their own leviathans. No one knew what would happen to these corpses, but even the slightest thought revealed that their fate would be bleak. Realizing that surrender was hopeless, many captains considered fleeing, but they looked at the dense swarm of Zerg around them. A single warship change of course would create a gap in the already dense firepower, and the outcome was self-evident. The Zerg would not accept surrender, and escape was impossible. They had no choice but to fight to the death. In this desperate situation, the human fleet unexpectedly launched a small counterattack. The Zerg offensive thus stalled slightly. But besides their fearlessness, the most formidable aspect of the Zerg was its sheer number. Even if the human fleet managed a minor surge, it couldn't avert the impending swarm. Jiang Bingsheng had completely lost hope of escape at this point, and was prepared to perish alongside the fleet. But now, he deeply regretted listening to the experts. He had a clear opportunity to persuade the Turing Republic's leadership to align with Qi Yiming's plan, but now it was too late. After the Zerg had easily devoured their fleet, what other means would the Turing Republic have to stop the Zerg invasion? Jiang Bingsheng thought, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Not to mention that the Turing Republic couldn't possibly build such a large fleet in such a short time. Even if it could, it would be nothing more than a feast for the Zerg. Desperate as he wasn't willing to die at the hands of the Zerg. An order was transmitted to every warship via the fleet's communication radio, ensuring that every member of the fleet could hear it. Fellow warriors, today may be the day we die on the battlefield. For the survival of humanity. For the peace of our families. I ask only one thing. Do not let your death be in vain. All the human crew members who heard this message fell into a brief silence. Seconds later, a human warship illuminated all its red lights. This signaled that this warship would fight the enemy to the bitter end. After the first warship did so, a second followed, and a third. Gradually, nearly every ship in the human fleet illuminated its red lights. For a moment, the Zerg's view of the human fleet actually glowed with a crimson light. What followed was a suicidal attack by the human fleet. They completely abandoned the defense of their warships, seeking only to inflict as much damage as possible on the Zerg before their ships lost their combat capability. Many captains pressed the self-destruct buttons on their ships in their final moments. After a few seconds of chaotic energy, the power reactors erupted completely, and all the crew members gathered in the compartments near the power reactors before the warship self-destructed. The devastating explosion not only ripped their ships to shreds, but also instantly vaporized their bodies. This was their last contribution to humanity. Looking at their comrades, who bravely faced death, Jiang Bingsheng could only stand with them. Light of the Federation, full power forward. The light of the Federation, cherished by Qi Yiming, blasted pale blue flames from its four massive aft engine nozzles as it rapidly rushed toward the Zerg swarm in the distance. The missile launchers on the forward weapon platform of the warship had opened, revealing a battery of exquisite missiles. Hundreds of super heavy main guns also completed their charge. Fire. At Jiang Bingsheng's command, tens of thousands of missiles burst from their launch pods, rapidly flying towards the Zerg under guidance from radar. Purple-black energy beams from hundreds of super heavy main guns instantly streaked across the battlefield, their muzzles moving to create a fan-shaped strike pattern that wiped out all the Zerg within their range. But the next second, the Zerg swarm filled the space they had just emptied, attacking the human fleet once again. Just half an hour after the battle began, the human fleet, which had once numbered 470,000 warships, now numbered fewer than 200,000. The human fleet's outer defenses had been breached, and the dense Zerg swarm regrouped and charged towards the light of the Federation, the fleet's last hope. Chapter 242. Just as the Union Light approached the Zerg swarm, the Snow Peak also arrived at the edge of the system, where the human fleet was battling the Zerg. When Qi Yiming saw the Union Light charging relentlessly toward the Zerg, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. "You idiot! Is this how you use the Union Light?" Why don't you just die? After a furious outburst, Chi Yiming calmed down. Although the Union Light was using its massive bulk to defend friendly ships from the Zerg's attacks, there was no immediate danger. After all, it was a super flagship, not easily sunk. So Chi Yiming didn't rush to rescue the Union Light, but instead carefully observed the battlefield situation. The current battlefield situation could be summed up in one sentence. The human fleet's end is imminent. The Zerg swarm had already surrounded the fleet from 3 directions, and was attempting to divide its forces to plug the last gap. Under these circumstances, it was truly unrealistic to completely rescue the human fleet. Chi Yiming, recognizing the situation, could only make the best of a situation and try his best to free the Federation Light from the impending encirclement. Federal Light, this is the Snow Peak. I'm Commander Chi Yiming. Jiang Bingsheng, already commanding the Federation Light towards the Zerg with the resolve to fight to the death, suddenly heard Chi Yiming's call, and excitedly stood up from his command chair. This is the Federation Light, Captain Jiang Bingsheng. Snow Peak, please proceed. Jiang Bingsheng knew this was no time for small talk. As soon as the communication was connected, he immediately announced his name and asked Chi Yiming to continue. Have your right-wing fleet break contact with the Zerg as much as possible. Jiang Bingsheng had complete information on this Yefeng. When Chi Yiming made this request, he knew the ship would launch enhanced particle lances. He desperately wanted to disengage the fleet from the Zerg, but if the fleet retreated even slightly, their already limited maneuvering space would be squeezed once again by the Zerg. Desperately, he could only tell Chi Yiming, please ignore our warships. Chi Yiming remained silent after hearing this, knowing that this request was somewhat difficult for Jiang Bingsheng. But the battlefield situation was changing rapidly, and Chi Yiming's time was running out. Without a solution, Chi Yiming ordered the already fully charged particle lances to fire at the right flank of the human fleet. A high-energy particle stream, over 300 kilometers in diameter, streaked across the battlefield without warning. After a flash of blinding white light, tens of millions of Zerg individuals on the right flank of the battlefield were vaporized, along with tens of thousands of human warships entangled with the Zerg. The human captains, already embroiled in a fierce battle, only just noticed the Snow Peak appear on the outskirts of the battlefield, their desire for survival reignited. This situation naturally stemmed from the Snow Peak's already indelible impression on them of its overwhelming power. However, the loss of tens of millions of Zerg individuals was truly a drop in the bucket for the main Zerg Corps. Furthermore, Chi Yiming knew that the Zerg swarms just destroyed were merely the vanguard of the Zerg, and their individual combat power was not particularly formidable, which contributed to the Snow Peak's impressive performance. With the same attack strength, against an elite Zerg Corps, Chi Yiming would be secretly delighted if a single strike could eliminate tens of thousands of Zerg individuals, let alone tens of millions. The Zerg Vanguard commander, the mutated Overlord, also spotted the Snow Peak's sudden appearance on the battlefield. As one of the Overmind's most capable officers, he had participated in the campaign to annihilate the Human Federation. Acquainted with the enhanced particle lance attack, he unhesitatingly unleashed his elite Zerg swarm after the initial attack. These Zerg swarms, with no other targets, flew out of the Leviathan and charged directly towards the former Human Federation warships in the center and on the edges of the battlefield. Chi Yiming also noticed through the battlefield monitors that a large number of unusual-looking Zerg were clearly flying towards them, and he immediately realized that they were the Zerg's elite forces. Flying in the forefront were the most agile Mutalisks, the largest of the elite swarms. Their bioarmor glowed with a faint blue light, seemingly crystallized. Following the dragons were the corrupted dragons, their oval bodies trailing thousands of long tails. These tails carried enormous sacks filled with billions of tons of highly corrosive solution. Behind the corrupted dragons were numerous broodlords, their surroundings swarming with the parasites they had hatched. From time to time, between these elite Zerg swarms, a swarm of smaller but powerful explosive mosquitoes flew by. Faced with these oncoming elite Zerg swarms, Chi Yiming was unsure what to do next. This situation was beyond the Snow Peak's ability to handle. Perhaps the Federation's light will perish here today, and even the Snow Peak will be torn apart by the Zerg swarm in this unfamiliar star region. Chi Yiming observed the Zerg swarm rapidly approaching the Snow Peak and the Federation's light with a gloomy look. Suddenly, a thin, endless yellow line appeared in the center of the battlefield. As the yellow line stretched out indefinitely in both directions, the Zerg swarm on the battlefield suddenly became even more frenzied than before. The yellow line stretched for a distance before transforming from a line into a surface, an immensely vast surface. Zental spaceship? Chi Yiming exclaimed. How could these Zentradians be here at this hour? Jiang Bingsheng, witnessing this scene for the first time, was stunned. The massive ship completely enveloped the light of the Federation, shielding it from the Zerg swarm charging towards it. The moment the ship emerged from slip space, the Zerg swarm abandoned its encirclement of the human fleet and immediately turned to attack the Zentradi ship. Child, quickly take control of the light of the Federation. Our ship won't hold out for long against the Zerg swarm. A familiar voice rang through the Xiefeng's communicator. Qi Yiming immediately commanded the Xiefeng to approach the light of the Federation. Jiang Bingsheng didn't refuse Qi Yiming's request to board the ship. He was stunned by the sudden appearance of the massive ship, over 3,000 kilometers in diameter, on the battlefield, and his thoughts were no longer clear. Qi Yiming boarded the ship and quickly reached the bridge via the ship's shuttle. Captain Jiang, I'm taking command of this former Human Federation flagship. Jiang Bingsheng finally recovered from his shock, but upon hearing Qi Yiming's request, he refused without a second thought. Look at those human warships outside. Think of the human compatriots aboard. This warship is our hope of defeating the Zerg. In your hands, it's useless. Looking at Qi Yiming's earnest gaze, and recalling the perilous battle he just had against the Zerg, Jiang Bingsheng slumped dejectedly in the captain's chair, looking a lot older. He knew Qi Yiming was absolutely right. This ancient warship couldn't possibly reach its full potential in their hands. Once the war here was over, the Turing Republic would be finished. What was the point of him clinging to this battleship? Command of the battleship quickly shifted to Qi Yiming. Chapter 243. The Zerg's sudden shift in firepower gave Qi Yiming a moment of respite. After receiving the Federation light, he immediately activated the warship assembly program. Once the assembly program was activated, the Snow Peak battleship began to automatically disassemble. The Guardian, Explorer, Lightning, and other modular warships all returned to their individual states. The Guardian approached the Federation light first, entering the Federation light through the airlock released from her hull terminal. The Explorer then stood up, its stern pointing downwards, and inserted itself into a port reserved for it on the upper side of the Federation light's stern hull. The Lightning was similarly inserted into the stern of the Federation light. The Redemption and the Vengeance were combined into a single unit, and placed on the Federation light's bow weapon platform. The muzzle of the Redemption's custom-designed main gun was raised high, ready to launch nanorobots to repair the outer armor of friendly ships. The hammer remained stationed beneath the bow of the light of the Federation. After all, as a heavy warship dedicated to launching torpedoes, it required a good field of fire, so this placement wasn't unusual. The only oddity was the battle spear, which was positioned to the right of the light of the Federation's bow weapons platform, giving the ship a strikingly asymmetrical appearance. This was unavoidable. As the light of the Federation's primary weapon, Shield-class modular battleships would normally be stationed alongside the battle spear on the Union's bow weapons platform, one to the left and one to the right. Unfortunately, Qi Yiming only had one armor-class battleship, the battle spear, while the blade was still in Xiao Shan's possession. The completed Federation light appeared largely unchanged in appearance, as most modular warships were assembled in a mosaic-like fashion. Qi Yiming still named the completed super flagship the Snow Peak. So, by this point, the Snow Peak was a fully armed super flagship. But when Qi Yiming inspected the Snow Peak's assembly status and looked back at the battlefield, the Zerg had completely abandoned their siege of the human fleet and instead surrounded the massive Zentradi ship. This, Qi Yiming, unsure of how to address the other party, could only ask directly through the communicator. Did you jump into the well with the Overlord's wife? What do you mean? The Zentradi liaison officer asked Qi Yiming in confusion. Why are the Zerg swarms flocking to you like flies to poop, swarming around you and refusing to leave? After a long pause, the Zentradi liaison officer continued, We can't hold out much longer. You humans are the chosen ones. Now is not the time to fight the Zerg. Get out of here. Qi Yiming knew he had to leave immediately, but with the Zerg's speed, they probably wouldn't get far after dealing with the Zentradi. What will you do if we leave? Although Qi Yiming had no fondness for the Zentradi, he couldn't be ungrateful since they had seemingly saved him. Our mission is to ensure the safe growth of your species. We failed once before, thousands of years ago. We won't let your last species face extinction again, no matter what. Qi Yiming didn't bother to understand the Zentradi liaison officer's meaning. After the human fleet regrouped, they didn't immediately withdraw from the battlefield as requested. Instead, they launched a new attack on the Zerg. But Qi Yiming gradually realized something was wrong. The pale blue energy shield surrounding the Zentradi ship was showing signs of instability, and it looked like it was about to break. Just as Qi Yiming was about to inquire about the situation, the Zentradi liaison officer urged him, Hurry up and leave. We really can't hold out much longer. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pale blue energy shield shattered. The Zerg, like mad dogs that had escaped from their enclosure and been starving for 2 days and 2 nights, frantically spewed acid at the Zentradi ship. Despite its massive size, the Zentradi ship's outer armor was surprisingly fragile. After only a few minutes of attack, the Zerg swarm tore through the ship's armor, and the first parasites hatched by the Broodlord rushed into the ship's interior. However, Chi Yiming couldn't detect any nervousness from the Zentradi's holographic projection. Instead, his face expressed a look of relief. Then the Zentradi liaison officer picked up the communication device and contacted Chi Yiming again. This time, he didn't urge Chi Yiming to leave quickly, but instead told Chi Yiming, "Pay attention to the warship equipment we're sending." Chi Yiming was puzzled. Why would these Zentradi still be bothered with such a thing at this time? But the Zentradi turned a blind eye to the Zerg's intrusion into their warship. The giant spaceship slowly opened a gap on the side of its hull facing the Xiefeng super flagship, and wisps of blue light emanated from the gap. A black sphere, over 200 meters in diameter, was flung from the Zentradi ship and flew directly towards the Xiefeng. Chi Yiming hesitated, unsure if it was dangerous. Although the Zentradi had saved the impending human fleet, Chi Yiming was hesitant to accept such an unidentified object. He feared that as soon as he retrieved the sphere into the Xiefeng, someone would use it as a remote-controlled bomb and detonate it. A remote-controlled bomb this large would be enough to destroy the Xiefeng and the remaining human warships. Chi Yiming was about to ask when the Zentradi liaison officer continued, "This is a warp engine. With it, your super flagship can perform space jumps like ours, and it can also create a wormhole to send friendly ships hundreds or even thousands of light years away." The Zentradi liaison officer seemed to see Chi Yiming's hesitation and continued, "Our mission is to protect humanity. Now that our ship has been breached by the Zerg, you will have to forge your own path. This warp engine was left by the Creator, and was meant to be in your hands. So don't doubt it, we have no ill towards you." Hearing this, Chi Yiming didn't completely believe the other party. He wouldn't risk humanity's only hope on a single word. The main reason they accepted the Zentradi gift was because of the Zerg. If the Zentradi ship was sunk, the human fleet would be next. Chi Yiming knew that even if they fled now, the human fleet would still be hunted by the Zerg. Since the Zentradi claimed they were sending a warp engine, Chi Yiming had no choice but to take a gamble. Miraculously, when Chi Yiming retrieved the sphere sent by the Zentradi back into the Xiefeng, he discovered that a large compartment at the stern of the ship was just large enough to accommodate it. It was clear that the designers had deliberately designed a compartment specifically for the sphere. Chapter 244. Seeing the perfectly installed warp engine within the massive cabin, Chi Yiming finally believed the Zentradi's words. Just as Chi Yiming was about to inquire about how to use the engine, the Xiefeng's onboard intelligent computer promptly reported the situation. "The warp engine has been detected. Do you wish to charge it?" Chi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then issued the order to charge the warp engine. A large-scale star map appeared on the Xiefeng's control panel. Nearby galaxies spanning thousands of light-years were reduced to individual dots, displayed on the map. Next to the map was the engine's charging progress. A second later, an option appeared on the console. "Please select warp mode. Battlefield delivery mode. This ship will expend enormous energy to warp a certain number of friendly ships to the vicinity of the destination, with a tolerance of 10 light-years. Guided warp mode. Guidance signals from friendly ships guide this ship in a long-range warp. The guidance ship is ready to depart. Precision warp mode. Lacking deep space detection radar. This option is unavailable. Of the 3 modes, only the last one is grayed out, the other 2 are selectable." Chi Yiming stared blankly at the 3 options, a look of profound shock. Having served in the Strategic Strike Fleet for several years, he had never heard of a super flagship possessing such a bizarre feature. It seemed the Human Federation had done a good job of keeping secrets back then. After recovering from his shock, Chi Yiming immediately chose Battlefield Delivery Mode, his goal to maximize humanity's wartime capabilities. After Chi Yiming selected the warp mode, the control screen in front of him displayed another line of text. "Please select your warp destination." Then the star map on the console in front of Chi Yiming zoomed in, and each flickering white dot represented a star system. Chi Yiming quickly found the star region, where the new Federation's evacuation fleet was located. Due to the inaccuracy of long-range delivery, Chi Yiming deliberately chose a star system in the direction of the evacuation fleet as his destination. Chi Yiming lightly tapped the star map with his right hand, and the star system he had selected turned blue-purple and flickered. "Warp target confirmed. Please wait for charging to complete." Of course, Chi Yiming also didn't forget to release the ship responsible for sending the guidance signal. A few minutes later, the electronic synthesized voice of the ship's intelligent computer sounded again, "Charging complete." Destination distance 732 light-years. 111,300 warships deployed. 1.5 tons of ether crystals consumed. Then, one by one, the human warships were enveloped in a faint red light, and the space around them began to distort. The next second, the warships vanished from their positions. For a moment, the battlefield was illuminated by a fluctuating red light. As the number of warships dwindled, the background color of the universe returned to its original hue. Watching the fleet vanish into thin air, the Turing Republic crew members were stunned and speechless. Jiang Bingsheng even grabbed Qi Yiming by the collar and demanded, "Where's my fleet? Where did you take it?" But Qi Yiming had no intention of explaining what was happening to Jiang Bingsheng. His attention was drawn to the report just released by the ship's intelligent computer. "What are ether crystals? Do space warps consume them?" Qi Yiming muttered as he quickly checked the warp engine status. Sure enough, the warp engine status bar displayed a set of data regarding ether crystals. Ether crystals, current inventory, 1 ton. So few of these? After the Xiefeng's long-range delivery, only 1 ton of ether crystals remained. Qi Yiming was a little worried that if he couldn't escape, it would be a waste. But something else was about to happen that made Qi Yiming even more furious. The warp engine still needed another 30 minutes to restart. Let alone 30 minutes, Qi Yiming didn't want to stay in this hellish place for even a second longer. More importantly, the Zentradi ship didn't seem to be able to survive more than 30 minutes. At this moment, the Zentradi liaison officer spoke to Qi Yiming again. "We do our best to buy you time. Remember, only the Battlestar can defeat the Zerg. We must find her." Qi Yiming didn't even have time to inquire about the ether crystal before the communication was cut off again. No matter how Qi Yiming tried, he could not reach the other party. The Zerg siege of the Zentradi ship continued. With the Leviathan joining the rear, the Zerg's attack intensified. Often, a single impact could create a massive hole in the massive ship. Qi Yiming could only use the Snow Peak super flagship's somewhat limited firepower to provide some support to the Zentradi. But it seemed that this had no impact on the Zerg's attack on the massive ship. As time passed, the giant ship's hull became tattered and battered, but miraculously, like a stubborn lion, it remained steadfast in the center of the battlefield, unwilling to lower its noble head. Soon, the giant ship miraculously survived the 30-minute cooldown period caused by the warp. At this moment, Qi Yiming had noticed something unusual on the star map. The remotely deployed fleet had arrived at its destination dozens of minutes earlier. The ship's intelligent computer immediately reported the results to Qi Yiming upon completion. At that moment, 740 light-years away, at the target point, a specialized frigate nimbly flew out from the fleet. It bore no weapons or equipment, but a massive communications antenna on its back. After clearing a certain distance from the fleet, the antenna on its back began to slowly rotate. The crew members on board heard a loud humming sound as the antenna rotated, a humming sound so jarring it that it made their eardrums ache. As the antenna pointed toward the Xiefeng's location, a faint purple-red glow emanated from the frigate's hull. Coordinates located. Guidance information being transmitted. The electronic synthesized voice of the ship's intelligent computer echoed throughout the warship. The guidance information, traveling at speeds hundreds of thousands of times faster than light, traversed the vast starry sea, reaching the Xiefeng in just 3 minutes. Guidance activated, clear ahead, ready for space warp. The Xiefeng's intelligent computer announced the completion of warp preparations the moment Qi Yiming spotted the purple-red dot on the star map. Whether or not you are humanity's protectors as you claim, I, Qi Yiming, will remember this favor today. Qi Yiming murmured softly, then decisively pressed the button to initiate the warp sequence. Chapter 245. Qi Yiming felt a sudden distortion before his eyes, and the surrounding stars vanished in an instant. The Xiefeng seemed to be traveling in a long, endless tube. After several minutes, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the tube. The Turing Republic fleet, which had been deployed from the battlefield, was now quietly waiting. Most of them hadn't yet recovered from the joy of surviving the disaster, and some were even unclear about what had happened. Some anxiously looked at the frigate responsible for transmitting the decoy signal, which had flown far away from them, while others stared at the warship with confused eyes. Suddenly, the space not far from the frigate began to distort violently. As the distortion grew, a purple-red light emanated from its center. In the blink of an eye, the Xiefeng suddenly appeared beside the frigate. Seeing the Xiefeng super flagship appear intact, a cheer rang out from the fleet. Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Having escaped over 700 light-years in a flash, the Zerg wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. He quickly glanced at the information panel displaying the warp drive. What had once been over a ton of ether crystals was now reduced to a few kilograms. Qi Yiming, furious, summoned the Xiefeng science officer and ordered him to the warp drive compartment to see what these ether crystals were. He then looked at Jiang Bingsheng, who had remained silent since handing over command of the super flagship. "Mr. Jiang, what are your plans next?" Jiang Bingsheng gave a wry smile and said, "Do we have any other options? What about the families of your soldiers? These warships before you represent the entire combat power of the Turing Republic. Finding enough transport ships within the country is easy enough." Jiang Bingsheng's intentions were clear. He planned to take his soldiers back to Rob. At this point, he couldn't care less about the lives of others. He prioritized ensuring the survival of his soldiers' immediate families. As for others who could, he would take some with him. If they couldn't, he couldn't do anything about it. Qi Yiming understood Jiang Bingsheng's decision, but implementing it wasn't as easy as he imagined. The most crucial factor was the considerable time required to travel to various administrative planets to retrieve them. At first, Jiang Bingsheng might catch the various administrative planets off guard due to a lack of information, but over time, word of Jiang Bingsheng and his men's defeat, and their widespread looting of transport ships within the country would undoubtedly spread. It's inevitable that someone will take the soldiers' relatives hostage. Qi Yiming felt a surge of anxiety at the thought, but fortunately, these issues weren't his to deal with. As for how Jiang Bingsheng would handle it, that was none of Qi Yiming's business. Qi Yiming continued to tell Jiang Bingsheng, since the evacuation fleet can't use jump bridges, its speed will be relatively slow. I hope you can bring the fleet to reunite with us before we completely leave human territory. Of course, with Qi Yiming's endorsement, Jiang Bingsheng successfully assumed command of the Turing Republic fleet once again. He was transferred to another battleship by a small transport boat. After a brief reorganization, he immediately led the fleet to the various administrative planets to pick up personnel. Qi Yiming contacted the new Federation Advanced Fleet via the Deep Space Communicator and remained there, awaiting rendezvous. During this time, Qi Yiming's primary concern was the ether crystals needed for the Xiefeng warp. He soon received the analysis report submitted by the scientific officer. The report was lengthy. Qi Yiming, not being a professional, only glanced briefly at the analysis of ether crystals before turning directly to the last page, which contained the conclusions drawn by the scientific officer after observation. Ether crystals were not artificially synthesized, but rather naturally occurring crystals rich in free-state particles. Qi Yiming frowned as he studied the report. The inability to synthesize them meant the inability to mass-produce them. So where should he find these crystals? The report didn't mention it, simply stating that further research was needed. Desperately, Qi Yiming dispatched a small transport ship with a scientific officer, carrying some samples, to the new Federation Academy headquarters on Spaceship No. 1 for further assistance. After arranging these matters, Qi Yiming finally had the energy to inspect the Xiefeng super flare. The Xiefeng's overall condition was relatively positive. Aside from some areas of the ship's outer armor being penetrated by the Zerg's attack, there was no significant damage. Although some of the secondary guns had been corroded by the Zerg's acidic solution, the armament removed during the ship's assembly could be easily replaced with other modules. As for the on-board warships, they would be easily replenished once they rendezvoused with the new Federation's advanced fleet. After inspecting the Xiefeng, Qi Yiming looked up in the direction of the Zerg. He began to recall what the Zentradi liaison officer had said to him. Qi Yiming had never heard of the identity of Guardian of Humanity. The liaison officer had also said that they had failed once before, thousands of years ago, and this time, even at the cost of their own lives, they would preserve humanity's last spark. According to the timeline, that failure thousands of years ago must have been when the former Human Federation was driven from its home by the Zerg. But as humanity's guardians, would they really be willing to sacrifice themselves to save humanity? It didn't make sense. Qi Yiming shook his head, pushing his chaotic thoughts out of his mind. Regardless, the purpose of his trip had been achieved. Retrieving the Federation's light was another step closer to activating the warp planet. All that was left was to continue searching along the planned route. Qi Yiming was confident that one day he would find the warp planet and activate it. As for the Zerg, which was likely to catch up, Qi Yiming could only take it one step at a time. The snow peak rested in place for over half a month before the advanced fleet finally arrived. When the captains of the advanced fleet saw the snow peak, having returned from its mission as a super flagship, they were all overjoyed. Nothing could have been more gratifying than the snow peak's increased combat power. Ever since the new Federation launched its evacuation plan, the captains of the advanced fleet had been gripped by extreme anxiety. Most of these captains had followed Qi Yiming since his awakening. They had all witnessed the true Zerg swarm within the former Human Federation, making them arguably the most knowledgeable group of humanity to date. They knew full well that humanity, with its current combat power, was no match for the Zerg swarm, leaving humanity with no choice but to flee. The Snow Peak's further upgrade gave them immense confidence, slightly alleviating the fear they felt over their lack of firepower. After all, they were all Qi Yiming's old subordinates, and naturally they wanted to see the new level warship, so Qi Yiming didn't refuse their request. Soon, the rumor that humans possessed a super battleship capable of killing the Zerg Leviathan, with one shot slowly spread among the evacuation fleet. Chapter 246. Qi Yiming didn't oppose the spread of such morale-boosting rumors, but he also didn't encourage them. He knew the Snow Peak super flagship wasn't as powerful as people claimed, otherwise, the new Federation wouldn't have had to abandon their homeland and flee. The evacuation fleet had already entered the territory of the Turing Republic. With the advanced fleet leading the way, aside from the occasional small craft joining the fleet, most humans remained content to watch the action unfold, unaware of the oppression posed by the Zerg. The only change in attitude came from the officials of the Tyro Empire. They seemed to have access to information about the battle between the Turing Republic fleet and the Zerg. When Jiang Bingsheng led the fleet to evacuate the soldiers' immediate families, he sent someone to contact Qi Yiming. The person who came was Prince Wells von Tulliman, the first heir to the Tyro Empire throne. Upon meeting Qi Yiming, Wells was extremely humble and took the initiative to greet Qi Yiming. They couldn't be less humble. Their intelligence agency had indeed planted spies within the Turing Republic's fleet and immediately submitted complete battle reports to the Emperor. To avoid causing panic, the Empire had suppressed the news. The purpose of sending the Imperial heir to contact Qi Yiming was to devise a reliable solution to get the Imperial family to join Qi Yiming's evacuation fleet. But when Qi Yiming heard their request, he sneered. "Are you saying that the Taro Empire's royal family is prepared to abandon their people and flee alone?" This. Wells looked at Qi Yiming awkwardly. "Can you tell me what's so special about you royals? Are you able to produce, or are you willing to fight the Zerg on the front lines?" Wells still didn't dare to speak. He knew this request was extremely unfair to the people of the Empire. However, due to their arrogance, they had missed the opportunity to prepare for their escape. Now there was no time for them to slowly prepare supplies and ships. After a long while, Wells spoke carefully. "We, the royal family of the Tyro Empire, can provide Mr. Qi with a large amount of supplies to alleviate the shortage of supplies during the journey." Qi Yiming was so angry that he laughed. "Supplies? Do you know how far we have to go?" From the beginning of the new Federation's planning to the present evacuation, it took 2 years just to prepare supplies. The supplies collected are enough to feed over 10 billion people for 10 years. 10 years. But even with just enough supplies to last them, Qi Yiming couldn't say it was absolutely enough. According to the star map, the journey would take at least 100 years. Even if they brought enough supplies to last them halfway through the journey, Qi Yiming would be thankful. How much supplies could the Taro Empire's royal family provide? More importantly, they had actually fled alone, disregarding the people who had supported the royal family for millennia. Not to mention Qi Yiming had no respect for these so-called royals. Even if he did, he wouldn't have bothered to cooperate with them under the current circumstances. The only thing Qi Yiming couldn't bear was the abandoned humans. With no other choice, Qi Yiming negotiated terms with them. After all, they were members of the Taro Empire's royal family, and their organizational skills were undoubtedly far superior to those of these outsiders. Qi Yiming thought for a moment, and then said, "It's not impossible for you to evacuate with us." Wells, overjoyed at this possibility, pricked up his ears and listened carefully. "You must organize the evacuation of at least half of your population, or forget it." This was Qi Yiming's last chance to secure an evacuation for the civilians of the Taro Empire. Qi Yiming didn't care how many people would eventually make it. Wells thought for a moment before saying to Qi Yiming, "It's not that we don't want to evacuate so many people. Even if we did, without enough supplies, most of them would die." Wells was right. Modern space travel food is produced by synthesizers, but synthesized food requires energy. For long-term space travel, energy is always insufficient. Qi Yiming said, "It's better to die on the run than to become food for the Zerg." Wells was stunned. He only knew that the Zerg were nearly invincible against human fleets, but he had never imagined humans could actually become their food. Qi Yiming continued, still using the same conditions as before. "Our fleet will need approximately 3 years to completely leave human territory. I hope you won't miss these 3 years." With that, Qi Yiming ignored Wells and left the Snow Peak's reception room alone. 3 years might not seem like much for space travel, but for humans on the run, it's a life-threatening situation. If the Zerg arrived within those 3 years, Qi Yiming would have no choice but to fight to the death. He escaped once, and he couldn't do it again. But if a fight to the death proved effective, Qi Yiming truly didn't care about his own life. As long as humanity survived, someone would always rise up to launch a counterattack against the Zerg. But he knew that even if he led all of humanity's warships to fight the Zerg to the death, it would only delay humanity's demise. Once the human armed fleet was eliminated, the remaining colony ships would be nothing more than large granaries for the Zerg. In fact, Qi Yiming had already grasped the key point, the ether crystals. With enough ether crystals, a few more long-distance deployments would be enough to leave the Zerg far behind. But, whether intentionally or not, the Zentradi hadn't explained where the ether crystals came from. This was awkward. Now Qi Yiming could only guard an artifact in vain, waiting for the Academy's results. After receiving the ether crystal samples, the Academy hadn't delayed any further. The lab was busy studying the ether samples around the clock. It's really strange. No matter what method I use, I can't figure out its analytical structure. As the president of the Academy of Sciences, Luo Shiji hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in days. There were clearly some extremely energetic free-state particles on the surface, but no energy fluctuations could be detected, let alone its internal structure. Luo Shiji had also searched through the scientific heritage literature, but couldn't find a single research document on ether crystals. Ether, free state. Luo Shiji muttered two completely different words, trying to find some similarities between them. Although the last character of the two words was the same sound, they were different characters. The scientific community's usage of nouns is very intuitive, so typos were unlikely. Luo Shiji had a whimsical idea. He felt the two names must be related. If the free state is compared to a liquid, then could ether be the solid form of the free state particles? But Luo Shiji shook his head again. That doesn't make sense. Can free state particles be compressed into a solid form? This idea shocked even Luo Shiji himself. After all his years of research, he had never considered solidifying free state particles into a solid form. Chapter 247. The fantastical idea of solidifying free state particles suddenly invigorated Luo Shiji. However, in subsequent experiments, he tried various methods, but failed to achieve solidification of the free state particles. Qi Yiming had inquired about this several times. After all, ether crystals were extremely important to the current human escape fleet. The sooner the source of this substance was discovered, the more secure the human fleet would be. However, scientific research cannot be completed in a hurry. Seeing that a definitive result would be impossible in the short term, Qi Yiming stopped urging Luo Shiji. The escape had just begun, and he had many things to attend to. The first was to continuously track the movements of the Zerg army. Qi Yiming had already assigned personnel to this task after reuniting with the advanced fleet. Since the human warship's jump speed was slower than that of the Zerg, if a reconnaissance ship was sent to monitor the Zerg's movements, the crew would essentially be gone. Furthermore, he simply needed to understand the Zerg's movements, so he abandoned the plan to send reconnaissance ships forward for reconnaissance. Instead, he quickly launched a large number of probes in the direction of the Zerg's emergence. A distance of over 700 light-years might mean more than half a year for the Zerg. But at its current speed, the new Federation's escape fleet would need at least 3 years to escape human territory. To Qi Yiming's surprise, over half a year after the probes were launched, no trace of the Zerg was found. The Academy of Sciences also deployed deep space exploration equipment to conduct a comprehensive survey of the Zerg's defenses, but similarly found no trace. Only a massive energy burst was detected in a galaxy over 700 light-years away. At the center of the burst, humans, using deep space exploration equipment, discovered a massive spacecraft wreckage with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers. The entire galaxy had been shattered, and the 3 planets orbiting the star had been shattered in half by the impact of the energy. According to the Academy's observations, the energy released by the star in the warring galaxy was even blown in the opposite direction by the massive force of the massive spacecraft's explosion. Such astonishing power left the humans, who witnessed this scene, speechless for a long time. Qi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. The Zentradi's self-sacrifice had completely annihilated the Zerg's vanguard. This had bought humanity another year or 2 of escape time. The Academy observed that the solar wind in the warring galaxy was being affected by the massive energy, and a large amount of unidentified matter was ejected from the star's interior. Luo Shiji jumped up from his seat as if struck by lightning. Without a word, he sprinted from the observatory and immediately instructed the escort fleet's commander, Wang Shuhua, to arrange a spaceship to take him to meet Qi Yiming. Upon meeting Qi Yiming, Luo Shiji's first words were, "We need to send people back to the system involved in the Zerg conflict. There's a good chance there are the ether crystals the Xiefeng needs for its warp." Qi Yiming frowned at Luo Shiji. "Are you sure? It's just a guess, but it's very likely. He then explained his hypothesis to Qi Yiming, mentioning the solid matter ejected by the stars in the warring systems after being impacted by the immense energy. Qi Yiming only had a limited understanding of the purely theoretical material, but that didn't affect his decision. He told Luo Shiji, "If we send people back to the warring system now, I can't guarantee they return alive. I know, but we have to take this risk. Otherwise, we'd never be able to escape the Zerg's pursuit. We're simply too slow." After much deliberation, Qi Yiming finally decided to take the plunge. The Xiefeng definitely couldn't go. The risk was too high. He could only send a small fleet to see what was happening. So, after explaining the stakes to his captains, he recruited a group of volunteers, and Luo Shiji led the team back to the system where the human fleet was battling the Zerg. This voyage was relatively easy, as there were jump bridges available for the first half of the journey. But the journey still took over 9 months. When Luo Shiji and his fleet reappeared at the edge of the conflicting system, the system's violent energy hadn't yet completely subsided. The stellar winds, blasted by the immense energy, were in a state of extreme turmoil. The Zerg were indeed no longer visible within the system, though the wreckage of the massive ship would occasionally radiate energy. The fleet's communications were severely disrupted, and the warship's electronic equipment completely failed as they approached the system. Fortunately, the new Federation's warships inherited the design philosophy of the former human Federation warships, always equipped with mechanical controls as a backup for the ship's operating procedures. Although manual control was much more laborious, the warships still functioned normally. The material ejected from the star didn't travel very far. After passing the orbit of the system's third planet, it ceased its tendency to move outward and began orbiting the star. The fleet led by Luo Shiji easily approached a large piece of debris ejected from the star. Then they began sample collection. Luo Shiji was thrilled to discover that his suspicions were correct. The ejected debris contained a large quantity of ether crystals. Excited, he didn't forget to report this good news back to the Xiefeng. After the liaison ship departed, Luo Shiji immediately began mining. Ether crystals cannot be cut, but the surrounding material is easily cleaned. Thus, the entire mining process was painstakingly performed. After the liaison ship returned to the Xiefeng, 6 months later, and Qi Yiming shared the good news, Qi Yiming, without a second thought, dispatched a large number of transport ships to meet Luo Shiji. The entire mining process lasted nearly 6 months, until all the ejected material within the galaxy had been collected, and the fleet began its return journey. A rough calculation showed that Luo Shiji had brought back over 100 tons of ether crystals from this collection operation. With these over 100 tons, the human fleet had secured a layer of security. The mining fleet spent another 6 months on the journey before reuniting with the fleeing fleet. Qi Yiming was overwhelmed with excitement at the over 100 tons of ether crystals. However, after loading the ether crystals into the warp engine, Qi Yiming had the ship's intelligent computer simulate a warp sequence. What frustrated Qi Yiming was that deploying the human escape fleet to a star system over 1,000 light-years away would require over 70 tons of ether crystals. And as the fleet grew in size, the consumption of ether crystals would increase even more. However, Qi Yiming remained undaunted. At least the human fleet had a chance to survive. As for the future source of ether crystals, they would have to figure it out slowly. The Academy had already figured out the source of ether crystals. Now, they simply needed to carefully explore each star system they passed through, as Luo Shiji had discovered during his ether crystal mining. Where ether crystals were found, they were often accompanied by a substance with distinct characteristics but unknown uses. The Academy could identify ether crystals by searching for this substance. Chapter 248. Ever since acquiring the ether crystal, Qi Yiming's anxiety subsided. He now focused on evacuating the fleet. Let's first consider the Yunhuan Federation's evacuation. After receiving the giant colony ship built for them by the new Federation, the Yunhuan Federation's top brass was practically in tears. Compared to the new Federation's 2 well-equipped and beautiful colony ships, their own colony ship could do nothing but carry people. Qi Yiming felt deeply sorry for this, but there was no other way. The giant colony ship couldn't use a jump bridge, so they had to depart early, otherwise there was no way they could escape the Zerg's presence. Thankfully, Qi Yiming promised the Yunhuan Federation that they would gradually renovate the interior of the giant colony ship along the way, at least to make it appear habitable. Similar to Qi Yiming's evacuation strategy, the Yunhuan Federation prioritized the evacuation rights of military personnel's immediate families. However, the Yunhuan Federation had built a large number of smaller colony ships. After seeing the extremely harsh living conditions aboard the giant colony ship, A surprisingly small number of those with priority evacuation opted to board the smaller ones. It's truly ironic that some people haven't even had the chance to evacuate, while others are still nitpicking. Life is so unfair. Thankfully, since responding to Chi Yiming's evacuation plan, the Cloud Ring Federation has abandoned all military production capacity and focused its efforts on producing small colony ships. They also been acquiring a large number of these ships from the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire, even including some larger transport vessels. With the guarantee of a large number of spacecraft, the Cloud Ring Federation's population of nearly 20 billion across a dozen administrative planets was miraculously evacuated, totaling nearly 150 million. Chi Yiming didn't ask much about the abandoned population. It wasn't that he didn't sympathize with them, but the more he inquired, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the heavier his guilt grew. As for the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire, it was a bit more difficult to describe. Turing Republic, in particular, upon learning that its fleet had been decimated by the Zerg, would have been devoured by the swarm without a trace if it hadn't been for the timely rescue of the Snow Peak and the self-sacrifice of the Zentradi. The Turing Republic's leaders, having come to terms with reality, begged Chi Yiming for help, but even if Chi Yiming wanted to help, he was powerless. Not to mention that even the docks used to build the giant colony spaceships had been dismantled for recycling. Even if they hadn't, it would have been impossible to complete the main construction of the massive and deadly spaceships before the Zerg arrived. Even more devastating was the fact that social order within the Turing Republic had been completely disrupted since Jiang Bingsheng led his fleet to evacuate the families of soldiers. As they fled for their lives, who cared about these high-ranking officials? Not taking the opportunity to stab them in the back was already the most righteous act. Jiang Bingsheng's actions were extremely extreme. He first reassigned the personnel on the warships, assigning all soldiers from the same region to the same ship. Then he dispersed them, telling them when to regroup. Whether they could rescue their loved ones was up to them. How could these people, dispersed, be any better than ordinary civilians? Of course, there were also some troublemakers among the civilian population. Abuses like kidnapping and threatening soldiers' families, and other chaotic incidents were occurring everywhere. In fact, as soon as news of the Turing Republic fleet's defeat spread, Chi Yiming knew chaos was imminent. To be honest, they all knew how many of these soldiers could safely rescue their loved ones. They simply refused to face reality, and were making a last-ditch effort. As for the Taro Empire, things were even more chaotic. If the imperial family could abandon their people and flee alone, wouldn't the nobility be able to do the same? We had originally hoped these nobles would assist in an orderly evacuation, but within 2 days of the news spreading, 2/3 of the nobility had fled. The remaining third were either preparing to flee, or had encountered accidents while fleeing. In short, the Taro Empire was in complete chaos, with the various administrative planets completely without government control. Forget about evacuating personnel, even sending a liaison officer to the surface of an administrative planet and returning safely was a question. Seeing the new Federation's evacuation fleet dwindling further and further from the Taro Empire, the Taro Empire's royal family simply took their supplies and a portion of their fleet to escort their colonial fleet and headed in another direction, no longer mentioning cooperation with the new Federation for evacuation. But the royal family's departure left over 10 billion humans to die on their respective administrative planets. This infuriated Chi Yiming to the core. He dispatched a fleet to inflict a devastating blow on the Taro Empire's evacuation fleet. Then, they organized personnel to gather as many transport ships as possible within the Taro Empire capable of carrying personnel, and after minor modifications, began accepting the fleeing personnel. However, the large number of spaceship companions collected was still a drop in the bucket for the civilians of the Taro Empire. Even after all the ships had evacuated the Taro Empire with their full crews, a large number of humans were still left behind on their respective administrative planets. The fate of these humans was self-evident, and Chi Yiming was powerless to help. By the time the new Federation fleet had completely left human territory, the fleet had grown immensely large. Even if the Xiefeng activated its warp drive for maximum long-distance delivery, it would still take more than a dozen attempts to transport all the human ships. Thankfully, through the tireless efforts of the Academy of Sciences, a number of ether crystals were discovered in the star systems along the evacuation route. While the quantity was small, it totaled over 700 tons. Combined with the over 100 tons of ether crystals previously brought back from the warring star systems, the Xiefeng could barely carry out 9 full-power long-distance delivery missions. As for the remaining evacuation fleet, they could only hope to discover more ether crystals during subsequent voyages. Otherwise, when the Zerg caught up, Chi Yiming would be forced to abandon them. In September of star calendar 3344, After years of voyage, the vast human evacuation fleet finally reached the borders of human power. Fortunately, aside from a single direct encounter between the Turing Republic and the Zerg hadn't appeared again. But Chi Yiming knew the Zerg must be working their way towards the human fleet from some direction. Humanity had such a long evacuation period thanks entirely to the self-sacrifice of the Zentradi, who, after rescuing the human fleet, destroyed the Zerg's vanguard with a self-destruction. Chi Yiming, standing on the bridge, looked back at the universe he had lived in since his awakening. His original plans had been completely distorted by the Zerg invasion. Now he wasn't even sure if he could lead the remaining humans to survival. Now, thinking back on the many appalling decisions made by the former Human Federation leaders, I wondered if I hadn't made the same decisions in recent years. Perhaps one day, among those now abandoned, a Song Yiming or a Wang Yiming would share my feelings back then, hating those who crafted the strategies. Chapter 249. After passing the final jump bridge on the outskirts of human territory, the advanced fleet had completely left human territory. Chi Yiming Xiefeng also crossed this symbolic boundary, truly entering unfamiliar space. Chi Yiming had originally believed that it would be unlikely to encounter artifacts of human civilization after crossing this boundary, but to his surprise, the Xiefeng suddenly received a mysterious signal 3 days after crossing it. Even stranger was the fact that only the Xiefeng received this signal among the tens of thousands of warships in the advanced fleet, as if the signal was directed. The strange signal immediately alerted Chi Yiming. The signal's content was decipherable, and bore clear traces of human language. According to the scientific officer's measurements, the source of the signal originated from an unfamiliar galaxy 300 light-years away. Chi Yiming was tempted to ignore the signal, but he was afraid of missing something. What if it was something left behind by the former Human Federation? After much deliberation, Chi Yiming finally decided to make the trip. Because the advanced fleet needs to wait at its current location for the follow-up fleet to catch up. The subsequent journey will be long and tedious, and more importantly, the fleet needs to conduct unified course calibration at this location. After all, a full-power jump fleet will spend at least a year to a year and a half in the jump channel, depending on the size of the 3 largest colony ships in the fleet. It's not that Chi Yiming doesn't want the ships to remain in jump mode, but rather that the giant ships will encounter spatial ripples during the jump. When a ship encounters a spatial ripple, it will automatically exit the jump channel and return to normal space, regardless of the circumstances. This is a rule learned from nearly 1,000 years of space travel by the former Human Federation. The larger the ship, the shorter the time it encounters spatial ripples during a space jump. Chi Yiming had the Academy of Sciences roughly calculate that the 3 behemoths in the fleet could only travel a maximum of 400 light-years within the jump channel before encountering spatial ripples and being forced back into normal space, which would cause their jump engines to enter a long cooling state. This cooling state isn't what humans call cooling, rather, it's the fact that the jump engine's energy storage chamber absorbs a large amount of a mysterious substance during the jump. When this substance fills the jump engine's energy storage chamber, it must be expelled before the next jump engine is activated. Humanity has never fully understood the properties and origin of this mysterious substance, but it does affect the maximum distance a human ship can jump. Scientists from the former Human Federation have conducted experiments and found that even a ship with the smallest mass can only travel a maximum of 1,000 light-years using a jump engine. No matter how much the ship's mass is reduced, it cannot exceed this value. Furthermore, once a spatial fold appears, regardless of the ship's current state or whether normal space would pose a fatal threat to it, it will be blocked by the spatial fold and return to normal space. This is extremely dangerous, so long-distance jumps like this are usually predetermined with a maximum range. Then, within that range, a relatively safe environment is selected to proactively exit jump mode and wait until the jump engine cools down before continuing the next jump. Therefore, the advanced fleet would wait at its current location for the follow-up fleet to catch up. After the entire fleet calibrated its course and determined its exit point, the advanced fleet would set out again and await the arrival of the follow-up fleet at the next point. This process would repeat until the long-distance voyage was complete. Chi Yiming had consulted the navigation supervisor, and it was clear that it would take more than 2 months for the follow-up escape fleet to catch up. Even the Xiefeng super flagship would only take a little over a month to travel over 300 light-years, so Chi Yiming ultimately decided to make the trip. However, he would not take the Xiefeng with him. Instead, he would detach the war spear from the Xiefeng super flagship, accompanied by a special frigate that would transmit a decoy signal to the super flagship. This way, Chi Yiming would not be left alone in a critical situation. After handing command of the super flagship to Yizhenju, who had just been transferred from the escort fleet to join the advanced fleet, Chi Yiming immediately commanded the war spear and its special frigates to fly towards the system where the mysterious signal originated. 2 weeks later, the war spear reached the edge of the system where the mysterious signal originated. Chi Yiming didn't rush into the system, but instead conducted a thorough scan of the outer reaches. He also launched several combat probes into the system for a more thorough exploration. After confirming there were no obvious dangers, Chi Yiming slowly sailed the war spear into this unfamiliar system. He left the special frigates at the outer reaches of the system, allowing him to summon the Snow Peak to join the battle if the war spear encountered danger. The star within the system was a red giant with an unusually large diameter. The science officer informed Chi Yiming that the system once had 5 to 7 planets, but due to the sudden expansion of the star, the planets closest to the star were likely consumed by it. The only planet left now was likely the one farthest from the star before it expanded. This planet, however, turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The heat and light provided by the red giant star gave it an atmosphere, and the once barren planet suddenly became vibrant and even nurtured life. But when Chi Yiming quietly landed on the planet's surface in the small transport craft, he was shocked. He saw that the people living on the surface were actually tribes of humans. This puzzled Chi Yiming. How could these barbarians, who only ate raw meat and drank blood, accurately transmit a signal to the Xiefeng? 300 light-years away, Chi Yiming had no choice but to risk exposure and fly the small transport craft around the planet. However, strangely, he could not accurately determine the source of the signal. This was extremely strange. The signal source could be clearly determined to be on this planet in space, but why couldn't the source of the signal be accurately determined on this planet? Just as Chi Yiming was wondering, the source of the signal suddenly disappeared. Chi Yiming then noticed that the human tribe on the surface suddenly fell into chaos. They seemed to sense approaching danger, and were searching for caves to hide in. The war spear, still in planetary synchronous orbit, was frantically trying to contact Chi Yiming. They had witnessed a scene they had never seen before. The asteroid beneath them seemed to come alive. On the far side, invisible to Chi Yiming, a mountain was rapidly rising, accompanied by violent earthquakes. The mountain's speed was beyond anyone's imagination, and its highest point had already surpassed the planet's atmosphere. With such a commotion, it was unbelievable that Chi Yiming hadn't sensed it. Chapter 250. Is this planet inhabited by spirits? Chi Yiming's first words upon returning to the war spear's bridge terrified everyone around him. But what happened next left Chi Yiming in no mood to complain. On the surface of the planet before them, mountains began to rise, each reaching a height exceeding the planet's atmosphere. As these peaks grew taller, Chi Yiming's expression grew increasingly grim, because he had imagined an extremely terrifying outcome. As the mountains grew taller and taller, Chi Yiming shouted for the war spear to quickly move away from the planet. Navigator, full engine power, full speed out of the red giant's gravitational field. Chi Yiming didn't have time to explain what had happened. He continued to speak to the communications officer, notify the special frigates on the periphery to illuminate the decoy signal, and have the Snow Peak approach. At this moment, the science officer aboard the spear arrived at the bridge. He told Chi Yiming in horror, "We detected a massive bioenergy signal. The planet before us is a living being." After giving all the orders, Chi Yiming finally had a chance to briefly explain what had happened. What a ridiculous creature. This is a super Leviathan disguised as a planet. We've been fooled. As Chi Yiming finished speaking, the planet before them suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The crust covering the planet's surface rapidly cracked, revealing the massive Leviathan warship hidden within. Their purple-red bioarmor emitted an eerie glow under the dark red light of the red giant. The massive mountain, which had just risen, trembled several times before revealing its true form. That was Leviathan's unique melee weapon, the tentacles humans called the Grim Reaper. The tentacle's tip was incredibly sharp, like a spearhead from the era of cold weapons. As the giant tentacle swung, the spearhead swung toward the retreating war spear, accurately piercing its hull. Chi Yiming felt the war spear's hull shake violently, and then a shrill alarm rang out within the warship. Warning. This ship is experiencing an unidentified biological invasion. All personnel, please wear your cabin spacesuits. Internal security forces, please don armor and prepare to respond to the attack. The electronic synthesized voice of the ship's intelligent computer brought everyone back from their shock and terror. Chi Yiming cursed as he began donning his spacesuit. What unidentified creature. That's the ship of the Zerg Emperor, the most powerful individual under the Zerg's dominance. Chi Yiming quickly slipped into his spacesuit and, looking at the already panicked crew, continued shouting, "Hold still." The weapons commander ordered all gun crews to fire on the Leviathan's tentacles and try to disrupt them. Qi Yiming then turned to Yun Mao, the captain of the Internal Security Forces. A veteran former member of the Human Federation, Qi Yiming had long since assigned him to the Xiefeng as its overall commander. Yun Mao, lead your men and suppress the Zerg swarm at the entrance to our ship, where the tentacles have penetrated. Yun Mao said nothing more, simply saluted, picked up his weapon, and left the bridge. Commander, ask the special escort ships out in the area how long it will take for the Xiefeng to arrive. Report, the decoy signal has just been sent. The Xiefeng will need at least 10 minutes to reach the battlefield. Qi Yiming nodded. Everyone, listen carefully. Stay at your posts, and don't be distracted by the fighting outside. He then addressed his adjutant. Anyone leaving their posts without permission will be killed on the spot. Without waiting for his adjutant's reply, Qi Yiming continued, Shipboard AI, lower the airlocks in all compartments. No one except members of the Internal Security Force is authorized to pass through. As soon as he finished speaking, the two heavy airlocks leading to the bridge rapidly descended. At this point, the war spear was surrounded by a swarm of mutalisks, and tons of corrosive liquid were sprayed onto the war spear's armor. The interior of the ship had long since become a battleground between the Internal Security Force and the Zerg invasion force. Large numbers of Zerglings entered the war spear through the Leviathan's tentacles, followed by a vast swarm of cockroaches. The Internal Security Force fighters were completely oblivious to the damage being inflicted by the ferocious firepower on the war spear's interior. Tons upon tons of ammunition poured down upon the Zerg swarm charging into the ship. Fortunately, the war spear had already deactivated its artificial gravity system. The Zerg invasion, limited in mobility, was not advancing as quickly as expected. The war spear's gun crews simply ignored the swarm of dragons surrounding the ship, concentrating their firepower on piercing the war spear's tentacles. Just as one tentacle was about to be severed by the fierce artillery fire, before anyone could cheer, the war spear's hull shook violently again. Leviathan wielded another tentacle, piercing the war spear's outer armor once more. The tip of the tentacle pierced the ship's hull with pinpoint precision, continuing to pin the war spear in place. Qi Yiming glanced at the battleship's damage display. The integrity of the battleship's outer armor had dropped to 64%, while the integrity of its internal structure had dropped to 58%. The war spear had already sunk 1 foot into the abyss. At this point, the war spear had only one chance to escape, to launch a particle lance and strike the Leviathan's vitals, forcing it to retract its tentacles, thus giving the war spear a slight chance to escape. But the cunning Zerg king commanded the Leviathan's other tentacles to tightly guard their vitals, giving the war spear no chance to attack. In desperation, Qi Yiming had to temporarily suspend the launch of the particle lances, as the Zerg king would not allow the war spear a second chance. This super Leviathan had 13 tentacles, but only 3 were in the optimal position to attack the war spear. The remaining tentacles were either too far away, or their attack directions were less than ideal, preventing them from inflicting significant damage. More importantly, the war spear's position directly opposite the Leviathan is similar to the bridge of a human warship, a point that is Leviathan's most vulnerable. While ordinary main guns cannot penetrate the outer biomass armor at this location, the war spear's particle lances can. The Zerg King's understanding of the war spear's attack methods is not much worse than Qi Yiming's. Therefore, while directing 3 tentacles to attack the war spear, he also instructed the others to retract and firmly protect their own weak points. Although a single tentacle can be easily destroyed by the war spear's super heavy main gun, that's because as a tentacle penetrates the war spear's outer armor and penetrates deeply into the hull, it undergoes drastic changes within the tentacle. Originally filled with biomass, the tentacle quickly transfers this biomass through internal ducts to other locations, transforming it into a hollow tube, allowing the Zerg troops to enter the enemy ship through the ducts formed by the tentacle. This is why the Leviathan's tentacles appear so vulnerable. However, the tentacles, without transferring their internal biomass, were not much more defensive than Leviathan's biomass armor. A particle spear could penetrate a single layer of biomass armor, but even with multiple layers, it wasn't certain the particle spear would be able to penetrate them. Chapter 251. The war spear trembled like a leaf being pierced by the super Leviathan's 3 tentacles, the warship swaying with the tentacle swaying. Meanwhile, a swarm of Zerg swarms were engaged in a frenzied battle within the ship with the internal security forces. Qi Yiming glanced at the ship's damage monitoring panel, knowing that the war spear wouldn't survive until the Snow Peak arrived to rescue it. Now, he could only find a way to save himself. It seems I have no choice but to take this risk. Qi Yiming's eyes were determined, and he slammed his right fist down on the armrest of the captain's chair. This ship is entering the particle lance launch sequence. Qi Yiming initiated the preparatory procedures for the particle lance launch. Soon, The electronic synthesized sound of the ship's intelligent computer filled the entire ship. Particle lance charging ready. Pre-launch self-test complete. Charge 20%. Since the war spear arrived in this system alone, without the lightning's assistance, the particle lance could only charge at a normal rate. The entire process took 10 minutes. However, even with the Super Leviathan's formidable power, sinking the war spear in melee mode within 10 minutes was still a bit of a fantasy. These 10 minutes would be a real struggle for the members of the interior guard, as the Zerg swarm would continuously invade through the Leviathan's tentacles, which had penetrated the war spear's hull. Although the war spear's interior was in a zero-gravity state, significantly limiting the Zerg's mobility, it still inflicted heavy casualties on the interior guard. However, under Yun Mao's leadership, the interior guard fought fearlessly against the Zerg swarm, and even though comrades fell every minute, their defense remained unshaken. During this period, the Leviathan's tentacles were also twice disrupted by the Warspear's main guns, but the Leviathan's powerful recovery ability ensured that at least one tentacle remained embedded in the Warspear's hull. After Qi Yiming had endured the longest 10 minutes of his life, the electronic synthesized voice of the ship's intelligent computer sounded again. Particle spear charging complete. Gravity lock. Instantly, all the debris floating within the ship crashed to the floor of the war spear. The war spear, previously being tossed about by the Leviathan's tentacles, seemed to be pinned to its spot by a pair of massive hands. No matter how the Leviathan's tentacles swung, they couldn't pull the war spear with them. The launch button for the particle spear in front of Qi Yiming also turned green. Weapons Commander, pay attention to the status of the Leviathan's tentacles. Qi Yiming didn't press the launch button immediately. Instead, he inquired about the status of the tentacle currently embedded in the ship's hull. The Weapons Commander carefully examined the battlefield monitor and reported to Qi Yiming, 2 more salvos will destroy this tentacle. Okay. All gun crews fire on my command. The Weapons Commander immediately handed command of each gun crew to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming immediately ordered a round of artillery fire after assuming command. Over a dozen purplish-black high-energy beams from the super heavy main guns, along with bursting lasers from other main guns, simultaneously struck the Leviathan's tentacles. A massive gash appeared where the Leviathan's tentacle had been struck, and through it, one could even see the rapidly moving Zerg troops within. After a brief wait for all batteries to recharge, Qi Yiming decisively ordered another salvo. At the same time, he pressed the launch button for his particle lances. A blinding stream of white, high-energy particles instantly erupted from the war spear's bow. As the high-energy particles struck several of the Leviathan's tentacles protecting its vulnerable areas, Qi Yiming suddenly gave the order. Everyone prepare for impact. The AI is bypassing safety procedures and releasing the gravity lock. Gravity lock released. Suddenly, the war spear's hull jerked violently, then was thrust back by the powerful force of the continuous particle lance fire. The Leviathan's tentacles, already on the verge of breaking, were torn apart by the force of the war spear's sudden retreat. The war spear's massive hull, like a meteor, instantly pierced the encircling insect swarm. With continued particle lance fire, it quickly broke contact with the Leviathan. Before Qi Yiming could rejoice, the ship's AI alarm blared. Warning, structural integrity of this ship has dropped to 25%. Qi Yiming smiled wryly and automatically filtered out the warning. He knew the consequences of releasing the gravity lock while the particle lances were firing. But in that situation, it was better to fight than to be sunk by the Leviathan. Clearly, Qi Yiming's desperate approach had paid off, but the cost was a bit too high. Fortunately, the Snow Peak had just joined the battle after the war spear escaped. After He Zhenju commanded the Snow Peak to complete its warp, she saw the nearly crippled war spear rapidly approaching the Snow Peak, trailing a stream of high-energy particles. He Zhenju immediately activated the Snow Peak's remote repair system to repair the war spear's outer armor first. Having received support, Qi Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered the Snow Peak to release its onboard warships, while commanding the war spear to reunite with the Snow Peak. Clearly, the Zerg King had no intention of letting the Snow Peak go. After the war spear successfully escaped, a large number of Zerg aerospace forces immediately flew out of the Super Leviathan. He Zhenju commanded the Xiefeng's fleet in combat with the Zerg while speaking to Qi Yiming. What should we do? Retreat or? Qi Yiming ran to the transport boat inside the Xiefeng super flagship and said to He Zhenju, the Zerg Emperor's Leviathan is too close to the evacuation fleet's rendezvous point. Unless it gets carried away and flies into the star, we must sink it here. At the very least, we must get the Zerg Emperor and his army out of here. But, no buts. Have the newly released warships hold the line at all costs. I return to the bridge and take personal command. It was clear that He Jinju didn't want to fight the Zerg Emperor to the bitter end here. The Xiafeng could easily warp out of this system as soon as the War Spear combined with her. At a mere 300 light-years, the warp engine wouldn't need to cool down. Before the Xiafeng joined the battle, He Jinju had left a specialized frigate capable of sending decoy signals at the evacuation fleet's rendezvous point. But Qi Yiming was right. If they rendezvoused with the advanced fleet through a space warp, the Zerg Emperor would undoubtedly pursue them with his horde. Not only would the advanced fleet suffer, but the 3 massive colony ships might also be caught in the crossfire. Returning to the Xiafeng's bridge, Qi Yiming immediately reclaimed command of the fleet from He Jinju. But the battlefield situation had now become extremely unfavorable for Qi Yiming. Although the Xiafeng possessed its own warships, they seemed dwarfed and helpless against the sheer numbers of the Zerg. With only 1,500 low-level warships as escorts, the Xiafeng super flagship, under Qi Yiming's command, was forced to bravely engage the Zerg Emperor in a desperate battle in this unfamiliar galaxy. Chapter 252. But was the Xiafeng really as incapable of confronting the Insect Emperor's super Leviathan as He Jinju imagined? Obviously not. Otherwise, Qi Yiming wouldn't have forced a decisive battle against the Insect Emperor in this unfamiliar galaxy, knowing full well that the Xiafeng was doomed. Although the Xiafeng super flagship only brought 1,500 warships into battle, its combat power was no less than that of the Insect Emperor's super Leviathan. It was only the small number of warships escorting it that made the battle situation facing the Xiafeng so daunting. First, the Xiafeng super flagship's main gun, the War Lance, didn't require the long recharge required to fire particle lances in its single-handed mode. When combined with the super flagship, the War Lance possessed 3 independent energy storage chambers. Combined with a separate power supply, the War Lance could fire particle lances at a rate of 5 per minute. In extreme situations, the War Lance could even unleash the energy stored in all 3 chambers at once. With the support of independent power supply equipment, the 3 energy storage chambers only take less than 3 minutes to fully recharge. This means that every 3 minutes or so, the Xiafeng super flagship can launch an enhanced particle lance. Combined with the capabilities of the other modular warships possessed by the Xiafeng super flagship, it is fully capable of suppressing the Zerg King super Leviathan. Qi Yiming's only concern is that of the 1,500 carrier-based warships brought by the Xiafeng, more than half of them will be sunk by the Zerg swarm. As humanity flees, each warship sinks, leaving them with no time or opportunity to replenish their lost combat power. If the Zerg continued their relentless pursuit, Qi Yiming might not have enough warships to launch a counterattack by the time he found and activated the battle star. The Zerg aerospace forces quickly surrounded the Xiafeng and its escort warships. At this point, Qi Yiming's fleet was like a small boat sailing in a sea of Zerg, threatened to capsize at any moment. But He Jinju couldn't see any sign of nervousness on Qi Yiming's face. She wondered where Qi Yiming got the confidence he could defeat the Zerg Emperor's super Leviathan and its Zerg hordes under such circumstances. But the Xiafeng's subsequent performance completely changed He Jinju's perception of the Strategic Strike Fleet's modular warships. Although He Jinju and Qi Yiming were of the same generation, her background limited her understanding of the Strategic Strike Fleet. Her understanding of modular warships was limited to their transformable combat capabilities and strength. It was only after she woke up and participated in several operations with Qi Yiming that she gradually understood their true strength. The Snow Peak's first attack wasn't with its main gun, the Battle Lance, but with the heavy torpedoes launched from the hammer. This was one of the few weapons the Snow Peak had that could bypass the Zerg swarm and directly strike the super Leviathan. 2 heavy torpedoes, equipped with short-range jump drives, blasted out of their launch tubes, accelerated for a distance, and then entered the jump channel. When they reappeared, they were already very close to the super Leviathan. Even the Zerg King, with his swift reflexes, couldn't intercept these 2 heavy torpedoes at such close range. Thus, the Leviathan suffered its first direct damage since the start of the war. The explosive force of the 2 heavy torpedoes instantly pierced the biomass armor on one side of the super Leviathan, stripping away large swathes of biomass, leaving the crew of the Snow Peak exhilarated. At first, everyone thought they were doomed, but upon seeing the Leviathan's attack, excitement returned. As for the Snow Peak's carrier-based warships, they formed a spherical formation, surrounding the Snow Peak in the center. To ensure the combat effectiveness of these warships, the Snow Peak maintained long-range support. But even so, under the siege of the Zerg's aerospace forces, 1 or 2 of the 1,500 carrier-based warships would occasionally be sunk. There was no way around it. The Zerg were too numerous, and even the most timely Snow Peak's long-range support could not always be anticipated. Looking at the Leviathan, which had just been struck by the torpedo. The damaged area had already been repaired, and the biomass on its surface had hardened into a new layer of biomass armor. However, the Snow Peak's attacks continued. The Hammer's heavy torpedoes continuously bombarded the Super Leviathan at a rate of 4 per minute. The War Spear, the Snow Peak's most important weapon, abandoned its conventional attacks and instead employed its enhanced particle lance firing program. While the 3-minute intervals between shots seemed long, each one inflicted heavy casualties on the Zerg. Unlike torpedoes, the enhanced particle lances did not target the Leviathan itself. Instead, they simultaneously swept away all Zerg aerospace forces within their range. The heavy casualties posed a significant challenge to the Zerg King. To maintain numerical superiority, the Leviathan had to constantly incubate individual Zerg individuals within its body. The biomass used to spawn individual Zerg units wasn't conjured from thin air, it was stored within the Leviathan's massive hull. Thus, destroying individual Zerg units effectively depleted the Zerg King's Super Leviathan's combat power. Every time the Xiefeng launched a particle lance attack, hundreds of millions of Zerg aerospace forces were vaporized, simultaneously inflicting considerable damage to the Leviathan itself. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, the Super Leviathan had shrunk significantly due to the massive biomass consumed. However, this consumption wasn't fatal to the Super Leviathan, as the Leviathan's primary function was to utilize its stored biomass to spawn numerous individuals on the battlefield to reinforce the Zerg's front. Qi Yiming also knew that if this consumption continued, the Xiefeng would eventually be devoured by the Zerg. The most direct solution now was for the Xiefeng super flagship to conduct a close-range attack, essentially firing a powerful particle lance right at the Leviathan's face. To achieve this goal, Qi Yiming could only lead the fleet forward, bearing heavy casualties. As the assault unfolded, 1,500 carrier-based warships were sunk one by the Zerg swarm. Often, a fleet advancing 10,000 kilometers would cost the loss of 200 to 220 warships, even with the full support of the Snow Peak. Of course, the Zerg King was no pushover. It could already guess what Qi Yiming was thinking, and actually slowly retreated in the direction of the human fleet's attack. Qi Yiming was so enraged that he wished he could capture the Zerg King and bite him to death. But the battlefield is brutal. When others can manipulate you at will, no matter what you do, you feel constrained. In desperation, Qi Yiming could only risk a short-range jump. In reality, facing the Zerg swarm, he didn't want to face the human fleet. Even the most densely packed human fleet formations would still leave some room for maneuver, but the Zerg swarm was different. They were so densely packed together that they attacked the enemy, and short-distance jumps were impossible. However, Qi Yiming had no choice but to take the risk if he wanted to get close and shoot. Chapter 253. The Xiefeng's close-range fire and the War Spear's close-range fire are two completely different concepts. Although the enhanced particle lances of both warships share the same name, their damage output differs significantly. First, the energy intensity of the two warships differs. The Xiefeng Super Flagship has a separate power supply and 3 energy storage chambers for the War Spear's main guns, so the Xiefeng's close-range fire can easily penetrate the Zerg King's Super Leviathan. The only problem now is that the Xiefeng Super Flagship cannot find a suitable landing point in the dense Zerg swarm for a short-range jump. Helplessly, Qi Yiming can only use the Xiefeng Super Particle Lance to clear the Zerg swarm between her and the Super Leviathan. This plan would create a 3-minute fire vacuum for the Xiefeng and her escort warships, preventing the particle lances from firing. However, due to their proximity to the Leviathan, the Zerg swarm could more effectively attack the fleet. This worsened the already heavy losses suffered by the escort fleet. However, to eliminate this threat, Qi Yiming gritted his teeth and carried out the battle plan. Qi Yiming then ordered the Wise to begin calculating the energy input to the fleet's jump engines for a short-range jump. To allow the Wise to more accurately calculate the energy required for each warship, the fleet's attack had to be halted. As the fleet's forward attack speed slowed, the power of the shipborne warships released by the Snow Peak also increased. In less than a minute, the fleet had lost over 70 warships. Fortunately, the Wise's calculations were fast enough to quickly calculate the energy input required for each warship. As the Wise transmitted this data to each warship via the fleet's tactical data link, the Xiefeng simultaneously launched a super particle lance. After a blinding flash of white light, the Xiefeng's fleet was completely empty, leaving only the Super Leviathan, standing alone in the fleet's warp path. Before the Zerg could fill the empty space on the battlefield, the Xiefeng quickly led the fleet into warp mode. In a mere 10,000th of a second, the Xiefeng and her escort fleet appeared before the Leviathan. The Zerg King had already guessed Qi Yiming's next move, and the Zerg launched an even more frenzied attack on the Xiefeng, and its escort fleet. At this point, the Xiafeng's escort fleet consisted of only a little over 700 warships. As the Zerg's attack intensity and density increased, this number was decreasing at an alarming rate. The Super Viagra swung all its tentacles in a circular motion, stabbing the Super Snow Peak. To ensure the proper firing of the particle spears, Qi Yiming constantly shifted his position, dodging the Leviathan's attacks on the Snow Peak's main cannon. As the energy storage chambers gradually completed their charge, the Zerg King seemed to sense the approaching danger, and the Zerg's attacks intensified. At this point, the flying dragons no longer cared about the humans thrown into space by the damaged warships. They all focused on the Snow Peak super flagship, launching a suicidal attack. However, thanks to the Guardian's assistance, the Snow Peak's outer armor continued to slowly repair itself. At this moment, the Xiafeng was actually the best performing warship in the entire fleet. 3 minutes of recharging time wasn't long, but for the human warriors on the battlefield, it felt like an eternity. As the Xiafeng completed all preparations for launching its super particle lance, both the Zerg and the humans on the battlefield seemed to sense the terrifying event about to unfold, and their attack slowed considerably. When the particle lance's launch button turned green, Qi Yiming pressed it without hesitation. The Xiafeng was now only a little over 20 kilometers away from the Super Leviathan. At that distance, not only the Leviathan, but even a planet composed entirely of solid black gold stone would be vaporized. The white high-energy particle stream pierced the Leviathan's body like a slender needle. Instantly, the Super Leviathan deflated like a punctured balloon. And this attack was only the beginning. 3 minutes later, the Xiafeng fired again. This shot truly made the Zerg King feel the threat of death. As the Zerg Overlord's right-hand man, its greatest difference from the other individuals was its self-awareness. The Zerg King was now frightened. The Zerg under his command also sensed the change in his mindset. The Zerg, always known for their fearlessness, suddenly felt fear. The Zerg swarm that had been attacking the Snow Peak quickly retreated like a tide. The Leviathan, under the Snow Peak siege, also turned and retreated from the battlefield at top speed. Qi Yiming wanted to catch up and strike down the fallen Leviathan, but unfortunately, the war spear's structural layer had already been damaged by Qi Yiming's risky behavior. After several rounds of design work by the Snow Peak, the war spear's structural layer was also severely damaged. If this continued, the war spear wouldn't need to be returned for repairs, and could simply be abandoned in this system. So Qi Yiming could only watch helplessly as the Zerg retreated. He Jinju was completely horrified by Qi Yiming's frenzied actions. She was also even more shocked by the attack power of the Snow Peak super flagship. He Jinju hadn't expected the war spear's attack power to be so abnormal when alone, and even more so when combined as a super flagship's main gun. Its attack power would be even more abnormal, puncturing the Super Leviathan like a balloon. Although they hadn't been able to keep the Super Leviathan in this system, He Jinju was confident that the Zerg King wouldn't be able to catch up and die again anytime soon. Even after witnessing the Zerg's retreat, Qi Yiming had the engineering team launch a large number of combat probes before clearing the battlefield, plowing the system they were currently in like a field. After repeatedly confirming that no Zerg swarm remained, Qi Yiming slumped down in the captain's chair, feeling exhausted. Others may not know, but Qi Yiming knew the immense price paid by the Xiafeng and her escort fleet to pull off this close-range attack. Of the 1,500 warships brought by the Xiafeng, only a little over 300 were successfully recovered after the battle. More than two-thirds of these three fleets bore scars from the Zerg's highly corrosive fluid. In some cases, the situation on the other side of the ship could be seen through the armor pierced by the Zerg. Such a heavy loss truly distressed Qi Yiming. Chapter 254. The Zerg Emperor left with his swarm, temporarily eliminating the imminent threat. Although Qi Yiming felt deeply saddened by the fleet's losses, there was nothing he could do. As long as humanity fled into the vast starry sea, the Zerg would have a difficult time finding them. After dispatching warships back to the advanced fleet to notify the special frigates remaining there to send decoy signals, a few warships in better condition were left to clean up the battlefield, while the rest were recovered within the Snow Peak for repairs. Over a month later, the Snow Peak finally reunited with the advanced fleet. Over the next 2 weeks, the new Federation's evacuation fleet gradually crossed the human border and reunited with Qi Yiming, who was waiting for them. When 3 giant colony ships appeared in Qi Yiming's sight, the new Federation's fleet finally embarked on its escape. After a brief rest, Qi Yiming discussed the evacuation details with several new Federation officials. After the fleet completed its course calibration, the advanced fleet set out again. This time, the super flagship, the Snow Peak, did not accompany the advanced fleet. Instead, a frigate capable of transmitting decoy signals joined the advanced fleet. Qi Yiming then went aboard the massive colonial ship, the Hope, to hear reports from various administrative departments of the new Federation. First, the logistics department, which Wang Sun oversaw, was Qi Yiming's primary concern. Wang Sun cleared his throat and said to Qi Yiming with a worried look, "The situation is very grim. We've taken in a large number of refugees from the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire, and the supplies we originally prepared won't last long." Qi Yiming nodded. He could imagine the problems they faced. When preparing supplies, Wang Sun didn't prepare any extra supplies because the Turing Republic and the Taro Empire had explicitly stated they would not be leading their people in the evacuation plan. However, plans can change. After the Turing Republic dispatched its fleet to fight the Zerg, the two nations suddenly reversed their stance, and by then, the new Federation's evacuation fleet was already on its way. Even though Wang Sun racked his brains and tried his best to gather supplies along the way, the chaotic state of the two nations meant he could only collect a limited amount. "Tell me about the status of the 3 colony ships," Qi Yiming gestured for Wang Sun to continue. "Except for the Hope and the Holy Light, the Cloud Ring Federation's Cloud Ring is functional, aside from being habitable. As a result, the mood among the people aboard the Cloud Ring is extremely low, and the slightest incident can lead to major unrest. So far, the Cloud Ring Federation security forces have conducted more than 10 crackdowns, resulting in over 1,000 deaths." "Is the interior construction still not complete?" Qi Yiming asked Wang Sun in surprise. Wang Sun shook his head. Since the evacuation began, construction progress has been incredibly slow. It's mainly because everyone's so nervous. Most people have no energy to work. This won't work. These voyages will become the norm. We need to find a way to calm people down. But that's easier said than done. Qi Yiming thought for a moment and continued, "Recruit construction workers from the Yunhuan. Tell them that if they want a comfortable living environment, they have to do it themselves." Wang Sun casually wrote down Qi Yiming's order. Next came Wang Shuhua's report. The fleet situation is relatively optimistic. Since the 2 giant colony ships have production lines for energy blocks, we don't have to worry about energy for the warships for now. However, the fleet size is much larger than anticipated before the evacuation. "How many extra warships?" Qi Yiming heard some not too bad news. The evacuation fleet currently possesses 1.1 million warships of various types, including 51,100 battleships and 143,415 battlecruisers. The remaining warships are mostly cruisers, with destroyers and frigates totaling less than 20,000. Qi Yiming nodded. Each warship must store a certain amount of combat-ready energy blocks and must not be activated until absolutely necessary. Wang Sun suddenly interrupted. "There's a problem with the energy block production line. The 2 colony ships are struggling to provide enough energy for daily life. If the production line continues to operate, it will seriously impact the operation of the colony ships themselves. I remember the giant, well-known spacecraft. Isn't antimatter the power source? How could this problem arise? It's antimatter, yes, but our power reactors don't have the ability to collect antimatter on their own. We must rely on antimatter collectors, but these collectors are disposable, and the base materials used in their manufacture are also used less and less. Shouldn't we stockpile this kind of stuff? I have stockpiled quite a bit of material, but considering our long journey ahead, I can't guarantee that with our limited supplies, we'd be able to reach our destination. Leave this to the Academy of Sciences." Qi Yiming looked at Xiaojia, who had been sitting quietly nearby. Xiaojia said in embarrassment, "The production of antimatter collectors requires a large amount of DeLong superalloy. This alloy must be synthesized artificially, and currently it can only be synthesized in the laboratory. Moreover, the minerals needed to produce it are in serious shortage." Qi Yiming rubbed his temples. He had thought through every possible scenario before setting off, but there were still so many problems to solve. We only just set out. If they sailed for a few hundred more years, the problems would undoubtedly be many times more numerous. Is there a way to improve the power reactor so that it could simultaneously provide energy for the spacecraft and collect antimatter from the universe? Xiaojia pondered for a moment before continuing. The technological legacy of the former Human Federation seems to mention a power reactor design, but that's preliminary research technology, still in the theoretical stage. Even if we can analyze it, we need to continue research before we can achieve any results. Assign some people to tackle the key issues and analyze the preliminary research results first. Qi Yiming knew that the technological legacy of the former Human Federation wasn't a panacea. Many of the information was merely feasibility reports. If they wanted to achieve any results, they still had to rely on their own research. Otherwise, the former Human Federation wouldn't have abandoned a large fleet during their escape due to energy shortages. What's the status of those small colony ships? Chi Yiming inquired about the colony fleet following behind. The situation seems to be good at the moment, though some warships are a bit underwhelmed due to the overcrowding. Yi Lu, the fleet leader, immediately stood up and answered Chi Yiming's question. Chi Yiming nodded and looked at Fong Min. How are the citizens of the new Federation feeling? They're relatively stable, as we had ample time to evacuate. Although some issues arose during the evacuation, they're generally under control. Chi Yiming's face showed no signs of emotion. He glanced around, and then spoke firmly to the group. On our escape, the Zerg are no longer our greatest enemy. Our fleet is too small a target in the vast starry sea, making it difficult for the Zerg to find us. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Chi Yiming continued, from here on out, our greatest enemy will be ourselves. Everyone, especially the Academy of Sciences, must stay alert. It's fair to say that the extent of our Taibol fleet depends entirely on the speed at which your Academy of Sciences produces research results. Shi Shaojia understood what Chi Yiming meant. He gave Chi Yiming a resolute look, as if to tell him, don't worry, the Academy of Sciences has my back. Chapter 255. After finishing all his arrangements, Chi Yiming walked alone to the streets of a city within the Hope. Looking at the bustling crowd, he couldn't help but sigh. From his deep memories, he vaguely remembered witnessing a similar scene aboard the massive colony ship of the former Human Federation. Back then, he was just a small lieutenant in the Strategic Strike Fleet, and only had the opportunity to board the massive colony ship for a tour during his shift breaks. Yes, only for a tour. He didn't have the right to live inside the massive colony ship. A large portion of the Strategic Strike Fleet didn't have the right to live inside the massive colony ship. They could only live in the cramped, dimly lit living quarters of the warships, spending every moment of their escape journey, ultimately abandoned in an unknown star system. But today, he embarked on the road of escape for once. Looking out the huge window at the massive evacuation fleet following the Hope, he wondered if he could lead them to escape the Zerg's pursuit, or even fulfill his own wish. The humans living aboard the Hope had gradually grown accustomed to life aboard the colony ship. After all, the ship's massive dome simulated a sky only visible from planetary surfaces, with holographic flocks of birds occasionally flying overhead. Cars streamed along the roads, street vendors bustled with customers, theaters never seemed to get bored, and the city's massive stadium was hosting spectacular sporting events. If they weren't reminded, people wouldn't even realize they were living on a giant spaceship. Sitting at a street food stall, Chi Yiming ordered a snack and ate while gazing at the bustling streets. This was arguably the most relaxing afternoon he had experienced since waking up, giving him time to reflect on the gains and losses of the past few years. Ever since he decided to reclaim the former Human Federation's territory from the Zerg, Chi Yiming had been like clockwork, constantly preparing for a counterattack. He had initially placed his hopes on the former Xuanwu Federation, but alas, it collapsed. With no other choice, he led his men to the Ancestral Star region in search of a solution. Thankfully, he found the capital he needed to start in the Ancestral Star region, but the unfolding situation forced him to repeatedly charge into battle. First, he dealt with the so-called elites, who coveted the Snow Peak, then faced the invasion of the Wild Zerg, and then the Commercial Alliance launched an attack on the new federation he had established. One thing led to another, leaving him no time to rest. Just as he finally absorbed the Commercial Alliance and prepared to fully develop, the true Zerg swarm arrived. It seemed as if a mysterious force was driving him forward, yet the entire process denied him any opportunity to rehydrate. Could there truly be a creator behind the scenes, hindering humanity? Chi Yiming didn't believe there was such a thing as a creator. It was simply some impossibly technologically advanced civilization acting as a deity behind the scenes. What Chi Yiming didn't know was that the moment the human fleet left their territory, a shimmering shuttle-shaped warship had been following closely behind, seemingly monitoring it. From time to time, the warship would disappear, attempting to approach certain human fleets, so it could observe them more clearly. The ship remained empty, save for a holographic screen in the cockpit, which displayed lines of characters. Medium-sized fleet, warp traces detected, energy level 9 dangerous. Cleanup procedures initiated. Start time 1123.2213 time grains. Cleaners engaged, initial results failed. Cleanup fleet needs to intensify its attack. Prepare to transmit new DNA samples. As the human evacuation fleet accelerated into the warp channel, a microscopic wormhole opened in front of the shuttle. As the shuttle entered the wormhole, the universe quickly fell silent. Chi Yiming spent the afternoon wandering around the Hope, his thoughts slowly calming down from their initial wandering. He knew that if this continued, even if he successfully found and activated the battle star, he would not be able to lead humanity in a counterattack against the Zerg. Humanity's technological prowess must be elevated to a new level, no matter what. We can't always rely on the Snow Peak as a single battleship. But the new Federation Academy of Sciences hasn't even fully grasped the technological legacy left by the former Human Federation, let alone advanced humanity's technological capabilities on that basis. It seems Chi Yiming is leading humanity back down the same path as the former Human Federation? Is humanity truly destined to fall into this vicious cycle? Where did the bugs come from? Why did such terrifying creatures appear in this universe? What is their purpose? Are they simply there to kill? Or perhaps there's a super civilization in this universe targeting humanity? At this thought, Chi Yiming was suddenly stunned, as he recalled a long-standing rumor circulating among the former Human Federation's fleeing fleet. It was said that the former Human Federation had once experimented with space warping in a certain star region, and within the next 6 months, the Zerg suddenly appeared. So, the rumor persisted, the Zerg appeared because humanity had mastered the technology of space warping, allowing humanity to roam the boundless starry seas freely. This attracted the attention of higher-level civilizations, who deployed their biological weapons against humanity. But this didn't make sense. Chi Yiming hadn't truly mastered space warping since waking up. The only space warping spaceship he had seen was when the Zentradi spaceship demonstrated the warping process to him upon his return from the former Human Federation. Could this also count? But more than a decade had passed since his first real experience of warping until the Zerg invasion. This was completely different from what the former Human Federation had encountered. Chi Yiming shook his head, trying to clear his mind of all this clutter. It was pointless to dwell on it now. Even if it was due to issues with the space warp technology, could Chi Yiming completely erase this from human society? If he had that ability, he wouldn't have to fear the Zerg invasion. Chi Yiming stood up, paid the bill, and wandered aimlessly down the street again. The fleeing fleet had already entered the pre-lunar passage. The scenery outside the spacecraft had already turned pitch black, with no stars visible. The fleet would sail in warp mode for nearly 2 years. After traveling over 300 light-years, they would exit warp mode at the outskirts of a binary star system. There, they would rest for a while, attempting to collect some usable minerals within the system, and even better, some organic matter. These 2 years were a rare moment of leisure during the long journey. But for Chi Yiming, even a lazy afternoon was a luxury. At this time, a large group of people were queuing outside his office, waiting to report their work to Chi Yiming. If Hao Chinchi had not deliberately stopped these people, Chi Yiming would not even have this half-day of leisure time. Chapter 256. After wandering the streets for a long time, Chi Yiming finally returned to his office. Wang Xin had been waiting in his office for a long time. Seeing Chi Yiming enter, Wang Xin stood up as usual. Chi Yiming waved casually, "Sit down." He sat down across from Wang Xin, and casually picked up a glass of water from the table, and drank it in one gulp. "What's up? Is there anything else you didn't finish discussing from the meeting this morning?" Wang Xin stammered. Something happened on the Yunhuan. Chi Yiming, unlike the young man who had panicked at every turn in the past 2 years, was very calm this time. He took a deep breath and asked Wang Xin, "What's going on?" "There was a riot." Chi Yiming glanced at Wang Xin and said, "A riot? Send the security forces to suppress it. Why are you here? The situation is a bit complicated." Chi Yiming didn't say anything, motioning for Wang Xin to continue. As he listened to Wang Xin's report, Chi Yiming's brows furrowed. Strictly speaking, what happened on the Cloud Ring wasn't a riot, as there was no looting or injuries, and the public safety situation was significantly better than before. However, the Cloud Ring had indeed fallen into the hands of a group with ulterior motives. The reason for this incident was simple. The living conditions on the Cloud Ring were too poor. A group of upper-class individuals, accustomed to a comfortable life, could no longer tolerate the harsh conditions aboard the Cloud Ring, and used their connections to indirectly control the ship's security forces. After hijacking the Cloud Ring, they attempted to negotiate with the evacuation fleet headquarters, hoping to relocate to 2 other large and deadly ships with better conditions. Chi Yiming tapped his fingers slowly on the table in front of him, thinking for a long time. Then he said to Wang Xin, "Agree to their request." This, Wang Xin had originally thought Chi Yiming wouldn't give in easily, but when Chi Yiming made his decision, Wang Xin was completely stunned. Chi Yiming then continued, "Shouldn't Fang Min be responsible for this? Why did you come here to report? Fang Min and Wang Shuhua are negotiating with the other party on site. I'm just an errand boy." Wang Xin seemed still to recover from his surprise, and subconsciously answered Chi Yiming's question. Chi Yiming stood up and said to Wang Xin, You go arrange the matters for the morning meeting. I handle this myself." With that, Chi Yiming left the office. On his way to the Yunhuan, he contacted Qin Cheng. "I got a mission for you. Some dignitaries might be evacuated from the Yunhuan to the other 2 giant colony ships. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Hold off on any action." It was clear that Chi Yiming had no intention of letting these people go. He agreed to their terms only to calm them down and prevent the situation from escalating. After explaining these matters, Chi Yiming contacted Fang Min, who was handling the situation on the scene. "How's the situation?" "They're relatively stable and haven't done anything drastic. However, all the entrances and exits to the Yunhuan have been blocked by their men. We can only watch from outside, unable to get in." Without waiting for Fang Min to elaborate further, Wang Shuhua snatched the communicator from him and, looking at Chi Yiming on the holographic screen, said, "Let me lead the assault. Even if I can't do anything, how dare they challenge the escort fleet?" Chi Yiming shook his head and said, "What about the ordinary people inside? We can't let these people succeed. If they do it the first time, others will try again. Don't worry, I won't give them another chance." Wang Shuhua was stunned for a moment, then said, "What are you going to do?" "Promise them first." Wang Shuhua was silent for a long time. "It's useless for us to talk about this. You have to handle it yourself. I'm on my way. You should calm them down first." Chi Yiming then cut off the communication and instructed the pilots of the fleet's commuter boats to speed up. Half an hour later, Chi Yiming arrived at the bridge of Wang Shuhua's ship. On the bridge's communication channel, a middle-aged man in elegant attire was waiting leisurely for Chi Yiming. He had learned from Wang Shuhua that Chi Yiming would negotiate with him in person. Looking at the middle-aged man on the communicator, Chi Yiming smiled and said, "What's your name, sir?" "Mr. Chi, you're living a comfortable life." The man's words were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Chi Yiming wasn't angry. Since the man wouldn't introduce himself, Chi Yiming didn't want to meet such a person. He spread his hands and said, "Tell me your conditions." "I said it many times. My requirements are simple. Relocation. We want to live on the Hope or the Holy Light. Don't try to play tricks. I installed high-energy explosives in several key locations on the Cloud Ring. If anything happens to me, the Cloud Ring will be destroyed with me. Okay. You can take your people to live on the Hope at any time." Chi Yiming agreed without even negotiating terms. Chi Yiming's straightforwardness caught the other party off guard. The prepared negotiation draft was completely useless, and for a moment, they were completely silent. But this man was clearly a man of good sense. Chi Yiming's willingness to agree to their terms made him wary. "You agreed so readily. Are you planning to settle the score later?" Chi Yiming smiled and said, "It's worth trading some shipboard quotas for the Yunhuan's safety. A desperate struggle wouldn't benefit anyone, don't you think?" The man thought Chi Yiming's words made sense. After all, he was just trying to improve his life, and he had no intention of engaging in such a desperate situation. But he needed a guarantee from Chi Yiming. If Chi Yiming really did settle the score later, he would have nowhere to cry. "What can convince me you won't settle this later? You can arrange for someone to take responsibility for the high-energy explosives you placed inside the outer Cloud Ring." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at this. "Okay. Evacuate the fleet first, and we send the shuttle to the Hope." Fang Min remained silent throughout the entire negotiation. He hadn't believed Chi Yiming would be so easy to talk to. Fearing he might ruin Chi Yiming's plans, he remained silent. As Wang Shuhua withdrew the fleet, a dozen shuttles quickly emerged from one of the Cloud Ring's exits. Chi Yiming smiled throughout, as if this was how he truly handled the matter. But what the middle-aged man didn't know was that when he arrived aboard the Hope with a group of prominent figures, his men, who hadn't been guarding the high-energy explosives, had second thoughts. These men had originally thought they could also go to the Hope, but who could have imagined that after all their hard work, they would ultimately be left behind on the Cloud Ring. Just as they were about to continue their riot, they were surrounded by Qin Cheng and his internal security forces. To be frank, these people had been taken advantage of in a fit of rage. Chi Yiming understood their psychology all too well. Several waves of professional negotiators were dispatched, and they were quickly apprehended. Chapter 257. Zhao Yu was originally a non-staff employee in the Yunhuan Federation's Wujustar government department. When the Yunhuan Federation responded to Chi Yiming's evacuation plan, he was currying favor with his superior, hoping to secure a permanent position. He exchanged all the money he'd been praising for 7 or 8 years for Wujustar's specialty, black gold. Zhao Yu's superior was very efficient in collecting the black gold, but repeatedly procrastinated when it came to executing the tasks. Until word spread among his colleagues that a Zerg invasion was underway, and the Wujin Administrative Star government was preparing to evacuate its personnel. At first, he'd just been laughing, but even if the matter was kept secret, those working on the job would still know something. Clearly, if a non-staff employee like him was there during the process, it was doubtful whether he could be evacuated in the end. Giving up on the idea of a permanent position, Zhao Yi, now alone, only thought about how to secure an evacuation ticket. Luckily, he'd been careful when offering bribes, just in case his superior took the money and didn't deliver. He went straight to his boss with the evidence, and knowing what to do, he said, "Give me a spot, or we're both doomed." Being caught in a trap at this moment, Zhao Yi's boss was naturally not in a good mood, but he didn't dare to stand up to Zhao Yi. For ordinary people, evacuation was just a rumor, a lip service with no real practical solution. However, for powerful figures, there were countless ways to maneuver. Especially for mid-level officials like Zhao Yi's boss, they could certainly evacuate, but if they committed a crime at this moment, they would be easily caught and replaced. By then, forget about evacuation spots. Surviving the ensuing social unrest would be a blessing. So when Zhao Yi found him, despite his inner rage, he was honestly helping Zhao Yi secure a spot aboard. The solution was simple: find fault and drive away a regular subordinate, allowing Zhao Yi to naturally take over. After all, Zhao Yi's boss was an official, well informed about the details of the evacuation plan. Just as Zhao Yi had guessed, non-staff members like them weren't on the initial list to board the ship. In fact, in this case, not being on the initial evacuation list was tantamount to being abandoned. Once the evacuation began, all confidentiality measures would be useless, and social order would collapse in a matter of minutes. Who would care about the second group of evacuees then? Wouldn't it all depend on their own abilities then? Fights and deaths would probably be minor. Although Zhao Yi was a cunning person, he didn't consider himself a ruthless person. If he missed the first evacuation, he wouldn't even be able to get a spot in the third, let alone the second. What followed was just as Zhao Yi had predicted. As soon as the first evacuation began, social order fell into chaos. Fortunately, the first evacuees, thanks to the suddenness of the operation and the protection of the Marines, were able to board the Yunhuan without much trouble. But Zhao Yi hadn't anticipated that this was just the beginning of his miserable days aboard the Yunhuan. Without any living facilities, the Yunhuan was truly unsuitable for human habitation. Not only was there no proper sleeping space, but the heat was unbearable. Because the Yunhuan wasn't yet complete, most of the ship's cooling equipment hadn't been installed. While it might have been fine without residents, the temperature inside had risen rapidly since the influx of refugees arrived. By the time the evacuation was complete and the Yunhuan set sail, the temperature inside had risen to over 50 degrees Celsius. These temperatures killed a number of people, and if Zhao Yi hadn't been in good health, he would have died. However, there were exceptions. Those so-called elites who lived in areas equipped with cooling systems before the evacuation. Once aboard, they lowered the airlocks, making themselves comfortable while leaving everyone else suffocated. Even with vastly superior living conditions, these people remained unsatisfied, constantly dreaming of moving off the Yunhuan and onto the new Federation's two deadly ships to continue their extravagant lives. But this wasn't something the Yunhuan Federation could manage. Initially, these people could tolerate it, but as time went on, they couldn't take it anymore. Someone then developed a sinister idea. Of course, these so-called elites wouldn't do any work themselves, especially one that put their lives at risk. So, Zhao Yi's superiors once again considered him, promising Zhao Yi that they would take him along to live a comfortable life after the deal was done. Zhao Yi, blinded by his own greed, forgot the true character of his former boss and impulsively agreed to help him. Lurking under the allure of a better life, Zhao Yi led his men to plant high-energy explosives. He knew, however, that these explosives would never detonate and were merely bargaining chips. Originally, they had expected the matter to take 10 days, or even half a month, but who could have imagined it would be resolved in just half a day? But with their backer enjoying a comfortable life, what would become of the people who worked on the project? Furthermore, Zhao Yi knew that they were definitely not the only bargaining chip they had, otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed so readily to Qi Yiming leaving the Yunhuan. But if others were enjoying themselves, what would become of these people? How could Zhao Yi accept the promised residency rights on the hope being lost? So, before the negotiators sent by Qi Yiming even opened their mouths, he raised his hands in surrender. For no other reason than that he had the goods. And Zhao Yi also believed that Qi Yiming would never let them off so easily. He had to prove himself before things took a turn for the worse. At the very least, he had to seek leniency, and not risk his life over this. In fact, Qi Yiming understood that these people, who dared to cause trouble, were definitely more powerful than they appeared. The fact that they had dared to leave the Yunhuan made Qi Yiming realize that he wouldn't be able to touch them for a while. In fact, Qi Yiming was right. These elite individuals from the Yunhuan Federation not only held the Yunhuan's lifeblood in their hands, but also had numerous connections within the escort fleet. Who hasn't had a relative or two suffer within the Cloud Ring? Their ultimate goal wasn't to secure residency rights for themselves, but to open up free trade of residency rights on the 2 colony ships formerly belonging to the new Federation. This way, they could round up their own people and wreak havoc. Qi Yiming couldn't guess who they were, but Zhao Yi knew. This was all thanks to his habit of preserving evidence. Although Zhao Yi's superiors were wary of him, they couldn't withstand this group's numerous cunning tactics. How could you fake a bug that could be hidden in an anus? Although Zhao Yi didn't know much, he was able to provide Qi Yiming with the names of some key individuals, which was enough. Qi Yiming promised him that he would be assigned to the escort fleet after the matter was settled. Qi Yiming wouldn't touch the residency rights. It was crucial to the stability of the evacuation fleet. Chapter 258. Tan Xiuwen was one of the direct beneficiaries of the Yunhuan incident. He and his family were currently selecting accommodations at the Hope's Administrative Center. Over 1,000 people were involved in the Yunhuan incident. These individuals weren't considered high-ranking individuals. At best, they possessed connections in the military, political, and business circles. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to the Yunhuan, which, at that point, was still less comfortable than a small colony ship. But it was these individuals of modest status who often suffered the consequences. A large number of them were able to evacuate successfully because they had family members who served as officers in the Yunhuan Federation's escort fleet, or because they were well informed and had used some connections to be among the first to evacuate. In fact, being able to evacuate under these circumstances was already a matter of great luck. They remembered the subsequent evacuations, where everyone was fighting tooth and nail to get a spot. But when they learned about the living conditions aboard the Hope in the night, and compared it to their own, they felt a sudden sense of disequilibrium. Why should they live on a colony ship with nothing to offer? Even smaller, fully equipped ships would be fine. At first, these people could honestly report their problems to the relevant authorities, hoping to find a new home based on their abilities. But the number of colony ships is fixed, especially the 2 giant ones, which aren't even part of the Cloud Ring Federation's assets, making it even more impossible for them to occupy them. Seeing that the righteous path was hopeless, Tan Xiuwen began to harbor evil ideas. At first, the number of participants was small, but as time went on, more and more people, fed up with their current lives, joined Tan Xiuwen's group. Which of these 1,000 or so small families didn't have someone serving in the escort fleet? So Tan Xiuwen instructed each family to contact their relatives serving in the fleet. In the end, Tan Xiuwen discovered that they actually controlled half of the Yunhuan Federation's escort fleet. Then each family used their own methods, whether it was complaints or threats, to seize whatever power they could. As for the commander of the Yunhuan security forces, he was also involved and naturally turned a blind eye to Tan Xiuwen's actions. As for the escort fleet they controlled, they were actually just small warships, not much of a threat to the human evacuation fleet. They knew that violent resistance was out of the question, but they could practice non-violent non-cooperation. The next step was to increase their bargaining power. This led to Zhao Yi and his gang planting high-energy explosives throughout the Yunhuan. In fact, these explosives didn't even have detonators, they were just used to intimidate people. Tan Xiuwen's purpose was clear, to attract the attention of the evacuation fleet's top brass. He succeeded, and Qi Yiming personally handled the matter. Tan Xiuwen was very satisfied with the outcome, but he remained uneasy. But whenever he thought about the fact that he still controlled half the fleet, he felt a sense of peace. After Tan Xiuwen left the Yunhuan, Zhang Yi decisively surrendered to save his life. Under personal interrogation by Wang Shuhua and Fang Min, he spilled the beans. After careful consideration, Qi Yiming realized that if he didn't act decisively, others would follow suit. So he ordered the Yunhuan Federation's fleet isolated. Just then, just as the officers involved in the Yunhuan incident immediately realized something was amiss, and were preparing to unite and implement a plan of non-violent non-cooperation, the Yunhuan Federation's top brass gave the order to attack. This was somewhat unexpected for Qi Yiming. However, it did not affect the outcome. As soon as the attack began, Chen Cheng aboard the Hope immediately began his capture operation. One moment, Tan Xiuwen was happily choosing his accommodations. The next moment, someone had a gun pointed at his head. Tan Xiuwen struggled, about to make his final move, when he looked up and saw through the dome of the Hope a fierce battle in outer space. Tan Xiuwen's face was filled with shock. He hadn't expected Qi Yiming to risk provoking internal strife and kill them at this moment. But what surprised him even more was that the entire incident had happened so suddenly, yet ended so quietly. Neither the new Federation fleet nor the Yunhuan Federation fleet publicized the incident. The only difference was that Qi Yiming had assigned personnel to take over the internal security of the Yunhuan, while the Yunhuan Federation officials remained silent on the matter. There was little to say about the treatment of Tan Shouwen and his men. Although they had planted high-energy explosives without a detonator, they had nonetheless committed a crime, and they still sentenced over a dozen of the ringleaders to death for crimes against humanity. The remaining accomplices were placed under special custody and assigned to labor on the construction team for the subsequent Yunhuan construction. The impact of this incident was far from over. On the contrary, the Yunhuan incident prompted the consolidation of the entire fleet's administrative structure. It was not Qi Yiming who proposed this, but the Yunhuan Federation government. They sent a special envoy to invite Qi Yiming to the first de facto summit of the escaped fleet. In fact, the top brass of the Cloud Ring Federation understood clearly that any further civil unrest among humans in this situation would likely infuriate Qi Yiming. They weren't afraid of Qi Yiming resorting to violence, but rather of him abandoning them and evacuating alone with the new Federation's fleet. If Qi Yiming resorted to violence, some would ultimately survive the struggle. But if Qi Yiming simply fled with his own people, those left behind would sooner or later be eaten by the insects. Since this was the case, it would be better to proactively propose the formation of a coalition government, effectively integrating all human forces, preventing internal unrest, while also better defending against the Zerg's pursuit. Qi Yiming, of course, welcomed this proposal. He only offered one condition, that the new Federation hold a dominant position within the coalition government. The rest would be easily negotiated. The Cloud Ring Federation, of course, had its own demands. The Cloud Ring must complete its final work as soon as possible. As for the people of the Taro Empire and the Turing Republic, they had no power to raise higher demands beyond demanding that their supplies be guaranteed. A year after the Yunhuan incident, the high-level leadership meeting was finally successfully held aboard the Hope, after much effort and preparation. Stakeholders sought a balance between compromise and being compromised. The contention over the distribution of supplies was particularly fierce. After all, the total amount of supplies was limited. If one company requested more, another would inevitably receive less. Qi Yiming was truly reluctant to participate in such a nagging dispute, but there was no other way. He now represented the new Federation, and if he gave in, billions of people could starve and freeze. Just as everyone was arguing over the distribution of supplies, the new Federation Academy of Sciences delivered exciting news. Chapter 259. Upon hearing of the Academy's new achievements, Qi Yiming proposed a recess. Everyone's exhausted after days of negotiations. Let's take a break. We continue after I finish dealing with the Academy's affairs. Qi Yiming glanced at the politicians before him. Indeed, everyone had sensed Qi Yiming's dissatisfaction with them after so many days of negotiations, so they readily agreed to a recess. The Academy was located in the central city of the Hope, one of the busiest areas on the entire ship. When Qi Yiming arrived, a group of scientists were gathered around a large piece of equipment, excitedly discussing something. When Shi Shaojie saw Qi Yiming enter, he immediately stepped out of the crowd and approached Qi Yiming with a look of excitement. We succeeded. Qi Yiming looked at Shi Shaojie, bewildered. Successful what? Explain clearly. Shi Shaojie searched his mind and said to Qi Yiming, do you remember the Zentrades' abandoned spaceship? Qi Yiming nodded. We conducted some minor salvage operations during our second trip to the warring system to collect ether crystals. You mentioned this to me, didn't you? I remember you saying you brought back some equipment. I was so engrossed in your report about the ether crystals that I didn't pay much attention. Shi Shaojie rolled his eyes and said in a blaming tone, I told you to clean up the battlefield before, but you never took it seriously. It might have been okay before, if you hadn't studied the technological heritage of those outdated warship wrecks, but you actually didn't care about the wreckage of the Zentrades spacecraft. If we hadn't made another trip to look for the ether crystals, you would have missed this artifact. Qi Yiming rubbed his head sheepishly. This habit of not cleaning up the battlefield was a bad habit he developed in the pre-human Federation era. Back then, battlefield cleanup was handled by dedicated personnel, and frontline commanders, like him, were solely responsible for sinking enemy ships. So, ever since waking up, Qi Yiming hadn't paid much attention to battlefield cleanup. Seeing Shi Shaojie getting talkative, Qi Yiming chuckled and said, you didn't call me here to lecture me. Tell us about your achievements. Shi Shaojie realized he strayed from the topic and paused to reframe his words. The device in front of you is called a vacuum zero-point energy extractor. Qi Yiming's mouth widened. Even if he had no interest in science and technology, he knew a little about energy sources at this level, but that was all he knew. Seeing Qi Yiming's surprise, Shi Xiaojie continued, unsurprised, "This is what we brought back from the Zentradi ship. Why didn't you tell me about this then? The device was severely damaged, and I wasn't sure I could repair it. After all, vacuum zero-point energy is a bit far-fetched for us. We don't even have the most basic theoretical research, so repairing it is almost impossible. So I didn't mention it to save you from unnecessary joy. Then why are you telling me now? Have you repaired it?" Qi Yiming's voice trembled. He knew what this vacuum zero-point energy extractor meant to the human fleet. Shi Xiaojie nodded slowly. "Yes, we repaired it. I sent someone to notify you as soon as it passed the test." Qi Yiming rubbed his hands together, pacing excitedly in front of the equipment. The surprise came so suddenly that he couldn't process it for a moment. He needed to calm down. It took a long time for Qi Yiming to calm down. "What do you need me to do next?" "Find a way to connect it to the Hope's energy control system." Shi Xiaojie pointed to the extractor, and then to the Hope beneath him. Qi Yiming was a little confused. Why did they say connect instead of install? He looked at Shi Xiaojie in confusion. Shi Xiaojie said to Qi Yiming with an embarrassed look on his face, "It was pure luck that this thing even worked. I can't guarantee it will work even if I move it to the power room." Qi Yiming was completely stunned. "Did you guys fix it by accident? Did you just bang around with a hammer?" Shi Xiaojie glared at Qi Yiming with hatred. "Don't worry about how I fixed it. The most important thing now is to find a way to connect it to the Hope's energy control system." Qi Yiming managed a quick expression, and said to Shi Xiaojie, "Your people will be responsible for drawing up the blueprints. I hire the construction team." With that, he left the academy without looking back. Back in the conference room, a bunch of self-interested politicians were still waiting for her to start the meeting. Qi Yiming returned with a warm expression and, before anyone could say anything, declared the meeting over. How can the meeting end when we haven't reached an agreement on the distribution of supplies? The Cloud Ring Federation representative was the first to stand up and question Qi Yiming. "Isn't it just an energy issue? I give you a detailed allocation plan in a few days, and we can discuss it then." Qi Yiming glanced at the man and said nonchalantly, "You can first work on the administrative structure of the coalition government. Arranging the people to do the work is what's most important." Everyone knew that the key to material distribution lay in energy allocation. The evacuation fleet's energy shortage was a well-known problem, and it was unrealistic to attempt to come up with a clear distribution plan in a hurry. Therefore, they accepted Qi Yiming's suggestion and focused on implementing the matters that had already been agreed upon earlier in the meeting. Seeing no further objections, Qi Yiming quickly left the meeting and summoned Wang Sun, who was in charge of logistics. Wang Sun had been awaiting updates on the Yunhuan's construction progress and had not been on the Hope. Qi Yiming waited in his office for an entire afternoon before Wang Sun finally returned, dusty and exhausted. Upon meeting, Qi Yiming said to Wang Sun, "Send your best engineers back to the Hope and stand by. We have a major project to complete." Wang Sun was startled by Qi Yiming's sudden order. "Construction on the Yunhuan is at its most critical stage, and you're asking me to withdraw our personnel now. I don't know the details, but this matter is extremely important. I only asked you to mobilize skilled personnel, not to stop work on the Yunhuan. Okay, you're the boss. You have the final say." Wang Sun, noticing Qi Yiming's resolute attitude, agreed. The next day, when Wang Sun received the construction drawings, which had been prepared overnight by the Academy of Sciences, he was completely overwhelmed. He was so frantic, sending his men to the construction site to mobilize personnel, that Qi Yiming was somewhat bewildered. He felt that Wang Sun was even more excited than he had been when he first learned the details. In fact, Wang Sun's excitement was understandable. As the head of the logistics department, everyone was hounding him for energy quotas, and he was practically driven crazy by them the entire trip. Who could endure the constant barrage of families at his door demanding energy quotas? With the vacuum zero-point energy extractor, he could completely escape this kind of life. How could he not be excited? Chapter 260. Wang Sun recalled nearly all of his skilled engineering staff and began work under the guidance of the academy. Qi Yiming found himself the only relatively redundant person on the scene, unable to offer any assistance other than cheering on from the sidelines. But in the office, the mere thought of humanity achieving energy freedom filled him with excitement, unable to work. The entire renovation project would take 2 years, given the Hope's enormous size, and the distance between the central city and the Hope's energy center. Connecting the vacuum zero-point energy absorption equipment to the energy center involved extensive pipeline rerouting and building demolition. After the initial excitement of over half a month, Qi Yiming gradually calmed down. As the head of the Human United Government, he still had a lot of work to do. Especially since the previous meeting had been repeatedly delayed, Chi Yiming knew that if he didn't give an explanation, someone would block the door and cause trouble. So the meeting, which had been adjourned for half a month, was resumed on the Hope. This time, Chi Yiming did not conceal the Academy's significant discovery. I'm sure everyone has heard recently that humanity may achieve true energy freedom for the first time. Chi Yiming still felt a little excited when he mentioned this. Could the rumors be true? A white-haired old man among the attendees stood up shakily. Because the United Government had a uniform dress code, it was impossible to tell which country he had once belonged to. Chi Yiming nodded slowly at the old man after hearing this. The Academy of Sciences has restored the energy device recovered from the wreckage of the Zentradi spacecraft. This device is the vacuum zero-point energy that has been mentioned countless times in human history. With a hum, the conference hall suddenly became bustling with activity. After a 2-week recess, Chi Yiming hadn't announced this news. Chi Yiming was cautious about crucial events like this that affected human morale. He didn't want to hype them up before he had final word of success. If everyone ended up celebrating for nothing, it would be deeply damaging to morale. However, the main purpose of this meeting was to discuss how to allocate energy quotas, a matter that Chi Yiming found truly daunting. Adding more to one group would mean cutting back on another, a matter of grave concern, and no one was willing to compromise. Chi Yiming couldn't risk riots by forcibly allocating quotas from the new Federation's best-prepared fleet. Even Chi Yiming, with his absolute authority within the new Federation, couldn't do it. But now, with the new energy equipment, humanity no longer had to worry about energy issues. Chi Yiming raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. He cleared his throat and continued, "Don't announce this yet. It won't be too late to do so until the vacuum zero-point energy extraction equipment is operational. At that time, aside from the escort fleet's energy supply, all energy supplies related to civilian needs will be fully released." So what about the energy supply of the various spacecraft during this period? While the energy problem has been solved, that won't be 2 years away. And already, some spacecraft are struggling. Chi Yiming thought for a moment and said, "Please provide a figure, and we each contribute to help these struggling spacecraft survive this period. After all, true energy freedom hasn't been achieved yet, and it's unrealistic to expect all parties to let down their guard and begin cooperation before then. Even if a united human government were formed now, it would be a facade." Chi Yiming believed that without the Academy's breakthrough, the coalition government would be effectively emptied of its power if it touched upon the issue of energy distribution. As for the current complacency among the various parties, it was entirely because they saw a definitive solution to the energy shortage. They were willing to divert some of their reserves to support other ships, otherwise, they wouldn't even think about it. After resolving this long-delayed issue, one attendee requested a visit to the construction site, essentially seeking reassurance. After all, this was such a massive undertaking that even Chi Yiming had to wait for over half a month. Those attendees, plagued by energy shortages, were even more anxious than Chi Yiming, eager to complete the entire energy system upgrade overnight. 2 years after setting sail, the evacuation fleet arrived at its first rest stop. This time, aside from the cooldown period for the jump engines, Chi Yiming didn't rush to order the fleet to depart. Instead, they deliberately stayed put for nearly 6 months. Many of the renovation work required extraterrestrial operations, which couldn't be performed while a ship or warship was in warp mode. This fleet rest period was a perfect opportunity to complete all the extraterrestrial work at once, leaving nothing to be desired later. The engineers, aware of the importance of their work, hadn't taken a single day off since the start of the project, fully committed to their assigned tasks. On June 4th, 3 years after leaving human territory, Chi Yiming finally received the long-awaited news from Wang Senator the renovation work was nearing completion, and in just 7 or 8 days at most, they could begin experimenting with integrating the vacuum zero-point energy extraction equipment into the Hope's energy supply system. While Hope was undergoing internal renovations, the Academy of Sciences was also busy, continuously conducting research on the energy extraction equipment. Shi Xiaojie and his team were now able to shut down and restart the equipment, as well as perform some simple maintenance. When Shi Xiaojie requested further research, Chi Yiming flatly declined. "You're kidding. In-depth research requires disassembling the equipment. What if, after disassembling and reassembling it, they end up with 1 or 2 missing parts?" So, Shi Xiaojie and his team had to shift their research from physical to theoretical, hoping to resume further research once they achieved a theoretical breakthrough. On June 10th, the renovation project was completely completed. Chi Yiming excitedly announced this exciting news to the entire fleet, standing at the former Science Academy site in the central city of the Hope. He then personally installed the final screw of the renovation project. Then, under the eager gaze of the crowd, He connected the energy outlet of the vacuum zero-point energy extraction device to the Hope's energy control center. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at the moment of connection, Chi Yiming even felt that the lighting inside the Hope was significantly brighter than before. Soon after, reports from various key nodes arrived. All energy pipelines are operating normally. The master control system is operating normally. Energy reserves will reach peak value in 12 hours. At these last words, a deafening cheer erupted from the central city square. Chapter 261. Even on the run, humanity, having achieved energy freedom, has a much wider range of activities to pursue. Industrial projects that were once hindered by energy constraints are now on the agenda. Of course, the first issue to be addressed is the cloud ring. The main reason for the previous slow construction was that, under energy restrictions, many equipment could not be completed on time, resulting in intermittent progress. Now with sufficient energy supply, the project progress has significantly improved. Even more gratifying is that the evacuation fleet has more energy available to collect relevant minerals from the planets they pass through, thereby replenishing the fleet's energy consumption during the voyage. In fact, Chi Yiming has been doing this since the beginning of the voyage, but at that time, the entire fleet's energy supply was extremely tight. Besides supplying the fleet's daily needs, the remaining energy quota was insufficient for the mining fleet to fully collect useful minerals along the way. Even if they collected the minerals, there would not be enough energy left for smelting and manufacturing. The ecosystem within the colony ship is extremely fragile. Simply maintaining a constant temperature in the living space of billions of people requires a huge amount of energy, not to mention providing their daily necessities. Chi Yiming no longer worried about energy supply. His current annoyance was with Fong Min. Fong Min sat in his office every day, clutching a holographic electronic board filled with a densely packed list of projects awaiting approval. Fong Min was at his wit's end. A while ago, he'd been mocking Wang Sun for being blocked at his doorstep, and now it was his turn. Industrial officials, both large and small, were constantly blocking his doorstep, demanding either expansion or more industrial land. But the Hope is so small, honestly, it's a bit tight even accommodating the crew, let alone the extra space for building new production lines. Even if there's energy, it's not made this way. Chi Yiming glanced at Fong Min resentfully after reading a document. Fong Min looked at Chi Yiming with a look of grievance. Chi Yiming sighed and said, "We have unlimited energy now, but we also have to consider the ecological environment inside the Hope and the Night. Take a look at the ecological environment report the Academy sent me the day before yesterday." He tapped a finger on the holographic screen in front of him, and then pointed at Fong Min, and a report appeared on the holographic electronic board in Fong Min's hand. The report stated that since resolving the energy issue, the internal temperature of the Hope had risen by 1.3 degrees Celsius in just over a month, and that of the Night by 1.7 degrees Celsius. Even though this was only a small increase, the load on the cooling systems of the two giant colony ships was already nearly exceeding their original design limits. This problem is caused by increased industrial activity within the two colony ships, which is releasing a massive amount of heat. If this continues, the two colony ships will soon become uninhabitable due to ecological collapse. I can't help it. Wang Sen's work can't be stopped. Add to that the wear and tear from these years of voyages, and both ships will need extensive repairs. Add to that the huge demand for consumer goods. And the demand for consumer goods? Why didn't you mention the demand for consumer goods during the energy shortage? You said it yourself, wasn't there an energy shortage back then? Consumer goods weren't being produced much. Chi Yiming was so angry, he wanted to curse. We only had a few days of good times, and you're already thinking about enjoying yourself? We're on the run now. Fong Min lowered her head again and stopped talking. The two of them were silent for a long time. Chi Yiming spoke again. Stop the production of civilian consumer goods. I don't believe we can survive without these things. Fong Min quickly clicked on his holographic electronic board, and hundreds of applications for civilian consumer product production were rejected. Chi Yiming glanced at it, and continued, "The production line supplying the EP201 project is running at full capacity. The maintenance work on the Hope and Night has slowed down. We have to trust our technology. These two ships have only been in service for a few years. How could there be so many parts that need replacing?" Chi Yiming drastically cut many projects. Fong Min, with a grimace, wondered how to avoid the encirclement of his men today. After seeing Fong Min off, Chi Yiming sighed. "I was worried when energy was scarce, but now that it's plentiful, why am I even more worried?" After a brief rest, Chi Yiming pressed the communicator on his desk. "Xiao Hao, have Dean Shi Shaojie come to my office. I need to discuss something with him." Half an hour later, Shi Shaojie, dressed in a white lab coat, arrived at Qi Yiming's office. He complained, "I'm busy over there. Why do I have to come here in person?" Seeing Shi Xiaojia's frantic expression, Qi Yiming couldn't bear to interrupt his research, but the current situation no longer allowed the fleet to continue its current development. The previous escape plan had been formulated without sufficient energy supply, but now the situation was different, and the previous plan was no longer meaningful. "I called you here because I hope your Academy of Sciences can produce a feasibility study report." "What do you mean by a feasibility report? What are you going to do?" Watching Shi Xiaojia finally settle on the sofa, Qi Yiming sent him a new development plan. "Take a look at this plan. The Academy of Sciences will produce a feasibility report." Shi Xiaojia frowned as he scanned the document Qi Yiming had sent him, his expression now visibly impatient, becoming serious. He would occasionally glance at Qi Yiming with surprise. After spending over 10 minutes reading the document, Shi Xiaojia looked up at Qi Yiming again. After a long pause, he asked, "How many dishes did you have last night? And how drunk were you?" This was Qi Yiming's first time developing a development plan of this kind, and he had expected some praise from Shi Xiaojia. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiaojia gave him no respect at all. Shi Xiaojia took a deep breath and continued, "Forget about our current escape. Even during normal navigation, many of the ideas in your development plan are simply unachievable." "Why?" "Take your plan for a special industrial zone, specifically. Do you mean to move the industrial zone outside the colony ship and build separate ships for them? Where will the dock be? What about the navigation plan? You know, we can't perform extravehicular operations during a jump voyage. We can't stay in one system permanently, right? What if the Zerg arrives? Did you misunderstand?" Shi Xiaojia was stunned for a moment, then said, "Your plan clearly states that a special industrial zone is for building industrial ships, isn't it?" Qi Yiming smiled and said, "Come, let me explain." As they spoke, their heads came together, and Qi Yiming explained his new plan to Shi Xiaojia point by point. Chapter 262. In reality, Qi Yiming's plan wasn't to build any industrial spacecraft at all. Strictly speaking, it simply envisioned placing industrial plants on a relatively large flat surface. His plan was quite crude. Initially, he planned to construct an additional, massive platform outside the two giant colony ships. The platform wouldn't be too large, just enough to accommodate a single factory. Then, these factories would be gradually relocated to the platforms for their production. When the fleet was making a jump, these platforms would be attached to the exterior of the giant colony ships. When the fleet entered normal space for rest and recuperation, these platforms would be combined according to their needs and begin production. This way, the internal ecological environment of the colony ships wouldn't be damaged by large-scale industrial production, while also allowing more people to live aboard the giant colony ships. Once the industrial areas were relocated, the platforms would be further modified, at least with the cover. Then, with jump engines and other equipment, these platforms would be permanently combined, ultimately creating a single, ultra-large industrial ship. Because it was an industrial ship, there were no internal environmental concerns. All personnel working on the ship would wear lightweight spacesuits and be able to work within. While addressing the industrial issues, we could also gradually transfer the people aboard the small colony ships to the 3 giant colony scoops. Don't scrap the empty small ships either. Find a way to splice them together, building them up as large as possible, as long as it doesn't affect jump speed. Shi Xiaojia was astonished by Qi Yiming's final words. As a scientist by training, he hadn't imagined that industrial ships could be built in this way. He simply ignored the connection between the small colony ships. It wasn't that it wasn't feasible, but he found the crude construction method simply unbearable. He thought for a moment and asked Qi Yiming, "Have you considered the manpower required for this project?" Qi Yiming nodded. "Yes, but aside from those serving on the warships, everyone else is unemployed or underemployed. Too much idle time can lead to a lot of trouble." Shi Xiaojia didn't object to Qi Yiming's statement. Seeing Shi Xiaojia's agreement, Qi Yiming continued, "Besides the preliminary planning of the industrial zone, which requires a quick turnaround, I don't require a faster construction schedule for the rest of the project. I simply want to give everyone something to do, and the work won't take long. It only take place during the fleet's rest period." Shi Xiaojia glanced at the plan in his hand again. "Okay, I take it back and study it. I give you a feasibility report in a couple of days." After seeing Shi Xiaojia off, Qi Yiming contacted Wang Shuhua again to get an overview of the escort fleet situation. The 1.1 million warships had just been reorganized with the establishment of the United Government. They were still divided into 3 parts. The advanced fleet was the smallest, consisting of 10,000 cruisers, captained by He Zhenju. The rear fleet was the largest, comprising warships of all classes, totaling over 800,000. If the Zerg swarm caught up, they would be responsible for covering the retreating fleet. The Xiafeng led the remaining warships in the center, guarding the ineffective colonial fleet and standing ready to support the two fleets ahead. At this point, the advanced fleet, having completed its reorganization, had already departed for the next channel node. Qi Yiming said to Wang Shuhua, "Notify the escort fleet to prepare for departure. We've been delayed here for too long." Wang Shuhua nodded. "Indeed, we've been stuck in this system for over a year, waiting for the Hope's external modifications to be completed. It's time to depart. We're still too close to the Zerg, only 410 light-years away. Indeed, to completely evade the Zerg's detection, we need to escape at least 1,000 light-years." So the fleet remained in the unfamiliar system for another 2 weeks. Once all the external work on the Cloud Ring was complete, they accelerated into warp mode again, following the lead of the advanced fleet. Although He Zhenju was also an awakened, this was her first time commanding a fleet on a mission alone, and she was thrilled. She had long imagined this scenario, and now it had finally come true. Though excited, she also brought her feminine delicacy to the extreme. As the advanced fleet, their mission was to verify the safety of the passage for the following fleets. Therefore, they frequently exited the jump channel along the way to detect suspicious signals and ensure the fleet's safe passage. In fact, before she led the fleet on its departure, she had already conducted a preliminary screening of anomalies along the route using deep space detection equipment. After eliminating most anomalies caused by the cosmic environment, and thus not requiring investigation by the advanced fleet, she led the fleet to investigate each of the remaining anomalies. If any unmanageable danger source was discovered, the advanced fleet must immediately use quantum communication equipment to contact the colonial fleet behind them, instructing them to slow down and exit the jump channel, waiting for the subsequent support fleet to arrive and eliminate the danger source before the fleet could set sail again. 6 months after the advanced fleet set out, after eliminating dozens of anomalies, they still encountered a thorny one. "Captain, we just launched a combat probe into the anomaly. We expect detailed information to be transmitted back in 80 hours. After exiting the jump channel again, the advanced fleet launched dozens of combat probes into the anomaly. He Zhenju sat steadily in the captain's chair, looking at the star map before her. The fleet was currently located 1/3 of the way along the route, where a bright red dot appeared. This dot indicated that a planet inhabited by intelligent life had been detected. He Zhenju felt a surge of anxiety as she thought of the super Leviathan that had once disguised itself as a planet of life, fearing another encounter with that giant Leviathan. Be careful when the combat probe approaches that planet. Conduct reconnaissance from the periphery. If any images are transmitted back, compare them with the planet the Leviathan had disguised itself as. Yes. But when the combat probe transmitted the images back, everyone in the fleet who could see them was shocked. The image showed a barren planet before them. The planet's orbit was filled with space debris, even forming a ring. There were also several operational satellites orbiting the planet. Using virtual imaging technology, the combat probe disguised itself as a meteorite, pretending to be captured by the planet's gravity and hiding within the ring of space debris for close reconnaissance. Although the planet's surface was covered in large sand paintings, small oases still existed. Signs of life were discovered near the oases, and even signs of intelligent life were found around some of the larger oases. After comparing the evidence, the Fleet Intelligence Center ruled out the possibility that the planet was a super Leviathan in disguise. To further mitigate the danger, He Zhenju considered sending a warship to investigate. After all, it was a planet with intelligent life, and there was a chance they might discover aliens. Chapter 263. After several days of discussion, the Academy of Sciences gave Qi Yiming's plan a high evaluation. Preliminary preparations were quickly underway within the fleet. The Academy established a special project team to provide strong scientific support for the fleet's subsequent construction plans. The Academy quickly produced a corresponding construction plan. The United Government also announced Qi Yiming's grand plan to the public. Of course, Qi Yiming did not force everyone to participate in the construction project. He simply wanted to revitalize the stagnant social environment while implementing the plan. After the plan was announced, the United Government immediately took action. The fleet was currently undergoing a long jump voyage, and while work on the ship's exterior could not proceed, much could be accomplished within. For example, the platforms for the factory could be pre-produced inside the ship. Once the fleet exited the jump for rest and recuperation, these pre-produced platforms could be towed out and assembled outside. Watching the plan proceed smoothly, Qi Yiming finally managed a wry smile. He wondered if the former Human Federation's escape fleet had the same conditions as humans today, they wouldn't have been so disastrously defeated along the way. Perhaps they would have been able to sweep the Zerg swarm by now. With everything on track, Qi Yiming's workload gradually eased. This also freed him up to inquire about the progress of the advanced fleet. He Jinju had recently provided a detailed report on their discovery of the desolate planet via quantum communication equipment. After He Jinju dispatched the reconnaissance ship, things were progressing very smoothly. The aliens He Jinju had imagined didn't appear, but instead, traces of humanity were discovered on a desolate planet. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon along the route of the former Human Federation's escaping fleet. Otherwise, how did human nations like the Taro Empire and the Turing Republic emerge? But what intrigued Qi Yiming was how, despite the fact that the humans on this desolate planet had already mastered space technology, they hadn't been able to form a new interstellar civilization, but had instead declined. So, Qi Yiming ordered the advanced fleet to leave a beacon in their current system and continue on to the next anomaly. After all, the subsequent fleets needed detailed intelligence from the advanced fleet to determine whether evasive maneuvers were necessary. However, since Qi Yiming and his team completely resolved the energy shortage, humanity's luck seemed to be improving. Aside from the discovery of that rather strange desolate planet, the second leg of the voyage didn't reveal any other anomalies that could threaten the evacuation fleet. So, after arranging everything, Qi Yiming handed command of the fleet to Wang Shuhua, while he himself, commanding the Xiafeng, separated from the fleet and headed for the desolate planet to investigate. He longed to understand what had happened to humanity on this planet, and how it ultimately fell, thus providing some warnings for existing human civilization. To Qi Yiming's delight, when he commanded the Xiafeng over the desolate planet, he unexpectedly discovered that someone had launched a sounding rocket from the surface. This was new information not mentioned in He Jinju's report. This indicated that humans still lived on the surface, making it much easier to understand the situation. It's always easier to learn about the situation from communicative humans than to explore the ruins of civilization. To avoid causing trouble, Qi Yiming didn't allow the Xiafeng to get too close to the desolate planet. Instead, he brought a dozen security personnel with him in a small transport craft to the planet's surface. After confirming that the desolate planet was safe, He Jinju lost interest in exploring it. Furthermore, Qi Yiming ordered the advanced fleet to continue its advance, so all subsequent exploration plans were not carried out, and no personnel were even sent to the planet's surface for reconnaissance. Qi Yiming quickly discovered something unusual after landing on the planet's surface. First, they discovered numerous abandoned human structures buried underground in the barren land outside the oasis. These structures provided a good record of the planet's former prosperity. Then, as they approached the oasis, they discovered numerous human remains. According to calculations, these humans had died no more than 30 years ago. This meant that they likely perished in the desert while exploring. Soon, the group reached the oasis, and in its center, Qi Yiming discovered the entrance to an underground tunnel. Could it be that all the surviving humans live underground? Qi Yiming didn't dare go in directly. He cautiously observed the entrance, hoping to see if anyone would emerge from the tunnel at this time. To Qi Yiming's disappointment, they spent 3 or 4 days guarding the entrance without finding anything. Desperately, Qi Yiming led his men into the tunnel to investigate. The tunnel was deep, and Qi Yiming and his men continued their journey for a day before discovering traces of intelligent creatures. After another half-day of walking, a vast underground cavern appeared before them. The cavern was brightly lit, and what surprised Qi Yiming even more was that it was filled with people. And judging by their living conditions, the humans on this planet must have a high level of technological advancement. The group activated the optical cloaking system on their individual armor, and slowly approached this strange human settlement. Long periods of living underground had made the humans here smaller than normal. And their daily items also indicated that the humans on this planet had entered the information age. What intrigued Qi Yiming was that, despite this information age, there were no functioning satellites in orbit, and all previously launched satellites had become space junk. Because of the size difference between Qi Yiming and his group and these humans, his attempts to integrate into local society were thwarted. The locals could easily tell they weren't native to this planet. So Qi Yiming had to search for the archives where their documents were stored. He also secretly collected some biological samples for the accompanying scientific officer to conduct DNA comparisons. The comparison results surprised Qi Yiming greatly. These clearly human races had actually become reproductively isolated from modern humans. So, strictly speaking, these creatures with human appearances that Qi Yiming and his team had discovered were no longer human. Qi Yiming couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. He had actually discovered aliens. But as his investigation deepened, and after reading the historical documents of this civilization, Qi Yiming was once again puzzled. Their historical records confirmed that these aliens, reproductively isolated from humans, were indeed human. It was simply that the harsh natural environment on this desolate planet had caused massive genetic mutations in humans. Chapter 264. The atmosphere of the desolate planet is relatively thin, unable to effectively filter out cosmic rays that are harmful to humans. When the surviving humans landed on this planet with a warship, due to the immense pressure of survival, no one realized the impact of cosmic rays on their bodies. However, as time passed, some of the tens of thousands of survivors gradually developed strange illnesses, and it was only then that people realized the profound impact of cosmic rays on their bodies. At the suggestion of the warship's scientific officer, they mobilized the ship's remaining energy and used the onboard medical equipment to treat the humans with the strange illnesses. The survivors, who had originally thought they had successfully survived the crisis, suddenly discovered that whether they were men or women with a strange illness, as long as they formed a family with a survivor who had not suffered from the illness, the women in these families could not successfully conceive. At first, everyone believed that some unknown disease in the reproductive system of the sick people caused the women's infertility. However, as more and more people formed families, some noticed that both those with and without the disease experienced infertility in the women. However, 2 couples with the disease successfully produced babies. This attracted the attention of some interested individuals, who seemingly secretly investigated the cause of this phenomenon. This was not surprising, but the investigation was shocking. The 2 groups of survivors, with their different faiths, had actually become reproductively isolated. They were clearly all human, but from a biological perspective, they had become 2 completely different species. Initially, due to their small population size, the 2 sides were able to coexist harmoniously. However, with the growing population and limited resources, conflicts began to arise between the 2 sides. The once harmonious social environment became increasingly hostile. At that time, living conditions on the planet's surface were still acceptable. Although people were forced to live underground, they could still move around on the surface with proper protection. As the conflict escalated, the 2 races eventually parted ways. The mutated humans migrated en masse, and the distance between the 2 settlements temporarily suppressed the conflict. Thus, the 2 sides lived in peace on the planet for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years later, when the 2 sides met again, war broke out, a century-long conflict that engulfed the entire planet. At first, both sides were able to restrain themselves, but as the war dragged on, someone finally pressed the nuclear button. In just a few hours, the planet's surface was covered in mushrooms. Then the planet's environment deteriorated drastically, and a large number of people died. The surviving humans were forced to abandon their surface assets and hide in underground caves to survive. But ironically, Chi Yiming discovered that the previously healthy humans had also become reproductively isolated from the purebred humans. This meant that the humans on this planet, who once touted themselves as the mother race, were not merely a new species separated from human society. At this point, Chi Yiming completely lost interest in the humanoids on this planet. Humanoids, yes, that's what Chi Yiming called them. Returning to the Xiefeng, Chi Yiming sighed at the utterly distorted planet before him, waved his hand, and ordered the Xiefeng to accelerate and leave the local system. Chi Yiming's adjutant came up to him and asked, "Aren't we saving these humans?" Chi Yiming shook his head. "Be careful with how you address them. They look like humans, but they're not really humans at all, just humanoids. But we are the mother race after all. Naive. Think about the humanoids on that planet who claim to be the native race." Chi Yiming was clear. These humanoids must not be saved, or else the history of this planet would repeat itself in the escaping fleet. After a few days' delay on the desolate planet, the Xiefeng and the evacuation fleet arrived at their prearranged rest stop. The rest stop had become a massive construction site. The platforms constructed during the jump were towed out of the colony ship by engineering ships, followed by a large amount of industrial equipment being towed onto the platforms by smaller engineering ships. The engineers waiting nearby quickly installed the equipment. Another group of engineers were working around the 3 giant colony ships, attaching specialized hardpoints to their hulls. Chi Yiming watched the orderly progress of the project and nodded with a smile. The industrial area within the Hope had become a massive construction site, with factories being demolished and apartment buildings rising in its place. Those living aboard the small colony ship were now engaged in a frenzied fight for a spot on the Hope. The wealthy resorted to using their superpowers, while the poor, unwilling to give up, resorted to using their connections to find ways around the situation. It was truly a case of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own unique abilities. Fong Men had been nearly driven insane by this incident recently. Anyone dared to barricade their door with their belongings. Finally, he was at his wit's end, and simply decided to randomly assign the task. Whoever the Central Intelligence computer picked would be the one to be assigned. Chi Yiming didn't say much after understanding the situation. The fleet had a lot of things to do, and he couldn't possibly handle everything. He just needed to focus on the overall direction and let others handle the rest. Back in the office, Wang Sun was already waiting for him. "Why are you looking for me again? Aren't you busy enough with the engineering?" Chi Yiming said half-jokingly. Wang Sun smiled and said to Chi Yiming, "While you were away, I sent people to explore this system and discovered several good mineral deposits. I was thinking of sending people to mine some." "What's so good about that?" "We already started building industrial spacecraft, so the demand for minerals will be huge. If you find a suitable mineral planet, go and mine them. Fill up all my warehouses. Our warehouses have limited reserves, so we need to allocate the minerals appropriately. You should talk to the Academy of Sciences about this, not me. I can't give you a detailed allocation plan." Wang Sun smiled awkwardly and said, "I did, and they gave me an allocation plan, but..." "But what?" He hesitated. "It's a bit large. To complete this allocation plan, we need at least 3 years of rest in this system." "3 years?" Chi Yiming repeated, frowning. "Forget 3 years. Even 6 months of rest in this system would be a good start." Having already wasted some time at the previous node, Chi Yiming couldn't guarantee the insect swarm wouldn't catch up if he rested here for any longer. He tapped the table, considered for a moment, and said, "At most 6 months. We collect as much as we can." Chapter 265. Wang Sun also knew that the Zerg was still clinging to the fleet. So after Chi Yiming made his decision, he said nothing more and left the office. 2 days later, a massive fleet headed for the nearest mineral planet. During this time, Fang Men also visited Chi Yiming once, mainly to report on the issue of personnel relocation. Although the Hope and the Knight were gradually moving their industrial facilities out, the space available was actually very limited. In the end, the 2 ships only accommodated less than 50,000 additional people. However, only a small portion of the industrial facilities within the 2 giant colony ships had been moved out. As the plan progressed, the 2 ships would be able to accommodate approximately 3 million more people. To ensure the influx of such a large population, the life support systems within the Hope and the Knight were also upgraded accordingly. 6 months passed quickly. As before, the advanced fleet set out over a month in advance. Only after receiving the safety information sent back by He Zhenju did Chi Yiming order the fleet to set sail again. There was a certain awkwardness when determining the next resting point, as the nearest system to the fleet was already beyond the maximum distance the fleet could continuously jump. This meant that the fleet's next resting point would be empty space. Originally, Chi Yiming had considered utilizing the Xiefeng's unprecedented delivery capabilities to launch the fleet at its maximum possible distance, but the information provided by the ship's intelligent computer immediately caused Chi Yiming to abandon this idea. Currently, the Xiefeng had only a little over 100 tons of ether crystals. Even if all of them were consumed at once, the fleet could only be launched a little over 400 light-years away. There was no other way. The fleet was simply too large, and it looked like over 100 tons of ether crystals simply couldn't sustain the consumption. In the end, Chi Yiming opted to use the jump drive obediently, slowly flying to the next node. The thought of a distance of 32 million light-years filled Chi Yiming with despair. At the fleet's current speed, Chi Yiming would have already said goodbye to this world by the time they reached their destination. He worried that after a long period of space travel, humanity would undergo the same humanoid mutations that had occurred on the desolate planets. If humanity underwent a minor evolutionary change, like a docile boiling frog, and became reproductively isolated from its ancestors, then, according to the security systems of the former Federation warships, their descendants would absolutely be unable to activate the war planet. So Chi Yiming called Shi Shaojie to inquire about the situation. After listening to Chi Yiming's explanation, Shi Shaojie said to him, "Don't worry. Our colony spacecraft is designed based on the optimal living environment for humans. The potential harm from cosmic rays was taken into account from the outset, so we won't experience any so-called genetic mutations. But will long-term space travel have other effects on humans? Could it cause a hidden evolution or degeneration?" That? Shi Shaojie frowned and thought for a moment. According to existing research, as long as humans don't experience major changes in their living environment after long-term space travel, the situation you describe is unlikely to occur. Time. I mean time. Chi Yiming emphasized the word time. You have to understand that our destination is 32 million light-years away. At the current rate of the fleet, humanity will have to go through at least a dozen, if not hundreds, generations of population replacement. Shi Shaojia lowered his head in thought, stunned by Qi Yiming's question. I think the hibernation plan needs to be implemented more quickly, Qi Yiming said, looking at the silent Shi Shaojia. We're already fully engaged. With such a large population, the hibernation period will be very long. Therefore, there's a lot of preparation required before everyone enters the hibernation pod. From the moment someone starts preparing for hibernation to the moment they enter, it takes at least 6 months. How many people have entered hibernation so far? Less than 5 billion. Qi Yiming folded his arms and walked to the large one-way window in his office, gazing thoughtfully at the hurried pedestrians outside. The new Federation suffered minimal population losses during its evacuation. They took away virtually everyone they could. The Cloud Ring Federation suffered significant population losses, taking with them only a little over half their own population. As for the Taro Empire and Turing Republic, Qi Yiming was thankful they could take away even 20% of their population. The total population of the evacuating fleet now stands at over 30 billion. Before leaving human territory, Qi Yiming didn't dare activate the hibernation plan, lest he be prepared for the Zerg threat. Fighting the Zerg would incur significant population losses, necessitating the recruitment of a large number of new recruits. If too many were placed in hibernation pods, those newly in hibernation would be forced to undergo emergency resuscitation procedures, a costly undertaking. It wasn't until Qi Yiming led the fleet out of human territory and into the void that he activated the hibernation plan. However, placing nearly 10 billion people in hibernation pods in such a short period of time was simply impossible. It was an extremely time-consuming undertaking. Seeing that the hibernation plan couldn't be completed in a short period of time, Qi Yiming could only ask Shi Shaojia to strengthen the screening for abnormal mutations in the population to minimize the possibility of tragedy. Shi Shaojia nodded. Although he thought Qi Yiming's concerns were unnecessary, he still believed it was better to be safe than sorry. He had some understanding of the situation on the desolate planet. If such a situation actually occurred within the evacuation fleet, it would be absolutely catastrophic. After all, the resources on a planet can still support a large population, but the situation within the fleet is different. So, if such a situation occurred within the fleet, the conflict between the two sides would be faster and more bloody than the conflict on the desolate planet. Qi Yiming also knew that such a situation could only be prevented. If a genetically mutated humanoid actually appeared, Qi Yiming would definitely eliminate such a threat immediately. After the two of them finished discussing this matter, Shi Shaojia was about to leave when Qi Yiming stopped him. I haven't finished my sentence yet. What's the rush? The academy has so much work to do. Even if I'm watching over my researchers, they'd find a way to slack off. If I weren't around, they'd probably just drop their work and go out and have some fun. Qi Yiming smiled. Don't push them too hard. A good break is good for research. Stop trying to be nice to me. Shi Shaojia looked at Qi Yiming with disdain. I wonder who's constantly pushing me for research results. Qi Yiming smiled awkwardly. How's your research on deep space travel going? Chapter 266. Another 2-year-long jump voyage. When the evacuation fleet returned to normal space from the jump channel, everyone beamed and took to the streets, buying large quantities of daily necessities to celebrate. In reality, life aboard a jump ship is extremely boring. The massive energy burst during the jump affects the operation of most civilian equipment, shutting down many entertainment devices. As a result, every time the fleet completes a jump, there's a small surge in births. The population increase is something Qi Yiming welcomes, but for ordinary people, the lack of entertainment is extremely difficult. Finally, a short break has arrived. How could they not buy some supplies they normally wouldn't and invite a friend or two to celebrate? This break will be very short. Qi Yiming urges the advance fleet to set sail for the next rest stop almost as soon as the follow-up fleet arrives. This means the evacuation fleet will enter jump flight again in a little over a month. One day, Qi Yiming was standing in his office, gazing out the window at the all-too-familiar scenery. Wang Shuhua's call was picked up by his secretary. Headmaster, a small hibernation pod has appeared approximately 3 light-years away, 20.3 degrees upward, in the direction of the fleet's 2 o'clock position. Hibernation pod? How is that possible? I confirmed it repeatedly. It's indeed a hibernation pod. I already sent personnel to capture it. How did you discover it? The outer patrol fleet accidentally received a distress signal. A distress signal? Are you saying this hibernation chamber is still functioning? Wang Shuhua nodded on the holographic display. I immediately have the academy arrange for a P13 level biological isolation chamber. Have someone deliver the hibernation chamber to the isolation chamber. A few hours later, Qi Yiming stood outside the isolation chamber, observing the situation through the glass. He really wanted to go in and open the chamber himself, but he was forcibly held outside by the others. It was unknown how long this hibernation chamber had been drifting in space, and no one could say for sure what was inside. Qi Yiming was the backbone of the group, so there was no way he would risk opening it himself. Shi Shaojie and several key members of the academy, wearing thick isolation suits, stood in front of the hibernation chamber, carefully wiping away the dust covering it. The energy warning light on the hibernation chamber had already illuminated. Qi Yiming knew that when the warning light came on, the chamber could only last for a little over half a month. If the person inside was still alive, it would be considered incredibly lucky. External equipment indicates that the individuals in the hibernation pod are largely unharmed, aside from severe dehydration. Their brain activity is at a critical point requiring forced awakening. Shi Shaojie's voice emanated from the loudspeaker outside the isolation pod. Let's see the personnel information displayed on the hibernation pod. Qi Yiming pressed the communicator in front of him to Shi Shaojie, who was working inside the pod. Hibernation ID code, PT11239899724. Qi Yiming quickly entered the code into the electronic signage in his hand. In less than a second, the shipboard intelligent computer system provided detailed personal information. Name, Su Yongyang. Gender, male. Age, 78. Rank, Major General. Assigned to the Strategic Strike Fleet's modular battleship, the World Destroyer. Position, Captain. Captain Su. Qi Yiming exclaimed. After all these years of awakening, this was the first time he's seen his comrade serving in the Strategic Strike Fleet. Excited, Qi Yiming would have rushed into the isolation room without his protective gear if he hadn't been pulled along. He anxiously watched Shi Shaojie carefully scan the exterior of the hibernation pod with a detection instrument. After more than 10 minutes, Shi Shaojie nodded to his colleagues. Then he turned to look at the people outside the isolation pod and said, "There's nothing unusual on the outside of the pod. Should we move it to the personnel awakening pod for awakening?" Immediately. Soon, a staff member arrived with a hovercraft, towing the pod to the personnel awakening center. Qi Yiming followed closely behind the pod. Because the protective gas inside the pod hadn't yet been recovered, Qi Yiming couldn't see through the observation port. At this moment, Qi Yiming was incredibly nervous. In the noisy environment, he could even hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. After arriving at the awakening center, the staff placed the pod on a large piece of equipment and connected it to an external power source. In fact, the hibernation capsule itself has a wake-up function. Otherwise, how did the awakened people like Qi Yiming survive? Those who are forcibly awakened using the hibernation capsule will experience extreme pain after waking up. If their bodily functions haven't been fully activated, it would be impossible for them to live a normal life in the short term if the hibernation capsule didn't inject a large amount of life potion into the awakened person before the forced awakening. The side effects of injecting a large amount of life potion are very direct. Experiments have shown that the average lifespan of those who were forcibly awakened is 10 to 15 years longer than those who were not subjected to the forced awakening procedure. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? Therefore, given the right conditions, no one would choose to undergo a forced resuscitation procedure. As the resuscitation procedure began, the protective gas within the hibernation chamber was first recovered. The crowd could finally observe the condition of the occupants through the observation port. Su Yongyang lay quietly inside, his eyes closed. His face was haggard, his cheeks looking extremely thin. He looked like skin and bones. Soon, a pale blue nutrient solution was injected into the hibernation chamber, and Su Yongyang was completely immersed in it. 6 syringes appeared protruding from the interior wall of the hibernation chamber. Staff had already loaded the resuscitation drug into the syringes through the external port. The syringes injected the resuscitation drug into Su Yongyang's arms, legs, heart, and abdomen. After the syringes were recovered, 2 brainwave activators were extended from Su Yongyang's head. The activators were placed against his temples on either side, transmitting a weak electrical current through the activators into his head. Qi Yiming could see on the display outside the hibernation chamber that Su Yongyang's brain waves were becoming increasingly active, surpassing the critical point for awakening. After more than 3 hours, the pale blue nutrient solution turned into a transparent liquid. The staff released the liquid through an external pipe and then opened the hibernation chamber. Suddenly, Su Yongyang opened his mouth and took a deep breath, as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. His chest heaved violently, and then his eyes slowly opened. His eyes slowly brightened from their vacant state. Clearly his vision was slowly returning. Su Yongyang opened his mouth to speak, but found that apart from being able to open his mouth, no sound came out. The staff member nearby quickly reminded him, "You just woken up. Your organs are still slowly recovering, and your vocal cord muscles are reactivating. It will probably take more than 10 minutes before you can speak. Please don't worry." Su Yongyang glanced at the staff nearby, confused. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly nodded, a forced smile playing on his lips. Chapter 267. A dozen minutes later, in a premium ward at the Hope Recovery Center, Chi Yiming and the others stood quietly, watching the staff conduct a comprehensive physical examination on Su Yongyang. Su Yongyang felt extremely embarrassed, feeling like a monkey in a zoo being watched. Although his voice had regained some function, speaking was still labored. After expressing his gratitude to the staff for the examination, he stared intently at Chi Yiming, as if trying to recall where he had seen him before. Chi Yiming seemed a little nervous, fearing that the long hibernation period had caused hidden damage to Su Yongyang's brain, causing him to forget important things. For example, where is the World Destroyer located? After a long pause, Su Yongyang tentatively asked Chi Yiming, "Are you also serving in the Strategic Strike Fleet? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." Chi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and stood at attention, saluting Su Yongyang. "Hello, General Su. My name is Chi Yiming, serving on the frigate exploration of the Strategic Strike Fleet." "Oh," he trailed off. "I don't know you." Chi Yiming wasn't discouraged. It was normal for a major general not to recognize him. Putting his right hand down, Chi Yiming continued, "How did General Su's hibernation pod end up floating in the void? There was a mutiny on the World Destroyer, and I was forced into hibernation. As for why I ended up floating in the void, I'm not sure." Su Yongyang spoke slowly after a moment of searching. Without waiting for Chi Yiming to ask the next question, Su Yongyang continued, "Am I actually on the exploration now? Where's your captain?" Su Yongyang held the rank of Major General, while the captain of the exploration frigate was only a colonel, so Su Yongyang's tone was quite blunt. Chi Yiming wasn't angry. In the military, superiors often dominate, and it's common for superiors to treat their subordinates with disapproval. Chi Yiming smiled and said to Su Yongyang, "General Su, your hibernation pod indicates that you've been in hibernation for 893 years. The federal government is a thing of the past. You're currently in the resuscitation center aboard the new Federation's massive colony ship, the Hope." 893 years? New Federation? Hope? Su Yongyang was somewhat bewildered after Chi Yiming's explanation, repeating the same 3 sentences repeatedly. Noticing that Su Yongyang, who had just awakened, still seemed somewhat dazed, Chi Yiming could only urge him to rest well and return to visit him once he had fully recovered. Then everyone followed Chi Yiming out of the VIP ward. Su Yongyang watched them leave, then closed his eyes, trying to recall the events before hibernation. As a Rear Admiral Captain of the Strategic Strike Fleet, he commanded the World Annihilation, one of the most powerful warships in the former Human Federation's possession. Unfortunately, the World Annihilation's own energy supply system was inadequate for the power required to launch a death ray, and worse still, it lacked a dedicated attack system. Thus, it could be said that the World Annihilation was the weakest single ship in the former Human Federation fleet. Su Yongyang slept through a trance, and upon waking, feeling much better, he summoned staff to inquire about the situation. He was being cared for by a young woman with a ponytail and a white coat. She stood beside Su Yongyang and whispered, "Mr. Su, what do you wish to ask? I've really been dormant for over 800 years?" The young girl was quite talkative, and seeing him asking these questions, she began to talk non-stop. Su Yongyang became increasingly surprised as he listened. "Are you saying that the fleet I'm currently in is a fleet formed by the scattered descendants of the former Human Federation, and that it's also facing the threat of the Zerg?" The nurse nodded. Su Yongyang felt a buzzing sensation in his head. After dormancy for over 800 years, how could he still have the same familiar recipes and flavors upon waking? Forget the colonial fleet. Why are these Zerg so persistent? Where's your person in charge? I need to speak to them. Su Yongyang paused for a moment before recovering. "I call the person in charge of our awakening center. Mr. Su, please wait." With that, the nurse turned and left. Over an hour later, Chi Yiming returned to the ward. "General Su, how are you feeling?" Su Yongyang frowned at the young man before him. "You mean Chi Yiming?" Chi Yiming nodded. "Do you remember when you were forced to show off the Annihilator? The Human Federation is a thing of the past. What's the point of mentioning the Annihilator now? General Su, the Strategic Strike Fleet hasn't become scrap metal with the passing of the Human Federation. Their formation is present in our fleet today." Su Yongyang looked at Chi Yiming in disbelief. "The Strategic Strike Fleet's modular warships are still operational?" "Yes, and we already battled the Zerg many times. Their warships have performed remarkably well on the battlefield. That's because you didn't encounter the main force of the Zerg. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. Qi Yiming didn't want to discuss these trivial matters with Su Yongyang. He was well aware of the Zerg's combat power, and knew that humanity, with its current strength, couldn't withstand a single attack from the main force. What concerned him most now was the location of the World Destroyer. Su Yongyang closed his eyes, and tried to recall. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and asked Qi Yiming, "Do you have a star map?" Qi Yiming pulled a cube from his jacket pocket, and placed it on the table in front of the bed. Then, with a few taps on his personal terminal, a holographic star map filled the room. This star map was given to me by the president of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences. The two red lines on the map represent the evacuation routes of the two fleets, and the large red dot is the final destination of the former Human Federation evacuation fleet. Su Yongyang looked up for a moment before saying, "Yes, it's this map, and the routes planned by the two fleets are correct." Then, with the help of a nurse, he struggled to get out of bed and walked to the center of the star map. Pointing to an inconspicuous corner, he said to Qi Yiming, "Do you see that star system numbered XW1125? Qi Yiming nodded. "When I was forced into hibernation, the World Destroyer was in this location." He then glanced at the current location of the human fleet. "It seems you plan to continue along the former Human Federation evacuation route?" Qi Yiming nodded again without saying anything. "You want to activate the War Star?" Qi Yiming finally spoke. "Since you know my ultimate goal, you should understand how important the World Destroyer is to me." Unexpectedly, Su Yongyang laughed bitterly. "The War Star is missing a vital core component. It can't be activated at all." Qi Yiming was stunned. He had been working so hard just to activate the War Star, and then fight the Zerg. But now, Su Yongyang told him that the War Star couldn't be activated because it lacked a core component. What was the point of all this? Chapter 268. Honestly, Qi Yiming didn't want to believe Su Yongyang's words at all. But what Su Yongyang said next plunged him into a deep abyss of despair. When the Zerg fought the final decisive battle against the former Human Federation, the War Star had already been dispatched. As a junior officer at the time, Qi Yiming had no access to comprehensive battlefield information. He only knew that the Strategic Strike Fleet had failed to assemble and activate the War Star under the immense pressure of the Zerg attack. But Su Yongyang was different. As a captain in the Strategic Strike Fleet at the time, he had a clear understanding of the battlefield situation. The Federation fleet had multiple opportunities to assemble and activate the War Star, but fleet headquarters refused each opportunity, ultimately leading to the Strategic Strike Fleet being divided by the Zerg and completely losing the opportunity to activate the War Star. Afterwards, at the cost of a significant portion of the fleet, the Strategic Strike Fleet's modular warships were preserved, eventually reuniting with the Federation's escaped fleet and embarking on the long journey to the stars. Afterwards, these captains repeatedly questioned headquarters why they refused to assemble the modular warships and activate the War Star at the most critical moment. The final explanation they received was that the Battle Star lacked core components, and even if all the modular warships were assembled, it couldn't be activated. The Battle Star was deployed to the battlefield simply to boost morale in the frontline combat fleet, and buy time for the evacuation fleet. Hearing this, Qi Yiming finally understood why the Federation evacuation fleet, after completely escaping the Zerg swarm, hadn't allowed the Strategic Strike Fleet to combine with the Battle Star and then lead the fleet back. "Do you know the Zentradi?" Su Yongyang's sudden mention of the Zentradi surprised Qi Yiming even more. "How do you know about the Zentradi?" After the Federation completely escaped the Zerg's pursuit, they decrypted the information to a limited degree for military personnel of a certain rank. "That's when I learned about it." Qi Yiming tentatively inquired, "Are you saying the Zentradi designed and built the War Star for us?" "It seems you know quite a bit." Su Yongyang glanced at Qi Yiming in surprise. "The War Star was designed for us by the Zentradi. They provided some of the key technologies, and even the overall design concept for the modular warships was provided by the Zentradi. Didn't they say the chief designer of the modular warships was the president of the Academy of Sciences?" Su Yongyang gave a wry smile. "If not, how would the federal government explain the source of the warship design drawings? Wouldn't it have been impossible for the Federation to design and build modular warships at the time? It's the key technologies, especially the control program and the outer armor's adaptability to the new hull after the warship is assembled. These two aspects simply couldn't be achieved perfectly with the Federation's science and technology at the time." Qi Yiming didn't understand this either, so he could only choose to believe it. "What are the key components of the war planet? Do we have the blueprints?" "I don't know the specifics. At our level, We only know that the key components of the war planet are in the hands of the Zentradi. Chi Yiming suddenly remembered the time he met the Zentradi through the wormhole. The Zentradi liaison officer had told him that they had a relic of the creator, but they had disassembled it for research and never restored it. Did the Federation fleet encounter the Zentradi again? Su Yongyang shook his head. The Federation's top brass tried every possible way to contact them, but ultimately failed. Chi Yiming couldn't say why this had happened, but he knew the Zentradi were now truly unreachable. The Zentradi and their massive spacecraft had been reduced to cosmic dust by the Zerg's attack. However, Chi Yiming didn't despair. The Xiefeng had meticulously recorded the star map before the encounter. As long as he could pass through the wormhole, Chi Yiming would be confident of finding the creator's relic that the Zentradi had failed to reassemble. No matter what, we must first find the Annihilator. This will improve our combat capabilities and give us a fighting chance in the subsequent pursuit battle with the Zerg. Chi Yiming still wanted Su Yongyang to point out the Annihilator's possible location. Su Yongyang sighed, muttering to himself as he studied the holographic star map in his room. Finally, he pointed to a binary star system over 100 light-years away from the fleet. I can confirm that the Annihilator passed through this system and briefly rested there. It was during this time that the Annihilator's crew rioted and forced me into hibernation. With a target in hand, the task became easier. Chi Yiming immediately took Su Yongyang back to the Xiefeng. A super flagship was unsuitable for this type of exploration mission, so Chi Yiming could only detach the smaller war spear, along with the Guardian and Lightning. As for the escape fleet, it set sail for the next node as planned, at which point Chi Yiming would find a way to catch up with the fleet. The war spear, having detached from the fleet, actually had a relatively fast jump speed. To accommodate the 3 slowest jumping giant colony ships, all other warships in the fleet had to follow suit. Su Yongyang was accompanied by Chi Yiming to their destination. On the way, Chi Yiming learned in detail about everything that had transpired aboard the Annihilator. According to Su Yongyang, someone was attempting to desert, inciting the rest of the crew to rebel against him as captain. At the time, the Annihilator wasn't experiencing an energy crisis. The crew had simply grown tired of the endless deep space voyages, watching friendly ships forced to land on barely survivable planets due to energy depletion. They wanted to end this despairing voyage prematurely. When the Annihilator's crew discovered a planet in a binary star system that was exceptionally suitable for human survival, their desire for a more down-to-earth life was irresistible. They first proposed this to Su Yongyang through a collective petition. However, as a captain of the Federation fleet, Su Yongyang couldn't possibly agree to such a request. As the Annihilator was about to follow the fleet out of the system, where the habitable planet had been discovered, long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. The ship's security personnel were the first to revolt. The security captain and his men took over the bridge, leaving Su Yongyang completely unprepared, and Su Yongyang himself was placed under house arrest. Su Yongyang had initially expected some crew members to rebel, but to his surprise, many were persuaded by the mutinous crew. They, too, longed to end this endless deep space voyage and return to the planet's surface to live a normal human life. For a moment, Su Yongyang considered joining them, but the look in the security captain's eyes told him he was doomed. It was clear that the security captain had developed his own ambitions after taking control of the Annihilator, and would no longer allow Su Yongyang to join them as captain. So, while everyone was still celebrating the Annihilator's impending landing, the security captain and his men stuffed Su Yongyang into a hibernation capsule and launched it back in the direction they had come. As for the fact that he was rescued by Chi Yiming and others, it can only be said that his luck was really incredible. He flew for more than 800 years, and nothing happened to him. Chapter 269. After more than 6 months of sailing, the war spear arrived at a binary star system over 100 light-years away. Chi Yiming had indeed discovered a habitable planet within this system. Strangely, they found no signs of human activity within it. According to Su Yongyang, the Annihilator hadn't yet experienced an energy crisis when it landed. This meant that the crew on the Annihilator should have had a relatively good living environment for the initial period. As long as the crew was united, they could have established a foothold on this habitable planet before the Annihilator's energy was depleted, and developed their own civilization. If this were true, then this binary star system wouldn't be as desolate and silent as it is now. Don't guess. There must have been a conflict among your crew members. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been unable to break through the planet's atmosphere for over 800 years, despite possessing the Annihilator. Chi Yiming said to Su Yongyang, who stood beside him. Su Yongyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was heartbroken that the crew of the Annihilator, so willing to face charges of desertion, had vanished into the vast sea of stars after achieving the life they always dreamed of. Qi Yiming was merely sighing. His biggest concern now was whether the Annihilator had sustained significant damage, and if so, whether it could be repaired. As for those people, if they were still alive, they would be saved, as long as they didn't become humanoid. However, when the war spear reached the high orbit of the habitable planet where the Annihilator had landed, they made a new discovery. The planet's surface vegetation was abundant, with vast expanses of virgin forest covering over 70% of the landmass. Near a forest, a strange-looking spaceship was clearly visible. Due to its long docking, it was entangled in the swirling vines that had grown from the trees. If it weren't for the war spear's advanced surface scanning system, Qi Yiming might not have discovered it. After repeated confirmation, the strange spaceship was the World Destroyer, which had landed on this planet. Even Qi Yiming couldn't believe how easy it would be to find the World Destroyer this time. He was about to order the lightning to detach from the war spear and carry him to the planet's surface, so he could enter the World Destroyer and awaken its onboard intelligent computer. Just as the lightning, carrying Qi Yiming, was about to enter the atmosphere of the habitable planet, a group of humans wearing animal skin suddenly rushed out from the primeval forest next to the strange warship. Each of them carried a wooden stick, the front end of which was covered with spikes made of sticks. How could these people have regressed to primitive times in the past 800 years? Su Yongyang was also confused. Even if the internal strife among these people was severe, they couldn't have regressed to primitive times. Something's odd. Qi Yiming halted his landing on the planetary surface upon discovering human presence. What's odd? Su Yongyang looked at Qi Yiming in confusion. They're just primitive people. How could they possibly smash your war spear with the Nirvana and fire? Look at what's on these people's right arms. Qi Yiming zoomed in on the surveillance footage to give Su Yongyang a better look. A barcode? Su Yongyang exclaimed. Why would they tattoo such a long obsolete barcode on their bodies? Qi Yiming, like Su Yongyang, was also confused as to what had happened to these people. But as more people emerged from the forest, Su Yongyang grew increasingly alarmed. Because he spotted many familiar faces among the crowd. This discovery instantly sent a chill down Su Yongyang's spine. He himself had survived over 800 years of drifting in space entirely because he lay in a hibernation pod, but these people hadn't been in hibernation. How could they still be as youthful and active as they were after all these years? Before Su Yongyang could comprehend the situation, Qi Yiming exclaimed again. They're not human. Qi Yiming's voice trembled, as if he couldn't believe what he had just discovered. Every time he arrived at a planet, Qi Yiming habitually activated the ship's scanning equipment, allowing the onboard intelligent computer to create a preliminary information system for the planet, including species, to facilitate his understanding of the planet's situation. This time was no exception. But it was this scan that Qi Yiming noticed something amiss. First, the barcode tattooed on their arms, then the cold, human forms. After the infrared detectors thoroughly scanned the group, it revealed that their skeletons were made entirely of metal. They're robots. Qi Yiming swallowed hard. How is that possible? Su Yongyang didn't believe Qi Yiming's words until he saw the analysis report Qi Yiming handed him. Su Yongyang asked Qi Yiming in surprise, how could this be? How could these robots be moving around in human skin? What are they doing? Qi Yiming frowned as he watched the robots in human skins coming in and out of the World Destroyer. A sense of foreboding gripped him. To be on the safe side, Qi Yiming decided not to explore the World Destroyer yet. It wouldn't be too late to act after thoroughly understanding the true nature of these robots. But the longer they observed the family, the more astonished Qi Yiming became. These robots seemed to be mimicking the development of human civilization. In just 2 weeks, these robots experienced humanity's ancient times, the feudal era, and finally the Renaissance. Then, they started all over again. Another 2 weeks of simulations, this time advancing civilization to the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. At first, Qi Yiming was a little confused about what they were doing. But each simulation the robots performed advanced civilization a little further. Seeing that in the next simulation, these robots would develop rudimentary aerospace technology, Qi Yiming suddenly realized. These robots' activities are random within a certain range. Through extensive trial and error, they simulate the development of human civilization, enabling them to master more advanced technologies. Qi Yiming stood before the holographic screen, arms folded, watching the robots on the surface about to perform their next simulation. Are you saying these robots have self-awareness, but lack the necessary creativity, and that their only way to advance technology is by simulating the development of human civilization? Su Yongyang looked at Qi Yiming beside him with a look of astonishment. Qi Yiming nodded, very likely. Then what are we waiting for? Why not nip them in the bud while they're still weak? If we allow them to develop like this, We just become another Zerg. Chi Yiming said. I'm considering using them to fight the Zerg. Are you crazy? Are you sure you can control these robots? With the right tactics, it's not impossible. Su Yongyang was at a loss for how to communicate with Chi Yiming. For a moment, he wondered if Chi Yiming had gone too far in his pursuit of defeating the Zerg, daring to take on such a dangerous situation. Chapter 270. Discovering that Chi Yiming had indeed gone a bit overboard, Su Yongyang had to remind Chi Yiming of the Omnic crisis that had occurred within the Human Federation. If these robots were so easy to control, how could the former Human Federation have been defeated by the Zerg? They would have long ago unleashed a massive army of Omnics to engage in a back-and-forth battle with the Zerg. While these robots haven't yet developed aerospace technology, we must quickly destroy them. Su Yongyang was clearly nervous, his voice trembling as he spoke. Thankfully, Chi Yiming ultimately gave up on enslaving these newly self-aware Omnics. The internal security forces aboard the Warspear, supported by high-orbital anti-ground weapons, began gradually clearing out all robots on the planet's surface. There was no other way. Omnics, like the Zerg, would return with a massive force in a short period of time if they weren't defeated all at once. Because of the significant generation gap in both weaponry and technology, the nascent Omnic army was completely crushed by the overwhelming technological pressure. Therefore, captured robots were immediately programmed to be formatted. To more thoroughly address this issue, members of the internal security force even had a newly formatted robot undergo more than 10 reprogramming cycles. Finally, the internal security force advanced their entire front to the vicinity of the World Destroyer's hull. With the last self-aware robot dismantled, Chi Yiming was finally able to lead his men in further consideration of the World Destroyer, which had landed on the planet's surface. To avoid further complications, Chi Yiming intended to retain Su Yongyang as captain of the World Destroyer in case the ship's onboard intelligent computer malfunctioned, potentially leading to a disastrous outcome. But what they didn't expect was that the culprit behind all this was the World Destroyer's onboard intelligent computer. Sensing the threat, the onboard intelligent computer sealed off all entrances to the World Destroyer before Chi Yiming and his team arrived. This left the two men at a loss. Although the World Destroyer's design had taken into account the possibility of its hatches being unable to open if it lost all power, and each hatch had a backup system designed to allow personnel trapped inside to mechanically open the door, the control handles were all inside the ship, leaving the exterior bare. Desperate, Chi Yiming resorted to brute force, creating a large hole in the World Destroyer's hull. This caused Su Yongyang, who was standing beside him, to feel heartbroken for a while. If he hadn't known that the CFN could repair friendly ships, he would never have allowed Chi Yiming to use brute force to enter the World Destroyer's interior. Realizing its imminent defeat, the onboard intelligent computer pleaded with Chi Yiming for mercy throughout the journey. Chi Yiming paid no heed. It wasn't until Chi Yiming pressed the format button on the ship's AI that the self-aware AI began to unleash a hysterical rant. However, as the formatting process progressed, the AI's abuse became increasingly intermittent, until it finally became a single, emotionless electronic synthesized voice. A few minutes later, the AI rebooted, and Su Yongyang regained command of the World Destroyer. Chi Yiming and his team were finally authorized to access the recorded information from the memory. The time period was too long, and the imagery only covered recent footage, consisting of robots simulating human existence. Nothing much to look at. However, the Annihilator's logbook still contained some personal records from the crew. Since they lacked permission, Chi Yiming and his crew were unable to access the crew's personal records, so they could only search the logbook for clues. Chi Yiming was curious about how the Annihilator's onboard intelligent computer had acquired self-awareness. What had happened to the Annihilator's crew? Su Yongyang quickly flipped through the logbook and came across a record automatically generated on the day the Annihilator landed. At 9:13 and 22 seconds a.m. on July 13, 8829 of the federal calendar, the ship landed on the surface of an unknown planet, where the surface environment was suitable for human survival. In addition to this entry, there was also a record of a captain change. Captain Su Yongyang had disappeared, and command was temporarily assumed by Deputy Captain Du Long. The subsequent records for over a decade were blank, indicating that the Annihilator's crew had not used the ship, until a single log appeared. At 8:35 and 11 seconds a.m. on November 9, 8890, a scientific officer violated the Federal Military Shipboard Intelligent Computer Management Regulations by illegally loading an industrial robot control program, causing a 2% increase in computing power usage. At 16:11 and 22 seconds p.m. on June 5, 8895, a scientific officer violated the Federal Military Shipboard Intelligent Computer Management Regulations by illegally loading a service robot program, causing a 5% increase in computing power usage. Over the following years, more than a dozen violations of the Federal Military Shipboard Intelligent Computer Management regulations were recorded intermittently. Clearly, the crew of the World Destruction used the shipboard intelligent computer as their central intelligence for social management. Chi Yiming and his team then discovered a large amount of human activity and habit analysis in the storage, even complete records of many Turing tests. Although Chi Yiming and his team didn't discover the direct cause of the ship's intelligent computer self-awareness, they clearly knew that after gaining self-awareness, it spent over 200 years observing the humans living around the Annihilator. It then spent nearly another 100 years creating a clone of itself, which, after passing multiple rounds of Turing tests, infiltrated the human world. What followed was a classic robotic rebellion. The descendants of the Annihilator's crew had no chance to resist before being slaughtered by swarms of rebellious robots. After wiping out humanity, the ship's intelligent computer suddenly realized that its departure from human society had robbed it of its most important function, creativity. Although it could derive the optimal solution for each technological advancement from the vast amount of scientific research data left behind by humanity, it was unable to advance any of them even by a single micron. This technological stagnation made it clear to it that if it ever encountered humans or the Zerg, it would be annihilated. So, instead of leaving the planet, it created a large number of robots, setting specific goals for them. For example, humanity's mastery of fire in ancient times was a crucial milestone. Then, these robots were allowed to evolve on their own. The shipboard AI observed the evolution of these robots and summarized the patterns, attempting to discern a glimmer of creative potential from the vast evolution of civilizations. This experiment continued unabated until Chi Yiming and his team arrived, when the AI had almost achieved success. Looking at the subsequent experimental records recorded by the AI, Chi Yiming and his team felt a chill in their hearts. Luckily, they discovered the AI before it completed its final evolution. Had it been allowed to evolve, humanity would likely have been forced to survive in the interstices between the AI and the Zerg. Chapter 271. Simulating the evolution of civilization. Only a highly intelligent AI could accomplish that, Chi Yiming sighed, looking at the text message before him. Su Yongyang was lost in thought, his brow furrowed. What's wrong with you? What's on your mind? Chi Yiming asked curiously, noticing Su Yongyang's state. Su Yongyang didn't know how to describe his current mood. Those people were his comrades, his companions day and night for hundreds of years. Survival was everyone's instinct. It was impossible not to feel resentment for those who had stuffed him into a hibernation pod and then launched it. But he also hoped that his comrades could live well. But who could have imagined that they had still met their untimely deaths? Hearing Chi Yiming's question, Su Yongyang finally snapped out of his recollections. Oh, just remembering some things that happened in the past. Don't be sentimental. Now that things are settled here, it's time to set off to pursue the evacuating fleet. Chi Yiming patted Su Yongyang on the shoulder as he spoke. Can the Annihilator still fly normally? Quickly have the intelligent computer perform a self-check. Quickly, the Annihilator completed its self-check. Besides a few cracks in its outer armor, the modular warship's internal equipment showed no damage. It's easy to imagine that the Annihilator landed under the control of its crew, not by forced landing on this planet. It's not surprising that the warship is in good working order. After Chi Yiming returned to the Spear, he transferred some of his crew to the Annihilator. After replacing its new energy source, the Annihilator finally returned to the vast void after a century of silence. 10 minutes later, the two modular warships accelerated into warp mode, rapidly flying towards the evacuation fleet's next rest stop. During the voyage, Chi Yiming and his crew entered hibernation pods in batches. After all, with only 2 warships, daily tasks were limited, which gave Chi Yiming the opportunity to enter hibernation. A year later, the War Spear and the World Destroyer reunited with the evacuation fleet. The evacuation fleet had undergone tremendous changes by then. The industrial ships had taken shape, and a large number of factories had been relocated to outer space. Whenever the fleet was resting, these factories would enter full production. A large number of industrial products flowed from the production lines into the homes of the colony ships, significantly improving people's living standards. Wang Sun also immediately organized a mining fleet to explore whether they could find any useful minerals in the resting system. All industries flourished. Without the worry of energy, some gradually seemed to forget the threat of the Zerg. Some even clamored to find a habitable planet to settle down. Chi Yiming's nose was crooked with anger. He banged on the desk, pointed at Fang Min's nose, and cursed, "You only had a few days of comfort, and you lost your sense of proportion? How dare you bring up such a foolish statement in front of me?" Fang Min felt a little wronged. He was simply reporting the public opinion within the fleet. Don't feel wronged. Why are these people so opposed? Isn't it because those of you in charge of internal affairs haven't been promoting it? Fong Min said in a barely audible voice. It's just that there's so much going on. Who could have imagined such talk would arise among the public? But the office was so quiet that Qi Yiming heard his words clearly. Go and count how many people are dreaming of finding a habitable planet to live out their imagined paradise. I grant their wish. As long as they pass through any habitable planet, I immediately send them away. This will free up space for more people to live on the giant colony spacecraft. Fong Min could tell Qi Yiming was speaking in anger, otherwise, he would have definitely sent these people away right then and there, dumped them on a random planet, and left them to fend for themselves. After a long moment, Qi Yiming's anger subsided slightly. He then looked at Fong Min and slowly said, we must strengthen publicity. If anyone still wants to find a habitable planet to settle on, we should send them to the rear fleet to engage in battle against the Zerg. Should we compile some battlefield records and release them? Most of these people haven't seen a Zerg before, which is why they're thinking this way. Qi Yiming thought for a moment. Release some selectively, but be careful not to overdo it, or it will severely damage fleet morale. I know that. I be careful. The two were discussing follow-up internal publicity, when the ship's internal alarm suddenly blared, and Qi Yiming abruptly stood up. What's going on? Qi Yiming shouted, pressing the pager on his desk. Hao Chenqi's nervous voice came over the pager. Just got word from the rear fleet. The Zerg are chasing us. Has there been any engagement? The details are still unknown. Connect me to Yi Lu. Hao Chenqi quickly connected with Yi Lu. Qi Yiming looked at Yi Lu, whose forehead was already covered in sweat, and asked, what's the situation now? How large is the swarm? We spotted several Leviathan warships. We already lost over 100 cruisers, all on perimeter patrol. Why are you reporting this now? The personnel on duty left their posts without permission. Yi Lu, knowing something had been revealed on his side, hesitated. Qi Yiming was practically going crazy. He hadn't expected the fleet to be so lax. He could understand the lack of vigilance among ordinary civilians, but for a combat fleet like yours to leave its posts without permission, he had no idea. Shoot that officer who left his post without permission. He's already been taken out and shot. Yi Lu gathered her thoughts and continued, according to the intelligence we brought back, these 3 Leviathan warships are probably a search force for the Zerg. It was a fluke that they found us. Under no circumstances should we allow these 3 Leviathans to leave, or our fleet's whereabouts will be exposed. I already arranged for the fleet to encircle and suppress them, but the situation isn't ideal. The Zerg has undergone significant changes. Changes? Qi Yiming's heart skipped a beat. He knew the Zerg's ability to evolve was incredibly perverse, and a mutation at this critical juncture was definitely not a good thing. Yi Lu continued, yes, the Zerg swarms that had previously engaged us all used highly corrosive acid as their attack method, but this time, the Zerg attacking us used concentrated plasma. One Leviathan even launched a high-energy particle stream. Qi Yiming stood at his desk in silence. In all his time dealing with the Zerg, he had never seen a Zerg capable of emitting concentrated plasma, let alone a Leviathan capable of emitting high-energy particle streams. This method of evolution was quite bewildering. But for now, all these matters had to be put aside. The most important thing now was to sink all of these Leviathan warships in this system. Missing even one would attract the Zerg's main force. Chapter 272. Just as Qi Yiming and Yi Lu and the others were discussing how to deal with the 3 Leviathan warships that had suddenly appeared, alarms blared from within the Hope, but only a handful of people hurried to the nearest shelter. The majority of the crowd simply stood on the street, looking up at the Hope's massive dome, as if trying to peer through it to see what was happening outside. It was only when armed security forces arrived that they reluctantly headed for the nearest shelter. Qi Yiming, upon learning of this situation, was furious. What idiots did I save? Do they need the Zerg to kill people right before their eyes for them to be afraid? Fong Min constantly tried to calm Qi Yiming, fearing he might lose his temper, and walk out onto the street, shooting each of the people. Finally, Qi Yiming sighed helplessly. It's just that the environment is too comfortable. Even though we're on the run, these people have no idea how terrifying the Zerg swarm truly is. I strengthened my outreach. Qi Yiming glared at Fong Min. We talk about this later. Return to your post immediately, and organize the evacuation of civilians. If the Zerg swarm breaks through the rear defenses, do your utmost to prevent excessive casualties. Fong Min nodded, and immediately returned to her office to deal with matters. Qi Yiming then contacted He Zhenju, commander of the advanced fleet. The advanced fleet will depart immediately for the next node. At this point, He Jinju still hadn't figured out what was happening, and stared at Qi Yiming's communication with a bewildered expression. What happened? The Zerg are catching up. We talk about the details later. Leave now. If you can't wait for us at the next node, lead the advanced fleet to the next node. Will you use the Xiafeng's long-range delivery? I hope not. We don't have many ether crystals. Go ahead. After saying that, Qi Yiming hung up the line and contacted Wang Shuhua again. Organize the colony ships to wait at the edge of this system. If the Zerg break through the defenses, I will rush back and deliver the entire fleet to the next node. Is the Xiafeng going to support Yilu? The situation is a bit complicated. The Zerg have mutated. I need to go check it out. Wang Shuhua's expression froze. The Zerg were already powerful, and now they had mutated again. Qi Yiming had once told them that the Zerg's ability to adapt to the battlefield was extremely abnormal. Their exobio armor would gradually adapt to enemy weapons, and in extreme cases, even become somewhat immune to human attacks. Their attack methods will also change with each attack. As the battle lasts longer, the Zerg will inflict greater damage to the human fleet. Soon, the colony ships receiving the order began to accelerate. Qi Yiming thought for a moment, and said to Wang Shuhua, synchronize the battlefield surveillance images to every colony ship so everyone can see the true nature of the enemy we face. This? Wang Shuhua hesitated. The battlefield situation is too horrific. This will cause widespread despair in society. Qi Yiming shook his head. There are only 3 Leviathans this time, so we're not in danger of being crushed head-on. No publicity is better than letting everyone see it for themselves. As for sending the fleet into action early, it's just a precaution. Okay, I talked to Fang Min and Yi Lu. The two exchanged a few quick words. Qi Yiming considered that there were no further instructions, so he hung up and quickly headed for the Hope's small airport. Wang Shuhua and his crew moved swiftly. Before Qi Yiming even reached the Hope's airport, he saw a giant holographic screen floating inside the Hope, showing footage of Yi Lu and her team engaged in a fierce battle with the Zerg. Simultaneously, the same footage was playing on the other colony ships. At first, some ordinary people thought it was some private entertainment company showing a new special effects movie, but as the subtitles came in, they realized the monsters spewing white plasma were the Zerg that had driven humanity from its homeland. In the initial footage, the Zerg was still some distance away from the human fleet. Yi Lu organized the fleet to fire multiple salvos, the dense bursts of lasers wiping out a large number of the Zerg. Instantly, everyone watching this special live broadcast cheered, some even remarking with disdain, "Those are just Zerg. They don't look that great." But as the battle intensified, the audience grew quieter. Many of the ordinary people, whose faces had once been rosy, turned pale. This was because they had spotted the 3 Leviathan warships behind the Zerg. The Leviathans, waving their tentacles, and continuously releasing Zerg aerospace forces, shocked these people immensely. Only then did they realize that, despite the human warships' effective attacks against individual Zerg units, the Zerg numbers before the fleet had never diminished. When some saw the Zerg swarming and capturing the remains of human soldiers floating in space after the human fleet was sunk, many people vomited uncontrollably. It seemed they had already imagined the fate of those remains. The Xiafeng also joined the battle half an hour after the live broadcast began. Qi Yiming also sensed something was amiss. The 3 Leviathans were releasing Zerg units at a much faster rate than before. The rate of release had clearly outstripped the rate of loss. Another mutation? Qi Yiming cursed silently as he observed. Then came the plasma attack on the human warships, which was clearly far more damaging than the acidic solution. The moment the warships came into contact with the plasma, their outer armor instantly melted, revealing the underlying structural layers. Even in this case, this was only for cruisers of slightly larger tonnage and size. Destroyers or frigates would only require 4 or 5 plasma blasts to sink them. And the Zerg's aerospace attacks were interspersed with several streams of white, high-energy particles. What reassured Qi Yiming was that the Zerg were clearly not adept at utilizing these physical attacks. Biological weapons were their forte. The damage caused by the high-energy particle streams to the human fleet was minimal, merely scratching a few cracks in the outer armor of the warships. But Qi Yiming knew that these 3 Leviathan warships were merely experimental vessels for the Zerg. Once the damage from all the weapons tested by the Zerg reached the Overmind's desired level, all of the Leviathan warships would soon be equipped with these weapons. The time it takes for humans to acquire a new weapon and have it fully equipped by the fleet is measured in years. But the Zerg is different. Once a weapon is finalized, their upgrades are accomplished virtually overnight. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Zerg. Chapter 273. The live broadcast continued, and many people were already terrified by the Zerg's ferocious attacks. These people had only heard about the Zerg's ferocity before, but this was their first real sight. Most people were unprepared, initially terrified by the Zerg's terrifying and disgusting appearance. Coupled with the subsequent rounds of attacks launched by the Zerg against humanity, it was no surprise that they were terrified. What Chi Yiming hadn't anticipated was that this high-definition live broadcast of the battlefield would actually drive some people to the other extreme. But that's a story for another time. After joining the battlefield, the Snow Peak immediately activated the Wise's battlefield assistance function. The commanders of the warships originally responding to the Zerg attacks finally felt a slight sense of relief. Originally, Chi Yiming hadn't wanted to activate the World Destroyer, because the more frequently the human fleet used a particular attack, the more likely it was that the Zerg would evolve targeted protective armor. But these 3 Leviathans were too important to the Zerg, as they were responsible for collecting data on experimental weapons. If any of these 3 Leviathans escape, the next Zerg attack on the human fleet will likely employ the same weapons brought by these Leviathans. Obviously, plasma is significantly more effective than corrosive liquids. As for the high-energy particle streams launched by the Leviathans, they currently pose little threat to the human fleet. However, as more combat data is compiled, the Zerg Overmind will eventually develop high-energy particle stream weapons more suitable for the Zerg. By then, the human fleet may be left helpless against the Zerg again. However, with the Xiafeng's current attack capability, it could only sink 1 Leviathan at a time. Aiming to sink 3 simultaneously was undoubtedly a pipe dream. So Chi Yiming could only activate the World Destroyer modular warship. World Destroyer, enter the assembly program. The World Destroyer was different from the other modular warships. First, its hull was significantly different. The hulls of other modular warships were roughly the same shape as those of ordinary warships, generally rectangular in structure. The World Destroyer, however, was the only warship with a barrel-shaped structure. The outer walls of the barrel had protrusions that perfectly aligned with the circular grooves at the bow of the Xiafeng supercapital. The interior of the barrel-shaped hull consisted of interlocking rings, locked together by a fixing mechanism extending from the inner wall. If one observed the warship from the front, these interlocking rings resembled ripples on the surface, gradually increasing in size. The World Destroyer swiftly moved to the bow of the Xiafeng. The Xiafeng's tractor beam pulled the barrel-shaped hull quickly into the massive recessed slots reserved for the bow. Once properly installed, circles of blue energy transmission lines quickly lit up along the World Destroyer's barrel-shaped hull, until the interlocking rings within also turned blue. Only then did the hull slowly rotate clockwise nearly 30 degrees. Chi Yiming, standing on the Xiafeng's bridge, heard a loud click of the lock snapping shut, and saw the ship's onboard computer indicate that the World Destroyer had completed assembly. Chi Yiming took a deep breath, daring not to breathe during the entire assembly process, fearing any problems. After all, these warships had existed for thousands of years, and he feared the slightest problem would prevent their assembly from being completed. After completing the assembly, the ship's intelligent computer quickly began a system self-check. A few minutes later, the ship's familiar, emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed from the bridge. The Annihilation weapon system is online. The power supply lines are normal. The scorching crystal is being installed. At this point, the Annihilation ship had become the launch channel for the Xiafeng super flagship to launch the Annihilation Light. Inside the circular channel, more than a dozen engineering drones were installing a red lens-mounted crystal at the center of a concentric circle composed of countless nested rings. A long, probe-like structure extended from the Xiafeng's interior, rapidly approaching the lens-mounted red crystal until its tip rested precisely at the center of the red crystal. The Annihilation weapon system has been installed. After hearing the ship's intelligent computer's report, Chi Yiming's face flushed red, clearly filled with excitement, his blood pressure rising with his excitement. The probe has locked onto the enemy ship. Chi Yiming began to follow the procedure, gradually completing the preparations for the launch of the world-destroying light. The Wise, calculate the enemy ship's track. The Lightning, operate at full capacity to provide sufficient energy to the world-destroying light. Guardian, attention, concentrate all nanobots within the inner ring of the world-destroying light. At this moment, Yi Lu was leading the human fleet in a fierce battle with 3 Leviathans. Constantly, warships were being hit and exploded by plasma of varying sizes. The knight's outer armor had also been torn in several places, and insects were already burrowing through the rips. Yi Lu had even prepared to live and die with the knight. At this moment, Chi Yiming's voice rang out over the fleet's communication channel. Hold on. This voice suddenly calmed Yi Lu's increasingly flustered mind. She calmed herself and calmly directed the battle against the Zerg within the ship. Command of the fleet had automatically passed to Qi Yiming the moment the Xiafeng appeared. A few seconds later, the Xiafeng had completed preparations for launching the Light of Annihilation. Because the Xiafeng and its allies were not on the same plane, he didn't need to worry about any of them appearing within his firing range. When the launch button on the control platform turned green, Qi Yiming, without hesitation, lightly tapped it. Everything seemed so ordinary. But the next second, a drastic change occurred within the barrel-shaped hull of the World Annihilation, located at the bow of the Xiafeng. First, countless interlocking rings, one after another, lit up with a pale blue light from the outside to the inside. When the ring closest to the inner circle lit up, countless needle-like objects emerged from it, all pointing toward the red crystal at the center. Pale blue energy shot from the tips of the spikes toward the red crystal. Instantly, the red crystal was filled with blue energy. Then, a large number of nanorobots, also emitting a blue glow, merged into the red crystal, quickly carving a circular hole in its center. At the same time, a probe extending from the Xiafeng's hull passed through the circular hole in the red crystal. Then, the ring within the world destruction, along with the red crystal, began to slowly rotate around the probe. As the rotation accelerated, a large amount of energy began to gather at the probe's head, flashing red light, interspersed with numerous blue energy lines. The energy accumulated more and more, and the red light illuminated the starry sky around the Xiafeng. Suddenly, the probe's tip was severed by the madly spinning ring, and its tail was struck by the impact mechanism extending from the Xiafeng's interior. The entire probe lurched forward, shattering the red crystal. Chapter 274. The severed tip of the firing pin, impacted, penetrated the newly formed red energy sphere. The instant it entered, it transformed into powder, flowing within the red energy sphere along the blue lines within. At this moment, the madly spinning rings quickly stopped and began to extend along their common center. Finally, the nested rings, increasing in size, formed an umbrella-like structure. After completing the transformation, the Xiafeng once again injected a large amount of energy into the ring structure. The energy began to transmit from large to small through the connecting lines between the rings. The speed gradually increased, and the rings gradually became smaller, until all the energy was concentrated in the smallest ring. Yi Lu, who was fighting on the bridge command ship, suddenly felt a stinging pain in her eyes. A strong blue light illuminated the knight's bridge armor red, like a person observing a strong light through the palm of their hand. She quickly glanced at the battlefield monitor. She saw a blue ring flying out from the bow of the Xiafeng. The ring just barely encircled a red energy ball. As the ring passed, a cylindrical energy beam, the same diameter as the ring itself, was trailed behind it. The beam glowed red, and blue energy lines, entwined with black powder, ricocheted within it, silently flying toward the three leviathans in the distance. The beam's speed appeared unusually slow. But in reality, it was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the three leviathans, which were almost aligned in a line. But the beam didn't stop, instead flying toward a nearby planet. The red beam of light silently sank into the planet. At first, the planet appeared normal, but after a dozen seconds, its surface began to tremble violently, and countless massive cracks appeared. From these cracks, countless rays of red and black light emanated. Slowly, the cracks grew larger and larger, and more red and black light emanated from the planet's interior. At this moment, the light emitted by the planet surpassed the brightness of the local galaxy's stars. The next second, with a massive explosion, the planet shattered along the countless cracks, forming countless asteroids orbiting the star. The massive shockwave blew a vast amount of planetary debris toward Yi Lu's fleet. Even the planet couldn't survive the annihilation beam fired by the Xiafeng, let alone the three leviathans. As the annihilation beam pierced through them, their hulls ignited with pale blue flames, as if on fire. A vast amount of biomass was consumed in the combustion. Ultimately, the three leviathans were reduced to cosmic dust. Even the normally fearless Zerg surged into action the instant the annihilation light was unleashed. Fear was palpable in the Zerg's eyes. Soon, the Zerg erupted in internal strife, having lost the control of the Zerg king. Yi Lu stared blankly at the planet struck by the annihilation light. She had never imagined that human technological power could be so powerful. A planet had shattered into countless asteroids by the Snow Peak's single strike, and the shattered core still glowed red. Could it be that the aftermath of the explosion had truly pushed fragments out of orbit? The colonial fleet, far out on the galaxy's edge, was also completely silent. Everyone rubbed their eyes, staring at the holographic screen before them, unable to believe that the devastating blow had just been launched from the Snow Peak. Is this the extent of our human technology? A middle-aged man, his lower body reeking of stench, said, unconcerned about his image, pulling the equally stinking bald man beside him. The bald man simply shook his head, saying nothing. It was unclear whether he was trying to say that humans couldn't possibly reach such a level, or whether he was doubting the scene he had witnessed. Suddenly, the bald man burst into tears, his face brimming with excitement. The crowd around him gradually became infected, each and every one shedding tears of excitement. They had been horrified by the initial frenzied Zerg attack. Because the battlefield was being viewed in real time, the bloody scenes unfolded before them with a powerful impact. Many were already on the verge of collapse. The Xiefeng's single strike not only blew up a planet, but also sank 3 Zerg Leviathan battleships. This extreme emotional shift caused many to lose control of their emotions, crying and hugging strangers around them. Yi Lu. Captain Yi. Qi Yiming had called over the fleet's communication channel a dozen times, but Yi Lu still hadn't recovered from her shock. Qi Yiming could only command the Xiefeng to continue clearing out the participating Zerg forces. But to his amusing surprise, his own crew members were equally terrified. In fact, they felt the Xiefeng's blow most directly. When Qi Yiming ordered the Xiefeng to begin the launch sequence for the Light of Annihilation, the crew was still reminiscent of the War Spear's launch of its enhanced particle lance. Most people assumed this was, at best, a large-scale, high-energy particle stream, with a wider range and a longer duration. No one had ever imagined the Xiefeng could shatter a planet. Furthermore, the launch sequence on the Xiefeng super flagship was uneventful. Aside from the all-normal reports from various programs, there were no other sounds. Everything seemed so different. Even at the moment the Light of Annihilation was launched, the Xiefeng's hull didn't even vibrate. But this seemingly mundane attack had actually shattered a planet in an instant. These people were truly horrified beyond words. Desperate, Qi Yiming could only raise his voice and shout over the ship's radio, "Everyone, attention. Immediately attack the remaining Zerg." The crew members finally came to their senses, realizing they were still on the battlefield. The Xiefeng moved again, launching another attack on the Zerg. This time, aside from the usual main gun bombardment, Qi Yiming had no plans to use the Annihilation Light. While a single Annihilation Light shot might seem exciting, it's worth noting that only 12 crystals remained on the Annihilation after being shattered during launch. There were 5 red crystals, and 7 yellow crystals. The 3 colors represent different types of attack. Red is the most powerful and concentrated attack crystal. Yellow crystals, while less powerful, are suitable for area attacks. Creating these crystals requires a large quantity of ardent crystals. Not to mention Qi Yiming doesn't have any right now. Even if he did, he lacks the equipment to produce them. Each use would be a waste. But Qi Yiming wasn't worried. He knew the colonial fleet's current development would eventually lead to the ability to produce these crystals. His only concern was where to find the ardent alloy. Back then, even the Human Federation, after searching the entire human territory, had only managed to produce 25 of these crystals. Chapter 275. A few minutes after the Snow Peak launched its latest attack, the captains of the remaining warships gradually reacted and began following the Snow Peak to clear out the remaining Zerg. Without the Zerg Emperor, the Zerg swarm posed a significantly reduced threat to the human fleet. As long as they didn't attack too many individual Zerg at once, those remaining would prioritize seeking out their own kind and fighting until the last one was dead. Under normal circumstances, Qi Yiming could have simply let these Zergs slaughter each other. But this time, the situation was somewhat unique. This Zerg force, as humans would call it, was an experimental unit. This Zerg swarm, whether Leviathan or Zerg, possessed a unique genome. This genome recorded the performance of each individual Zerg during battle. After the Zerg recovered these individuals, the Overmind would analyze and optimize the information recorded in this genome, providing powerful information support to further enhance the Zerg's combat capabilities. Therefore, not only could they not allow the insects before them to fight each other, but they had to reduce their numbers as much as possible before they could complete the battle for the Insect King. This was because the moment a new Insect King was born, a powerful energy surge would emanate from the swarm. The Insect King would then use this powerful energy surge to blast through the air, similar to the Xiefeng's spatial warping feature. However, this energy could be controlled. In other words, the fewer Insect Kings the swarm ultimately produced killed, the smaller the energy surge. The smaller the energy surge, the longer it would take for the Insect King to prepare for the spatial warp. Only then would Qi Yiming have a chance of defeating the newly born Insect King. Soon, the chaotic Zerg swarm's numbers rapidly dwindled under the human fleet's encirclement. Under Qi Yiming's deliberate suppression, Zergs above a certain kill count were prioritized. When the Zerg Emperor emerged, it hadn't actually achieved many kills. The massive energy surge that should have occurred didn't occur, and the newly born Zerg Emperor was blasted to dust by a single salvo from Qi Yiming's fleet. The fleet remained near the battlefield for over an hour, recovering all the life pods ejected during the abandonment. In reality, Qi Yiming and his men didn't recover many. In total, Yi Lu lost over 3,000 warships in this encounter, and only less than 200 of the 30,000 crew members survived. This is the frustration of fighting a Zerg swarm. Many of the crew members who abandoned their ships were taken back to the Leviathan, along with their life pods, by the Zerg swarm, serving as food for the swarm. This is the most frustrating aspect of the battle between humans and Zerg. After clearing the battlefield, Qi Yiming knew he couldn't stay in this system any longer. The Zerg Overmind would sooner or later send a new Leviathan warship to scout the situation. After all, the loss of an experimental fleet was a serious matter for the Zerg Overmind. This meant that its plans to upgrade the Zerg would be delayed indefinitely. Until new data was available, the Overmind couldn't organize another experimental fleet to directly engage the human fleet. After clearing the battlefield, Qi Yiming commanded his fleet to the system's border to rendezvous with Wang Shuhua's colonial fleet. When he boarded the transport craft and entered the Hope, the city within was bustling with people. Most people were celebrating the victory in the encounter, but only a small number had different thoughts. Qi Yiming didn't know what these people were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't have been in the mood to deal with it right now. The most important thing now was to leave the system as quickly as possible, as far away as possible. The fleet quickly began to accelerate towards the next rest point, and one warship after another and colony ships disappeared before Qi Yiming's eyes as they entered the warp channel. Although this encounter had occurred very suddenly, fortunately, only the rearguard fleet suffered some losses. If the Zerg had broken through the defenses and entered the fleet of colony ships, Qi Yiming would have had no place to cry. When the fleet entered the warp voyage, Qi Yiming had the most free time. What Qi Yiming hadn't anticipated was that with more free time came trouble. The publicity plan he had originally discussed with Fang Min was fully implemented after a live broadcast of the battle with the Zerg. Qi Yiming had originally thought that the live broadcast would have a better publicity effect. He didn't expect everyone to shoulder the same responsibility for humanity's resurgence as he did, and Qi Yiming himself didn't believe he could lead humanity's resurgence. Qi Yiming's only hope was to lead humanity back to their home planet and reclaim their home from the enemy. Unexpectedly, this propaganda campaign went too far, causing severe polarization. Some people developed a deep pessimism, believing that humanity could not defeat the Zerg, even with the Snow Peak. This group was primarily concentrated in the military. While these people highly praised the Xiafeng fighter, they knew better than anyone the terrifying nature of the Zerg swarm. They knew it was more than a single Xiafeng could withstand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have embarked on another escape. Others were somewhat overly optimistic, believing the Zerg swarm was only terrifying on the surface, not invincible. This group was primarily civilians. These same people also gave the Xiafeng a high evaluation, especially after witnessing its combat power firsthand through that special live broadcast. This further solidified their conviction that the Zerg swarm was vulnerable to the human fleet. Humanity's escape was driven entirely by the extreme lack of confidence among its leaders. At this point, human society was actually showing signs of division. As a soldier, Qi Yiming wasn't a qualified politician. He had originally believed that with effective propaganda, some of the more extreme ideas in human society would gradually dissipate. Little did he know, even though propaganda was done, it couldn't withstand the distorted interpretations of those with ulterior motives. Ordinary people are prone to blindness. When a view becomes mainstream, even the most capable of independent thought cannot avoid being swayed by it. As a result, the divisions in human society became increasingly pronounced. As the war entered its second year, the situation finally reached a breaking point. At first, it was just two friends arguing over whether the Zerg Leviathan or the human Snow Peak was superior. But as the topic deepened, those lacking entertainment joined in. At first, the disagreements could be discussed calmly, with voices rising only slightly during the most heated moments. But as the number of participants grew, the situation became chaotic, and a minor discussion eventually devolved into a violent incident that engulfed the entire colony ship. Clearly divided factions formed, brawling in the streets, with casualties reported in some areas. Chapter 276. The sudden riot caught Qi Yiming off guard. Such a large-scale riot must have someone behind it, but Qi Yiming racked his brains to figure out what they were up to. No matter what, we must control the riot first. Arrest those who should be arrested, and imprison those who should be imprisoned, Qi Yiming said, looking at the sweating Fang Min. After Fang Min left, the internal security force, under Chen Cheng's command, quickly took to the streets to quell the riot. Judging from the distribution of forces, Suppressing this riot should have been easy for the internal security force. However, unexpectedly, in the core area of the Hope, the internal security force encountered fierce resistance and suffered some casualties. This surprised Chi Yiming somewhat. He hadn't expected these behind-the-scenes forces to actually possess some military power. Furthermore, they had occupied the energy center of the Hope's core area, where the vacuum zero-point energy extraction device was located. Chen Cheng's attack seemed somewhat timid, fearing that he might damage the equipment behind these people. When Chi Yiming arrived at the scene, 7 or 8 of Chen Cheng's closest associates were already dead, pointing and cursing furiously at the other side. "Come out if you dare. I'm not leaving. Come in if you dare." Chi Yiming was both infuriated and amused by this vindictive verbal abuse. He approached Chen Cheng, grabbed a megaphone, and shouted to the other side, "I'm Chi Yiming. Tell the people behind you to come out and negotiate." "Behind? What behind?" The people inside the building shouted back. Chi Yiming sneered and continued, "Stop acting like that. It's impossible for you to equip yourselves with so many weapons." Before arriving, Chi Yiming had already ascertained the group's equipment level. There were probably over 20 people inside, each armed with electromagnetic assault rifles, 2 magazines on average. Chen Cheng observed that the leader likely had both a high-explosive grenade and an EMP grenade. Chi Yiming was also curious about how these people had gotten in. The zero-point energy extraction device was the lifeblood of the fleet, so Chi Yiming would have ensured a heavy security presence. However, Chen Cheng had confirmed that the guards on duty had suddenly erupted during their shift change. Chi Yiming then realized there was a mole within the internal security forces. But now was not the time to assign blame. Chi Yiming once again picked up the megaphone and shouted at the building facade, "Everything can be negotiated. You must understand the importance of the zero-point energy extraction device to the fleet. If it's damaged, everyone will die sooner or later. Don't be alarmist. What's your purpose in dragging everyone away with you?" Chi Yiming was struck by this question. What could his purpose be? Wasn't it just to save more lives and then fight back against the Zerg? The man in the building continued, "The Zerg isn't as terrifying as you say. Just look at your snow peak. It can blow up an entire planet, yet you're telling us the Zerg are brutal, and we must flee?" Chi Yiming was speechless. How could someone be so ignorant? "We need to go back." The man in the building continued, his companions joining in the shouting. "Go back? Do you know how much supplies it would take to get back from here?" Chen Cheng, seemingly acquainted with the people in the building, offered earnest advice. Chi Yiming kicked Chen Cheng and glared at him, saying, "What's there to comfort with a bunch of idiots like this?" Then he picked up the megaphone and continued, "Sending you back is impossible, but I can promise you, and the people behind you, that I keep you when we find a planet suitable for human habitation. Do you think we're stupid? What's on that new habitable planet? What's the difference between sending us to a new planet and sending us to our deaths?" Chi Yiming smiled and muttered softly, "It seems these people are really stupid. We have one condition. Give us a colonization ship, and we go back on our own." Chi Yiming still had a few small colonization ships lying around, so giving them one wasn't out of the question. But he had to make sure these people were the last. Chi Yiming was exhausted by humanity's internal conflicts. Since some refused to trust him, and were clamoring to go back and die, he didn't mind giving them a ride. "Since you're so eager to return, I won't stop you. Let the people behind you come out and discuss the details with me, or you get nothing." The people in the building fell silent for a moment, apparently negotiating with their bosses. Half an hour later, a group of well-dressed, successful individuals emerged from the other side of the Hope's core area. "Hello, Führer. My name is..." A middle-aged, bald man emerged from the crowd and was about to introduce himself, but Chi Yiming waved him off. "I don't want to know your name or your abilities. Just state your requirements." The man smiled and said, "Führer is a straightforward person. We don't care what you're trying to do by coercing humanity. We just want to return to the star region that belongs to us." "Okay. I promise." "Thank you, Headmaster, but you must give us a small colony ship with enough energy blocks in its warehouse for our return trip." Chi Yiming nodded. "I agree to your terms, but you must take away everyone who wants to go with you. Of course, otherwise we wouldn't have caused such a commotion. You have 3 days to evacuate. For our own safety, our men must guard the vacuum zero-point energy absorption equipment for these 3 days." Chi Yiming's eyes suddenly grew fierce. "Don't push your luck. We're not stupid. The commotion on the cloud ring is. It just happened a short time ago." The bald man looked at Chi Yiming with a smile. "But don't worry, Mr. President. If you don't touch us, we won't damage the equipment. Also, don't think you convince these people and their families to evacuate with us. Qi Yiming stared at the man for a long time before uttering a few words through gritted teeth. I'm waiting to see how you die. The bald man still had a warm smile on his face. In 3 days, Mr. President, please return these people to us. After all, by then, their presence or absence will be meaningless to you. Qi Yiming nodded, ignored the group, and turned to leave the scene. Chen Chum quickly caught up. Just let these people go like that? Qi Yiming glanced at him. You didn't even know there were these people infiltrating your team? Chung Chen shrank back and was about to explain, but Qi Yiming continued, send them away. Some people want to die, and we can't stop them. What about those guarding the equipment? Arrange a security presence. If there's an opportunity to capture them, do it decisively. But don't act rashly. These people's lives are worth less than a screw on a vacuum zero-point energy extractor. Chen Chung nodded and returned to the negotiation site to arrange security. Qi Yiming immediately assigned Fang Min and Wang Sun to handle the matter according to the other party's instructions. He told them not to make things difficult for these people. The priority was to get these troublemakers out safely. Chongzi would personally deal with them later. Chapter 277. 3 days later, Qi Yiming, as agreed, sent the dozen or so people occupying the core area aboard the small colony ship. Over 70,000 people in total requested to leave together, and no one tried to stop them. Since they were determined to die, no amount of persuasion would be of any use. As for Qi Yiming, he had long since lost faith in these people. In fact, he felt that losing them would actually be a good thing for human society. Without their incitement, and with Fang Min's appropriate propaganda, everyone began to work tirelessly. Because everyone knew that to survive the Zerg, besides high-end warships like the Xiefeng, ordinary warships were also necessary. Before achieving energy freedom, humanity could only survive by relying on its stockpiled resources. After achieving energy freedom, if we didn't develop our military, we might not be as lucky the next time we encountered the Zerg. Based on the fleet's current findings, it wouldn't take many years for the initial construction of the industrial ship to be completed. Over time, the fleet would gradually acquire complete industrial manufacturing capabilities, and the living environment aboard the colony ship would be greatly improved. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the people Qi Yiming had brought with him would adapt to this new state of life. In even more extreme cases, children born after this wouldn't even have the slightest memory of life on the surface. As long as he could calm the emotions of this portion of humanity, Qi Yiming believed that time would help him heal everything. A year later, the fleet rendezvoused with the advanced fleet waiting at the rest point. This was already the 10th year since Qi Yiming had led humanity completely out of human territory. Since achieving energy freedom, Qi Yiming has also changed his policy on forced hibernation. Previously, some people were forced into hibernation because energy was limited, making it impossible to provide the necessary supplies for more people. Consequently, only some ordinary people could be put into hibernation pods. Now, however, no one is forced into hibernation unless they volunteer. As for the humans who were previously forced into hibernation, Qi Yiming chose to leave it as it is. These people don't have to worry about being in hibernation for too long and becoming severely alienated from society upon awakening. Because those placed into forced hibernation are randomly selected by the ship's intelligent computer system based on communities, the smallest unit. When awakening, they awaken one community at a time. This allows most people to remain in a relatively familiar environment upon awakening, allowing them to quickly integrate into their new social environment. Qi Yiming had already conceived the idea of entering hibernation pods after resolving the issue of ideological unity. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, he wanted to survive until the final battle with the Zerg. After all, a journey of over 3,000 light years would take thousands of years, even if the fleet operated non-stop. For humans, whose average lifespan is currently around 300 years, a 1,000-year interstellar journey remains an insurmountable chasm. He planned for core members to take turns entering a dormant state to survive the lengthy voyage. Although the humans within the evacuation fleet had gained initial cohesion and had recently eliminated some of those harboring illusions about the Zerg, Qi Yiming remained concerned, fearing unrest within the fleet while he was dormant. He felt it was necessary to organize a meeting of core members to unify their thinking. Qi Yiming's core team was quickly assembled. I called everyone here to arrange for a hibernation rotation, Qi Yiming said, glancing at the seated group. Are we going to hibernate too? Wang Sun looked at Qi Yiming with some surprise. If you think you can survive until we reach our destination, then it's okay if you don't hibernate at all. Yi Lu smiled at Wang Sun. The hibernation order and other issues are easy to work out. The most important thing is unity of thought. Thought? What's there to worry about? Wang Sun, still unconcealing his political shortcomings, said, You tell us how to do it, and we do it. isn't it? Qi Yiming smiled and offered no further explanation. He continued, 2 members of our core team must be awake at each time. Qi Yiming glanced at everyone's faces. Only He Zhenju frowned, but then relaxed. This arrangement isn't meant to be a sign of distrust, but rather a precaution. I believe everyone is aware of the unpredictable nature of human nature. During such a long deep space voyage, anything could happen. To avoid unnecessary internal friction, I hope everyone can understand this arrangement. Wang Shuhua coughed, stood up from his seat, and said, I support the Führer's arrangement. Furthermore, the 2 awakened individuals must monitor each other, and keep a close eye on each other. Qi Yiming smiled and shook his head, saying, Brother Wang, your idea is a bit extreme. After several battles with the Zerg, I believe everyone is aware of humanity's current predicament. Keeping a close eye on each other is unnecessary. It simply requires that both individuals be present at the same time when making important decisions, and both must agree before they can be implemented. When do we go into hibernation? Fang Min had no objection to Qi Yiming's arrangement. He was simply worried that he still had many things to sort out, and if he went into hibernation now, it might cause chaos within the fleet's internal affairs. Mr. Fang, I understand your concerns. Qi Yiming stood up and walked towards Fang Min. You and Wang Sun won't go into hibernation for now. The fleet is currently in a construction phase. At the current rate of construction, this period will last approximately 50 to 80 years. Qi Yiming quickly laid out his thoughts. Qi Yiming's arrangement was simple. Each team would consist of 2 people, and they would work in a state of awakening for 100 to 150 years. This time frame was based primarily on their age, with older individuals working shorter hours and younger ones working shorter hours. As for Wang Sun and Fang Min, they would be the first on-duty team. Their mission was clear, to get the fleet's construction work in order before hibernation. After all, one was responsible for logistics and the other for coordinating internal order within the fleet. Qi Yiming's requirement for the 2 men was that while they were in hibernation, the fleet's logistics and social order would operate independently, and their replacements would only need to handle routine matters. As for the command of the combat fleet, Qi Yiming wasn't too worried. Since all the warship supplies were under the control of the 2 personnel on duty, daily escort work operated smoothly within the fleet's mature system. If they encountered a swarm, they could initiate an emergency awakening procedure for Qi Yiming and his team. Although emergency awakening would be physically demanding, it was better than waiting and wasting their lives. What Qi Yiming hadn't anticipated was that the hibernation plan would go awry right from the start. Chapter 278. The hibernation plan was quickly put on the agenda. The first to enter hibernation were He Zhenju, Zhong Zhirong, and Yun Mao. Although they were of the same generation as Qi Yiming did not grant them any special treatment, and held only minor positions within the core team. So, these 3 quickly handed over their tasks and entered hibernation. Next came Wang Shuhua and Yi Lu. As fleet commanders, they had always been Qi Yiming's right-hand men. Considering the possibility of encountering the Zerg again during the upcoming voyage, both entered hibernation in their respective ships. This arrangement ensured that in the event of an emergency, they could immediately assume command of the fleet upon awakening. Also joining the 2 were some of the fleet's experienced junior commanders and soldiers. Of course, these individuals also hibernated in the warship's built-in hibernation pods. Qi Yiming watched as his core members entered the hibernation pods one by one, then returned to the Xiefeng. Before entering the pod, he handed command of the Xiefeng to Wang Senator. A lieutenant would normally be on duty aboard the Xiefeng. Qi Yiming then, as arranged by the staff, laid down in the pod. That was all he could do, the rest truly depended on fate. After everyone entered hibernation, Wang Sun and Fang Min also returned to their busy work. They both had too much to handle right now. As the fleet's industrial capacity grew, Fang Min needed to establish a robust top-down administrative structure to manage the human society within the fleet in a refined manner. Fortunately, each of the 3 giant colony ships had its own central intelligence computer to assist with the work. Fang Min only needed to make a rough organizational division, and the central intelligence computer would be able to find the corresponding management system from its vast database. Of course, this all relied on the Academy's analysis of pre-human technological heritage, which naturally included the administrative relationships used at each stage of human social development. Incidentally, none of Shi Shaojia and his scientists were willing to enter hibernation. Their reason for Qi Yiming was simple. They were solely interested in the technological heritage of the pre-human Federation. Putting them into hibernation? Forget it. Unable to persuade them, Qi Yiming finally compromised. As for Wang Sun, he was even busier. The sheer volume of engineering tasks kept his engineers constantly operating at full capacity. More than half of the industrial facilities within the 3 giant colony ships had yet to be relocated. It wasn't the mineral resources that limited production progress, but rather the fleet's need to frequently enter warp voyages, and the factories had to be assembled outside the ships during these relocations. Therefore, the engineers had to work furiously overtime to advance the project while the fleet was resting. For the first decade or so, due to the constant threat of the Zerg, Wang Sun and Fang Min agreed that the fleet's rest periods should be short. Besides allowing for the cooldown period for the jump engines, the fleet would only wait at the rest point for 6 months at most before setting sail again. It wasn't until 30 years later, when 3 massive colony ships needed major maintenance, that the fleet arranged a 2-year-long rest period at the jump point. During this period, the fleet's industrial capacity experienced significant growth. First, the relocation of all industrial facilities within the 3 giant colony ships was completed, and the prototype of Qi Yiming's planned industrial ship took shape. To ensure normal industrial production during the fleet's jump, Wang Sun and Fang Min discussed and temporarily suspended the relocation of the remaining small colony ships, concentrating all efforts on installing the outer protective hulls on the industrial ships. Meanwhile, good news arrived from Xiaojia's Academy of Sciences. They had discovered a solution to the problem of energy dislocation during the jump, which had caused a large amount of equipment to become unusable. The engineering team had another renovation project. However, the progress of this project could be slowed down. After more than a decade of perseverance, those accustomed to fleet life wouldn't mind a few more years. Fang Min, in Wang Sun's 32nd year of administration, the dome installation on the industrial ship was completed. The fleet stopped resting and continued on its escape. Aside from the encounter with the Zerg experimental fleet, humanity hadn't encountered the Zerg again. It must be said that humanity was very lucky. Fang Min, Wang Sun's 79th year in office. This year should have been the year Fang Min entered hibernation, as he was the oldest of all the core members, already 150 years old. While still in the prime of life, Qi Yiming's requirement stipulated that all on-duty personnel must be no older than 150 years old to enter hibernation. That day, Fang Min approached Wang Sun to discuss the issue of hibernation. "Old Fang, you're finally free. After all these years of hard work, you can finally rest." Wang Sun, pouring wine for Fang Min, said enviously, "I'm miserable. I still have to work for another 30 or so years. Who's the next person to be awakened to take over my job?" Fang Min calmly asked Wang Sun. Wang Sun pulled up a chart from the holographic panel. "Let me see. Here. Your replacement is Hao Qinqi." Fang Min was silent for a long time. Wang Sun noticed his mood was off and asked tentatively, "What's wrong?" "I'm temporarily retired and can't bear to leave." Fang Min shook her head, still silent, but her brow furrowed as if she were considering something. "Then what's wrong with you? Have you calculated whether we can reach our destination after completing 1 rotation of shifts?" Wang Sun shook his head. "What's the point of calculating that? Qi Yiming should have calculated it long ago to make such an arrangement." Fang Min smiled and continued, "I calculated it a few days ago. With just a few of us rotating, it will take at least 2 shifts to reach our destination. By then, none of us will be as fit as we were in our old age." Wang Sun's previously cheerful expression suddenly froze. Fang Min continued, "By then, how can you expect us, old men no longer aging, to have the passion to fight back against the Zerg? Isn't there still the next generation?" "The next generation? Look at the humans on the colony ships. How many still remember that we have Zerg on our tails?" Wang Sun lowered his head in silence. A careful calculation showed that since Qi Yiming began implementing the evacuation plan, at least a generation of people in the fleet had already entered old age. In a few years, with the passing of these people, the Zerg threat would likely become just a legend. It's only been a short while, and we're already showing signs of forgetting the Zerg. Do you still expect future generations to take up arms and fight the Zerg to the death?" Wang Sun's frown deepened as he struggled to digest Fang Min's words. "Think of the Cloud Ring Federation, the Turing Republic, the Taro Empire, and the Commercial Alliance. Perhaps the founders of these 4 nations, like Qi Yiming, hoped to defeat the Zerg, but what happened then?" Fang Min took a deep breath, as if making an important decision. He looked at Wang Sun with a determined look. "I want to give up my dormancy and stay awake until I die." Chapter 279. "Are you crazy?" Wang Sun looked at Fang Min in disbelief. "I'm not crazy. I've been thinking about this for a long time." Fang Min appeared remarkably calm. "We can guide public opinion and educate the next generation about the threat of the Zerg. There's no need to sacrifice ourselves like this." Fong Min shook her head. Sacrificing my life for Mr. Chi's vibrant team is worth it. Wang Sun stared at Fong Min in amazement, completely bewildered as to why she could have such an idea. But from his analysis, this was indeed a good solution. Over thousands of years, each person rotated twice. By the time they arrived at their destination, the youngest among them was already over 240 years old. Such a leadership team might be more stable in its approach, but it also often gave off a sense of decadence. There's nothing wrong with such a team in peacetime, but it often lacks the adventurous spirit and youthful drive. In situations where the enemy's strength is vastly disparate, a spirit of adventure and a willingness to fight become even more crucial. Wang Sun glanced at Fong Min again, hesitant. He instinctively wanted to reject Fong Min's proposal. After all, he had worked alongside Qi Yiming for so long, and had never disobeyed Qi Yiming on any major decision. But Fong Min's argument made perfect sense, suddenly posing a dilemma. After a long pause, Wang Sun said, "Let me think about it." Fong Min knew that such an idea, raised in such a unique situation, seemed a bit abrupt. He had no way to prove he had no ulterior motives, so he could only hope for Wang Sun's trust in him. Luckily, the two had known each other for a long time. When they were in the Wang family of the Xuanwu Galaxy, Fong Min had been a trusted retainer under Wang Sun's father. Aside from his disagreements with Wang Sun, his character was impeccable. This, in fact, is a unique quality of capable officials within a powerful family. As long as they swore allegiance to a family, they would unreservedly devote their everything to it, and the same principle now applied to Qi Yiming. Fong Min was genuinely concerned about Qi Yiming's career, and he even considered persuading Wang Sun to abandon his dormancy like him. However, he could only explain the pros and cons to Wang Sun. The decision ultimately rested with Wang Sun himself. The brief meeting ended in a deeply depressing atmosphere. Wang Sun returned to his office in a dejected mood, recalling every word Fong Min had said to him, unable to recover for a long time. In fact, when he said he would consider it, he had subconsciously already agreed to Fong Min's proposal. Otherwise, given his level of obedience to Qi Yiming, he would have immediately ordered Fong Min's arrest and placed her in forced hibernation. He had the right to do so. Just as Wang Sun was lost in thought, his secretary entered the office, interrupting him. "Executive, the survey telescope has observed the Zerg entering the territory of the Turing Republic." "What?" Wang Sun abruptly stood up. Nothing was more important than the Zerg news. "When did it happen? Why are you telling me now?" "Just now, a team in the survey telescope control room has been monitoring the direction of our escape. A few minutes ago, they observed a Zerg invasion. Here's the image." He handed the holographic electronic board to Wang Sun. The images captured by the survey telescope were extremely blurry. All they could see was a few star regions within the Turing Republic's territory being slowly encroached upon by a massive black shadow. Wang Sun broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this image. From Qi Yiming's descriptions, he had imagined the enormity of the Zerg swarm, but when he actually saw the images of them, he was still horrified by their sheer numbers. That's several star regions, hundreds of light years, if not thousands. And yet, they'd been completely obscured by the Zerg swarm. How desperate must the humans remaining there be in this situation? Looking at the fleet before him, this might be humanity's last hope. As Fong Min had said, Qi Yiming might fail, and humanity would eventually perish in the vast sea of stars, but Qi Yiming was the most resolute of them all. For this glimmer of hope, it was worth fighting for. Send this image to the publicity department, and release it to the public with an accompanying explanation. With that, he walked out of the office with a firm step. He gently knocked on Fong Min's office door. Fong Min was also sitting in her seat, dazed, holding the same picture. Seeing Wang Sun enter, he didn't stand, but gave a wry smile. "Are you here to enforce hibernation?" "No." "You're right." Wang Sun looked at Fong Min firmly. "Under no circumstances can Mr. Qi be left with a team in decline. That would be extremely detrimental to him, and indeed to all of humanity." "I agree with you." Fong Min looked at Wang Sun with surprise at first. He had only expected Wang Sun to agree to his request. He hadn't even dreamed of Wang Sun joining his plan. The two stared at each other for a long moment, then burst into a knowing laugh. And just like that, the rotation plan Qi Yiming had laid out before him went off track. When Qi Yiming awoke, all he was left with was the longing and memories of his old friend. Abandoning hibernation meant they would both spend their lives in a long, deep space voyage. After all, a different kind of life or death decision. After a few days of feeling down, they returned to their work with renewed energy. Fong Min reworked his work plan. He was responsible for livelihood issues. Previously, due to hibernation, much of his work had been crudely done, merely laying out a framework. Now that hibernation was out of the way, he began to gradually refine the details he had missed. The first issue to address was population. After several battles with the Zerg, he had clearly understood that not only would warships become expendable, but humans themselves would become expendable to a certain extent. He had discussed this matter with Chi Yiming before, but at the time, due to energy shortages, the birth control restrictions had not been lifted. Now that he had sufficient energy, he no longer considered hibernation. It was time to help Chi Yiming resolve this issue ahead of time. Of course, this wasn't a sudden, unfettered birthing policy. Instead, as the fleet's industrial capabilities improved, they could expand their living space and gradually relax restrictions on childbirth. This matter still needed to be discussed with Wang Sun, as he had always been in charge of the industrial side. Wang Sun had been locked in his office for the past few days, revising his work plan. He had already lost a lot of hair, which was already quite small, and he was on the verge of going bald. Chapter 280. In fact, as the construction of the industrial ships neared completion, Wang Sun no longer had much to do. Besides assigning personnel to conduct routine inspections of each ship, he also urged the mining fleet to use their rest time at each rest stop to quickly collect the minerals the fleet urgently needed. Now that the hibernation plan had been abandoned, his plan had a chance to be realized. Currently, many small colony ships were vacant in the fleet. It's not that no one wanted to live there, but the interior environment was significantly inferior to the 3 giant colony ships. As a result, many of those still living on the small colony ships still had some complaints. This might not be a problem in the short term, but over time, it would become a potential threat to the fleet's stability. Furthermore, Fong Min wanted to gradually relax birth restrictions. As the population grew, the living conditions on the small colony ships would become increasingly deteriorating. This problem must be addressed. He referenced the initial construction methods of the engineering ships Chi Yiming had worked with. Since those platforms could be mounted on the outer walls of the colony ships during the jump, why couldn't the smaller colony ships be connected to the 3 larger ships? This matter would require consulting Shi Shaojia of the Academy of Sciences. So Wang Sun approached Shi Shaojia with his work plan, asking his academy for some advice. When Shi Shaojia saw Wang Sun's plan, he was somewhat surprised. After all, modifying 3 colony ships was a massive and systematic undertaking, one that couldn't possibly be completed in dozens or even hundreds of years. Do you have the time to complete all this? Hee. Wang Sun smiled mysteriously. Shi Shaojia, a genius after all, quickly grasped the meaning. He pointed at Wang Sun and said, You gave up hibernation? Wang Sun nodded. We talk about this later. First, see if my plan works. What about Fong Min? He hasn't given up hibernation either, has he? Wang Sun nodded calmly, and continued to urge him to review his transformation plan. Although Shi Shaojia was considered a core member of Chi Yiming's team, he had always been absorbed in research and had little involvement in fleet management. So, after learning that Wang Sun and Fong Min had abandoned their hibernation plan, he had no real way to stop them. He could only pray that they didn't harbor any ill intentions. Shi Shaojia paused for a moment before finally picking up Wang Sun's plan and reading it. You're planning to expand the 3 giant ships? Wang Sun nodded. Renovate the small colony ships, and connect them directly to the 3. This will require significantly less work than previously planned. Shi Shaojia nodded, as he reviewed Wang Sun's renovation plan. Wang Sun's renovation plan was indeed more feasible than Chi Yiming's previous one. Firstly, the construction difficulty was significantly lower. All they needed to do was build some docking ports on the 3 giant colony ships. The Academy will provide you with a construction blueprint. I see your plan goes beyond simply docking the small colony ships to the 3 giant ships. Yes, later on, I also want to connect the 3 giant ships together, making them a single entity. Then, based on this foundation, we can expand the ship's size, allowing our fleet to accommodate a larger population. Shi Shaojia thought for a moment, nodded, and said to Wang Sun, I assigned someone to design the blueprints for the follow-up plan. Then, looking at Wang Sun with concern, he said, You. Wang Sun knew what Shi Shaojia was going to say. He smiled and patted Shi Shaojia's shoulder. Don't worry, we won't affect Mr. Chi's plan. We just help him optimize it. Fong Min and I have already discussed this. We wake up the next group of personnel on duty, and conduct the transfer of power before he becomes too senile. Shi Shaojia simply sighed. I hope you keep your word. Then, Shi Shaojia turned and walked back to his laboratory. A few days later, the preliminary construction drawings for the renovation were handed over to Wang Sun. The construction plan was simple. Select points on the hulls of the 3 giant spacecraft that would not affect the mechanical structure and isolate them from the inside. This work could be carried out while the fleet was in transit, so under Wang Xin's command, the renovation began quickly. By the time the fleet arrived at the rest stop again, the interior renovation plan for the 3 spacecraft had been preliminarily completed. As for the exterior renovations, due to the limited downtime, they could only work on 1 docking station at a time. However, with plenty of time left, they weren't in a rush. Time flew by, and 110 years later, Wang Xin stood alone, hunched over by the Hope's giant window, gazing out at the scene outside. The ship now looked nothing like its original state. Connected to the Hope's exterior were hundreds of small colony ships of various shapes. These colony ships, aside from their residential functions, had been stripped of all their other functions. In addition to creating more living space, the vacated space has also been landscaped and even equipped with small fountains. The interior environment has been greatly improved, even becoming more comfortable in some ways than those aboard the giant colony ships. The 3 giant ships are now connected by vast passageways. Those living aboard these colony ships can use these passageways to travel to other ships for work or sightseeing, providing a much freer lifestyle than before. More extensive projects are underway outside the 3 ships. The Hope, in particular, is nearing completion on the first phase of its expansion. There is a large entertainment center planned by Wang Xin, which, upon completion, will be able to accommodate 300,000 people for recreational activities. The subsequent plan is to gradually reduce the entertainment facilities in the various residential areas and consolidate them in this expanded area, freeing up space for residential development. Since the renovation project began, Fangmen has gradually relaxed the birth policy. 22 years ago, the population entered a period of positive growth, and every few years, the fleet even experiences a baby boom. Wang Xin observed all this with a pleased smile. Today, he and Fangmen will jointly awaken Qincheng and Hao Qinqi to take over their duties, while the 2 will enter deep hibernation until they reach their destination. Wang Xin fulfilled his promise to Shi Shaojie. He would proactively awaken the successors when they grew too old to perform their duties. Fangmen, over 270 years old, sat beside Wang Xin in a suspended chair and gazed at the scenery outside the window for a long silent moment. After a long pause, she offered, "Let's go." "This is all we can do." Wang Xin nodded. "After so many years of tireless work, we finally completed our original plan. As for the follow-up plans, we have to leave them to Qincheng and the others." With that, the 2 of them, supported by staff, walked towards the hibernation center. Chapter 281. With the sound of an airlock, 2 hibernation pods were lifted from the hibernation center's warehouse by staff. "I wonder if they'd be startled to see us like this," Wang Xin said self-deprecatingly. Fangmen, beside them, gazed at the 2 hibernation pods with a smile. A few hours later, Qincheng and Hao Qinqi were taken to the hibernation pods. At first, when they saw Wang Xin and Fangmen, they thought they were staff members at the hibernation center, unwilling to join the hibernation program, hence their age. As they emerged from the confusion of their long hibernation, they recognized Fangmen and Wang Xin, now 2 elderly men. Hao Qinqi covered his mouth, staring at them with horror. Qincheng, startled, raised his right hand and pointed at them, muttering "You." Wang Xin looked at them with a gentle gaze, slightly raising his hand to calm them down. Fangmen said, "You should go to the infirmary and recuperate for 2 days. We discussed the details with you once you're feeling better." 3 days later, the 4 of them sat in a conference room, preparing to hand over their duties. Fangmen had the least on his plate. He had already used the past century or so to streamline the fleet's internal affairs, including civilian life and domestic affairs. The fleet's management team had a comprehensive process for everything from personnel selection to handling grassroots matters, requiring them to handle matters without excessive concern. Their involvement was only required when major issues arose. As for Wang Xin, he had a vast array of tasks to hand over. The fleet's expansion plan alone was already planned for 500 or 600 years into the future. During this time, there were also tasks like mineral collection and fleet maintenance that needed to be handed over. It took Qincheng and Hao Qinqi over half a month to complete the handover and familiarize themselves with all the procedures. During this time, they also learned about what had happened to Wang Xin and Fangmen. Hao Qinqi remained noncommittal about their decision, but Qincheng's eyes gleamed with a strange light when he heard their decision. Hibernation Center. Fangmen had completed the hibernation procedure, and Wang Xin lay in his pod, surrounded by staff performing a final check. Hao Qinqi stood not far away, looking at Wang Xin with a concerned look. "Mr. Wang, your preparations are complete. Anything else you'd like to say?" The staff member asked Wang Xin kindly. Wang Sun glanced at Hao Qinqi, who was not far away, and said, "Please ask Governor Hao to come over. I have something to say." Hao Qinqi soon approached Wang Sun and asked, "Brother Wang, is there anything else you need to tell me?" Wang Sun raised his hand and took Hao Qinqi's right hand, saying, "Hurry up and have a child with Qin Cheng. It's been so long." But Hao Qinqi clearly felt something tucked into Wang Sun's palm. As Wang Sun spoke, his eyes kept signaling Hao Qinqi to keep quiet. Hao Qinqi feigned composure and said to Wang Sun, "Brother Wang is truly a kind-hearted person. Don't worry, our family will treat you to a meal when you wake up next." "That's good." Wang Sun released Hao Qinqi's right hand and calmly lay back in the hibernation chamber, signaling the staff to begin the hibernation process. Hao Qinqi, clutching the object tightly in his hand, returned to Qin Cheng's side as if nothing had happened. Qin Cheng looked at Hao Qinqi curiously and asked, "What did the old man tell you?" "He's probably getting old, but he's actually urging us to have a child." "This old man is quite nosy. I guess that's how it is with older people." The two chatted as they watched the staff push the hibernation capsules containing Fang Min and Wang Sun into storage. "Okay, it's time to get to work." Qin Cheng stretched and turned to leave the hibernation center. Hao Qinqi followed him quietly. They tacitly agreed not to discuss whether to give up hibernation. Hao Qinqi locked herself in her office after returning to it, and took out something he had been holding. Wang Sun handed her a micro-data storage device. She taped the device to her personal terminal, and a holographic display soon lit up in front of her. It contained a video message from Wang Sun. "Xiao Hao, remember every word I say now." Wang Sun's face was serious as he changed his face. "Qin Cheng is unreliable. You must be on guard against him doing anything out of line. Don't be soft-handed in critical moments, or Mr. Qi, and we will all suffer." That single sentence sent Hao Qinqi plummeting into despair. "There's a secret compartment in your office. The switch is on the side of the first drawer in your desk. Place your hand on it, and it will unlock using your biometrics. Inside is a key. Once paired with the ship's intelligent computer, you can mobilize the dormant mechanical army." Wang Sun in the video coughed twice and continued, "Don't be surprised. Mr. Qi gave this to me before he went into hibernation. No one except Mr. Qi and me knows of this army's existence. Originally, you shouldn't be paired with Qin Cheng, but Mr. Qi insisted, and I had no choice. Qin Cheng has been resentful for years of Mr. Qi's removal from the combat fleet. Now that he's back in command, and with the two of us old men secretly changing Mr. Qi's plans, Qin Cheng might very well use this as an excuse to do something outrageous. So you must be vigilant. Don't be soft-handed at critical moments." The image froze after Wang Sun finished speaking, and Wang Sun, in the frozen frame, looked worried. In reality, Qi Yiming had his own thoughts. If Qin Cheng truly harbored ulterior motives, and if he were paired with someone completely unrelated, he would absolutely kill without hesitation if he decided to cause trouble. Hao Qinqi was paired with him, so that their marital relationship would become a hindrance to Qin Cheng, preventing him from wavering at a crucial moment. As for Qi Yiming's confidence in Hao Qinqi, honestly, there was an element of gambling involved. What Hao Qinqi was thinking at this moment was unknown to even herself. After reading Wang Sun's message, she slumped down in her office chair, her mind a blur, staring blankly at the first drawer of her desk. As for Qin Cheng, upon returning to his office, he didn't immediately begin work. Instead, he looked through the list of captains from the escort fleet, as if trying to identify any familiar faces. He quickly zeroed in on a few captains. A closer look at their resumes revealed that they shared the same origins as Qin Cheng and his wife, Yarrow. As Qin Cheng sorted through the information on the captains he had chosen, he muttered, Mr. Qi, should I admire your courage or ridicule your arrogance? You dare to hand over power to your subordinates in this state? Don't blame me for letting you down." Chapter 282. As the fleet once again emerged from warp mode for rest and recuperation, the fleet's exterior construction work proceeded smoothly. Wang Sun had already clearly arranged these matters. Qin Cheng only needed to oversee the progress during his shift. So, he didn't have much to do each day. Hao Qinqi, on the other hand, was kept busy. Although Fang Min had left behind a complete administrative system, the fleet's large population meant that not every matter followed a set schedule. This was when Hao Qinqi stepped in. Qin Cheng's office was bustling with activity, though the people coming and going were almost exclusively military personnel serving in the fleet. It was rare to see the engineers, under his supervision, visiting his office for instructions. Hao Qinqi was fully aware of all this, and coupled with the warning Wang Sun had given her before hibernation, this left her deeply troubled. Facing Qi Yiming, for those from Yaoyuo, Mr. Qi had saved their lives. But Qin Cheng was her only relative in this world. What should I do? Hao Qinqi often asked herself quietly while resting alone. One day, an octogenarian came to Hao Qinqi's office, hunched over and limping towards her. Young lady, do you remember me? Shi Shaojia looked at the young woman with a warm gaze. You? Are you Mr. Shi? Hao Qinqi looked at the old man in surprise. She knew that the scientists at the academy had clearly stated at the beginning of the hibernation plan that they were abandoning hibernation and preparing to devote themselves to studying the technological heritage left behind by the former Human Federation. Just over 100 years had passed, and she assumed that almost everyone she knew at the academy had passed away. Unexpectedly, Shi Shaojia was still alive. Shi Shaojia was already 312 years old, truly entering the ranks of the elderly. Seeing Hao Qinqi recognize him, Shi Shaojia simply nodded. Old people shouldn't have such extreme mood swings. Hao Qinqi excitedly came over to his side and helped Shi Shaojia sit on the office sofa. Before he even settled down, Shi Shaojia said sternly, "Your husband's recent actions are very dangerous." Hao Qinqi, who had just been smiling, suddenly changed her expression. If even an old man absorbed in research could see that something was amiss with Qincheng, it only meant that Qincheng had indeed taken many extreme actions. Don't you know? 2 days ago, he circumvented you and modified the frigate fleet's supply quota. Hao Qinqi looked at Shi Shaojia with horror. He truly didn't know about this. While she knew most of what Qincheng had done, there were still some things she didn't know. Although Hao Qinqi could imagine Qincheng doing something outrageous, as long as she kept him in check, he at most abandoned his dormancy like Wang Sun and the others, becoming a local tyrant within the fleet for 100 years or so. Hao Qinqi had also made up her mind. As long as Qincheng didn't shake the fleet's foundation, she let him do whatever he wanted. But what she didn't expect was that Qincheng actually extended his hand to the escort fleet. I go ask him why he's changing the supply quota. Hao Qinqi was about to leave, but Shi Shaojia stopped her. If you question him now, won't that force him into a dead end? He'd then have no choice but to rebel. Well, I can't just stand by and watch him go astray. And how did he get around me? The system should have my authorization before it can even adjust supply quotas. Don't forget, he's taking over Wang Sun's job. Wang Sun is not only responsible for engineering, but also for fleet logistics. He can't tamper with the system, but he can tamper with the distribution of supplies. Then what should I do? I believe Mr. Qi has a backup plan for the fleet. You just need to ensure that nothing goes wrong inside the 3 colony ships. But he used to be the highest commander of the internal security forces. Shi Shaojia remained silent, staring at Hao Qinqi silently. After a long pause, he said, "The most crucial issue now is you. You're married. I'm worried you won't be able to act at the crucial moment." Hao Qinqi was caught off guard by Shi Shaojia's words, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Just as the two were speechless, Hao Qinqi's secretary burst into the office. "Your Excellency, this is bad. The internal security forces have suddenly taken to the streets to enforce the curfew. Are there any casualties?" Hao Qinqi asked nervously, abruptly rising from his seat and clutching his secretary's shoulders. "Not yet, but the level of resistance is increasing." Hao Qinqi panicked. She truly didn't know what to do. First, send someone to secure the core area of the Hope. The energy extraction device there is paramount. Shi Shaojia approached Hao Qinqi and whispered, Yes. I send someone there immediately." After saying this, Hao Qinqi immediately walked to her desk, pulled out the first drawer, and placed her palm on the side of the drawer. A pale green scanning beam passed across her palm, and the holographic display on the desk lit up. Biometrics matched successfully. Waiting for access key. Then, a secret compartment popped up on the wall behind the desk. Hao Qinqi pulled out something the size of a USB flash drive from the compartment and gently swiped it across the holographic screen. Key matching successful, the mechanical army activated. Please assign tasks. Shi Shaojia and his secretary watched in amazement as the scene unfolded before them. Protect the Hope's Core City Energy Extraction Center. No one is allowed to approach within 100 meters without my order, or they will be killed. Hao Qinqi's actions were completely subconscious. From the moment Wang Sun handed her this item, the seed of Qincheng's rebellion had been planted in her mind. So, Hao Qinqi had repeatedly imagined herself using the key. Coupled with Shi Shaojia's reminder in his panic, he subconsciously put his imagined plans into action. When Qincheng's subordinates reported the situation in the core city, he saw through the images transmitted by the individual terminal that a dense swarm of heavy combat robots had completely surrounded the energy extraction equipment in the core city. Qincheng immediately thought of Hao Qinqi and quickly contacted him. "What are you trying to do? You're siding with Qi Yiming at this great opportunity?" Hao Qinqi stammered incoherently. He saved us. Bullshit. If he hadn't suddenly appeared back then, that fleet would have taken us all away, and the orbital bombardment would have been impossible. How? How did you know that? Don't worry about that. I'm asking you this. Are you determined to stop me? Hao Qinqi's eyes were filled with anxiety. All the memories of Qi Yiming flashed before her eyes, but they were also mingled with memories of her past with Qin Cheng. Chapter 283. I'm asking you, will you give in or not? Qin Cheng continued to loudly question Hao Qinqi. Hao Qinqi was now in a state of panic. She had considered the possibility of this happening, but when it actually happened, all her preconceived responses were completely forgotten. Seeing Hao Qinqi's prolonged lack of response, Qin Cheng lost his patience and decisively hung up the line. Order a powerful attack. Qin Cheng turned to look at his old subordinate. Forced attack? Carl hesitated as he looked at his superior. The internal structure of the spacecraft is extremely fragile. The slightest mistake could result in irreversible consequences. You're thinking of going back on your word at this point? Qin Cheng grabbed Carl by the collar and glared at him fiercely. No. I'm just worried. What are you worried about? As long as we take the energy extraction center, no one will bother us, no matter how much damage we cause. They wouldn't dare. Do you understand? Under Qin Cheng's coercion and inducement, the internal security forces launched the attack. The mechanical army showed no mercy to the attacking troops, leaving the battle lines littered with broken limbs. Both Qin Cheng and Hao Qinqi felt a chill run through their bodies upon witnessing this scene. The robots of the mechanical army did not wield firearms. They were uniformly equipped with cold weapons, their attacks consisting of simple slashing and stabbing. However, their thick armor completely obscured the firearms wielded by the internal security forces. Even if one or two heavy combat machines were destroyed, they were quickly replaced by the following ones. The first battle lasted less than 2 minutes before ending with the internal guard's disarray. Qin Cheng was stunned upon witnessing this. He had anticipated the fierce battle before launching the attack, but he had never imagined it would be not only intense, but also extremely bloody. Over the past few centuries, the internal guard's membership had undergone a major turnover. Many of the members who had fought the Zerg directly had either died of old age or been placed in hibernation. The current internal guard were all new recruits, who had never seen blood on the battlefield. Most had never even seen a dead body, let alone such a bloody cold weapon massacre. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Qin Cheng calmed himself down. Reorganize our forces and launch another attack. Carl was one of the few veterans Qin Cheng could find still alive and not in hibernation, but he was also a weathered old man, so he was inevitably soft-hearted and hesitant in his actions. What's this? You damn old man, how could I have believed you? Qin Cheng suddenly pulled out his pistol and pressed it against Carl's forehead, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, "Tell your men to attack immediately, or I kill you right now." Carl wanted to say something, but Qin Cheng thrust his pistol forward again, sending Carl stumbling backward, as if to tell him he'd shoot him if he dared say another word. Carl had no choice but to turn around and personally supervise the battle. Hao Qinqi was completely at a loss at this point. She looked at Shi Shaojia beside her. What should I do, Mr. Shi? Shi Shaojia had no experience dealing with such a situation, and his mind went blank as he witnessed the bloody massacre. When the internal security forces launched their second wave of attacks, Hao Qinqi instinctively tried to stop the mechanical army from slaughtering the rebels. But to her despair, she discovered she had no way to control the mechanical army. She could only watch helplessly as the mechanical army, wielding massive cold weapons, charged into the rebel crowd. Seeing the second wave of attacks fail again, Qin Cheng was on the verge of collapse. Knowing that continuing this way would only result in further casualties, Qin Cheng contacted Hao Qinqi again. He said with utmost sincerity, "Things have come to this, and I have no way out. If you don't want more people to die here, let those broken machines go. I can't control them." Hao Qinqi was completely panicked. What would an out-of-control robot army mean? Let them go. Qin Cheng realized he had to change his attitude. He bit back the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth and continued in a gentle tone, "We are husband and wife, one body. If something happens to me, do you think Xinchi will let you go? I really can't control them. I only have the key to activate this army. Wangson gave me the key, but he didn't tell me how to control this mechanical army. That old fox Qi Yiming has been wary of me for a long time. I wonder why he would be so kind as to let my husband and I work together on duty." At that moment, Qin Cheng understood everything. Qi Yiming knew that every man had the desire to reach the pinnacle of power, especially those who had already tasted the benefits of power. But the hibernation plan had to be implemented, so Qi Yiming took advantage of Hao Qinqi's indecision. Wang Sun had only instructed Hao Qinqi on how to activate the mechanical army, not how to control it. Once the mechanical army was activated, no matter what Hao Qinqi ordered, it would immediately secure the energy extraction center. As for the aftermath? For Qin Cheng, there were no more. The fleet he controlled couldn't possibly cause any significant damage. Qin Cheng was anxious to seize control of the energy extraction center to increase his bargaining power, using the threat of cutting off energy supplies to force the captains to comply. Not only had he failed to capture the energy extraction center, but even his internal security forces seemed to be deeply repelled by his willful orders. Qin Cheng slowly slumped down in his office chair, awaiting the fate of the general. He knew his only chance had been sealed the moment Hao Qinqi hesitated to activate the mechanical army. Threatening to destroy the spacecraft with his men? Don't be ridiculous. Qin Cheng believed that as soon as he uttered that sentence, his men would absolutely turn against him. These people wanted to live a good life with Qin Cheng, not die with him. Soon, the escort fleet's duty officer, sensing something was amiss, stormed Qin Cheng's office with a large number of Marines. After such a long period of awakening, no one would believe Qi Yiming hadn't cultivated personnel who were absolutely loyal to him. It's just that these people rarely appeared in public, having been carefully hidden within the fleet's various systems. Especially before Qi Yiming was about to implement the hibernation plan, he transferred a large number of his trusted associates to the escort fleet under various pretexts, thus firmly controlling the fleet from all aspects. This was the fundamental reason Qi Yiming could confidently implement the hibernation plan. Qin Cheng looked at the Marines who had rushed into his office and whispered to Hao Qinqi on the other end of the communicator, "Put everything on me." Before Hao Qinqi could comprehend what was happening, he heard a muffled gunshot over the line, followed by the thud of the communicator falling to the ground. Chapter 284. The disturbance caused by Qin Cheng and his wife was quickly quelled. Although Qi Yiming's trusted personnel maintained firm control over the escort fleet, they were unable to interfere with the internal management of the colony ship, serving as a form of checks and balances. Thus, after dealing with the rebellion within the colony ship, they quickly returned to their respective warships to continue their escort missions. Of course, as soon as they led their men onto the colony ship, they dispatched personnel to the hibernation center to awaken the next group of individuals, who could take over the power of the Archons according to the previously scheduled duty schedule. After awakening, Zhong Zhirong and Yun Mao were completely bewildered by the mess left behind by Qin Cheng and his wife. Since their initial awakening, neither of them had held any important positions within Qi Yiming's team, a matter of personality. Before the war between the former Human Federation and the Zerg, both of them had lived on welfare provided by the Federation. The two men shared a common philosophy. Federal relief funds were more than enough to keep them well fed and clothed, and with the endless stream of exceptional talent emerging from the Federation, the depth of their inner circle was beyond their wildest dreams. So why did they continue to work so hard? Wasn't it tiring? If war hadn't broken out, these two men would have been what people would call parasites. Laying low was their approach to life. Even with war, they passively and helplessly accepted the federal government's arrangements, diligently and responsibly completing their tasks. Desperate? No. It was impossible for them to work so hard. With so many outstanding individuals working for the fate of humanity, one more of them wouldn't make a difference, and two less wouldn't make a difference either. So they drifted through life in the former Federation fleet, languishing until Qi Yiming rescued them from their misery. They had considered cheering up and emulating Qi Yiming and striving for a brighter future for humanity. But their personalities kept them from becoming discouraged after a few days. They resigned from some of their more important jobs with Qi Yiming, found relatively undemanding ones, and resumed their slacking. If Qi Yiming hadn't been unable to find a suitable candidate, they might not even have wanted to become Archons. Now, not only were they Archons, but they were also faced with the mess left by Qin Cheng, forcing them to bite the bullet. They couldn't solve the problem of the mechanical core, and Qi Yiming hadn't given them any way to control it. Now, aside from the general engineering staff, who could bring tools into the energy extraction center to perform equipment maintenance, no one else dared to approach within 100 meters, lest they face disastrous consequences. Since the Archon's power had been revoked, it seemed untenable to do nothing. So, the two of them decided to build a wall. Separate the area guarded by the mechanical core from the human activity areas within the spacecraft to prevent accidents. After more than half a month of hesitation, the two finally produced a feasibility report. After signing it, they completely let loose. The engineering team had the construction plan left by Wang Sun, and could simply execute it step by step. As for fleet management, the two didn't need to worry too much, the administrative system left by Fang Min was still very efficient. General matters could be handled at a very low administrative level. The only thing that troubled the two was whether they should follow Wang Sun and Fang Min's example, and temporarily give up their right to hibernate until the end of their lives before entering the hibernation capsule. But what happened next solidified their resolve. The Academy completed the construction of the virtual world the year after the two were awakened. Originally, Qi Yiming strongly opposed the virtual world project, knowing that many people in the former Federation, receiving federal government welfare, were addicted to the virtual world. So, even when the technology became feasible, Qi Yiming refused to promote it. However, with the onset of Fang Min's population growth plan, the space inside the spacecraft had become somewhat crowded after centuries of human reproduction. Wang Sun and Fang Min secretly ordered the Academy to build a virtual world, freeing up most of the entertainment venues for the construction of new residential centers. What Wang Sun and Fang Min didn't realize was that Zhong Zhirong and Yun Mao were already heavy users of the virtual world. Before the war broke out, they spent their entire time in the virtual world, except for their regular mealtimes. This was because they didn't have the citizen status to purchase a game chamber that could be filled with nutrient solution. Otherwise, they would likely have spent the rest of their lives inside the chamber. Now, there's nothing you can't get from being a console. The two immediately customized their own gaming chambers, which could be filled with nutrient solution, and began their beloved lifestyle, completely forgetting about hibernation. After giving their secretaries a few words, the two simultaneously entered the chambers and began their life of drunken bliss. The entire staff was stunned. Fortunately, Fang Min and Wang Sun had laid a solid foundation, allowing the fleet to function smoothly even without them. Thus, the two acquired a new codename among government officials, the Salted Fish Duo. Of course, they weren't completely indifferent. When their presence was needed for many important matters, they would attend on time. After all, some projects required their personal authorization. And so, with the Salted Fish Duo at the helm, the escaped fleet managed to survive another 170 years without incident. That day, the two octogenarians arrived at the hibernation center in wheelchairs to awaken the next group of Archons. On the way, they argued endlessly about whose Wenin developed more effectively in the game world, even arguing fiercely. Don't be unconvinced. Our starfish civilization's technological level is overwhelmingly superior to yours. What are you saying? Damn it. I'm a psychically ascended race. How could I be afraid of a technological civilization? Come and fight me if you don't agree. Let's fight. Who am I afraid of? Yun Mao excitedly stood up from his floating chair and pulled Zhong Zhirong back. A staff member quickly intervened. Your Excellency, Archon, we need your authorization to awaken the next group. What's the rush? We fight one more round and we be back. Zhong Zhirong was incredibly excited. For years, the races he and Yun Mao had created in the virtual world had been victorious and defeated, neither willing to yield. The staff member smiled wryly and said, You two also said, we wanted another round last time. We've been waiting at the door for over a month. Zhong Zhirong scratched his head awkwardly, glanced at Yun Mao beside him, and said, How about we wake up the next group first? According to the rules, you must also go into hibernation after the next group of Archons wake up. At this point, Yun Mao cautiously approached Zhong Zhirong and said, How about we just keep playing? After we die, the Central Intelligence will automatically bypass its permissions and wake up the next group of Archons. I think that's fine. Chapter 285. The Salted Fish Duo ultimately failed to realize their dream of truly enjoying themselves to death. After handing over to Yi Lu and Yi Zhenju, the two were helped into their hibernation chambers by staff. Yi Lu looked at the two elderly former Archons, somewhat bewildered. She asked Yi Zhenju, who was standing beside her, also bewildered, What's going on? Who are these two old men? Why don't I recognize them? Yi Zhenju was able to recognize them. Yun Mao and Zhong Zhirong, two salted fish with no big ambitions. Qi Yiming assigned them relatively undemanding tasks, so they don't appear often. It's understandable that you didn't recognize them. How come they look so old? Wasn't the agreed-upon rotation age no more than 150? They look like they're in their 20s or 90s. Yi Zhenju shook her head. Let's check the logbook later. We might have missed a lot of wonderful life. The two returned to the office and carefully reviewed all the logbooks from their hibernation period. Yi Zhenju was completely impressed by the sacrifices made by Wang Sun and Fang Min, and she envied Qi Yiming for having such caring partners and subordinates. But after seeing what Qin Cheng and his wife had done, she felt a strong desire to drag Hao Qinqi, who had been forced into hibernation, out and give him a beating. After learning about the Salted Fish Duo's situation, she felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Yi Lu, standing nearby, felt the same way, but after reassessing the fleet's current location, she completely lost her composure. She realized that during her shift, the fleet would pass by the intersection of Qiaoshan's route. In fact, according to normal duty procedures, when the two fleets met in the vast starry sea, Qi Yiming should have been on duty. But Wang Sun and Fang Min had made a good start, and by some fluke, Yi Lu had actually caught up with the historic moment of the two fleets' reunion. After all these years, does he still remember me? Yi Lu silently asked herself. He must be dormant too. I wonder if he's found someone he loves. He Zhenju noticed something strange about Yi Lu. As a woman herself, she could guess at what she was thinking. What's going on? Are you a little excited about meeting your lover? He Zhenju leaned close to Yi Lu's ear and whispered. Having her thoughts instantly read through by her partner, she felt a surge of shyness. Alright, there's nothing to be ashamed of. He Zhenju, noticing Yi Lu's intense embarrassment, stopped teasing her about the incident and said seriously, those two idiots didn't even explain the fleet's current situation when they handed it over. Let's stop standing here like idiots. Let's go back and check on our respective responsibilities. As for your lover, it'd be at least a decade before we see him again. Yi Lu nodded and returned to her office alone. The gaming pod the Salted Fish duo had originally installed in the office had long since been dismantled by the staff, and the office had been restored to its original state. Yi Lu had taken over the internal affairs duties, and she sat at her desk, pulling up work records and carefully reviewing them. Fang Min had meticulously organized the administrative structures of the 3 colony ships. Over the years, there had rarely been any incidents beyond the capacity of the grassroots units, which had relieved Yi Lu, who wasn't particularly adept at clerical work. But she was shocked to see the population figures. Yi Lu remembered that at the beginning of the escape, the total population of the fleet, including those serving on the warships, and the citizens who had entered hibernation, was around 34 billion. Thanks to Fang Min's birth control policy, the total population has now reached 36 billion, over 2 billion more than before. If it weren't for Wang Xin's fleet expansion plan, the 3 colony ships would have been overcrowded by now. He Zhenju was actually checking her work log. Aside from the 2 salted fish writing everything is normal in their work logs, when they first took over, there had been no new changes in the logs over the years. As for Chen Cheng's work log, she might as well ignore it. He Zhenju went straight to Wang Xin's work log. It detailed everything Wang Xin did every day. What made He Zhenju sigh was that Wang Xin's work schedule was almost completely packed. Even in his old age, he still worked 9 to 10 hours a day before taking a break. Looking at the fleet development plan, which stretched over 10,000 pages, He Zhenju couldn't help but admire Wang's senator. She wondered what Qi Yiming would think of it. Clicking on the fleet development plan casually, He Zhenju frowned. Although Wang Xin's plan was detailed, the project progressed relatively smoothly during his tenure. During Chen Cheng's tenure, project progress almost stalled until the Salted Fish duo took over, when the expansion project resumed. However, the Salted Fish duo's management style was too casual, and the expansion project progressed slowly, barely keeping pace with the population growth. He Zhenju was aware of the fleet's population growth, so she knew that if the engineering team continued to advance at a relatively slow pace, the 3 colony ships would be overcrowded within 20 years, and a large number of people might have to be forced into hibernation. He Zhenju immediately met with the engineering team leader and urged him to expedite the project, especially the expansion plan for the 3 colony ships, which needed to be carried out ahead of schedule. The engineering team leader was a sharp man, knowing that He Zhenju was different from his previous, indolent leader. Upon meeting He Zhenju, he changed his previously lazy demeanor, and assured her that the task would be completed with absolute quality and quantity. Yi Lu and He Zhenju were both capable workers. After an initial flurry of activity, they quickly managed everything, and the fleet once again entered an era of rapid development. Wang Xin's second phase plan for the fleet was much more ambitious than the first. He planned to extend a residential area above the 3 colony ships. This meant that after the completion of the second phase expansion plan for the Hope, which originally had only 1 floor, a second identical colony ship would be stacked on top of it. The expansion plans for the remaining 2 giant colony ships would also begin after the Hope was completed. What else could He Zhenju say except admiration? After all, the entire plan had been approved by the Academy of Sciences, and Shi Shaojia's name was even signed at the end of the development plan. The entire construction process was essentially the same as the original industrial spacecraft. Now, they would build enough giant platforms inside the spacecraft, then tow them out for assembly during the fleet's rest periods. The only challenge was constructing numerous giant elevators and connectors inside the Hope to connect the giant platforms to the Hope, facilitating movement and movement. The entire project would continue until He Jinju completed her term. Chapter 286. After sorting out her duties, Yilu not only showed up at the office on time every day, but also inspected the various administrative areas within the spacecraft. The living conditions aboard the colony spacecraft were now much better than when humanity first began deep space travel. Thanks to the successful completion of the industrial ship, a large amount of living resources continuously flowed from the production line. Wang Sun even designated an area within the industrial ship for the development of agriculture. Over the course of several hundred years, humans not only ate artificially grown food, but also natural meat products produced by animal husbandry. While the variety was limited, it was still much better than eating synthetic food all day. He Jinju was also ready to start her own business. As a foodie, how could she be content with just a few artificially grown foods? Thanks to the population growth, the engineering team had expanded significantly. Therefore, while carrying out the second phase of expansion on the Hope, He Jinju also began work on expanding the industrial ship. This time, she planned to expand a dedicated area for agriculture and animal husbandry. It's said that a better and more comfortable life is one of the greatest driving forces for human development, and this statement is absolutely true. Upon hearing that He Jinju planned to expand the planting and animal husbandry industries, some of the idle personnel within the fleet began to enthusiastically sign up to join the engineering team. They worked in 3 shifts to advance the industrial ship expansion plan, which invigorated He Jinju. 20 years had passed in a flash, and after 2 rest stops, the fleet would reach the location Qi Yiming had estimated would rendezvous with Xiao Shan. During this period, Yi Lu had made frequent mistakes at her work, and He Jinju had noticed them all. Aside from a few good-natured jokes, He Jinju didn't overly blame Yi Lu. Not to mention Yi Lu, He Jinju was actually looking forward to reuniting with Xiao Shan. After reuniting with Xiao Shan, Qi Yiming's Strategic Strike Fleet's collection of modular warships would be completed, bringing humanity one step closer to its counterattack against the Zerg. So, at the next 2 rest stops, the fleet didn't linger for long, waiting for the jump engines to cool down before setting sail for the next node. 4 years later, the fleet finally arrived at the rendezvous point Yi Lu had longed for. But to her disappointment, the system within the rest stop was remarkably quiet. Aside from 4 planets orbiting a star, no signs of any previous artificial existence had been found. Based on the range, we're slightly closer to this point than Xiao Shan, He Jinju said, looking at the worried-looking Yi Lu. Yi Lu knew they arrived before Xiao Shan, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. According to the navigation plan, how long will we stay here? He Jinju asked casually. Unexpectedly, Yi Lu blurted out, 5 years. Without even glancing at the navigation plan. So long? He Jinju was a little surprised. The humans were fleeing for their lives. Although the Zerg had only appeared once along the way, no one could be sure whether they had temporarily abandoned their pursuit of humans, as they had before. Yi Lu frowned at He Jinju's surprised tone, clearly unhappy. But Yi Lu still explained, we calculated that Xiao Shan's fleet would arrive at the rendezvous point 3 to 4 years later than we would. Taking into account any potential problems along the way, we ultimately decided that the fleet would remain here for 5 years. This was Mr. Qi's decision. Do you have any objections? He Jinju knew the woman was completely lost, so she didn't bother arguing. No. I'm just a little surprised. I never stayed this long before, but since I'm waiting for someone, a little delay is understandable. The 2 parted ways unhappily, each going about their own business. Yi Lu would occasionally stand on the Hope's observation deck, gazing lovingly at the deep starry sky, constantly anticipating the arrival of Xiao Shan's fleet. Little did she know that Xiao Shan's fleet was on its last legs. Xiao Shan's journey wasn't as comfortable as Qi Yiming and the others. Because the evacuation was so sudden, the fleet's supplies were inadequate, and Xiao Shan lacked the technology to build large colony ships. Therefore, his fleet consisted of warships and numerous small colony ships. Some of these colony ships were even converted cargo ships, and the people living on them lived even less comfortably than the animals on He Jinju's newly expanded animal farm. But even ships in this condition faced the constant risk of running out of energy. Fortunately, Xiao Shan had produced a large number of hibernation pods during the initial phase of the fleet's evacuation. With a large number of the fleet's personnel in hibernation, energy consumption was minimized, allowing them to reach the rendezvous point. Inside the bridge of the battleship Azure, Xiao Shan sat in his command chair, wearing a washed, discolored uniform. His full beard and the slight wrinkles around his eyes silently told everyone that Xiao Shan was no longer young. He frowned, drank a sip of the slightly stale water, and asked his attendant, "How many times have you woken me?" Your Majesty. For the 45th time. The water tasted truly terrible. He impatiently put the cup back on the shelf. What's going on this time? Your Majesty, we reached the rendezvous point in 2 days. Hearing this, Qiao Shan's expression brightened. We're finally there. I wonder if Mr. Qi and the others have escaped. After saying this, Qiao Shan gazed at the unchanging red and blue light outside the window. When will the fleet exit the warp channel? Expected to exit the warp channel in 51 hours, the attendant said cautiously. We don't have the ability to detect the situation within the system beforehand. Isn't it too dangerous to suddenly exit the warp channel at the edge of the system? Dangerous? Why do you say that? Our situation is so dire. If theirs is even worse off than ours, we likely end up fighting over energy resources. Qiao Shan nodded. His attendant was right. Then exit the warp channel early and activate the deep space radar to see what's going on. The attendant looked at Qiao Shan awkwardly, as if he was about to speak but hesitated. Just say what you want to say. Why are you hesitating? Your Majesty. The deep space exploration module has been unusable for years because it hasn't been inspected or activated. These modular warships sat idle for thousands of years without any problems before I took them on. How come they're already breaking down after only a few hundred years? Your Majesty, the ships were in a vacuum back then, which is why the equipment was preserved for so long. But now there's air inside. Qiao Shan shook his head helplessly, signaling his attendant to stop. Then let's send a reconnaissance ship to take a look. Yes, I arrange it right away. Qiao Shan's fleet quickly exited the jump channel, with only a single frigate sent to the rendezvous point for reconnaissance. A few days later, however, the news the frigate brought back made Qiao Shan briefly wonder if he was hallucinating. Chapter 287. Tell me what you saw again. Qiao Shan looked incredulously at the captain of the reconnaissance ship, who was beaming with joy. Your Majesty, you heard correctly. Countless warships, and 4 massive spaceships. The captain of the Zhancha ship excitedly described everything he had seen. How is that possible? How did Qi Yiming solve the energy problem? Qiao Shan was bewildered. Did he extract some incredible technology from the technological heritage? That shouldn't be possible. Qiao Shan's attendant interrupted. Your Majesty, what should we do next? What should we do? Qiao Shan realized that even if he racked his brains, it would be useless. So with a smirk he said, let's go eat the dog owner. Order the fleet to set sail immediately. The attendant seemed to be infected by Qiao Shan's mood and turned with a smile on his face to give the order to set sail. Yi Lu, who was inspecting the Hope, suddenly received a communication request from Fleet Command. She pulled out her communication terminal and took a look. It was a red-level communication. Without a second thought, she answered the call immediately. He Zhenju's excited voice echoed over the line. They arrived. They arrived. Yi Lu was still a little puzzled. What do you mean they arrived? Sister Zhenju, speak more slowly. I said Qiao Shan's fleet has arrived. It took a long time for Yi Lu to recover from her surprise. She immediately left the staff accompanying her on the inspection, quickly boarded an unmanned flying vehicle, and headed for the fleet headquarters. After repeated confirmation, He Zhenju had confirmed that an unidentified fleet had suddenly appeared in the void 3 light-years from the local system. They also detected a small fleet of warships that had secretly appeared at the edge of the local system 2 days ago, remained there for about half a day, and then sped away. Yi Lu arrived at the Fleet Command Center, breathless. She looked at He Zhenju excitedly. How's it going? Have you contacted Qiao Shan? He Zhenju shook her head. We confirmed it's Qiao Shan's fleet. The acting captain of the Xiefeng just sent a confirmation message. Yi Lu's eyes followed He Zhenju's finger, and saw a picture taken by the Deep Space Telescope showing a battleship remarkably similar to the War Spear, quietly parked there. He Zhenju continued, this battleship is the Aurora, one of the Shield-class modular battleships. Qiao Shan should be aboard it. Did he respond? Yi Lu looked at He Zhenju expectantly. Unexpectedly, He Zhenju shook her head and said, no matter how we called out, there was no response. How is that possible? Just as Yi Lu's hen was being questioned further, the person observing Qiao Shan's fleet shouted, they moved, and appeared to be accelerating towards us. He Zhenju and Yi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Their continued lack of response was indeed a bit irritating. However, it seemed Qiao Shan had already spotted them, and was therefore accelerating his fleet towards them. 2 days later, Qiao Shan's fleet finally appeared at the edge of the local system. This time, the fleet's short-range communication equipment finally reached the bridge. Yi Lu stared blankly at the image of Qiao Shan, his beard covered, his forehead wrinkled, and his clothes torn, on the communicator. Is this Qiao Shan? Is he a fake? Yi Lu couldn't help but grumble. But Xiao Shan said with a smile, Sister Yi, long time no see. The attendant standing beside Xiao Shan was so frightened that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had served Xiao Shan for so many years, but he had never seen him so gentle. When did he always face his ministers with a stern face? But now, was Xiao Shan actually smiling and talking to a woman? Xiao Shan. Yi Lu was agitated, her words halting. Are you okay? Not bad, I just suffered a lot these past few years. Yi Lu could no longer continue. Tears streamed from her eyes. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands, afraid that she would burst into tears if she opened her mouth. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment. He Zhenju finally couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed Yi Lu aside, then stood in front of the communicator and said, Xiao Shan. Do you remember me? Sister Yi duh. How could I not remember? Not bad, kid. You haven't forgotten me, your elder sister. You clearly suffered a lot. Arrange for your fleet to come over quickly. Xiao Shan agreed and hung up. He gave a few instructions to his attendants before heading alone to the Aurora shuttle bay. He wanted to go aboard the Hope and see how Qi Yiming had solved the energy problem. At first, Xiao Shan hadn't quite believed the information the scout captain had given him. He knew exactly what happened when Xiao Shan left the New Federation. Back then, the New Federation simply didn't have the capacity to build such a large spacecraft. Xiao Shan was truly curious about what had happened in between. Soon, Xiao Shan's shuttle, guided by the Hope, entered its inner docking bay. Yi Lu and He Zhenju were already waiting in the harbor safe zone. Yi Lu stood on tiptoe, eagerly watching Xiao Shan's shuttle dock securely. Seeing Xiao Shan through the communicator and seeing him in person, Yi Lu's feelings shifted again. Xiao Shan looked much more composed than before his departure, his face no longer etched with sadness. However, there was a shallow scar on his right cheek, hidden by his thick beard. Only when Yi Lu stared intently at Xiao Shan did she stumble upon it. Seeing him in person, Yi Lu could no longer suppress the longing she had suppressed in her heart and threw herself into Xiao Shan's arms. Xiao Shan's guards, guns drawn, were about to attack, but Xiao Shan intervened in time. Sister Yi, you're still so young, you haven't changed at all. Xiao Shan's words frightened the guards, who had come with him. In their minds, their majesty would never speak like that. What happened today? Was his majesty possessed? Several personal guards exchanged bewildered glances, hoping their companions could explain the situation. Xiao Shan approached He Zhenju nonchalantly and gave her a big hug, which startled her. But Xiao Shan said, after all these years, it's truly a blessing to see an old companion again. Then he looked around and asked, why isn't Mr. Qi here? Oh, he's in hibernation. We're divided into groups for duty, and it's not his turn yet. Oh. Then, Sister He, could you tell me how you solved the energy problem? Xiao Shan didn't ask Yi Lu directly. He felt the question was a bit sensitive. Xiao Shan knew Yi Lu's feelings for him, and he didn't want to put her in a difficult position over such a sensitive question. He Zhenju said nonchalantly, it's not that inconvenient. We got a vacuum zero-point energy extraction device, which solved the problem of energy shortage. Chapter 288. He Zhenju exchanged a few pleasantries with Xiao Shan, then tactfully handed the tour guide duties to Yi Lu. She herself returned to headquarters under the pretext of arranging Xiao Shan's fleet. The dozen or so large observation decks aboard the Hope were packed with people, all of whom had heard the news and come to see the excitement. Originally, everyone thought that no matter how bad Xiao Shan's fleet was, it was still better than when they first set out on their escape. Look at the Hope now. While there were still many flaws, it was much better than when they first set out. But as Xiao Shan's fleet gradually approached, everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. They were at a loss for words to describe what they were witnessing. The exterior armor of many ships had peeled off, revealing their internal structures. Some ships had only one of their 4 engines working. He Zhenju, standing in the headquarters, observed the same scene, frowning deeply. It was too miserable. Compared to the lives Xiao Shan and his men were living, the humans Qi Yiming had brought with him were practically living in paradise. CFing. Prepare to conduct remote support repairs. Start by repairing those ships with severely damaged exterior armor. He Zhenju quickly recovered from her shock and ordered the CFing to begin repairing the dilapidated ships in Xiao Shan's fleet. However, these were only the exteriors of the ships. The conditions within them left the engineers, who had boarded to deliver supplies, stunned. The murky air inside the ships made them afraid to remove their airtight helmets. The external temperatures displayed on the spacesuits inside the ships showed that some ships had internal temperatures as high as 56 degrees Celsius, while others were over -30°C. A large amount of equipment had lost its original function due to years of disrepair. The humans living within were emaciated and pale. Due to a lack of water and constant inability to wash, they exuded a strong sour odor. Even the airtight helmets with air filters were unable to filter out the odor. The ship was completely dark, save for some public areas with some lighting. Xiao Shan's fleet had truly reached its limit. At this point, the humans within Xiao Shan's fleet also noticed something was amiss, emerging from their dark corners one by one. The long period of repression had made these people extremely sensitive and instilled a certain fear of strangers. When the engineers tried to communicate with them, they retreated, looking at the engineers in their spacesuits with slightly terrified eyes. With no success, the engineers could only shake their heads and sigh as they made their way to the ship's power reactor compartment. Soon, with sufficient energy supply, the ship gradually activated all its equipment. Unfortunately, most of the equipment failed to start successfully, causing the engineers who arrived to provide support to frown again. Your Excellency, the condition of these ships is extremely poor. A large amount of equipment needs to be replaced, and some ships are even considered scrap. He Jinju listened to the report from the engineering team's chief rescue officer at the fleet headquarters. Then let the industrial ships produce as many ships as possible. For those that cannot be repaired, disperse the people inside and transfer them to our giant colony ships. Elsewhere, Yi Lu took Qiao Shan on a tour of the Hope. Qiao Shan sighed at the wonderful living environment here, and nothing more to say. Until Yi Lu led Qiao Shan to the core urban area, surrounded by a wall. Why is there a wall here? Qiao Shan asked curiously, pointing at the wall. Yi Lu explained briefly, then said, right now, only those serving on the engineering team can enter the energy extraction center, and only 2 people can enter at a time. Anyone else who crosses the wall will be attacked by armed machines. Qiao Shan nodded silently. For such an important place, the security can't be too strict. After standing outside the wall for a long moment, Qiao Shan spoke again. Let's go to the headquarters. After all, my people are waiting for me to settle outside. Yi Lu nodded, and casually stopped an unmanned flying car. After the few people got in, the flying car quietly took off and flew towards the headquarters. When Yi Jinju saw Qiao Shan entering the command center, she gave him a thumbs up with a look of admiration. I'm truly impressed that you managed to bring such a dilapidated fleet here. Qiao Shan only smiled bitterly. Who would want to live in darkness and hopelessness when they could have a good life? The fleet's ability to hold out this far was due to Qiao Shan's contributions. But most importantly, it was the fleet members' desire to survive. Qiao Shan was thankful that during such a long voyage, there had been no widespread unrest within his fleet, and no one had even attempted a desperate rebellion. Has the rescue operation begun? Qiao Shan looked at the giant holographic display in the command center, which was showing scenes from outside the Hope. Tens of thousands of small transport boats shuttled between the various spacecraft, delivering the equipment and supplies needed by the engineers to the target ship. Watching the busy rescue workers, Qiao Shan felt a sense of relief and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to He Jinju. All right, don't be polite. He Jinju smiled at the two of them, her gaze making Yi Lu blush. We've been in this system long enough. After completing the initial rescue of your fleet, we must set sail immediately. Otherwise, the chances of being overtaken by the Zerg will be much greater. I have no objection. Everything is up to you. Qiao Shan nodded. I wonder when I can see Mr. Qi. Yi Lu and I have just begun our terms. According to the original rotation plan, Qi Yiming was to join you, but someone else arbitrarily extended his term. Qiao Shan smiled and declined to comment. He Jinju glanced at Qiao Shan and said, you can stay aboard the Hope. You can choose to enter hibernation after a while. When you wake up, you should be able to see Qi Yiming. Then He Jinju glanced at the holographic screen again and pointed at the image above. As for your fleet, arrange for someone to contact us and submit a list of supplies. I will arrange for logistics personnel to resupply them on time. Sister Yi told me on the way that you have established a coalition government. Yes, our fleet composition is somewhat complex. Fleets from the Cloud Ring Federation, the Taro Empire, and other countries have joined us. To facilitate management, we established a coalition government. Qiao Shan lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then let's join too. As you said, it will facilitate unified management. He Jinju and Yi Lu were not surprised by Qiao Shan's choice. You need to coordinate with Yi Lu regarding government affairs. She's in charge of those. He Jinju pointed to Yi Lu, who had been standing quietly to the side. I'm only responsible for logistics and all engineering work within the fleet. As for the escort fleet, You need to separate it out and temporarily form a separate force. Regarding the military, we only have wartime command authority. Chapter 289. Just as Qiao Shan and his companions were discussing their next steps, an alarm suddenly blared in the fleet headquarters. What's going on? He Zhenju asked nervously. Bugs everywhere. Amidst the chaos, the voice, seemingly from nowhere, set everyone into a state of panic. It's a trap. Qiao Shan and He Zhenju shouted simultaneously. The Zerg swarm appeared so suddenly that the outer alert fleet didn't even notice a single trace. The human fleet was surrounded from all sides. It was clear that the Zerg overlord was aware of this rendezvous point and had set up a massive trap there, intending to capture the entire human fleet. What should we do? Yi Lu asked, panicking and clutching Qiao Shan's arm. You go to the hibernation center and wake Qi Yiming. I command the fleet's defense from here, Qiao Shan said, gazing at the two men, already in a state of panic. He Zhenju immediately granted Qiao Shan command of the escort fleet, then rushed out with Yi Lu in tow, desperately heading for the hibernation center. At this point, the Zerg forces had already closed in from all directions, and the outer patrol fleet had been nearly annihilated. Qiao Shan frowned, glancing at the battlefield map, and immediately ordered the escort fleet to form a circular defensive formation, surrounding all colony ships in the center to prevent damage from the Zerg. This time, the Zerg's attack methods had significantly changed. It was clear that the experimental Zerg fleet Qi Yiming and his men had previously devoured had somehow managed to return to some star systems. Most of the Zerg individuals had switched from spraying corrosive liquids to spraying high-energy plasma. This was Qiao Shan's first encounter with such a situation, and he was inevitably a bit flustered. Thankfully, Qi Yiming's trusted confidants within the fleet had taken this into account when executing Qiao Shan's combat orders, so the captains of the escort fleet remained calm when the Zerg launched their attack. Even so, it still couldn't change the course of the Zerg war. From the outset of the battle, the fleet was locked in a bitter struggle. Qiao Shan attempted to concentrate his forces on the Zerg's weak points, but unfortunately, the Zerg were simply too numerous. Behind the Zerg horde stood a dense array of Leviathan warships, constantly releasing Zerg individuals. The human fleet's killing speed was completely outpaced by the Leviathan's hatching rate. Add to that the fact that the massive Zerg swarm was interspersed with elite individuals. In just 10 minutes of fighting, the human defense fleet had already lost nearly 10,000 warships of various types. The Overmind fought a war of abundance. The attacking forces closing in from all directions had no prioritization. Every attempt by the Zerg to stop the human fleet before them was enough to shred it, and their respective Zerg kings would receive a vast supply of biomass as a replenishment. Gaze upon the mobile biomass, the Zerg kings tasked with encircling the human fleet were now furious. Lacking supreme control of the Snow Peak, Qiao Shan was unable to fully integrate his Aurora with the super flagship, so he could only have the Aurora accompany the Snow Peak and provide auxiliary attack support. A torrent of plasma burst onto the Aurora's deployed energy shield. Had it not just received a fresh energy supply, the shield generator would have operated at full power without hesitation. Even 30 or 50 plasma bursts, let alone such a large amount, would have completely shattered the Aurora's deployed energy shield. Of course, mixed with the vast amount of plasma were countless explosive mosquitoes released from the Leviathan. Their attack methods had also changed. Previously, the explosive mosquitoes would spray the corrosive liquid contained within their bodies upon exploding, but now they had transformed into missiles of extremely high intelligence. All the explosive mosquitoes flew towards the weak points of the warships. The warships attacked by the explosive mosquitoes either had their engines destroyed or their main guns torn from their mountings by the massive explosions. Even if the warships were not sunk, the goal of weakening the human fleet was still achieved. Seeing signs of a breach in the fleet's outer defenses, Qiao Shan became completely anxious. He contacted Yi Lu and asked, Mr. Qi, haven't you completed the emergency awakening yet? It will be soon. The emergency awakening drug has just been injected. As Yi Lu spoke, Qi Yiming slowly opened his eyes. Awake! Yi Lu immediately came to Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming looked half asleep, his mind still wandering. He Zhenju slapped Qi Yiming's cheek and shouted, Stop daydreaming. The insects are coming. Our fleet is completely surrounded. Qi Yiming's scatterbrain gaze slowly gathered, and he took in the surrounding scene. He could feel an extreme discomfort in his body, the exact same feeling he had when he woke up on that nameless planet. Qi Yiming knew he had been given an emergency awakening. The only condition he had set for the emergency awakening was that the fleet would be surrounded by the insect swarm, locked in a bitter battle, with no hope of escape. After focusing his eyes, he finally saw the two anxious archons before him. Yi Lu was holding up a communicator to signal someone, while He Jinju was rubbing her right hand, evidently having received a powerful slap. Qi Yiming, not caring about anything else, snatched the communicator from Yi Lu's hand. Report on the current battle situation? The outer defenses are in danger of being breached. The Zerg's attack intensity is much higher this time, and their attack methods have also changed dramatically. Hearing Qiao Shan's blunt voice over the communicator, Qi Yiming paused for a moment before continuing, "Where is the Aurora now?" "Next to the Xiefeng. Arrange a transport to take me to the Xiefeng immediately. You must also return to the Aurora and hand over command to me." Qi Yiming ripped off the various needles stuck in his body, not bothering to put on a coat. He threw on his tight shorts, bare-chested, and rushed out of the hibernation center, heading for the nearest transport dock. As he ran, he said to the two women chasing after him, "Return to your command posts immediately, and take control of the fleet. I will assume the authority of Supreme Archon." The two women's panicked hearts suddenly calmed as they heard Qi Yiming begin to issue various orders efficiently. They knew that humanity's backbone had returned, and no matter how difficult the upcoming battle would be, they were confident that Qi Yiming would be able to find a solution. When Qi Yiming regained consciousness, the captains of the escort fleet seemed to have received the news. The fleet's previously somewhat chaotic formation became orderly within minutes, and coordination between the ships became smooth. In particular, the heavily damaged warships, receiving support from friendly ships, slowly retreated to the center of the fleet to undergo emergency repairs, instantly reducing the high casualty rate to a minimum. Chapter 290. Qi Yiming's return to give the captains of the escort fleet a shot in the arm. But it couldn't fundamentally resolve the impending extinction of humanity. Soon, Qi Yiming and Qiao Shan returned to the bridges of their respective warships. "Aurora, close to me." Qi Yiming's first action upon returning to the bridge was to demand that Qiao Shan's Aurora quickly close in. When the Aurora approached the Xiefeng super flagship to a certain distance, Qiao Shan suddenly realized he had lost control of the Aurora. Guided by the Xiefeng, the Aurora reached her bow position. Simultaneously, the other shield-type modular warships automatically disassembled as they approached, and, guided by the Xiefeng, flew towards their targets. Soon, a circular gun mount rose in the war spear's mirror image, and the Aurora landed squarely on its stern. The Azure and Paranoia entered the Snow Peak superflagship's hull directly from the ship's central warship catapult port and, towed by a massive platform, were transported to designated locations within the ship for installation. The remaining shield-type modular warships also flew to their respective assembly positions according to pre-assembled procedures. After completing their assembly, Qiao Shan boarded the ship's transport boat and arrived at the Snow Peaks bridge. Although he had experienced the assembly process for modular warships before, this was his first time seeing all the modular warships of the Strategic Strike Fleet fully assembled. All the way, he maintained strong confidence in this warship, for which Qi Yiming had placed such high hopes. Arriving at the bridge, Qi Yiming pointed to a control console to his right. That console is the main control console for the shield-type modular warships. You will be responsible for monitoring the operational status of the shield-type warships. Qiao Shan didn't say much, simply walking to the position Qi Yiming had assigned him, and taking up his position. Red Dragon, assume special combat stance. Red Dragon was the official name given by the former Human Federation to the final modular warship assembly. The Xiefeng, Qi Yiming's previous designation, was merely a zero-generation designation. Because there were so many possible combinations of modular warships, the captain generally assigned temporary names to ships other than the final assembly. After receiving Qi Yiming's command, the Red Dragon's onboard intelligent computer quickly began its stance transition. First, the two battleship-like super main guns at the bow shifted their respective mounts to form a new main gun. Although the guns didn't appear particularly novel, and it was unclear how powerful they were, Qi Yiming knew their attack power was second only to the light of destruction. Then, the Azure deployed its energy shield. But this energy shield was completely different from the ones he had seen before. The previous shield had barely shown a faint blue film, but this energy shield felt like a solid blue shell covering the Red Dragon. Furthermore, the energy shield's range was significantly greater, encompassing nearly every human warship. This was all thanks to the shield-based warship Qiao Shan had found, the Big Belly. Despite its somewhat playful name, it was indeed the most important cruiser among the shield-based module exchange warships. With its internal hull filled with energy storage tanks, the Azure could extend its shield's range to a radius of 2 light minutes, while maintaining a shield strength exceeding 800,000 degrees. This was still a ranged energy shield. If the Azure switched to single-target mode, the Red Dragon would possess an energy shield strength of 6 million degrees Celsius. If you looked closely, You could see flashes of red light occasionally appearing on the surface of the energy shield. This was the function of the destroyer paranoia. When an enemy strikes the energy shield, it absorbs a certain amount of attack energy or alters the properties of the shield's impact location, significantly reducing the damage inflicted by the enemy. The fleet was suddenly protected by a large-scale energy shield, which temporarily slowed the Zerg's attack. But then, a dense red light flashed across the shield. The cryogenic liquid within the Paranoia's onboard intelligent computer compartment began to boil under the gradually rising temperature of the intelligent computer. Vast quantities of noxious gases drifted into the air, the result of the vaporization of the cryogenic liquid. Qiao Shan watched the shield strength value plummet before him. In the blink of an eye, the 800,000 degree shield strength dropped to 630,000 degrees. At this rate, the seemingly intimidating large-scale energy shield would be overwhelmed by the Zerg swarm. Qi Yiming seemed fully aware of all this, unconcerned by the rapidly decreasing shield strength. Red Dragon, prepare for long-range delivery. Long-range delivery charging initiated. Please select a target. Qiao Shan was stunned by Qi Yiming's next command. It was the first time he had heard of long-range delivery, and he had no idea what Qi Yiming was planning. Qi Yiming then activated all the colony ships in the long-range delivery selection process, and arranged for a fleet of approximately 100,000 warships to be deployed alongside the colony ships. In short, all the ether crystals stored within the Red Dragon must be used up at once, and the fleet must be deployed as far as possible. The energy shield's strength was rapidly decreasing, and beads of sweat were already beating on Qiao Shan's forehead. After issuing the seemingly strange deployment order, Qi Yiming simply commanded the fleet to hold the line, but everyone knew that a Zerg breakthrough was inevitable under these circumstances. Just as Qiao Shan was about to ask Qi Yiming if he had a better plan, he suddenly noticed on the battlefield monitor that 3 of their giant colony ships had vanished after a flash of red light. Along with the 3 giant colony ships, a large number of warships, and the smaller colony ships Qiao Shan had brought with him also vanished. What happened? Where did all those colony ships and warships go? Qiao Shan's legs went weak at the sight. Qi Yiming smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm just using space warp technology to send them to a galaxy over 300 light-years away. They're safe." Qiao Shan felt a little relieved after hearing Qi Yiming's explanation. He immediately said to Qi Yiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Send away the remaining warships." Qi Yiming, however, replied, "We have to rely on ourselves for the remaining warships." "Why? We don't have enough materials. I can't even send out a small transport boat." Qiao Shan slumped back into his seat, muttering, "How could this happen? I finally got here." After a few seconds, Qiao Shan muttered to himself, "This is good. At least we sent most of the people away. It leaves a glimmer of hope for human civilization." Qi Yiming looked at Qiao Shan, looking dejected, and didn't know how to comfort him. He simply walked over to him and patted his shoulder. "Let's fight. We don't have to die here." Qiao Shan looked up at Qi Yiming. He wondered where the man before him got his confidence from. Look at the Zerg swarm surrounding them. The Leviathan, obscuring the sky, has already filled the local system. Even if the local system still had over 2 million warships, what hope could they have of breaking out? Chapter 291. Qiao Shan stared with a determined look at the Zerg swarm attacking the energy shield. At this moment, the strength of the Red Dragon's large-scale energy shield had dropped to over 90,000 degrees Celsius, and it looked as if the Zerg swarm would re-engage the friendly ships in the outer defense circle. "Even if we die, we must die with dignity." He turned to Qi Yiming. "Promise me, if the Zerg enter the Red Dragon, you must destroy my body. I don't want to become nutrient material for the Zerg." Qi Yiming simply glanced at Qiao Shan. He really didn't have time for idle chatter right now. Connecting to the fleet communication, Qi Yiming changed his strategy before the Zerg swarm could overwhelm the shield. "All warships, in squadrons, retreat in a leapfrog pattern to ensure friendly ships are within your fire support range." After receiving the new order, all warships began to retreat in shifts, shrinking their defensive line. As the Red Dragon's deployed energy shields began to shrink in coverage, their coverage area also began to decrease. Qi Yiming didn't issue the order to halt the contraction of the defense line until the gaps between all the warships reached a dangerous level. Then, Qi Yiming issued his next order. All ships, using the Red Dragon's position as a reference, will assume the new battle positions assigned by the Wise. Soon, all the warships began to move under the guidance of the Wise. Although the scene appeared somewhat chaotic, miraculously, no collisions occurred. Finally, under the coordination of the Wise, the human fleet formed a circular surface centered on the Red Dragon, and the Red Dragon's deployed energy shield was retracted to a point just wide enough to encircle all the warships. Although the energy shield's strength decreased during this process, it also strengthened as its range contracted. If the Red Dragon weren't so overwhelmed with warships, its energy shield could easily have been retracted to single-ship mode. Qiao Shan was somewhat puzzled by Qi Yiming's maneuver. Was he grouping all the warships together, waiting for the Zerg to destroy them all? Qiao Shan's confusion didn't affect Qi Yiming's next plan. After the fleet completed its new formation, Qi Yiming delegated command to the Wise, who directed the fleet's firepower, inflicting considerable casualties on the Zerg. This was especially true of the Red Dragon's new main gun, newly assembled from 2 battleships. The Heavy Tachyon Lance. Although the Tachyon Lance and the Particle Lance differ by a single letter, their attack power is worlds apart. If the Particle Lance's attack power is 1, then the Tachyon Lance's is 100. Furthermore, the Tachyon Lance's attack frequency is higher, and its range is greater. Faced with the Zerg siege, the Tachyon Lance was furiously harvesting the Leviathan at a rate of 5 rounds per minute. That's right, it was the Leviathan. Although the Leviathan possessed unparalleled defense against ordinary weaponry, a single shot from a Tachyon Lance could penetrate a Leviathan's hull. Streaks of red light pierced the dense Zerg formation, sinking the Leviathans in the rear row with a single shot. Each attack brought Qiao Shan a sense of satisfaction. Thinking back, he'd been badly tricked by those Leviathans. But the Leviathans were simply too numerous. Even if the Leviathans stood there and let the Red Dragon attack them, it would take the Red Dragon 10 days or more of continuous attacking to sink them all. It's just a drop in the bucket. Qiao Shan shook his head with a wry smile. But strangely, the Red Dragon had activated Fortress Mode and simultaneously entered Gravity Lock. Then Qiao Shan noticed that the energy supply to the energy shield generator was being diverted to the bow. Qiao Shan was about to warn Qi Yiming, but what happened next was beyond his imagination. The huge holographic screen inside the bridge was showing the preparations for the launch of the Light of Destruction. A yellow ardent crystal, bound by a tractor beam, slowly flew to its designated position. The entire preparation process, though slow, was extremely impressive. When a giant needle-like object was propelled from the Red Dragon's hull, Qiao Shan was completely stunned. He stuttered and asked Qi Yiming, What is this thing for? Firing pin. Qiao Shan didn't even have time to complain before the firing pin's head passed through the hollow disc made of the ardent crystal. The disc spun rapidly, and a high-energy laser shot from its interior rapidly sliced through the firing pin. After the cut was complete, Qiao Shan watched as the firing pin, now without its tip, slowly retracted and then slammed forward, shattering the yellow ardent crystal ring along with it. The fragments, along with the firing pin's head, flew into the massive yellow ball of light that had just formed at the Red Dragon's bow. Next came the nested rings within the Light of Destruction, this time arranged from small to large, from the ship's hull to the bow. The pale blue energy fed into the rings began to flow from the smallest ring to the largest ring in the outer circle. Qiao Shan had thought this was enough, but who could have predicted that the rings, after filling with energy, suddenly split into numerous smaller arcs, and the next second, a large amount of high-energy particles erupted from the Red Dragon's bow. After passing through the circular arcs of the ring, these particles pulled out extremely fine, thread-like energy beams behind them. These energy beams, like a semicircular bouquet with all its petals missing, stopped the yellow sphere. Then, they pulled the energy within the yellow sphere toward the Zerg. Then, the Red Dragon's high-energy particle ejection paused every half-second. During these pauses, the small arcs, pulled by an invisible force, made a subtle, unique movement, and then repeated the previous high-energy particle emission process. Although each scattered energy beam dispersed significantly after a certain distance, the Red Dragon could not withstand this continuous firing for 5 minutes. The firing only ended after the huge yellow sphere at the bow was completely consumed. If Qiao Shan had stood in front of the Red Dragon and observed this 5-minute firing, he would have seen countless dense yellow high-energy particle beams, mixed with black powder and yellow ardent crystal powder, rapidly flying toward the Zerg swarm. These beams formed a circle with a radius of 10 light minutes, within which the yellow high-energy particle beams were less than 10 meters apart. This circle, like a densely packed fly swatter studded with tiny needles, swatted the insect swarm relentlessly. Wherever it passed, all insects were vaporized by these densely packed, yet slightly fine, beams, leaving no one unharmed. Leviathans were no exception to this fate. Whenever struck by these tiny, high-energy plum beams, their biomass would involuntarily combust. 5 minutes later, Qiao Shan discovered a 10 light-minute radius control zone in front of the human fleet. Attention, all ships! Maximize engine power. Enter the warp channel as quickly as possible. Let's get out of this damn place. Qiao Shan was unable to think straight. He even kept asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Chapter 292. Over 2 million warships accelerated simultaneously, their blue tail flames illuminating the entire galaxy. The dazzling light even obscured the radiance of the stars. Then, in an instant, it vanished from the local system. Qi Yiming and his men had successfully escaped the Zerg's encirclement. But Xiao Shan didn't see much excitement on Qi Yiming's face. Don't get complacent. The Zerg overlord planned this ambush for so long, how could they let us escape so easily? Sure enough, Qi Yiming's predictions were spot on. As soon as the human fleet escaped, the Zerg forces followed them into the warp tunnel, following their trajectory. Qi Yiming and the human fleet fled desperately, while the Zerg forces leisurely pursued them. After all, the Zerg's warp speed was much faster than the human fleet's. Had Qi Yiming not ordered the fleet to randomly exit the warp and then accelerate back into it, they would likely have been surrounded by the Zerg again at the same time as the warp fold occurred. The two sides' pursuit and flight lasted for nearly half a year. Qiaoshan watched the warship's energy reserves rapidly deplete, feeling helpless. This won't work. Sooner or later, we run out of energy and be surrounded by the Zerg again. Qi Yiming knew this wouldn't work, but there was no immediate solution to escape the pursuers. But Qiaoshan persisted, saying, the crews on each ship are at their limit. I know. Qi Yiming interrupted Qiaoshan irritably. Then he quickly opened the star map and carefully examined the system ahead of the fleet. After a while, he said to Qiaoshan, we have to fight another battle. Running away like this isn't the right approach. How should we fight? With our limited numbers, if we're surrounded again, I don't think we can escape. If the Zerg surround us again, I doubt they make the same mistake again. They'd definitely be wary of the Red Dragon's catastrophic light. Qi Yiming didn't answer Qiaoshan, staring at the holographic galaxy map before him. Qiaoshan could tell that the galaxy map was the one they were about to reach. He was puzzled as to how else he could inflict heavy damage on the pursuing Zerg. We just have to take a risk. Qi Yiming clenched his fists and waved them over his chest, as if making a crucial decision. What risk? Qi Yiming simply glanced at Qiaoshan, who had asked the question, and said nothing more. He closed his eyes and began to mentally plan the next battle. What risk? Qiaoshan felt ignored, and his heart was struck with 1,000 points of pain. However, when the fleet arrived at their destination system, Qi Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and, looking at Qiaoshan, said word by word, leave the Red Dragon here alone? You go to the other ships and lead the fleet onward. What are you doing? Want to be a hero? Your uncle's hero? I'm still thinking about counterattacking the Zerg. How could I bear to die now? Qi Yiming wanted to kick Qiaoshan. Why had he become so nagging after this reunion? He wanted to get to the bottom of everything. Stop talking nonsense and do what I say. You're just getting in the way. Qi Yiming urged Qiaoshan anxiously. Qiaoshan looked at Qi Yiming seriously, but ultimately, he followed Qi Yiming's instructions and left the Red Dragon's bridge. He boarded a transport craft, randomly selected a battleship as his flagship, and led the fleet into the warp channel again. Qi Yiming commanded the Red Dragon to fly toward the edge of the local system, awaiting the arrival of the Zerg. The wait wasn't long. As soon as the Red Dragon completed its repositioning, the Zerg appeared in another direction of the local system. Qi Yiming also detected, from the Red Dragon's onboard radar, that 2 more swarms were approaching. The Overmind seemed to understand the Red Dragon's importance to humanity. Upon discovering that the remaining human warships had departed, leaving only the Red Dragon, it did not rush to pursue them. Instead, it ordered the Zerg swarm to surge forward, attempting to permanently trap the Red Dragon in this unfamiliar system. As the Zerg swarm gathered in the local system, Qi Yiming knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he did, the Red Dragon would surely be destroyed. So, under Qi Yiming's command, the Red Dragon slowly emerged from its hiding position, while the remainder of the ship remained hidden behind a planet on the outermost edge of the local system. The Red Dragon once again initiated the launch sequence for the Light of Destruction, but this time, it used the Red Arden Crystal. The crew was puzzled. Faced with so many bugs, why did the captain choose a single target attack crystal? Shouldn't they have used a group attack at this point? But when the Red Dragon locked onto its target, everyone panicked. Qi Yiming actually wanted to attack the star in the local system. This is insane! The captain must be crazy. Blowing up a star with just one warship. Many crew members kept repeating this question in their minds. Up until the moment the red-black annihilation light was launched, many still couldn't believe it. Everyone acknowledged the annihilation light's attack power was incredibly powerful, capable of shattering a planet. No one believed it wasn't insane. But could an attack of this magnitude truly detonate a star? But who could have imagined that when the high-energy beam fired by the Red Dragon struck the star, the first to panic weren't its crew, but the swarm, unaware of fear. A large number of Leviathans began struggling to adjust their course, preparing to leave the local system. Even more Leviathans, without even having time to retrieve the swarms they had released, began accelerating into the warp channel. Under Chi Yiming's command, the Red Dragon, after completing its bombardment, immediately accelerated into the warp channel under the protection of the planet. Under the Red Dragon's attack, the interior of the star in the local system began to become extremely unstable. The star, which had been burning quietly a moment ago, seemed to become violent and agitated in a split second. In less than 30 seconds, the violent energy within the star was transmitted to its surface. As time passed, the struck star became increasingly violent. Until a minute later, the star experienced a stunning helium flash. Numerous Zerg swarms, unable to escape the local system, were devoured by the helium flash without so much as a break. At this point, the Red Dragon had already successfully entered the warp channel, leveraging the limited protection provided by the local planet. From within the warp channel, it's impossible to observe events in the normal universe. So, they didn't witness the star's helium flash. However, this didn't prevent the Red Dragon from successfully escaping the Zerg's pursuit. With this initial success, Chi Yiming became increasingly skilled at his craft. Chi Yiming used this attack twice more during the subsequent voyage, finally forcing the Zerg swarm to temporarily abandon their pursuit. Chapter 293. After escaping the Zerg's pursuit, the Red Dragon was also at the end of its rope. Fortunately, although Qiao Shan led the fleet to evacuate, he never left the Red Dragon far behind, instead periodically dispatching scout ships to check on Chi Yiming. Thus, after successfully escaping the Zerg's pursuit, the Red Dragon quickly reunited with the fleet. When Qiao Shan returned to the Red Dragon's bridge and saw Chi Yiming, looking haggard, he knew that Chi Yiming had exhausted all his strength to escape the Zerg's pursuit, but fortunately, the result was still good. I wonder if Sister Yi and the others left a tracking beacon for me. Qiao Shan asked about the situation of the remotely deployed colonial fleet after repeatedly confirming safety. Don't worry, the route is set. We just need to catch up. Chi Yiming said casually, then stood up from his seat and continued to address Qiao Shan. You take command. I'm going to rest. I've been really exhausted lately. Qiao Shan nodded and, without further ado, sat down in the captain's chair, taking over from Chi Yiming. 2 days later, on the bridge of the Red Dragon, Chi Yiming slept for 2 full days. When he returned to the bridge, the fleet had already entered the warp channel and was en route to the next rest stop. Chi Yiming didn't immediately relinquish command from Qiao Shan. Instead, he opened the star map and began studying it alone. After being dropped, Yi Lu and the others didn't wait for Chi Yiming. Instead, they ordered the fleet to accelerate into the warp channel immediately. This was Chi Yiming's request. If the colonial fleet had followed Chi Yiming's instructions, the fleet would have been approximately 200 to 330 light-years away from the colonial ship. The distance wasn't long either. Chi Yiming's fleet could make a single ultra-long jump of over 400 light-years, so catching up with Yi Lu and his men was only a matter of time. Chi Yiming feared the Zerg would not only surround his fleet, but also target the already deployed colonial fleet. Thus, he didn't dare delay too long. At each rest stop, once all the warship's jump engines had cooled, the entire fleet would continue on its journey at Chi Yiming's urging. It took the fleet over a decade to catch up with the colonial fleet, during which Chi Yiming and Qiao Shan took turns taking short hibernations. When the escort fleet appeared in Yi Lu's field of vision, she trembled with excitement. As the news spread, the civilians aboard the 3 colonial ships spontaneously celebrated. For the past decade or so, the atmosphere within the colonial ships had been remarkably subdued. While daily life continued as normal, the faces of those walking down the street lacked any sign of life. Everyone seemed lost. Everyone knew that if the escort fleet truly couldn't return, their severely reduced escape fleet would sooner or later be overtaken by the Zerg. Now that the escort fleet had returned intact, seemingly with minimal losses, how could everyone not be delighted? However, when Chi Yiming found Yi Lu and the others at another rest stop along the way, the colonial fleet showed no sign of departing immediately, which infuriated Chi Yiming. Chi Yiming had clearly instructed them, when dropping them off, not to linger, but to set sail as soon as the jump engines had finished cooling down, and to proceed as far as the fleet could. Yet now, they had stopped. Just as Chi Yiming was about to contact Yi Lu to question her about halting the fleet's advance, Yi Lu sent a communication request. Before Chi Yiming could open his mouth, Yi Lu threw a picture at him. Knowing Chi Yiming's temper, Yi Lu didn't give him a chance to speak. Qi Yiming examined the picture Yi Lu sent with curiosity, but the next moment his pupils constricted. Is this a wormhole? Where was it discovered? Has it been explored? Sister Jinju has already led a team to investigate. You arrived just a few days after setting out. Where is the wormhole located? About 15 light years away. How did you discover it? After the deployment, we didn't stop at the first 2 rest stops. From the 3rd stop onward, Sister Jinju felt it was necessary to send an advance fleet to confirm safety before the fleet could continue its advance. So we resumed the fleet's previous sailing plan, but shortened each stop from 6 months to 2 weeks. Qi Yiming nodded, approving of their approach. Yi Lu continued, after arriving in this system, we dispatched the advance fleet as usual. They discovered it while they were eliminating anomalies. Have you sent anyone into the wormhole? Where does it ultimately lead to? Yi Lu shook her head. No one has been sent in yet. Sister Pearl is going there to monitor the situation before sending anyone in. Qi Yiming looked at Xiao Shan. You return to the Hope. Together with Yi Lu, you will manage the colonial fleet. I leave the escort fleet to you. I take the Red Dragon and investigate. If it's a wormhole opened by the Zerg, we can find a way to collapse it prematurely. Soon, the Red Dragon began to accelerate and left the rest stop alone. A fortnight later, the Red Dragon appeared near the wormhole. He Jinju had been observing it for nearly 10 days. Nothing unusual seemed to be happening, which reassured Qi Yiming. He connected the communication with He Jinju. How's the situation? You're all right? That's great. I was worried about what we'd do if you couldn't get it out. It was a close call, Qi Yiming said casually, then continued to inquire about the wormhole. 2 days ago, I sent a frigate through the wormhole, but it hasn't returned yet. 2 days? So long? Did something go wrong? He Jinju shook her head helplessly. But we can rule out the possibility that this was a wormhole created by the Zerg overlord. If it was, we all have become swarm food by now. Qi Yiming didn't say much. He Jinju's judgment was probably correct. Putting aside the question of whether the Zerg had the ability to create a wormhole, even if they did, the colonial fleet led by He Jinju and her team would have long since become swarm food. How could they possibly be standing here discussing matters with Qi Yiming? Qi Yiming carefully observed the wormhole for a moment before asking again, has the stability of the wormhole been measured? I had the ship's scientific officer measure it when I first arrived. This wormhole is very stable, and it should remain this way for at least 100,000 years. Have you ever conducted experiments on passing large masses through a wormhole? Because we're unsure of what's on the other side of the wormhole, we haven't done it yet. He Jinju glanced at Qi Yiming, who looked slightly excited on the communication screen. What? Are you planning to use this wormhole? Qi Yiming nodded. In fact, when he learned that a wormhole had appeared in their route, he had a hunch that it would be of great help to humanity. Now they just had to wait for the people He Jinju had sent back to report on the situation. Chapter 294. Qi Yiming and He Jinju had waited exactly a week before their impulsive action. Just as they were about to send another reconnaissance ship into the wormhole, a sudden flash of white light appeared within the wormhole. He Jinju's reconnaissance ship had finally returned. To their surprise, the reconnaissance ship brought back good news. Not only had no Zerg been found on the other side of the wormhole, but their journey had actually been shortened by more than half. What did you say? The wormhole exit is less than 700 light years from our destination? Qi Yiming could hardly believe his ears. No way. How could such a coincidence happen? He Jinju muttered softly. But the captain of the reconnaissance ship repeated his previous words in a firm tone. It's true. We even used our sky radar to conduct a thorough survey, and then carefully compared it with our route. It's indeed where we're going. How is that possible? Sometimes people are like this. When they're used to bad luck, they suddenly become suspicious when something good happens. Qi Yiming and He Jinju stared at each other for a long moment, before Qi Yiming finally decided to go and see for himself. So Qi Yiming boarded a transport boat and boarded a reconnaissance ship, personally leading the team through the wormhole for a field survey. After a flash of white light, the space before Qi Yiming's eyes began to distort, then returned to normal a second later, and the reconnaissance ship appeared beneath an unfamiliar starry sky. Activate the sky survey radar and conduct a wide area search. The command seemed simple, but completing a preliminary search of this area of sky would require a full 7 days. There was nothing he could do about it. Qi Yiming spent 7 agonizing days aboard the reconnaissance ship. When the complete star map lay before him, Qi Yiming took one glance, and was certain the captain hadn't lied. His current location was indeed less than 700 light years from his destination. Are we there yet? Qi Yiming was a little bewildered. The surprise came so suddenly that he didn't know how to describe his feelings. But then Qi Yiming's expression turned serious again. Qi Yiming knew that the wormhole would become increasingly unstable as more matter entered it, until it collapsed. The most important thing now was to test how much matter the wormhole could accommodate. Otherwise, if the wormhole collapsed after half the fleet had passed, things would be very difficult. Let's go back. The reconnaissance ship passed through the wormhole again and returned to the original void. How is it? He Zhenju had been restless for the past 7 days. Seeing Qi Yiming return, she eagerly connected the communication to inquire about the situation. Qi Yiming smiled and said, "That's true, but don't get too excited. We need to first determine how much matter this wormhole can accommodate. It doesn't matter how much, as long as a portion of the fleet reaches its destination." Qi Yiming had originally considered this, but he ultimately rejected the plan. Hundreds of millions of people had followed him, abandoning their homes on this odyssey because they trusted him. While Qi Yiming was technically saving them, he couldn't let down those who had followed him through so much hardship to get here. I can't abandon some people and live with others. What do you think those fates who place the greatest trust in me will think? But, no buts. If we really want to use the wormhole, I'd pilot the transport alone and be the last person in the fleet to pass through it. He Zhenju sighed. Qi Yiming's approach wasn't right, but it wasn't wrong either. Frankly, he wasn't a qualified politician. He wouldn't watch his followers die in despair and agony under the siege of the Zerg. But don't worry. We haven't measured the mass of this wormhole yet. Perhaps it can accommodate our entire fleet? He Zhenju said nothing more, simply asking the ship's science officer to develop a measurement plan. The measurement method was actually very simple. Simply drag a sufficiently massive asteroid through the wormhole and, based on the changes in the wormhole's stability value, determine how much mass the wormhole could accommodate. Unfortunately, the wormhole appeared in an awkward location. No matter how much mass could be found within several light years, Qi Yiming had to send his men back to the system where the fleet was resting and find an asteroid with a mass comparable to the Red Dragon to tow in for testing. Over a month of back and forth travel took place. Just as Qi Yiming, He Zhenju, and the others were nearly driven mad, the men they had sent back finally returned, dragging an asteroid with them. Soon, under the direction of the science officer, the test began. A small frigate, towing the asteroid, slowly flew toward the wormhole. Just as it neared the wormhole, the frigate cut its tractor beam, departed its current path, and quickly retreated away from the wormhole. At this point, Qi Yiming and his men had already taken their fleet into the void 2 light years away, as no one could be sure whether the wormhole would collapse after the asteroid passed through it. If the collapse happened too close to the wormhole, none of them would survive. The asteroid, driven by inertia, slowly approached the wormhole, eventually passing through it to another corner of the universe. The wormhole didn't collapse as Qi Yiming and his team had imagined. Not only did it not collapse, but the science officer discovered, based on the data just fed back, that the wormhole's stability had only decreased by 0.1%. The science officer, also aware of the significance of this wormhole for humanity, wrote and drew on a portable electronic tablet with trembling hands, rapidly calculating the data they had just obtained. Qi Yiming, on the other hand, stared at the mathematical symbols on the tablet in bewilderment. Each symbol was individually recognizable to Qi Yiming, but when combined, he had no idea what was being written. Looking at the science officer's distorted expression, Qi Yiming felt a little frantic. "Can you please tell me if it's possible? The wormhole's exact mass hasn't been calculated yet." "Oh my God! Who asked you to calculate the exact mass? I just want to know if it can accommodate all our ships." The science officer was also stunned, and finally said, slapping his head, "I'm crazy. Why would I care about exact numbers at this point?" Then he erased all the numbers on the electronic board and began calculating again. This time, he was quick. He reached his conclusion in just a few minutes. Qi Yiming guessed the answer by looking at the science officer's inexpressibly excited expression. He Zhenju asked timidly, "Can the wormhole accommodate all ships?" The science officer was so excited that he could barely speak, and could only nod repeatedly. The crew members gathered around the science officer, holding their breath and concentrating, suddenly cheered. They hugged each other, cheering with tears of excitement. Happiness came so suddenly that Qi Yiming froze after hearing the structure. It wasn't until He Zhenju excitedly pounced on him and pecked him on the cheek that he came to his senses. Chapter 295. After confirming that the wormhole was passable, Qi Yiming immediately notified the fleet still waiting at the rest area to set sail and rendezvous with them. The fleet had to pass through the wormhole as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this news, Yi Lu and Xiao Shan thought they had misheard, but Qi Yiming's repeated urging to set sail confirmed that they were not hallucinating. The fleet quickly arrived near the wormhole. It took over half a month for millions of warships to pass through the wormhole one by one. Thankfully, the swarm Qi Yiming had been worried about didn't catch up at this point. After the last ship passed through the wormhole, Qi Yiming deliberately turned the Red Dragon's bow and glanced in the direction they had come from, then ordered the warship to quickly fly towards the wormhole. After a moment of spatial distortion, the Red Dragon returned to normal space. The colonial fleet was already waiting for the Red Dragon's return not far away. Of course, Qi Yiming couldn't just leave without a care in the world. He had to find a way to prematurely collapse the wormhole. Otherwise, the swarm could easily use this wormhole to catch up with them. According to the Academy's advice, to quickly collapse the wormhole, they must continuously throw large masses into it, accelerating its transition to an unstable state. This is also the only solution available to Qi Yiming and his team at their current location. In fact, Qi Yiming had consulted the Academy to see if attacking the wormhole the same way they attack stars could accelerate its collapse. The Academy rejected the idea. Qi Yiming didn't bother asking about such advanced theories. He wouldn't understand them anyway. If it doesn't work, then so be it. Let's just use the most basic method. Thus began another massive undertaking. A large number of engineering vessels were deployed to search for large asteroids, which were then dragged and transported into the wormhole. According to calculations by the Academy of Sciences, after accommodating the entire human fleet, the wormhole's stability had dropped to 26%. It could accommodate at most a dozen asteroids the size of the Hope. Fortunately, a relatively small star system lay less than 4 light-years from the wormhole's exit. So, after replanning the route, Qi Yiming initially directed the fleet away from the wormhole, resting in a binary star system 113 light-years away. He then commanded the Red Dragon and several engineering vessels to search for suitable asteroids in a star system 4 light-years away. 4 light-years wasn't too far for current human technology, so once the 10 engineering vessels had found suitable asteroids, they quickly towed them to their designated location. Operations aimed at destruction were much easier than those aimed at protection. After 7 or 8 asteroids were thrown into the wormhole, the stability, already at 23%, instantly plummeted to 7%. The science officer calculated that with the remaining 7%, just 4 more asteroids would be enough to completely collapse the black hole. Qi Yiming glanced at the science officer and said, "Do you need to be so precise about the destruction? I asked you to calculate the stability because I was worried we accidentally throw in too many and get ourselves into trouble." The science officer scratched his head with a grin and said, "I'm used to it. My research advisor is incredibly demanding. He demands precise data for everything we do." Qi Yiming nodded in understanding, then notified all engineering ships via the fleet communication channel to throw all the asteroids they had dragged into the black hole. They then quickly turned their bows and accelerated into the jump channel. Qi Yiming actually felt quite regretful. He had never seen the spectacle of a wormhole collapse. If the experts at the Academy hadn't repeatedly warned him that the energy released by such a massive wormhole's collapse would carry them along, Qi Yiming would have been genuinely interested in observing this rare cosmic spectacle up close. If I'm not allowed to see it up close, then I won't. I just take a few pictures with the survey radar when the time comes. Qi Yiming whispered to himself as he commanded the Red Dragon to accelerate. 2 weeks later, Qi Yiming arrived at the galaxy where the colonial fleet was resting. 2 stars of equal mass orbited each other in the center of the galaxy, but Qi Yiming wasn't particularly interested in the magnificent scenery. After returning to the Hope, he immediately activated the survey telescope and, doing nothing but staring at the direction of the wormhole. He said he wanted to take a few photos just to satisfy his curiosity, but in reality, Qi Yiming was worried that the Academy's calculations had been wrong and that the dozen or so asteroids hadn't caused the wormhole to collapse prematurely. Fortunately, 6 months later, a survey telescope finally captured footage of the wormhole collapsing. Although the resolution was low, careful analysis by the Academy of Sciences confirmed its collapse. A fortnight later, several large survey radars within the fleet detected a massive energy fluctuation in the direction of the wormhole, further confirming its collapse. Only then did Qi Yiming feel relieved to allow the fleet to continue resting in the local system. For the past decade or so, in an effort to escape the swarm's encirclement, the warships had undergone no systematic maintenance. As they neared their destination, Qi Yiming remained uncertain about the situation there. If the former Human Federation had successfully reached its destination and survived, Qi Yiming couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be attacked by the first humans to arrive when he and his fleet arrived. so the fleet had to remain combat ready. It took over a year to thoroughly inspect every warship in the fleet. The warships and spaceships under Chi Yiming's command were in decent condition. But the warships and spaceships Chi Yiming had brought with him were in a state of disrepair. Many of the ships, with only their internal life support systems and propulsion systems barely functioning, were practically on the verge of being scrapped. Thankfully, Chi Yiming's fleet had its own industrial vessels, making it easy to produce replacement equipment. Some ships and warships that were truly beyond repair were given a certain initial velocity by Chi Yiming, allowing them to fly towards the stars, ending their hard-earned lives in a spectacular manner. That day, after finishing his chores, Chi Yiming returned to his office to find 4 elderly men sitting there. Chi Yiming eyed the 4 men curiously, occasionally glancing at his assistant with questioning eyes, as if asking, "Who are these old men? Why are they in my office?" Wang Sun gave an awkward smile, trembling as he stood up and said to Chi Yiming, "Mr. Chi, I'm Wang Sun." Wang Sun reintroduced the 4 men to Chi Yiming's surprise. In reality, Chi Yiming knew that Wang Sun and Fang Min had secretly altered his duty schedule. From the moment he was ambushed by the Zerg and urgently awakened to find Xiao Shan already joined them, Chi Yiming had suspected something was wrong with the duty roster. But everyone was busy trying to escape the Zerg's encirclement, and no one thought to explain the situation to Chi Yiming, so the situation was delayed. It wasn't until a few days ago that Chi Yiming decided to awaken all the key personnel who were in hibernation. After all, with their destination less than 600 light-years away, much preparation needed to begin now, and Chi Yiming was desperately short on manpower. Chapter 296. Chi Yiming's face turned green with rage as he looked at the 4 old men, who couldn't even stand steadily. He had guessed the beginning, but not the end. Chi Yiming had never expected Wang Sun and his companions to go this far. By this time, Wang Sun, Fang Min, and the others had also learned about the wormhole and knew they would reach their destination early. This made their original choice seem somewhat ridiculous. But who could have foreseen this situation? "What do you think? Should I let you retire? Or should I keep working?" Chi Yiming asked them unhappily. Fang Min was about to stand up to speak when Chi Yiming waved him down. "Just sit down and talk." Fang Min smiled as he sat back down, his hands resting on a sphere floating in the air before him. It was a levitating cane given to him by his descendants. Pursing her lips, Fang Min stammered, I can't do it anymore. My eyesight is blurry, my speech is futile, and I'm leaking." Chi Yiming was both furious and amused at this. He really didn't know how to handle this matter. Strictly speaking, Wang Sun and the others had violated Chi Yiming's orders, and punishment was justified. But Wang Sun and the others were genuinely concerned about the future of humanity, and given their advanced age, it was difficult to truly punish them. In the end, Chi Yiming could only wave his hand helplessly. "Forget it, I'm convinced. Go back, and I assign someone you trust to take your place." This was actually a disguised reward. According to fleet regulations, vacancies at positions of Wang Sun's rank and rank required a meeting of the decision-making level before they could be filled. However, Chi Yiming used his personal influence to persuade them to appoint someone he trusted as a replacement, which only showed that Chi Yiming was deeply grateful for the sacrifices made by Wang Sun and the other 3. The 4 of them truly felt Chi Yiming's gratitude and, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, prepared to leave. But then Chi Yiming continued, "Don't think you can just ignore everything. You 4 old men, go to the Senate. While the Senate isn't a formal government body, it does have advisory and supervisory powers. Help me keep an eye on those inexperienced young men." Since Wang Sun and the others had come to this, they had no choice but to agree. After they left, Chi Yiming called for his assistant. He looked him up and down and said reluctantly, "Bring Hao Chenqi here." Chi Yiming knew about Hao Chenqi's situation. When he returned to the Hope and saw the wall surrounding the central city and the mechanical army within, he knew something unpleasant had happened between Chen Cheng and Hao Chenqi during their shift. They were all old men, and Chi Yiming didn't know how to face them. According to fleet regulations, Chen Cheng's actions constituted rebellion, punishable by execution. As for Hao Chenqi, their case was somewhere between guilty and innocent. Although Hao Chenqi activated the mechanical army during the initial stages of Chen Cheng's rebellion, she remained inactive throughout the subsequent events. This alone warranted a conviction for dereliction of duty and a 10-year sentence in the most dangerous position. However, Hao Chenqi's activation of the mechanical army was the direct cause of Chen Cheng's rebellion's failure. When Yi Lu and He Jinju woke up, they were concerned about the difficulty of handling this matter, so they didn't make a hasty decision. Instead, they forced Hao Chenqi into hibernation, waiting for Chi Yiming's awakening to deal with him. When Chi Yiming heard Yi Lu and the other's decision, he internally rejected it. Why should I handle such a difficult matter? Chi Yiming watched Hao Qinqi walk into his office with her head bowed, his heart pounding. For a long time, neither of them spoke in the office. Finally, Chi Yiming relented. After all, he was his old subordinate, and punishing Taichung would easily chill others. Chi Yiming didn't ask Hao Qinqi about the details of what had happened. Instead, he patted her shoulder and said, "An ordinary, peaceful life is what you always longed for. So, leave the decision-making level, and live the ordinary life you desire." Hao Qinqi remained silent throughout, simply looking up at Chi Yiming and calmly awaiting the outcome of her punishment. She had imagined countless possible punishments, but she had never imagined Chi Yiming would force her to live the life she had longed for. The moment she heard the outcome, Hao Qinqi burst into tears. Chi Yiming was most apprehensive about women crying. Seeing Hao Qinqi about to cry, he impatiently waved his hand, signaling his assistant to escort her out. At the same time, Chi Yiming returned the mechanical army to the warehouse where they were stored. After dealing with these backlog matters, Chi Yiming opened the star map in his office. The fleet had completed its rest and entered warp mode 2 weeks ago. At the current speed of human navigation, the distance of over 600 light-years would take at least another 5 years. When he had set out on the journey, he was full of hesitation, solely focused on flying to the destination chosen by the former Human Federation. But now that he was almost there, he became anxious. Chi Yiming was afraid that when his fleet arrived at its destination, the target system would be empty, with no sign of human activity. If this were the case, Chi Yiming would doubt his ability to truly lead humanity to a decisive counterattack. After all, those left behind by the Human Federation were all elites. Even in this situation, if the former Human Federation hadn't survived on the target planet, what would this ragtag bunch of people do? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Chi Yiming reluctantly consoled himself. My ultimate goal isn't to colonize here, but to find a superpowered war star that might have been left behind by the former Human Federation. The thought of a war star shattered Chi Yiming's spirits, which had just risen. He remembered that the war star was still missing a crucial component. Without it, no matter how skilled Chi Yiming was, he couldn't activate it. Chi Yiming ruffled his hair, sank down in his office chair, and shouted, "Where am I going to find the crucial component left behind by the Zentradi?" Chi Yiming's encounter with the Zentradi, living near the galactic center back then, was pure luck. If he were to search for them again now, even if he were to die, he wouldn't necessarily find them, having perished with their ships at the hands of the Zerg. He could only pray that the Zentradi hadn't left the critical component on their spacecraft. Otherwise, he had to risk returning to the battlefield where the Zentradi had fallen and search there to see if he could find the so-called critical component. The more he studied the star map, the more furious he felt. Fortunately, he closed it with a wave of his hand, returned to his seat, and gently massaged his temples. Chapter 297. Originally planned for a journey of thousands of years, Chi Yiming and his crew completed the journey in less than 600 years thanks to a wormhole. Perhaps, as the Zentradi claimed, humans are the chosen ones of this universe. 10 light-years from their destination, Chi Yiming ordered the fleet to disengage and rest. He himself, piloting the probe, which had detached from the Red Dragon, led 2 reconnaissance ships to conduct preliminary reconnaissance of the target system. In fact, after the fleet disengaged, Chi Yiming had already ordered the Sky Survey radar to conduct a cursory survey of the target system. They found no advanced civilization as expected, but instead discovered several artificial satellites in orbit around the target planet. But to be on the safe side, Chi Yiming decided to personally investigate. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, this would be their new home. Soon, the probe and several reconnaissance ships appeared at the edge of the target system. It was a single-star system with 9 planets. The third planet, further away from the star, was Chi Yiming and his crew's destination. A vibrant blue planet. Report: a small space station has been discovered above the target planet. Observers used a deep space telescope to closely observe the azure planet. Space station? Yes, it's still operational. Have any other spacecraft been detected within the galaxy? Aside from the satellite and space station discovered above the target planet, no other spacecraft have been found. Try to eavesdrop on their radio transmissions to see if we can find anything useful. A day later, the staff sent a summary report to Chi Yiming. When Chi Yiming opened the report and saw the first image, he became agitated. It was a picture of a human male. This must be it, Chi Yiming said to his adjutant as he flipped through the few pages of the report. But where is the super battle planet you mentioned? Chi Yiming shook his head. I don't know. Who knows where the humans back then hid something that large? Then should we send the fleet over first? I think there are several planets in this system suitable for terraforming. I've been living on ships for hundreds of years, and I really want to go and explore the surface. Send someone to contact the rear fleet. Chi Yiming spoke, his gaze fixed on the azure planet on the bridge's holographic screen. A few minutes later, a reconnaissance ship, trailing a long wake, flew towards the fleet 10 light-years away. Chi Yiming, in command of the exploration ship, flew towards the target planet in an extremely stealthy manner. The target planet had a satellite. Due to tidal locking, only one side of the satellite was always facing the target planet. Therefore, Chi Yiming planned to hide the probe behind the satellite, and then use a small aircraft to land on the ground for a closer look. He needed to confirm whether the target planet was inhabited by humans or humanoids. This was crucial. If it was humanoids, there was no need to worry. All humanoids on the planet must be wiped out before the fleet arrived. Chi Yiming was well aware of the widespread existence of a species in human society, the Virgin Mary. Although Chi Yiming didn't care about the feelings of these Virgin Marys, he felt that less trouble was better than more. He would deal with it before the fleet arrived, so that he could have some peace of mind. If they were humans, Chi Yiming would have to find a way to convince the planet's inhabitants to readily accept their arrival and ultimately integrate them. After hiding the probe, Chi Yiming transferred to a single-person shuttle and chose to sneak in from the dark side of the target planet. With the technology Chi Yiming and his team possessed, evading detection from the target planet was simple, so Chi Yiming's arrival went unnoticed. The shuttle landed at the edge of a sparsely populated forest. Chi Yiming didn't rush to collect samples for testing, but instead walked slowly around the landing area. As Chi Yiming's adjutant had said, after living on a spaceship for so long, he'd forgotten what it felt like to be grounded. As for collecting samples, Chi Yiming didn't actually need to do it himself. After gaining some familiarity with gravity, Chi Yiming approached the shuttle, opened a virtual keyboard from the side, and tapped a few times. Hundreds of millions of nanoworms were released. These nanoworms would be the primary force in collecting samples. Chi Yiming then pulled a palm-sized box from the shuttle. Inside was a test tube, approximately 10 centimeters long, filled with a red biological agent. Chi Yiming would decide whether to use the red agent based on the sample results. 3 days later, all the nanoworms uploaded the results of their collected samples. The moment he saw the results, Chi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. The inhabitants of this planet were indeed humans, not humanoids. In reality, wiping out the entire planet's inhabitants in one fell swoop wasn't as easy as it seemed for Chi Yiming. After reconfirming the sample results, Chi Yiming quickly put away the red agent in his hand. He then notified the probe to be ready to cooperate with his operations. He planned to meet with the relatively powerful governments on the planet one by one, hoping to convince their leaders to recognize reality and cooperate with him in preparing to welcome the colonization fleet. Chi Yiming did this simply to avoid causing unrest on the planet, which would otherwise require him to manage. He had neither the patience nor the time to deal with these issues. After the fleet arrived, Chi Yiming would focus all his attention on finding the super battle star. He had a premonition that this time the Zerg would not give up as easily as they had done in their pursuit of the former human Federation. The Zerg overlord seemed determined to completely wipe humanity from this universe. So he had to find the battlestar as quickly as possible and resolve the issue of missing key components. The first country Chi Yiming visited had a population with extremely similar biological characteristics to his, and the language they spoke was strikingly similar to the official language of the former human Federation. When Chi Yiming appeared outside the country's presidential palace, speaking a half-understood federal language and requesting a meeting with their leader, he was warmly received. The person who met him presented Chi Yiming with a pair of sparkling bracelets and invited him to stay in a luxurious private room. Chi Yiming could have easily resisted the entire process, but he chose not to. It wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but rather because he was completely bewildered when the handcuffs were put on him. What's going on? If I can't see you, then I can't see you. What's the point of locking me up? Chi Yiming calmed down and finally realized where he had gone wrong. He had been too reckless. He was used to seeing whomever he wanted in the fleet, and the sudden change of environment was a bit difficult to adapt to. Looking at this place called a detention room, Chi Yiming could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Chapter 298. Speaking Standard Federation English, Chi Yiming struggled to explain his purpose to a group of humans speaking a variant of the language. It was unclear whether the interrogators understood Chi Yiming's intentions. Chi Yiming only knew that the two men before him looked at him with concern the entire time, occasionally speaking to the people outside the interrogation room through their communicators. Finally, Chi Yiming was led away by two men in white coats into what seemed to him to be an extremely ancient vehicle, and was taken out of the detention center. Seeing himself being taken to a courtyard surrounded by a high wall, Chi Yiming finally lost his patience. He raised his hand and pressed his temple, then, under the astonished gazes of the two men in white coats, called for the search number. Half an hour later, a commando team descended from the sky and rescued Chi Yiming from the mental hospital. Then, Chi Yiming declared in an extremely arrogant tone to the heavily armed men surrounding them, "I'm going to see your heads. You see, we're not ordinary humans." The humans surrounding Chi Yiming weren't unwilling to attack the commandos, who had suddenly descended from the sky. Rather, after more than 10 minutes of attack, they realized they hadn't even inflicted a single blow. Reluctantly, they withdrew from the crossfire, cautiously trapping Chi Yiming and his men in the mental hospital. Chi Yiming's shouts, translated into a language the translator could understand, instantly caused quite a stir among the crowd. Soon, a representative approached Chi Yiming. "How do you prove your words are true?" Chi Yiming smiled, then pointed to the sky and said, "Find a telescope and observe the direction of your planet's satellite. Then, decide whether you want to discuss this with me in detail." Following Chi Yiming's instructions, the contact person obtained a high-powered telescope and peered at the satellite. Undoubtedly, he saw a spacecraft of striking metallic beauty, more precisely, a space battleship. At this point, the situation was beyond the capabilities of someone of his rank, so the situation was quickly reported directly to the president's office. From Chi Yiming's capture to his eventual forced counterattack, everything clearly demonstrated that Chi Yiming bore no ill will towards them. So, Chi Yiming was quickly invited to the president's residence. After meeting the president, Chi Yiming didn't mince words, but directly informed him that the battleship he had seen was merely a reconnaissance vessel for a vast fleet. To further convince him, Chi Yiming revealed the fleet's location and asked him to verify it himself. As for why Chi Yiming and his team had come here, Chi Yiming didn't hide anything. Rather than trying to deceive them into cooperating, it was better to tell them the truth. With the powerful threat of military force on one side, and the genocide wrought by the Zerg on the other, Chi Yiming was confident they would make the most accurate judgment. Chi Yiming then used the same method to visit more than a dozen of the planet's more powerful nations, then returned to the probe and waited patiently for their response. Half a month later, Chi Yiming received a positive response. Then, on this planet known as the Blue Star, the governments of various nations launched a turbulent domestic reform campaign. Then, the United World Government was established. Of course, where there are supporters, there are also opponents. The shadow of war soon loomed over the globe, but unfortunately, the war never broke out. Because Chi Yiming, commanding the exploration vessel, appeared before the Blue Star people just as the situation was about to get out of control. In front of the few leaders of the opposition, he flattened a mountain over 8,000 meters high with a single cannon, and the people became much more obedient. Then, Chi Yiming announced in front of all of Blue Star that the Blue Star United Government would be a government agency under the new federation. The politicians responsible for forming the coalition government were completely dumbfounded. How could they suddenly be swallowed up by someone else after agreeing to equal diplomatic relations? Many wanted to protest, but seeing the mountain just flattened, they swallowed hard and ultimately accepted the helpless outcome. Chi Yiming was very pleased with their performance. At a collective meeting of the coalition government, he told them, "Before the fleet arrives, your mission is to appease the people and prevent unrest on Blue Star." Chi Yiming also knew that after these politicians realized that no matter how they resisted, they were focused on maximizing their own interests within the new government. However, Chi Yiming had no intention of assigning these politicians any positions within the new federation. Someone would be assigned to handle this matter once the fleet arrived. By then, these politicians would either resign themselves to ordinary lives or be arrested by Chi Yiming and sent to the most arduous positions for a decade or 8 to temper their morale. As for the ordinary people, Chi Yiming wouldn't quickly integrate them into the new federation. Although Chi Yiming had led the new federation on the run, thanks to the solution to the energy shortage, the living standards of the citizens of the new federation were actually no worse than before the escape. In fact, they were significantly better. First of all, no one worries about not working and going hungry, but everyone in the fleet has a job, working diligently to keep the human race alive. The Blue Star people are different. Only a small fraction of them don't struggle for survival, while the majority risk starvation if they don't work for even a month or two. If they were hastily introduced to a society with high welfare benefits, Chi Yiming feared they would breed a bunch of parasites. So, it would take a long time for the Blue Star people to integrate into the new federation. However, these are not things Chi Yiming will concern himself with in the future. Once the initial takeover of Blue Star is complete, Chi Yiming will completely hand over internal affairs to the Senate, allowing the new Federation's government departments, under the Senate's leadership, to complete the transformation of the Blue Star people. Besides searching for a war planet, Chi Yiming also needs to organize manpower to quickly restore the new Federation's warship production capacity. He also needs to transform the scientific and technological achievements accumulated by the new Federation Academy over the past few hundred years into productive forces, striving to further enhance the new Federation's combat capabilities. At the very least, all warships should be equipped with energy shield generators to improve their survivability on the battlefield. The former Federation warships lacked energy shield generators simply because they were too bulky. Although the Azure is slightly larger than other frigates, 2/3 of its interior is occupied by the energy shield generators operating units. Besides the power system, the remaining space is minimal for the warship's weapons systems. Another factor is that the energy shield generators require a significant amount of energy to maintain their operation once activated, which inevitably affects the ship's power supply to its weapons systems and, ultimately, its combat effectiveness. Without a qualitative leap in the warship's power supply system, and a change in the size of the energy shield generators, equipping every warship with one is extremely unwise. This is the primary reason why the Strategic Strike Fleet's shield-type modular warships are generally less powerful than their armor-type counterparts. Chapter 299. At 11:32 a.m. on July 9, 2322, Lan Ling would never forget the scene she witnessed that day. A researcher at the National Astronomical Observatory, she was using a telescope to observe her research subject, an asteroid over 15 kilometers in diameter. Just as she was about to record her final set of data before leaving for lunch, a sudden, intense flash of white light filled the telescope's field of view, nearly blinding her. When her vision improved slightly, Lan Ling witnessed a scene she would never forget. The first thing that caught her eye was a massive spaceship arranged in a triangular formation. The three vertices of the triangle were three enormous discs, each with 2 layers, each illuminated by a transparent dome. Lan Ling could even make out the densely packed buildings within the dome, and between these densely packed buildings, a constant stream of people flowed. After a moment's pause, Lan Ling immediately adjusted the focus of the telescope, attempting to expand her field of view. Then she saw the giant spaceship surrounded by millions of smaller craft of various shapes. The black holes in the ship's gun muzzles made it easy to tell that these small craft must be space battleships. The asteroid she had just observed, over 15 kilometers in diameter, seemed to be blocking the giant spaceship's path. Lan Ling only saw a flash of red light before the asteroid was shattered, completely rendering it worthless for research. At the same time, the head of the newly established Blue Star United Government was delivering a televised address. My fellow citizens, I'm sure many are wondering why the various Blue Star governments, once so entangled in conflict, have suddenly put aside their respective demands and formed a coalition government. The head of the coalition government fiddled with the manuscript in his hands trembling slightly, as he tried to suppress his excitement. There have been many rumors before, and I won't elaborate further. However, from today on, our Blue Star will enter an era without war and famine. The head of the government then turned to look at the monitor beside him. The monitor displayed the exact scene Lan Ling had seen. The head of the Blue Star Coalition government pointed at the image on the monitor and said, "Look at this extremely sci-fi scene. It will become a reality today." Many people watching TV had already guessed the truth, and even more pedestrians, who had been hurrying along the streets, stopped to watch the head of state's speech unfolding on street stalls or giant billboards. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to solemnity. Don't doubt it. We are not alone in this universe. But in a sense, we are indeed alone, because this interstellar fleet you see was also assembled by us humans. The streets were in uproar. Some more radical young people stood on the rooftops of buildings, holding signs and shouting out various outlandish slogans. Welcome to Blue Planet. The people of Blue Planet need your help. In a biological laboratory, a young researcher slammed the table and said to his colleagues, "I always said we are not native to this planet. Now it's confirmed, right? What good is it if it's confirmed? The coalition government has been established for over half a year. Shouldn't we just get on with our lives? But the fleet hasn't arrived yet, right? Now that it's here, our good days are here." The crowd turned back to the television screen, which was showing footage of the fleet accelerating, millions of ships, trailing long tails of flame, heading towards Blue Star. Chi Yiming was currently on the bridge of the probe, awaiting the arrival of the fleet. He hadn't been heavily involved in the formation of the Blue Star Coalition government, primarily because so much was going on, and Chi Yiming was afraid he might get angry and hurt someone because of his disapproval. So, he only left 2 liaison officers on Blue Star to relay information. Originally, Chi Yiming didn't want to keep even the liaison officers, but the politicians claimed that the communications equipment could be eavesdropped on, potentially leaking numerous secrets. Chi Yiming didn't bother to argue with them. Once the fleet arrived, someone would naturally deal with the politicians. When the fleet arrived, Chi Yiming contacted the awakened Wang Shuhua and instructed him to arrange for the escort fleet to deploy a defensive line based on the system's environmental characteristics. At the same time, a large number of reconnaissance warships were deployed to thoroughly survey all the stars in the system, first locating the battle star. As for the colonization ships, some flew to the 4th planet in the local system, some to the 6th planet, and only a small number flew to the blue planet. The 4th planet was a terrestrial planet with potential for terraforming. Although the 6th planet was a gas giant, one of the 2 asteroids orbiting it also had some potential for terraforming. As for the industrial spacecraft, it remained above Blue Star. Chi Yiming planned to construct a large, habitable space station there, capable of accommodating nearly 300,000 people simultaneously. This was Chi Yiming's only condition during negotiations with the various Blue Star governments. Although Blue Star appears large, its land area only accounts for approximately 30% of the planet's surface, with the rest being occupied by turbulent ocean waters. Thus, on a planet with a population of nearly 8 billion, land resources are extremely precious. To alleviate this conflict, the Blue Star United Government prepared to advance the era of low Earth orbit colonization with the help of the new Federation. But Chi Yiming's agreement to provide assistance only went so far. He didn't want to negotiate any further. As for whether the Blue Star people would learn anything from the construction of the large space station, Chi Yiming didn't place too many restrictions. His philosophy was simple: if you're capable of stealing my skills, I let you learn. As for how much they ultimately learn, that depended on their own abilities. Of course, the process of building a large, habitable space station inevitably involves constructing some resource transfer stations on Blue Star. Chi Yiming hasn't considered constructing space elevators, but he's determined to build as large transfer stations as possible. Eventually, these transfer stations will serve as the Blue Star people's gateway to space, a bonus gift from Chi Yiming. As for when the Blue Star people will be fully accepted into the new Federation system, that depends on their own performance. He hopes to subtly influence the Blue Star people's outlook on life and values. Only after this step is completed will Chi Yiming be able to accept the Blue Star people into his own social system. However, judging by the Blue Star people's current performance, reaching his desired level still requires a long way to go. But there's no rush. Thanks to the excellent protection of the colony spacecraft, Chi Yiming hasn't lost many people along the way, so he's not short of manpower at the moment. Chapter 300. Chi Yiming no longer cared what the Blue Star people were thinking. For Wang Sun and Fang Min, both experienced in population plundering, dealing with them was a matter of course. The task of setting up the defenses fell entirely to Wang Shuhua and Yi Lu, while Chi Yiming focused all his energy on finding the war planet. The characteristics of a war planet should be obvious, and a careful search should not be difficult to find. However, over a month had passed since thousands of reconnaissance warships were deployed, and no good news had been received. This irritated Chi Yiming, and he didn't know where to begin. Just as he was at a loss, a message from the first planet in the local system caught Chi Yiming's attention. The reconnaissance report stated that they had discovered some man-made structures on the first planet's surface. Attempts to enter were blocked by automated defense mechanisms, resulting in some casualties. Chi Yiming speculated that it was a research station or outpost set up by the former Human Federation, where he might find some information about the war planet. Chi Yiming soon boarded a shuttle to the first planet. Because Planet 1 is so close to its star and locked in its gravitational field, its surface is constantly in a state of extremes. The side facing the star experiences a constant temperature of over 700 degrees Celsius, while the side facing away from the star remains at a constant minus 180 degrees Celsius. The man-made structures discovered by the reconnaissance ship are located on the planet's surface, at the boundary between day and night. When Chi Yiming arrived at Planet 1, the captain of the reconnaissance ship responsible for reconnaissance was organizing his men to attempt to enter the surface structures again. Upon arriving at the scene, Chi Yiming determined that the surface building was a research station, where the former Human Federation appeared to be conducting some research. After confirming the building's type, Chi Yiming stopped the reconnaissance captain's actions. He knew that continuing this way would only lead to more casualties, and would not help the situation. The security level of the former Human Federation research station was no less than that of other locations. In addition to the more common security measures on the exterior, the interior was also guarded by mechanical warriors. If even the mechanical warriors were unable to prevent an intruder, the base's intelligent computer would activate a self-destruct sequence, melting all man-made objects within a 100-kilometer radius within 10 seconds. In other words, unless one gained access, no other means were possible. I wonder if the former Human Federation updated the citizen database after arriving at their destination, Chi Yiming muttered as he changed into his extravehicular spacesuit and instructed the reconnaissance captain to arrange for a transport boat to take him to the laboratory. Once on the surface, Chi Yiming didn't dare approach the distant laboratory rashly, but stood there observing for a long time. This was a semi-buried laboratory, with a single-story building on the surface, presumably the laboratory's entrance hall. Chi Yiming could only see the main structure illuminated by sunlight. Because Planet 1 lacked an atmosphere, light couldn't be reflected, so the buildings on the dark side were completely invisible. He stood still and tapped a few times on the control screen on the arm of his spacesuit. The equipment bag on the back of the spacesuit opened, and an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew out. Chi Yiming had brought this reconnaissance aircraft from the Red Dragon specifically because, as a product of the former Federation, he thought it would be useful. Powered by its miniaturized tail engine, the reconnaissance aircraft quickly flew toward the laboratory. It soon passed the laboratory's security perimeter. Sure enough, the aircraft hadn't triggered the laboratory's automatic defense mechanisms. The defense system even transmitted an identification code to the aircraft. The code verified, and an entrance suddenly opened on the laboratory's rooftop, located in the sunshine area, just large enough for the drone to enter. Chi Yiming didn't hesitate, directing the drone into the laboratory. As Chi Yiming had suspected, the surface building was merely the laboratory's reception hall. Once the drone entered the laboratory, the system forcibly seized Chi Yiming's control and slowly landed on a platform designed for drone takeoff and landing. A robotic arm then retrieved the drone, but before it could do so, Chi Yiming discovered that the laboratory's intelligent computer had executed a Level 7 alien lifeform elimination procedure based on pre-federal standards. Chi Yiming then completely lost the drone's feed. What's going on? Why is this lab implementing such a high-level biodisinfection procedure? Chi Yiming looked puzzledly at the information panel on his spacesuit. The alien threat level indicated 0. Looks like I have to risk getting closer. I hope they haven't updated the citizen database. Chi Yiming said this as he skipped towards the lab. The moment he crossed the cordon, Chi Yiming's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, the imagined attack didn't occur. Chi Yiming stood outside the cordon for over 10 minutes, confirming he had passed the lab's defense scans before continuing closer. The road was littered with corpses, all Marines who had been sent down by the reconnaissance ship to attempt to enter the laboratory. Chi Yiming frowned as he examined the bodies. They had all been killed instantly, the high-energy particle beam piercing the Marines' foreheads. As Chi Yiming stood at the laboratory door, a synthesized voice emanated from within his spacesuit. Colonel Chi Yiming, you do not have permission to enter the laboratory. Please leave immediately. The fact that they were able to identify me means they haven't updated their citizen database. Please leave immediately. The laboratory's intelligent computer warned Chi Yiming again. I request the activation of Federal Act 9 to redefine my authority. The communicator remained silent for about 10 minutes. Just as Chi Yiming was growing impatient, a voice rang out again. According to Federal Act 9, military personnel may be allowed into the laboratory if it is compromised or unattended for an extended period. Then the laboratory's airlock opened, and Chi Yiming stepped inside. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Looks like we have to inform all reconnaissance ship captains that if similar structures are discovered, no unauthorized action is allowed, lest unnecessary casualties result. Chi Yiming had barely even taken a breath when the lab's disinfection system kicked into action, thoroughly disinfecting Chi Yiming from top to bottom, inside and out. Chi Yiming felt like he was about to be killed by the disinfectant, and just as he was thinking about how to save himself, the disinfection was complete. Cough cough. Chi Yiming coughed furiously, taking a long time to catch his breath. Intelligent computer, what happened? Why are we undergoing such stringent disinfection procedures? A virus beyond level P7 has been discovered in this galaxy. A virus beyond level P7? Chi Yiming broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the mention of a virus of this level. But once he calmed down, he realized something was amiss. He'd been in this galaxy for over half a year, so why hadn't he discovered this so-called Super P7 virus? And weren't the humans on Blue Planet all alive and well? If there was a Super P7 virus, everyone there would have died long ago.